Disaster struck unexpectedly, plunging the world into chaos. As gentle creatures transformed into ferocious beasts, and the terrifying ancient monsters reemerged, the rulers of the world became mere lambs awaiting slaughter. In this merciless realm of survival of the fittest, what path lies ahead for the beleaguered remnants of humanity? The era of blood and carnage has dawned. Courage shall fortify your strength. Chapter 1. A matter of life and death. In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a woman shattered the tranquility, awakening the slumbering neighbors nearby. What on earth is happening at this hour? Is someone howling like a ghost? Can't anyone get some sleep? In the darkened community, lights flickered on as they grumbled about the sudden cry that interrupted their dreams. That sound seems to be coming from next door. Chun Xing, roused from his slumber, opened his door to find a narrow corridor crowded with 7 or 8 people, all drawn by the sudden outcry. "Old Wang, open the door," demanded a neighbor, pounding on the door in frustration. Yet after a prolonged moment, there was no reply. One individual pressed their ear against the door, hearing the clattering of pots and pans within, affirming that someone was indeed causing a commotion. After a brief discussion, they resolved to force the door open. Strange, old Wang and his wife usually get along well. What on earth is happening today? Chun Xing mused. His curiosity piqued as he stepped out of his room. "I'll take the lead." It was a sultry summer night, and a burly man, clad only in a tank top, charged forward and slammed into the already fragile wooden door. Bang! The dilapidated door splintered easily and fell into the room. Moments later, a throng of individuals surged in, with Chun Xing trailing behind, his curiosity driving him forward. Click! Someone flicked on the lights, illuminating the room with glaring brightness. The scene within was laid bare for all to see. Ugh! The first person to witness the horrific sight turned pale, their face drained of color as they retched uncontrollably. "There's a monster!" One person screamed in panic. Chun Xing's expression shifted drastically, his pupils constricting as he too was frozen in horror, an icy dread coursing through him, nearly robbing him of rational thought. Before him, the walls were splattered with blood, chaos reigned around, and a nauseating stench of iron filled the air. But the true horror lay in the living room, where a monstrous creature, cloaked in dense black fur, sat feasting beside a body. The corpse lay with unseeing eyes, barely recognizable as old Wang's wife, while beside it was old Wang himself, his body grotesquely hollowed out. The creature, resembling a small mountain in its bulk, possessed a long, thick tail and claws that glimmered like silver blades, its face twisted in a terrifying grimace. Its mere appearance sent shivers down the spines of the 8 individuals who had rushed into the room. Slowly, the creature turned its head towards them, its eerie blue eyes filled with rage and malice, as it opened its gaping maw. "Roar!" it bellowed as it rose, its voice echoing like a tiger's roar, sending waves of terror through the onlookers, causing the entire building to tremble. In an instant, more residents were jolted awake. What in the world is that thing? Chun Xing snapped back to reality, his senses heightened. Bang! In the next moment, the creature lunged forward, targeting the burly man who had broken down the door. With a swift motion, it severed his head from his body, blood spraying in a horrifying spectacle. "Everyone, run!" Chun Xing gasped, instinctively shouting as the urge to fight was overshadowed by the primal instinct to flee, turning on his heels to escape the deadly scene. Despite its massive size, the creature moved with an alarming swiftness. The burly man barely had time to react, let alone scream, before meeting a gruesome end. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Faced with such an uncanny entity, Chun Xing realized that survival was the only option. There was no other choice. The others, a heartbeat too slow, regained their senses only after Chun Xing had bolted from the room. Unfortunately, it was too late. Disturbed mid-meal, the creature unleashed a brutal rampage, its strength and speed far surpassing that of any human, wreaking havoc within the cramped quarters. Ah! The chilling cries echoed behind Chun Xing, who turned pale as his heart raced, forcing himself to remain composed. With no time to ponder the reasons for this chaos, he fled without returning to his own room, knowing that would be tantamount to waiting for death. He rushed to the elevator, frantically pressing the button. The building boasted 15 floors, and they were unfortunately situated on the 13th. Chun Xing understood that if the monster pursued him, he wouldn't make it to the stairwell in time. Moreover, the reason for choosing the elevator was that someone was already inside, currently on the 11th floor, not far from the 13th. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to hide in his own room. Seconds later, another terrified individual stumbled out of the room behind Chun Xing, panic etched across their face, twisted in fear. The creature relentlessly pursued, entering the corridor. Knowing escape was futile, the individual lost control, grabbing a shoe rack from the hallway and hurling it at the monster in a desperate fight. Crack! The creature's claws, sharp and elongated, swept through, collapsing the wall and bisecting the person along with the shoe rack, leaving only fragments behind. Yet, the creature remained unsated, its claws flailing wildly, shredding the remains into pieces. Chun-Ching watched in horror, his heart constricting painfully as an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed him. Having dispatched the second-to-last intruder, the creature turned its gaze towards Chun-Ching, its grotesque face twisting into a chilling grin, its icy blue eyes locking onto him. Was it? Smiling? The realization struck Chun-Ching like a thunderclap. The creature was not merely a mindless beast, it possessed a certain cunning intelligence. Boom! 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 It charged towards Chun-Ching, seemingly unable to fully control its strength, crashing into the walls and creating deep indentations, a spectacle both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Such a scene he had only witnessed in science fiction films. Experiencing it firsthand was a jarring and visceral awakening. Fortunately, the narrow corridor restricted the creature's movements. Otherwise, Chun-Ching would have had no chance of escape. Faster, desperation surged within him, the will to survive igniting a fierce urgency as he fixated on the elevator doors. If the elevator stopped on another floor, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. The creature seemed to sense Chun-Ching's intent to flee, roaring in fury and accelerating its pursuit. Allowing its prey to escape was not an option. As the creature barreled towards him, Chun-Ching felt the color drain from his face, his breaths quickening as death loomed ever closer. It was over. The situation had escalated so suddenly that he was utterly unprepared, facing a creature of unfathomable strength, devoid of any viable plan for confrontation. A direct encounter would spell instant doom. Damn it, what a racket! Suddenly, a door between Chun-Ching and the monster swung open, revealing a portly man in his 40s, stepping out in a huff. Can anyone get some sleep? Before he could finish his sentence, the creature's claws swept through, scattering blood and flesh, plunging the man into eternal slumber. However, this unexpected interruption disrupted the creature's momentum, allowing Chun-Ching a fleeting opportunity. 11th floor, 12th floor, the elevator continued its ascent, and fortune favored Chun-Ching. Ding! As the elevator doors swung open without the slightest pause, Chun-Ching hurriedly stepped inside, striking the close button and selecting the ground floor. Observing Chun-Ching's relentless assault on the close button, the man standing within the elevator inquired with curiosity, "What is the urgency? It's a matter of life and death." Chun-Ching growled, his heart finally easing as the doors shut. For in that fleeting moment before closure, he had glimpsed the dark creature lurking at the threshold, fortunate that it had refrained from extending its claws. Otherwise, the elevator would have reopened, leaving them trapped, a matter of life and death. The man, perplexed, scrutinized Chun-Ching's youthful visage, unable to reconcile it with someone on the verge of fatherhood. Bang! A sharp claw pierced through the elevator door, causing the steel to buckle, and the entire compartment quaked violently, the lights flickering ominously, hinting at a potential power failure. Chun-Ching's heart raced as he instinctively recoiled. Damn! The man, startled, also stepped back. "There's a monster outside," Chun-Ching explained urgently. A monster? The man struggled to comprehend. Yet as he beheld the mangled elevator door, he swallowed hard, choosing to believe. "Once we reach the ground floor, we can." His words were abruptly cut short. As Chun-Ching's expression shifted dramatically, he realized the elevator was ascending, not descending. Swiftly, he turned to gaze at the control panel, the button for the 15th floor illuminated. It was evident that the elevator intended to first transport its original occupants to the 15th floor before descending to the ground. Damn it! Chun-Ching cursed inwardly, his anxiety mounting. In that moment of panic, he had indeed pressed all the buttons in desperation, hoping to halt the elevator, yet if the monster possessed even a modicum of cunning, pressing the down arrow button would leave their fate unfathomable. Chapter 2. The world has gone mad. What shall we do? The individual within the elevator trembled, overwhelmed by anxiety. Despite being utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation, he found it implausible to dismiss it as a mere film, especially given the inexplicable dent in the elevator door and the eerie roar of a tiger that he had audibly experienced while inside. He pondered whether the monster that Chun-Ching had mentioned was a ferocious beast. Chun-Ching surveyed his surroundings and suddenly had an epiphany. He looked up at the ceiling of the elevator, his eyes gleaming with hope. This was their sole chance for survival. The elevator's ceiling housed an emergency exit, one he had only ever witnessed in movies. Stunned, the man could hardly conceive that this unexpected intruder was audacious enough to attempt scaling such a precarious place. It was crucial to note that the exit on the elevator ceiling was far from a safe escape route. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun-Ching decisively instructed, "If you wish to survive, crouch down." In this dire moment, the man recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly crouched, serving as a cushion for Chun-Ching. First, Chun-Ching pressed every floor button in the elevator, then stepped onto the man's back, exerting all his strength to pry open the ceiling, leaping upward with success. Afterward, he extended his hand to assist the man in climbing up. 13th floor. The dark-haired creature's cold gaze fixated on the elevator, a cruel smile gracing its visage. Beside it lay 3 lifeless bodies, already devoid of breath. Its actions had awakened the entire building. Many had emerged from their rooms only to meet their end at its hands, while others fled in terror, though it chose not to pursue them. For some inexplicable reason, it felt an insatiable desire to consume its prey, sensing that devouring this particular quarry would yield far greater benefits than feasting upon 1,000 ordinary humans. Suddenly, the elevator lost power. The monster's expression froze, perplexed by the abrupt change. Yet, within less than 10 seconds, the elevator regained power. Ding! The elevator doors reopened on the 13th floor, and the monster stepped inside, surveying the empty space with a gaze filled with fury, utterly unaware of what had transpired. A roar erupted, reminiscent of a tiger's growl, shaking the very foundations of the building. Chun-Ching and the other occupant hastily descended the ladder beside the elevator, quickening their pace upon hearing the thunderous roar, as if racing against time itself. "Brother, why did you close the ceiling?" Hearing the tiger's roar, the man, now convinced of Chun-Ching's warnings, looked up at the descending elevator, tears welling in his eyes, feeling utterly betrayed. Was this not a perilous gamble? When the elevator's ceiling opened, the power would forcibly cut off for safety, and once closed, the power would naturally resume. "What do you know?" Chun-Ching retorted. "If the elevator loses power, the monster will undoubtedly attempt to breach the doors and discover our intentions. Right now, while it remains inside the elevator, we still possess a sliver of hope for survival." At this juncture, Chun-Ching could only pray that the creature's intellect did not rival that of humanity. Since Chun-Ching had pressed every floor button, the elevator would pause at each level for a time, granting them a few precious moments. Chun-Ching, who had been anxiously monitoring the elevator situation, finally exhaled in relief after climbing for several seconds, confirming that the creature had not detected their presence. Upon reaching the elevator doors on the 2nd floor, Chun-Ching instructed, "Come help me open the door." "Aren't we going to the 1st floor? Just in case." The creature's speed is astonishing, and the elevator stops at each floor, giving it a chance to exit and swiftly descend the stairs, potentially waiting for us on the ground floor. With great effort, the two managed to pry open the elevator doors and stepped into the corridor of the 2nd floor. At that moment, the narrow hallway was deserted, oppressive in its silence, strewn with scattered belongings and illuminated only by flickering dim lights. Chun-Ching observed that many room doors stood ajar, perhaps indicating that the occupants had fled in a panic not long ago. "What now?" Zhou Sheng whispered, having developed a sense of trust in Chun-Ching due to their earlier experience in the elevator. Suddenly, they felt vibrations from the staircase, the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Chun-Ching dashed a short distance down the corridor and slipped into an open room, with Zhou Sheng quickly following suit. They quietly shut the door, holding their breath in tension. Faintly, they could hear commotion below. Chun-Ching cautiously approached the window, pulling aside a sliver of the curtain to peer outside. In the next moment, his expression froze, a look of shock overtaking him. "What's going on out there?" Zhou Sheng inquired. Chun-Ching offered a bitter smile. "It's better for you not to know for now. What exactly is happening?" Zhou Sheng felt a wave of unease. Just as Chun-Ching was about to explain, they suddenly heard noises in the hallway. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling Zhou Sheng to remain silent. Zhou Sheng instantly understood that now was not the time to concern themselves with the outside. After a moment's thought, he pointed out the window, suggesting whether they should jump down. After all, it was only the 2nd floor. A jump would likely result in nothing more than injured legs. A trivial matter compared to their lives. Seeing this, Chun-Ching hesitated for a brief moment before shaking his head in refusal. Glancing around, an idea struck him. He stealthily entered the kitchen, retrieved a gas canister, and placed it near the door, turning the valve to the maximum. "Are you serious?" Zhou Sheng gaped at Chun Qing's audacity. Are you really going to play with fire? He assisted by moving another gas canister to join Chun Qing's. Finding a lighter was not difficult. One lay next to the ashtray on the table. Many residents of the dilapidated building were not in good economic standing, and a considerable number had smoking habits, which conveniently aided Chun Qing. 30 seconds later, the gas pervaded the air, its acrid stench causing Zhou Sheng to lean toward the window for fresh air, fearing the threat of gas poisoning. The creature was still on the second floor. Chun Qing was certain, as he could still hear the sound of it breaking through doors, lingering in search of its prey, seemingly convinced they had not gone far. Let us make a run for it, Zhou Sheng urged quietly, eager to escape the gas-filled room. Open the window. You go first, Chun Qing said. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he held his breath and boldly swung open the room door, stepping into the corridor. As the creature, prowling low to the ground in search of Chun Qing's scent, suddenly rose and stared fiercely at him, Chun Qing, seemingly unafraid, raised his right hand and provocatively beckoned it with a finger, shouting with bravado, "Come here." The beast, enraged, let out a thunderous roar and charged towards him, intent on tearing him to shreds. As it pursued its prey into the room, it failed to halt in time, toppling 2 gas canisters in its wake. In an instant, its fur bristled as it sensed impending danger. In its line of vision, Chun Qing ignited a wad of paper and hurled it towards the gas outlet, then, without hesitation, leaped out of the window. Witnessing this, the creature likewise rushed towards the window, seemingly unwilling to relent until it had slain Chun Qing. Boom! The room erupted in a spectacular explosion, vibrant flames leaping out of the window. Under the force of the blast, the walls shattered, debris flew, and thick smoke billowed into the air. Chun Qing landed awkwardly, his legs slightly numb, and stumbled to the ground. However, being young and physically sound, he was not gravely harmed. Exhaling in relief as he gazed at the explosion on the second floor, he mused, "I can't believe it actually blew up." This was merely a trial for him, and its success was sheer luck. Soon, piercing screams filled the air. Rising to his feet, Chun Qing looked up, the scene before him rendering him momentarily speechless. Earlier, when he had observed the chaos outside, he had glimpsed a disheartening panorama. Thus, he knew he must devise a means to eliminate the beast pursuing him, lest his attempt to escape through the window be in vain. Brother, am I living in a dream? Zhou Sheng, who had jumped from the building a moment earlier, appeared pale and terrified, utterly at a loss for words to describe his predicament. Everything had transpired too suddenly. Chun Qing remained silent. At that moment, the morning sun peeked over the horizon. Yet the world laid bare before him was in utter disarray. People were fleeing in every direction. Flames erupted everywhere. The cacophony of car horns echoed, and anguished cries rose and fell like a haunting melody. In the distance, amidst a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, colossal rats the size of men feasted on corpses amidst the ruins. Enormous pythons wound around skyscrapers, their gaping maws devouring several individuals, and rampaging lions ran amok, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Smoke billowed thickly in the air. Suddenly, Zhou Sheng fell backward, eyes wide with horror, pointing skyward and stammering, "Quick, quick! Look at the sky!" Just as he uttered those words, the morning sky darkened abruptly, as if night were descending once more. An overwhelming sense of unease surged. Chun Qing felt his heart racing, as if it would leap from his chest, suffocated by an invisible weight, and he quickly tilted his head back. Above, a colossal black beast soared through the heavens, its roar echoing like a dragon's, drowning out the din below. The creature, soaring thousands of meters above, was of an indeterminate length, enshrouded in a faint black mist. As it flapped its wings, it blotted out the sun, a vast oppressive force spreading across the land, rendering the air stagnant. Winds howled, and igniting profound terror deep within the hearts of humanity. What on earth has happened to this world? Zhou Sheng trembled uncontrollably as he opened his phone, discovering that news reports spoke of unimaginable calamities occurring worldwide. The last vestige of hope extinguished. The peaceful realm had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a hellish nightmare. He could hardly believe that this was real, yet he had no choice but to accept it. Chun Qing witnessed the black behemoth soaring through the air, lost in thought as he murmured to himself, "This world has truly gone mad." The year was 2035, a civilization of advanced technology. Who could have imagined that such apocalyptic calamity would occur? Chapter 3. The Inverted Food Chain. The collapse spread rapidly. and the serene tranquility of the night evaporated in an instant. Zhou Sheng swallowed hard, his heart trembling. "Brother, what shall we do? We must find a place to hide before we become targets," Chen Qing declared resolutely, scanning the surroundings, ready to take action when suddenly he heard a feeble yet furious roar. Ack! Chen Qing's heart jolted. He swiftly turned around, only to see the black-haired creature plummeting from the second floor, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a dent in the earth and a pool of blood. Damn, it survived that? Zhou Sheng's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively pushed Chen Qing, urging, "Run." Without hesitation, he quickly fled. However, after running a dozen meters, he glanced back and halted. For Chen Qing remained still, even approaching the creature, crouching down and speaking. This madman. Zhou Sheng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly returning, feeling that this fool was audacious beyond measure, unafraid of the creature's potential wrath. In contrast, he felt cowardly by comparison. Chen Qing gazed into the creature's eyes, filled with murderous intent, unperturbed, for the creature's legs had bent at unnatural angles, rendering it incapable of standing. He merely needed to maintain a safe distance to avoid being easily harmed. "I can see you possess some intelligence," Chen Qing said slowly. "If you wish to preserve your life, cooperate with me. If you understand, blink twice." The creature seemed to comprehend the taunt, sensing the possibility of communication. Ack! In response, the creature bared its teeth, its clawed hands flailing towards Chen Qing, though it lacked the range. Seizing a nearby broken brick from the debris, Chen Qing hurled it fiercely at the creature. Crack! The brick shattered, leaving several bloody gashes on the creature's body. "If you understand, blink twice," Chen Qing reiterated, picking up another brick. As if realizing its intimidation had no effect, the creature ceased its struggles, malevolence gleaming in its eyes as it fixated on Chen Qing. Ultimately, compelled by circumstance, it blinked twice. "Answer me one question, and I shall grant you a chance at survival." Chen Qing inhaled deeply, his voice steady. "Where do you come from? Point me in the right direction." He sought to uncover the source. Even in the face of this sudden apocalypse, there must be a root cause. After all, it could not have materialized from thin air, for this could hardly be deemed a natural disaster. The creature pondered, its claws directed at Chen Qing, and then it moved upward. Upward? Chen Qing looked up, incredulous. The sky? At that moment, the black behemoth had already departed, and the morning sky was a brilliant blue, clear and vast. Chen Qing sensed something amiss. He noticed the trails left by a rocket launch, and in addition, several planes were traversing the clouds. Could it be that someone had released some kind of substance, causing the animals to mutate? He could not help but speculate, feeling this was the most plausible scenario. After all, the colossal beasts were merely exaggerated versions of ordinary animals, their existence traceable. Of course, that gargantuan entity in the sky was an exception, terrifying beyond the grasp of human comprehension. "Very well, thank you," Chen Qing remarked. Since monsters were incapable of speech, they could not provide him with much information. After his inquiries, Chen Qing aimed a brick at the creature's head and struck with unwavering resolve. Bang! The monster's head burst open, blood gushing forth. A howl of pain erupted from it, its struggles intensifying, filled with a wrathful desire to consume Chen Qing whole. Its eyes ablaze with hatred and madness. This human had dared to break his promise. Ignoring the monster's roars, Chen Qing refrained from closing the distance, relentlessly pounding the creature's skull with the readily available bricks. He offered the monster a chance at life, but it would not extend the same courtesy to him. 2 minutes later, Zhou Sheng placed a hand on Chen Qing's shoulder, urging him to stop. "Brother, that's enough. This fellow's head is in tatters." At these words, Chen Qing lowered the brick in his hand, exhaling in relief. Gazing at the monster's bloodied and mangled head, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, a slight nausea rising within. "Let us hurry," Zhou Sheng urged, as the nearby area had emptied, making the two of them conspicuous, though they had yet to attract attention. The sight of the massive python coiled atop a distant skyscraper sent a chill down his spine. Chen Qing nodded, about to turn away, when he suddenly noticed a flickering glow emanating from the monster's shattered skull. "What is that?" He picked up a stick and pried the luminous object from the creature's head. "A bead?" Chen Qing's expression turned peculiar. This object resembled a fist-sized luminous pearl, its surface smeared with blood and flesh, radiating an eerie green glow, suggesting it was far from ordinary. A pearl growing within the monster's skull? Unthinkable. After a moment's hesitation, Chun-Ching fought through his unease and picked up the bead. Damn! Zhou Sheng's lips twitched, caught between words. Did this audacious fellow not find it repulsive? Suddenly, amidst a thunderous cacophony, a massive rooster burst forth from the street corner, colliding with two cars, causing them to flip and crash against the wall, which crumpled and ignited. It then noticed the two men in its line of sight. Zhou Sheng turned pale. Does it really have to be that enormous? The rooster stood at least 3 or 4 meters high, its body of vivid crimson, exuding a potent scent of blood. Its sharp beak gleamed a pale gold, seemingly as hard as iron. It moved like the wind, charging towards the two men with flapping wings. Brother, run! Zhou Sheng cried out in terror, ready to flee, only to discover Chun-Ching was no longer beside him. Where are you? Here, came a voice from the other side. He turned to find Chun-Ching half submerged in a sewer, waving at him. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The colossal chicken frantically attacked the sewer, but it was futile against the two men. In a fit of rage, it flapped its wings and screeched, trampling the ground and leaving deep footprints. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and a tiger, towering 2 stories high, charged forth, almost transforming into a bolt of lightning. It opened its massive jaws and bit into the rooster, instantly severing its head, blood gushing forth like a fountain, while the body continued to thrash and struggle. The chicken's head was savagely crunched by the enormous tiger, producing a sound that sent chills down one's spine. The larger fish devours the smaller one. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Zhou Sheng felt a surge of fear, frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Moments later, the giant tiger sauntered away, leaving the two individuals in the sewer with a profound sense of relief. Chun-Ching submerged the pearl in the murky water of the sewer, washing it until its true form was revealed. He was taken aback, sensing a peculiar warmth flowing from the pearl through his right hand and into his arm, subsequently coursing throughout his body, banishing the fatigue from a night of insufficient sleep, invigorating him with a radiant glow and unparalleled vitality. Could this pearl truly be a treasure? This unexpected turn of events exceeded Chun-Ching's imagination, as it defied scientific explanation. Zhou Sheng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What have you discovered?" "Nothing much, just pondering how that black dragon in the sky came to be," Chun-Ching replied, discreetly tucking the pearl into his pocket. "Let us proceed with caution. By the way, did you bring your phone? Quickly check how the authorities are handling the situation." Zhou Sheng was merely an acquaintance. Chun-Ching felt no obligation to share the pearl's bizarre origin. If Zhou Sheng were to learn of it, he would either covet it as a treasure or deem it an ominous object, urging Chun-Ching to discard it. Whichever the case, the outcome would not be favorable. As for the phone, it remained in his room, and Chun-Ching was reluctant to take the risk of retrieving it. "Don't mention it. Everywhere is infested with monsters. No place is spared," Zhou Sheng lamented. He attempted to call his parents, but no one answered, leaving him in a particularly foul mood. Subsequently, the two ventured cautiously through the sewer, encountering no dangers along the way, only a few unmutated rats, which scurried away in fright. Chun-Ching felt a modicum of relief at this. At least not every rat had transformed, for a multitude of mutated rats would spell disaster. "Where are we headed?" Zhou Sheng asked. "To the outskirts beyond the city," Chun-Ching replied, naturally wishing to avoid the perilous urban environment where even a moment's inattention could cost them their lives. Resolute, the two utilized the extensive sewer system to make their way out of the city. Along the journey, the pearl in Chun-Ching's pocket continued to radiate waves of warmth, creating an illusion of being enveloped in a hot spring as the warmth invigorated him, enhancing his spirits to an unprecedented level. Truly a remarkable object. Chun-Ching reached into his pocket to touch the pearl, momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The pearl appeared to have shrunk slightly. Could the warmth be depleting its energy? "We are nearing the city gate. There's a bridge ahead that we must cross." Zhou Sheng lifted the manhole cover, ensuring safety before confidently stating, "There's a gas station nearby, and conveniently, a convenience store. Shall we fill our stomachs first?" Chun-Ching nodded. After cautiously traversing the sewer for 2 to 3 hours, hunger had set in. Emerging from the sewer, they stealthily entered the convenience store. The place was deserted, with scattered remnants of food strewn across the floor, indicating it had been ransacked, particularly the area where bread was kept, which was nearly emptied. The two grabbed bags and began to scavenge, aware of the significant risks within the store, yet finding the sewer comparatively safer. Suddenly, Zhou Sheng let out a piercing scream and stumbled to the ground. Was there a monster lurking within the store? Chun-Ching's heart raced, and he hurried over to provide assistance. Chapter 4. The Moment of Despair. What is happening? Chen Qing rushed to the scene, only to be confronted with a gruesome sight, a blood-soaked corpse. The internal organs had vanished, the head was nowhere to be found, and crimson blood pooled around, emitting a nauseating stench. Zhou Xing's face turned ashen, his trembling finger pointing toward the body. Silence. Otherwise, we might attract the monster. Chen Qing interrupted. The corpse was clad in a store uniform, likely a victim of a brutal attack within the establishment. No one could guarantee that the creature had retreated. If it returned, the store employee would not be alone on the road to the underworld. Zhou Sheng immediately fell silent, shakily rising to his feet, his complexion a ghastly shade of green. And he hastened to scour the shelves with renewed urgency. Minutes passed, and the two hurriedly returned to the sewer with 2 heavy bags filled with provisions. Replacing the manhole cover to conceal their hiding place, feeling a measure of relief. You possess remarkable strength, Zhou Sheng remarked in admiration. Oh, Chen Qing raised an eyebrow. What leads you to this conclusion? You're carrying nothing but cans and drinks, which are quite heavy. Each bag must weigh at least 50 or 60 pounds. Yet you managed to carry one in each hand and move swiftly. Zhou Sheng commented as he opened a can of fish. This food should last us several days. Why not stay here in the sewer instead of crossing the bridge? Witnessing the store employee's tragic fate, he felt a surge of apprehension. Crossing the bridge to leave the city? The outside world may not necessarily be safe. Why take the risk? This thought took root in his mind, becoming increasingly persuasive. We could wait until tomorrow at the latest. Chen Qing pondered aloud. Why? Zhou Sheng asked. The sewer isn't a foolproof sanctuary. Remaining here feels like waiting for death. Chen Qing replied, safety in the present does not ensure safety in the future. If mutated rats or cockroaches were to discover us, we would be doomed. Zhou Sheng retorted. What difference does it make outside the city? At least there's more open space, and if we find a vehicle and a few barrels of fuel, we might have a chance to escape if discovered. Chen Qing countered. I suspect the ferocious mutated creatures within the city have escaped from a zoo. While there may be some outside, they are exceedingly rare, making encounters unlikely. But Zhou Sheng wanted to argue further, but found himself at a loss for words. Night fell, enveloping everything in darkness. Listening to Zhou Sheng's rhythmic snoring, Chen Qing remained awake, alert. He feared an ambush by unknown creatures and felt a responsibility to keep watch. Moreover, the bead in his pocket bestowed him with abundant energy, leaving him with no inclination to sleep. Taking out the bead, Chen Qing observed that it had shrunk from the size of a fist to that of a glass marble. Perhaps it would vanish entirely after some time. What could this extraordinary object be? He furrowed his brow. Having carried the bead throughout the day, he discerned 2 effects. It replenished his stamina and energy, and it augmented his strength. Zhou Sheng admired his impressive physical prowess, unaware that it was the bead enhancing his abilities. Otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly carried such heavy bags. The next day, dawn broke. As dawn broke and sunlight began to scatter across the earth, Chen Qing emerged from the sewer, clutching 2 bottles of mineral water and 5 cans in a plastic bag. Do you truly not wish to accompany me outside? He inquired. I shall be fine, Zhou Sheng replied, shaking his head. I believe that if I stay a few more days, I will be rescued. Very well then. I hope we shall cross paths again. In truth, Chen Qing could not guarantee that his course of action was correct, since each held their own convictions. He could only acquiesce to Zhou Sheng's choice. Proceeding cautiously for a distance, Chen Qing beheld an interminable bridge stretching into the horizon. The bridge was grand and imposing, wide and flat, yet eerily deserted. A gentle mist enveloped the morning air, with the occasional vehicle halting upon its expanse. It struck him as peculiar. The sound of waves crashing against the shore filled his ears. As the sea breeze caressed his face, the sunlight warmed his skin, yet he furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet. While he could comprehend the absence of people on the bridge, the complete lack of any trace, no blood, not even a body, was unsettling. This was indeed strange. Confounded, yet unwilling to retreat, he maintained his vigilance and stepped onto the eerily silent bridge. After traversing 4 or 5 kilometers without incident, he found himself perplexed. Why was it that no one else, like him, had chosen to abandon the city? Despite his confusion, he wished to remain ignorant of the answer until he had crossed the entire bridge. Continuing on for another 5 kilometers, his apprehensions dissipated as he encountered a group of about 10 individuals. Upon seeing Chen Qing, they waved him over. Are you also leaving the city? He approached them. Indeed, you, young man, possess quite the courage to venture out alone, responded the leader of the group, a burly man in his 30s with sun-kissed skin and muscular arms, exuding an aura of safety. Upon noticing Chun Qing's solitary state, he chuckled heartily. I must admit, I admire you for managing to gather such a crowd, Chun Qing replied, shaking his head in disbelief. The abruptness of the crisis had made large groups easy targets for predation, and he could not fathom why so many gathered around this formidable man. Ah, you are unaware, aren't you? This brother before you is exceptionally skilled. He has single-handedly taken down several mutated rats, someone explained. Is that so? Chun Qing nodded, astonished. You are impressive indeed. To slay mutated rats alone was no trifling feat. But enough of that. We must hurry along. A few more kilometers, and we shall exit the city. We can converse later, the burly man gestured. Agreed. With a sense of security, the group of over 10 set forth together. Through their conversation, Chun Qing learned that the burly man's name was Zhang Dafei, a practitioner of Taekwondo. Behind Zhang Dafei, Chun Qing noticed several spherical objects stuffed in his pockets, eliciting a pang of envy. Those orbs must surely enhance one's strength. With so many, Zhang Dafei must have become significantly more powerful than before. Hey, is there food in that car? After traveling a short distance, Zhang Dafei turned to see food inside an abandoned vehicle, prompting him to reach for the car door. With a swift motion, he yanked the door off its hinges, seemingly unfazed and wearing an expression of ease. The vehicle immediately blared its horn. The sight left the group of 10 astounded. To rip off a car door? What immense strength that required. Chun Qing squinted, pondering whether the enhancement offered by the orb could indeed surpass the limits of human strength. In his estimation, Zhang Dafei's might had likely transcended humanity, bolstered by the warm current bestowed by the orb. Producing provisions, Zhang Dafei generously proclaimed, "Let us share. After such a long journey, everyone must be famished. Brother Dafei is remarkable. If we survive, you shall be my savior." A chorus of admiration and flattery arose from the crowd. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the bridge, causing most to lose their balance and tumble awkwardly to the ground. Chun Qing, having been fortified by the orb, maintained a steadier stance than ordinary individuals, managing to sidestep and remain upright. Only Zhang Dafei stood firm, his countenance ashen, filled with regret. Damn it! I should not have touched that vehicle. It was evident that the blaring horn had summoned calamity. What is happening? Are monsters about to emerge? Fear not, for Brother Dafei will protect us. Moments later, the tremor subsided, and the group clumsily rose from the ground, still shaken. I doubt Brother Dafei can shield us. Chun Qing interjected abruptly, his words casting a pall over the crowd. The hairs on his skin stood erect, a wave of intense dread surging within him. Deeply ingrained and inescapable. How can you speak like that? Did you not witness Brother Dafei's strength? The monster may not even best him. Such ill-timed remarks drew a flurry of reproach and inquiries. This was the very sentiment they wished to avoid. Is that so? Chun Qing raised his hand, gesturing towards the distant sea, his gaze profound, unsure of the appropriate expression to wear. Do you truly believe Brother Dafei can contend with such a monster? As the crowd followed his pointing finger, terror rapidly spread across their faces. In the distance, a colossal octopus surfaced, revealing only the tip of the iceberg, a towering figure of 7 or 8 meters, with numerous deep crimson tentacles extending robustly, their numerous suction cups quivering, ensnaring shrimp and fish alike. Occasionally, a tentacle would crash against the surface of the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. This was a genuine behemoth. Undoubtedly, it could reach the bridge and even destroy it. How could such a creature exist? Some sat paralyzed on the bridge, trembling uncontrollably in fear. To confront such a gargantuan entity? What ist? Victory seemed implausible. Under the watchful eyes of many, the gigantic octopus approached swiftly, bringing with it the specter of death. Chapter 5. The Chase for Survival. The scorching sun blazed overhead, the heat rendering minds restless. The deep red giant octopus, having located its prey, burst forth from the depths with a thunderous splash, its tentacles creating a cacophony upon the water's surface. This is madness. Zhang Dafei cursed, leading the charge. The distance to the opposite shore was merely around 2,000 meters. He had initially presumed no misfortune would befall them, intending to showcase his prowess to gain more followers. However, unforeseen complications arose, inviting disaster. As the pillar of faith fled, some among the crowd, momentarily dazed, followed him towards the shore, while others turned back, reasoning that the monstrous creature could only focus on one direction at a time. The once united team disintegrated in an instant, scattering in all directions, utterly abandoning the notion of confronting the colossal octopus. This outcome was inevitable, as hope for victory had vanished. It seemed essential to acquire more beads to enhance their strength. Jean Daffe's speed had surpassed that of a 100-meter sprinter, swift as an arrow released from its bow, creating a significant distance between himself and those trailing behind. It could be said that anyone could perish, yet he was the most likely to survive. Suddenly, a sense of awareness washed over him. He glanced back and felt a twinge of shock. This young man was somehow managing to keep pace with him. Close behind, Chun-Ching followed closely, despite the distance widening. Their speeds were not vastly different. It appeared this lad was no ordinary foe, likely having absorbed beads as well. Jean Daffe maintained his velocity, but his gaze darkened. At the onset of calamity, this secret was known by very few, for one had to shatter the monster's skull to obtain beads, which was a distasteful notion for many. He desired to secure a substantial enhancement before this information became public. Kid, you can only blame yourself for knowing too much. A malicious thought flickered in his mind as he deliberately slowed his pace, drawing near to Chun-Ching. When Chun-Ching was merely a meter away, he pivoted sharply, launching a powerful punch. He held nothing back in this strike, ensuring it would leave Chun-Ching reeling. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding resounded heavily. In the next moment, Jean Daffe's expression froze, and he staggered backward, nearly losing his balance, a footprint now imprinted on his abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. Retracting his leg, Chun-Ching remained impassive, slightly tilting his direction as he brushed past him. Jean Daffe might pose a threat, but the greater danger was the gigantic octopus. He had no intention of wasting precious time entangled in a conflict. A few seconds later, Jean Daffe regained his composure and pursued him with determination. Kid, you're quite intriguing. When did you begin to guard against me? Soon, he found himself running alongside Chun-Ching, casting a glance at him, a cold smile creeping across his face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He believed he had acted flawlessly, with no discernible flaw, having never considered that Chun-Ching would be wary of him. You understand the secret of the beads, yet your companions seem oblivious. Chun-Ching maintained his speed. At least before crossing the bridge, he did not want to be hindered by Jean Daffe, and conversing was an excellent means of delaying. Ah, I see. Jean Daffe's eyes flickered. If he truly sought the welfare of the group, he would naturally share this secret, yet his silence contradicted the persona he had initially presented. This young man was indeed clever. Suddenly, the bridge trembled. The octopus had reached beneath the bridge and was climbing upward, its long, thick tentacles striking the surface, causing a disturbance. However, the bridge was not at risk of being easily shattered. As the tentacles struck the bridge, they swept across, sending several individuals plummeting, who were immediately ensnared by other tentacles and thrown into the octopus's gaping maw. No, gazing into the dark, foul abyss of its mouth, those individuals screamed in desperation. Their voices hoarse, yet it was futile. They could only watch in horror as they became mere sustenance, their remains obliterated. This was utterly terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of the survivors, prompting them to flee even faster. Despair spreads, as no one wishes to become the next harbinger of doom. After savoring a delectable meal, the octopus prepares to continue its hunt when it suddenly notices two individuals closest to the end of the bridge. Their movements frozen in a moment of shock. What is happening? The group nearest to the colossal octopus is filled with trepidation, believing their demise to be imminent, only to witness the creature retract its tentacles and abandon its assault. Moments later, the truth dawns upon them. It seeks to eliminate Jean Daffe. Enlightenment washes over the crowd. The gigantic octopus swiftly navigates beneath the bridge, darting like an arrow towards Chun-Ching and Jean Daffe, disregarding the ordinary people in its path. What on earth? A sense of dread envelopes Jean Daffe, his face darkening like a sauce-stained canvas. Has this octopus lost its mind, forsaking so many to pursue him? Is his flesh particularly delectable? He has never encountered a situation quite like this, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Damn it, I shall spare you this time. He accelerates to his utmost limit, ignoring Chun-Ching and racing towards the remaining few hundred meters to the end of the bridge. Chun-Ching, with a sense of foreboding, wonders if he is indeed a delicacy in the eyes of the monsters. The creature that troubled Old Wong was fixated on him. And now the giant octopus seems equally relentless, casting doubts in his mind. What treasure does he possess that compels these monsters to pursue him relentlessly? The seawater splashes onto the bridge as Chun-Ching sprints with fervor, leaving nothing in reserve, yet he still senses the threat drawing near. The creature's movements are alarmingly swift. Upon reaching the end and successfully crossing the bridge, Jean Dafe gasped for breath, a mocking smile gracing his lips. If I cannot kill you, the octopus will do so in my stead. He dares not linger, finding solace only after stepping on a solid ground, and then eagerly watches the deadly contest unfold between Chun-Ching and the octopus. Boom! Just 50 meters. Chun-Ching finds himself a mere 50 meters from safety when a tentacle crashes before him, sweeping across with devastating force, scattering nearby vehicles into the sea. The game is over. Witnessing this, Jean Dafe shakes his head in disbelief. That sweep means certain death for both Chun-Ching and himself. Survival will be nothing short of miraculous. Just as he turns to leave, he sees Chun-Ching leap over the tentacle, narrowly escaping disaster. That tentacle is at least 3 or 4 meters thick. Can he truly jump over it? Jean Dafe stares in astonishment. Then he notices the railing that has fallen into the sea, awakening from his stupor and inhaling deeply. Did he leverage the railing's pole to leap over the tentacle? What a clever lad, fortunate and resourceful, evading the octopus's attack. Chun-Ching seizes the opportunity and sprints towards Jean Dafe on the opposite shore, as if fleeing for his life. Observing its prey escape, the colossal octopus strikes the water's surface in frustration. Though large and relatively swift, it must contend with the resistance of the water, making its initial movement sluggish. In this moment, it laments its decision to halt and attack as Chun-Ching entered its range, allowing its meal to slip away. With the hunt thwarted, it turns to chase the ordinary individuals still on the bridge. Rushing to the opposite shore, Chun-Ching gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. At that critical moment, his heart seemed poised to leap into his throat, yet he could not afford to stop, nearly exhausting his physical strength. Clap, clap, clap. Jean Dafe applauded, a hint of admiration in his brow. I must admit, your decisiveness is commendable. Even I feel inferior. However, as he spoke, his lips curled downward, a chilling darkness clouding his gaze, a trace of mockery gracing his features. Despite your strenuous efforts, in the end, you shall still meet your demise at my hands. You might as well perish in the belly of an octopus. Had Chun-Ching been in peak condition, he might have found the situation somewhat challenging, but now, the outcome was as clear as day. If only one were to survive, that individual would undoubtedly be him. The order had collapsed. On the far side of the bridge, a straight path extended to the horizon, surrounded by desolation, where yellow sand danced in the air and weeds thrived amidst the lifeless landscape. The sun blazed fiercely, rendering the air stagnant and unbearably hot. Chun-Ching leaned on his knees, panting heavily, his clothes drenched as if he had just emerged from water. After sprinting for 2 to 3 kilometers, he was fortunate to possess the bead, which had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been utterly unable to continue. Do you truly wish to force me to my demise? Chun-Ching managed to utter. We could easily cooperate. Facing danger alone in the wilderness may not be something you can handle by yourself. Cooperate? Jean Dafe scoffed. At this juncture, is there even a chance for collaboration? The two had long since torn apart any semblance of camaraderie. Even if they were to ally, it would be a mere facade, fraught with the risk of betrayal at a critical moment. Why not? Chun-Ching replied earnestly. There are mutated beasts lurking everywhere, peril at every turn. Alone, I am powerless. Our mutual assistance could enhance our chances of survival. He needed to communicate, not only to buy time to recover his strength, but also to deceive his opponent in the hopes of finding an opportunity. As for cooperation, even he struggled to believe it. Oomph. Jean Dafe let out a cold snort, his gaze flickering with momentary intrigue, only to dismiss it almost instantly. Your silver tongue is futile. Prepare to meet your end. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. He had to act swiftly. Chun-Ching's expression shifted as he turned to flee. He was merely a high school student with no experience in offensive tactics, while his opponent was trained in Taekwondo. Coupled with his significantly greater physical exhaustion, he would surely be beaten to a pulp if he attempted to confront Jean Dafe directly. Run? Jean Dafe's eyes narrowed, relentlessly pursuing him. Do you think you can escape? In terms of speed, I can easily crush you. This is futile. As they stepped into the wilderness, Chun-Ching suddenly halted, bending down to scoop a handful of yellow sand, which he flung at Zhang Dafei. Running was not an option. This was his true intention. Unable to engage in close combat, he resorted to cunning tactics. Zhang Dafei, alert, raised a hand to shield his face from the sand. Yet the moment he lowered it, another handful of sand struck him squarely in the face. Damn it, he cursed, his eyes stinging from the grains, tears streaming down his cheeks in agony. What splendid luck. Chun-Ching's eyes brightened. Seizing the moment, he charged forward and delivered a powerful kick. Ah! Zhang Dafei howled, emitting a cry akin to a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his groin, his body curling like a shrimp, trembling uncontrollably. The fatal weakness of men is something Chun-Ching, as a man himself, understands all too well. The tide of victory can turn quite unexpectedly. Bad luck befalling you. Chun-Ching, fueled by rage, launched a frenzied assault, targeting the vulnerable areas of his opponent's body without mercy. You shall perish. Zhang Dafei struggled to throw a punch, but Chun-Ching easily evaded it and retaliated with even more ferocious strikes. The temple's heart, sides, and facial features. Each blow inflicted unimaginable damage. I surrender. Zhang Dafei, battered and bloodied, found himself utterly humiliated. Chun-Ching paid no heed, relentlessly pounding him without granting any chance for a comeback. Surrender? At this juncture, what use is surrender? I refuse to accept this. Zhang Dafei roared, only to have Chun-Ching's foot brutally shatter several of his teeth, leaving his mouth a crimson mess. If there is blame to be placed, let it fall upon one's own selfishness. With a cold expression, Chun-Ching continued his assault until his adversary lay motionless, pupils dilated, before finally relenting. Panting heavily in the desolate wilderness, Chun-Ching felt a sense of relief wash over him, though thirst and the discomfort of his drenched clothing plagued him. After a moment, he stripped off his clothes and took the gray beads from Zhang Dafei's pocket, claiming them for himself. Staggering to his feet, he made his way back to the shaded bank to rest. There, the scene of despair a few thousand meters away was faintly visible, yet he remained silent. Had he the capacity to assist, he surely would, but his own survival was paramount, and he needed to focus on how to endure. After a 10-minute rest, he consumed the gray beads that Zhang Dafei had partially absorbed, restoring his spirit and replenishing his strength. He then set off along the path across the vast wilderness. A vehicle. Fortune had not entirely forsaken him. After walking 2,000 meters, he glimpsed hope. Without a vehicle, he might have succumbed to thirst, with the only alternative being a perilous return to the bridge to retrieve the mineral water he had abandoned. Approaching the vehicle, Chun-Ching noticed dried blood on it. The doors were damaged, and the glass lay shattered, yet the keys remained in the ignition. The owner had likely encountered a monster unexpectedly, meeting a tragic end. Turning the key, the engine roared to life. Searching through the vehicle, he discovered 2 bottles of water and several loaves of bread, filling him with joy. He hastily tore open the bread and devoured it, washing it down with the water. Refreshed and nourished, Chun-Ching felt revitalized. Minutes later, the vehicle was in motion. He needed to seek his next meal while remaining vigilant to avoid becoming someone else's. Ideally, he would encounter monsters he could handle. As he drove, he contemplated his next move. Constantly fleeing would lead to a grim fate. He must endeavor to utilize the beads to enhance his physical prowess, transforming from prey into predator. After traveling a distance, he arrived at a gas station and entered the accompanying convenience store. Just as he stepped inside, a rat, roughly the size of a pig, leaped from behind the counter and charged at him. What audacity to ambush me! Chun-Ching exclaimed, startled, and quickly dodged, his sudden movement toppling a shelf. Surveying his surroundings, Chun-Ching found no weapon at his disposal. He seized the computer from the counter, steeling himself for the impending confrontation. Squeak! The adversary narrowly evaded the attack, emitting a shrill, piercing sound as it regrouped and leapt forth to strike again. How dare a slightly larger rodent exhibit such audacity? Chun-Ching's anger surged. He did not retreat, but instead wielded the computer to deliver a crushing blow to the creature's head, leaving it bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Squeak! In agony, the mouse, akin to a startled bird, bristled with fear, recognizing the prowess of this human, and turned to flee. However, it dug at the ground, yet remained stationary. Upon glancing back, it found Chun-Ching gripping its tail with a menacing glare. Did it think it could escape? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Chun-Ching's mouth as he yanked forcefully, dragging the mouse back. before unleashing a flurry of punches that left it mangled and lifeless after a few desperate convulsions. Having accomplished the solitary kill, Chun-Qing finally felt a sense of relief. Despite the formidable monsters being exceedingly powerful, they were not invincible. The fact that Zhang Dafei could slay a mouse with an ordinary physique spoke volumes. He rummaged through the shelves and discovered a reasonably sharp watermelon knife, which he used to open the rodent's head. Overcome with nausea, he extracted a gray orb and rinsed it with a beverage from a store. Clutching the gray orb, a warm sensation coursed through Chun-Qing's body, dispelling his fatigue and fortifying his physique. However, he perceived that the effects of the gray orb were rather lackluster, particularly when compared to the initial green orb he had acquired. Clearly, there were distinctions in the quality of these orbs, Chun-Qing mused. After placing the orb into his pocket, he gathered as much sustenance as he could into his vehicle and filled it with fuel. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the television suspended from the ceiling. Perhaps it would prove useful. He was eager to ascertain the state of the city and whether it had fallen under siege. Locating the remote, he turned on the television, only to be greeted by a scene of chaos, revealing a city on the verge of ruin. Emergency reports indicated that most cities around the globe had succumbed, transforming into havens for monsters, with experts estimating that over 4 billion lives had been lost worldwide. In Baiyun Town, a colossal avian creature engulfed in flames, stretching over 50 meters in length, left a trail of inferno in its wake. In the waters near the Kanglan Sea, a terrifying shark, measuring 100 meters long, had sunk every passing vessel, rendering the area a no-go zone. Within Tianjin City, a massive black beast soared through the skies, wreaking havoc across various districts as if it were a sovereign of destruction. Having only just switched on the television, Chun-Qing was astounded by the deluge of grave news that bombarded him. Who could have anticipated that the entire structure of the world would collapse due to this sudden aberration? Chapter 7. The Wilderness Village. In the pitch-black, dimly lit sewer, Zhou Sheng guarded the provisions he had retrieved from the convenience store, feeling utterly bored as he scrolled through his phone, examining global conditions. Experts had analyzed that within the minds of these monsters existed peculiar orbs, varying in color, which, when held or placed on one's person, would transfer energy into the human body, effectively enhancing physical capabilities. He stumbled upon a piece of information that was of utmost significance to him. Orbs? Zhou Shenwei was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing back to the verdant orb that Chun-Qing had extracted from the monster's cranium. He recalled the extraordinary strength displayed by the latter, and in an instant, everything fell into place. How audacious! This fellow, fully aware of such fortune, chose to keep it from me. Enraged, Zhou clenched his fists, a wave of pent-up frustration surging within him, difficult to dispel. It was a creature they had vanquished together, yet he had selfishly claimed the spoils for himself, remaining silent all the while. His fury peaked, and he struck his thigh with a resounding slap. Abruptly rising to his feet, teeth gritted. It dawned on him why that scoundrel insisted on parting ways with him, refusing to await rescue together, merely to hoard the bounty for himself. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Once considering Chun-Qing a decent sort, he now felt an overwhelming urge to flay him alive. Realizing the magnitude of his loss, he cursed vehemently, wishing for Chun-Qing to become fodder for the very monsters they faced. Suddenly, a series of squeaks echoed from the depths of the sewer, startling him into silence. His heart raced as he held his breath, peering into the encroaching darkness. In his previous fit of rage, he had momentarily forgotten the perilousness of his surroundings. Abruptly, he spotted a pair of glistening green eyes, soon followed by more, appearing like ghostly flames in the distance, sending chills down his spine. A rumble reverberated through the sewer as countless mutated rats emerged into Zhou Shengwei's line of sight, their eyes brimming with insatiable hunger as they surged toward him like a tidal wave. Zhou's pupils constricted, his face contorted in horror as he hastily rose. Yet, as he lifted the sewer grate, he was immediately engulfed by the throng of mutated rats. No! His screams of despair and fear echoed through the sewer. Zhang Dafei! Oh, Zhang Dafei! The truths you conceal are already known at the national level. Chun-Qing, upon witnessing the same news, could not help but shake his head. Had the other party possessed even a modicum of magnanimity, they could have collaborated, avoiding the necessity of a life-and-death struggle that culminated in such a dire outcome. What manner of creature had morphed into that colossal beast? He could not comprehend it. The black-haired monster he encountered appeared rare, but upon reflection, it was merely the black cat from old Wang's home. Yet, the cat's level of mutation seemed alarmingly high, having evolved extraordinary intelligence and form. Never mind, he thought. There was no need to dwell on it. Casting aside distractions, Chun Qing donned the store clerk's attire he had found in the restroom, topped with a cap to shield himself from the sun, and departed. This place was no longer safe. There was no reason to linger. Before long, he sped away in his car. After half an hour, 3 figures appeared in his line of sight, a woman and 2 men, armed. They were engaged in a fierce battle against 7 black, mutated ants. The ants' exoskeletons resembled black iron, shimmering ominously in the sunlight, their mandibles sharp enough to shatter bone. Moreover, their strength was formidable, easily propelling a person several meters away upon impact. Lu Yong, the 2 bystanders shouted in alarm. I'm fine. Lu Yong, having been knocked down by a mutated ant, struggled to rise despite his injuries and continued to fight valiantly. Chun Qing drove up to them, instantly capturing their attention. Exiting the vehicle and closing the door behind him, he inquired, "Do you require assistance?" A few individuals glanced at the 17 or 18-year-old Chun Qing, and the speechless Lu Yong exclaimed, "Brother, come quickly and lend a hand. Does this person not grasp the situation? Do we not appear to be in need of assistance?" Chun Qing, unhurried, replied, "Very well. The heads of the ants I slay shall belong to me." The trio, somewhat beleaguered, found themselves in a precarious situation. Yet for the moment, they were safe and had the opportunity to counterattack against the ants. There was no urgency for him. He first clarified his terms. "Agreed," responded the only woman among them, Zhou Xiaomao, with a nod. With the conditions established, Chun Qing swiftly launched into action. His watermelon knife aimed at the head of a black ant, piercing it with a sudden thrust. The creature's flesh erupted, blood splattering forth. Although the ants appeared to possess sturdy exoskeletons, they could not possibly rival steel in strength. Goodness, Lu Yong was taken aback, never expecting this remarkably youthful convenience store clerk to be so ferocious, dispatching a mutated ant with his very first strike. Upon accomplishing the kill, Chun Qing rapidly turned his attention to the other ants, seeking more gems to enhance his abilities. His strikes were quick and ruthlessly effective. Nearly every ant he attacked fell to a single blow, leaving the 3 in a state of astonishment as they exchanged glances. Ultimately, Chun Qing collected 5 gems, while the trio garnered only 2, primarily due to Chun Qing's superior physical prowess, which made dealing with the ants considerably easier for him. "Brother, your skills are impressive," praised another middle-aged man with a buzz cut, his gaze fixated on the gems Chun Qing was pocketing, his eyes glinting with intrigue. These gems could augment one's strength, a priceless treasure in this chaotic world. After all, with the collapse of societal order, possessing power could safeguard one's life, rendering wealth and beauty inconsequential. Having witnessed Chun Qing's capabilities, Zhou Xiaomao promptly extended an invitation. Introducing herself, "I am Zhou Xiaomao. This is Li Yong, and this is Brother Ma Zhongxiao. We are currently part of an organization comprising about 50 to 60 members. Would you be interested in joining us?" "Greetings," Chun Qing acknowledged with a nod, then feigned surprise. 50 to 60 members? In just 2 short days, while many remain paralyzed by fear, someone has managed to organize such a number. The leader's abilities should not be underestimated. Indeed, Zhou Xiaomao affirmed, joining the organization will provide greater safety in combating these monsters. Although your strength is commendable, one misstep in the wild could lead to encounters with formidable foes, making self-preservation quite challenging. Agreed, Chun Qing responded with a slight nod, acknowledging her wisdom. Given his current capabilities, he was far from ready to face the monsters alone. "Are you implying that you are willing to join?" inquired the eldest among them, Ma Zhongxiao. "Yes," Chun Qing confirmed. Despite his aversion to crowds, he recognized the necessity of a sanctuary before embarking on solitary adventures. Subsequently, the 4 engaged in conversation as they made their way to the organization. While seated in the vehicle, Lu Yong marveled, "You're only 18, and yet you could drive? What young rascal?" Through their dialogue, they gleaned more about each other as circumstances. The 3 were not friends per se, but merely teammates assigned by the organization for hunting. "I only learned because I was curious. My father taught me." Chun Qing casually deflected, maintaining an air of nonchalance. In truth, having grown up in an orphanage, he remained oblivious to the identity of his parents. As for driving, he had previously assisted the neighbors in the corridor with various chores. A drunken neighbor, in a bid for convenience, had casually taught him how to sell and deliver alcohol. Before long, several individuals arrived, claiming to represent the organization. It was a small village, its structures ravaged by monsters, resembling a desolate ruin from afar. Though some houses remained somewhat intact, barely offering shelter from the elements. Lu Yong, Zhou Xiaomao, and Ma Zhongxiao returned, only to notice an additional person in their midst. The patrolling personnel at the village entrance checked their list and discovered that Chen Qing was not among them. A newcomer, Lu Yong explained, "We encountered him on the road, and he expressed a desire to join our organization." "Hello, I am Chen Qing," he smiled. The patrolman, unfazed, muttered dismissively, "I don't care what you're called. You're not a woman, and being so young, what use could you possibly be?" He then glanced into the vehicle, exclaiming joyfully, "Not bad, you've brought so much food. You lot, come here and move all the food to the warehouse." He beckoned others to assist in transporting the provisions. Throughout, he completely disregarded Chen Qing, who maintained a shy smile, seemingly unaffected by the indifference shown towards him. To him, this mere food was inconsequential, as long as he was strong enough. He could claim not only what was in the vehicle, but also what resided in the warehouse. Chapter 8. A successful recruitment. The remnants of shattered walls, devastated by monsters, were cast in a somber light beneath the fading rays of the setting sun. As the food was depleted, Chen Qing drove into the village. Observing the residents whose spirits were unusually heavy, burdened by concerns for their livelihoods the following day. After several complications, Chen Qing never even caught a glimpse of the organization's leader, being entirely overlooked and merely a nominal member, with his vehicle confiscated. They provided him with a dismal living arrangement and paid him no further attention. To obtain food, one must venture out to hunt monsters and surrender the obtained gems, a notion that left Chen Qing bemused. Indeed, he had stumbled into a den of wolves, within the only intact structure in the village. Hu Hao perused the news while listening to Zhou Xiaomao discuss the day's events. "You say that new young man possesses considerable strength?" "Indeed," Zhou Xiaomao nodded. "He can easily handle mutated ants and must have collected quite a few gems." "Is that so?" Hu Hao squinted, his hands wandering over Zhou Xiaomao's form as he licked his lips. "The stronger, the better. I shall assign him some more challenging tasks." "Aren't you concerned he might surpass you?" Zhou Xiaomao queried, though she refrained from stopping Hu Hao's advances. "The gems he acquires must be surrendered," Hu Hao smirked. "I will send a dozen men to accompany him, to keep a watchful eye. When he is exhausted from battling monsters, would he dare defy the rules I have set? What you say is quite right. Following you, Hu Ge, is indeed a wise choice." Zhou Xiaomao's cheeks flushed slightly from Hu Hao's teasing. "Certainly," Hu Hao grinned, leaning down to pin Zhou Xiaomao beneath him. A fleeting moment of intimacy ensued, not meant for the ears of outsiders. The next day, at the break of dawn, there was a hurried knock at Chen Qing's door, indicating that the visitor was not one to be trifled with. Upon opening the door, Chen Qing inquired, "What is it?" "You have been assigned a task. The arrival of new challenges is upon us. Brother Hao has tasked you with joining these individuals for a hunt, targeting the mutated centipedes. Let us proceed." "Ah, there is prey." Chen Qing relishes the prospect. The advantages of being part of an organization are numerous. During downtime, one finds relative safety. And without reconnaissance tasks, there's no need to seek out monsters. Generally, the strength of encountered creatures falls within manageable limits, and should one find themselves outmatched, there are others to shield them. In comparison, the trivial cost of sustenance pales in significance. As Chen Qing boarded the truck destined for their objective, he found himself among a dozen companions, the atmosphere heavy and stifling. Noticing the glances directed his way, he realized that his plan for discretion was rendered futile. The journey was marked by an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of the vehicle's movement. Contemplating the situation, Chen Qing decided to probe. "Do you not feel a sense of dissatisfaction?" No one responded. "What benefits do you gain from serving Hu Hao? Are you content to toil as his subservience?" Chen Qing pressed on, asserting that the true strength gained was Hu Hao's, not theirs. What was the purpose of their relentless struggles? Hu Hao, as a leader, exercised an iron grip, and Chen Qing doubted the willingness of these individuals to acquiesce. At his words, the passengers exchanged glances, many revealing expressions of indignation but lacking the courage to speak out. In time, should you lose your value, you may find yourselves in the same position as I am today, subject to orders, on a path from which there is no return, Chen Qing remarked calmly. He felt no urgency, If these individuals were unwilling to betray Hu Hao, he could slay the mutated centipedes and depart unscathed. They lacked the ability to pursue him, and even if they did, they could not best him. Regrettably, despite Qin Shing's harsh words, none dared to respond. However, he could surmise that their purpose was indeed to monitor him. Otherwise, someone would have questioned his assertions or suspected his sanity. Do you understand why he has sent you to watch me? Qin Shing continued. It is because he fears me, fears that I may surpass him, jeopardizing his position as leader. If you are willing to lend me your support, I am confident I can defeat Hu Hao. Arrived, the driver announced, interrupting Qin Shing's attempts at persuasion. The group disembarked, finding themselves in a desolate desert, a dry, hot wind greeting them. The surroundings were barren, with only the occasional patch of grass to break the monotony. It was a lifeless expanse where no one would wish to linger. Where are the mutated centipedes? Qin Shing inquired, raising an eyebrow. The driver, remaining vigilant in the vehicle, replied, they will emerge shortly. Rustling sounds soon followed, and, as if summoned, a swarm of large, crimson centipedes erupted from the sands, encircling the group. These creatures were formidable, measuring over a meter in length and nearly a dozen centimeters in diameter, with undulating antennae and a multitude of legs that twisted grotesquely. They were precisely the quarry of Qin Shing's expedition. Fear not, let us unite to confront them. With a swift draw of his watermelon knife, Qin Shing initiated the assault, decisively cleaving one centipede in two. Clearly, Hu Hao had underestimated Qin Shing's capabilities. To him, the mutated centipedes posed little threat, requiring neither elaborate strategies nor extensive efforts to handle. Qin Shing exhibited an impressive show of strength, dispatching the mutated centipedes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he felled over 10, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Soon, Qin Shing cleared away all the centipedes and, along with the others, unearthed the beads. The centipede beads, much like those from rats, were gray. Could it be that gray represented the lowest tier? Holding a bead in his hand, Qin Shing contemplated. There were a total of 19. As the group tallied the count, the sight ignited fervent gazes among the crowd. Such a quantity exceeded their wildest imaginations. There are 14 of us, 1 bead each, declared Qin Shing. The remaining 5 will be taken back to Hu Hao. Just moments ago, he had discerned the reason for the absence of dissent. It was simple. Among them were Hu Hao's loyal subordinates, who would never betray him, instilling fear in the others. They exchanged glances, their intentions stirring. Punishment would not be meted out universally. They had all partaken, and even those among them who were Hu Hao's spies would have little to say. Even if they did, it was improbable that such a multitude would be punished. The rules were rigid, yet the people were alive. Qin Shing, with a knowing assertion, casually placed the bead into his pocket. Observing this, the others steeled themselves, and each took a bead. In their view, should the truth emerge, they could easily shift the blame onto Qin Shing, incurring no loss. After dividing the spoils, they set off on their return journey. The truck's fuel was only sufficient for a round trip, which explained why none could escape the organization. In the desert, devoid of sustenance, there was but one path, death. As night fell, Hu Hao inquired about the situation, having received 5 beads. The truck driver shook his head. He performed admirably, showing no signs of defiance. That is good, Hu Hao nodded in satisfaction. We shall continue tomorrow. Since he possesses considerable strength, we must extract his value. Here is your reward. He tossed a bag of chips, which landed at the driver's feet. I risk my life for you, and you offer me chips instead of beads? The driver's expression froze as he clenched his fists, picked up the chips, and muttered, Thank you, Brother Hao. The following day, Qin Shing and his group set out once more for the hunt. I've had enough. On the road, the driver shouted furiously, Qin Shing, let us be honest. I am Hu Hao's spy. Oh, Qin Shing exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated such a revelation to come so swiftly. He thought it would take days for progress. Chapter 9, Devious Tactics. Hu Hao is truly despicable. The driver slammed his hands on the steering wheel, harboring deep resentment towards Hu Hao. I toil for him, risking my life merely to survive. He withholds the beads from me and offers only food. If real danger arises, I may very well lose my life. What use is food then? He vented his frustrations, resonating with the collective grievances of all in the truck. They were all being exploited by Hu Hao, toiling against monsters, with their lives hanging by a thread, while Hu Hao indulged himself in leisure, waiting for them to deliver the beads. The driver's words acted as a spark, igniting a powder keg of resentment within the cabin. Indeed, he uses the beads to enhance his own power, living comfortably. What does he take us for? We have no obligation to serve him. Young brother Ching, do you truly possess the means to deal with that scoundrel Hu Hao? A dozen voices erupted in vehement condemnation of Hu Hao, their faces flushed with anger, as they expressed a fervent desire to rend him limb from limb. Ching solemnly nodded, stating, since we are all discontented with Hu Hao's actions, we must enhance our own strength and seize the opportunity to topple him. He subsequently articulated his plan, which received unanimous approval from the group. The plan, in essence, was quite simple. Hu Hao, with his selfish demeanor, would not share the pearls he acquired. Although he may possess formidable personal strength, the power of many can overwhelm even the strongest individual. The strategy of swarming could prove effective. Naturally, the quality of the swarm must not be too low, as it must pose a credible threat to Hu Hao. Upon arriving at their destination, they encountered the mutated centipede once more, albeit in a different location than the previous day. Ching showcased his prowess, establishing his authority. There are a total of 22 pearls. Let us divide them, he declared, exhibiting remarkable generosity. It is said that one cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing a child. Distributing such a bounty caused Ching a twinge of pain. Yet sacrifices must be made, as hoarding the pearls would surely incite discontent among the others. Although Ching single-handedly hunted the mutated centipedes, all shared in the spoils, instilling a sense of gratitude among the group, who felt a touch of shame for receiving without contributing. Thus, despite being the youngest, Ching garnered respect and emerged as the group's backbone, which was precisely his intention. Holding a pearl, he felt the warm currents surging within him. After deliberation, he posed a crucial question. Driver, you have had the most interaction with Hu Hao. What is his strength like? Very formidable, the driver replied, taking a deep breath. The morning before last, I witnessed him test his strength by punching through a wall, and we are required to offer over 20 pearls daily. He will only grow stronger. This revelation astonished everyone. He punched through a wall? What immense force must that require? Is he even a being that can be confronted? Ching sighed at the mention of 20 pearls. Such a staggering number was indeed absurd. No wonder no one dared betray him. It seemed that while testing his strength, he was also issuing a warning. It appears we must act tonight. Ching declared, his resolve firm. If we delay, Hu Hao may become invincible. We must strike before he has a chance to suspect us. Tonight, the group was taken aback, startled by Ching's decisiveness. After absorbing 2 pearls, our strength should far exceed our previous capabilities. Utilizing the strategy of swarming against him may yield success. Ching narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting to the mutated centipede as he contemplated the necessary preparations. In truth, he harbored additional intentions. Among these individuals, there were likely other confidants, merely feigning indignation alongside him. Even if there were none, prolonged time could breed treachery. Thus, it was best to act swiftly and decisively. That night, the indulgent Hu Hao summoned the driver to inquire about the situation. Originally, there were only about 10 pearls from the mutated centipede, but to satiate his greed, he allowed each of us to take one. The driver recounted the events in full. Oh, Hu Hao furrowed his brows, a cold smile playing on his lips. This fellow seems rather restless, making a move so soon. He cannot be allowed to remain. For those who possess a rebellious spirit and pose a threat, he believes it necessary to eradicate them at the earliest opportunity to prevent future troubles. Bang! The door swung open, and a man burst in. Brother Hao, the newcomer is stealing food in the warehouse. Damn it, he really has a death wish. Hu Hao slammed his palm on the coffee table, rising sharply, and declared resolutely, Come, gather the brothers. I want everyone to witness the fate of those who betray me. Ching had defied him multiple times. He could no longer tolerate his existence. With a few men in tow, he stormed into the warehouse where food was typically stored. Bang! Hu Hao led the charge, kicking the door open, and as they surged in, they caught Ching leisurely munching on potato chips, red-handed. I took you in out of kindness, yet you dare to pilfer the hard-earned food of everyone. You seek death. Hu Hao sneered. Initially, he had pondered how to dispose of Ching, for failing to hand over the beads could hardly warrant a death sentence. However, the audacity of stealing food had roused the ire of the masses. Thus, Two crimes warranted a dual punishment, and killing him should not incite public outrage. Casually tossing a chip into his mouth, Chun-Shing appeared unfazed, a smile gracing his face. "I've been waiting for you." The driver's demeanor did not suggest deceit. It was least likely for him to betray Hu Hao. Moreover, the individuals he selected were the most vocal in their grievances against Hu Hao, indicating they were unlikely to be his hidden confidants. As for the others, they had to remain under his watchful eye to avoid any leakage of information. Suddenly, the lights blazed bright. From the dim corners of the warehouse emerged a dozen men, their intentions far from benevolent, armed and ready, the scene shifting dramatically in an instant. "You." Hu Hao's expression shifted, glancing around in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, "You dare to betray me?" "Brother Hao, I did not betray you." One step forward, rushing to Hu Hao's side, instantly explaining, "I was tightly monitored and couldn't send you any warning." This revelation did not surprise Chun-Shing. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance and acted decisively. Otherwise, he would have been the one facing Hu Hao's schemes the following day. "Hu Hao, today is your day of reckoning. I've tolerated you for far too long. You must pay the price. Brothers, let us join forces and take him down." A surge of eagerness rippled through the crowd. Here, only Hu Hao and his four subordinates stood against them. While they boasted a formidable 14, their courage swelled. "Ha ha!" Hu Hao laughed heartily, disdain evident in his voice. "Do you truly believe that this motley crew of rotten eggs and spoiled potatoes can defeat me? Naive." With that, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The assailant spat blood and was sent flying, crashing into the wall before collapsing unconscious. The entire sequence flowed with such fluidity that the onlookers barely had time to react. For a moment, they were left stunned. Among Hu Hao's followers was Ma Zhongxiao, whom Chun-Shing encountered for the first time. He looked at Chun-Shing, shaking his head. "You are courting your own demise." Unfazed, Chun-Shing raised his hand. "Everyone, charge together. I will hold off Hu Hao. You take care of the others first." "Hold me off." Hu Hao scoffed. "Do you think you are worthy?" He stepped forward, intent on taking Chun-Shing's life. Capture the leader before the followers. Chun-Shing wished to thwart him, yet Hu Hao was equally eager to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity as a cautionary measure. As Hu Hao approached, Chun-Shing maintained his composure, subtly reaching into a bag of chips to retrieve an item, which he hurled towards Hu Hao as he drew near. Whoosh! The yellow sand shot forth, filling the air and enveloping Hu Hao, startling him into instinctively shielding his face and chest with his arms to protect against the sand's assault on his eyes and vulnerable heart. Thud! The next moment, Chun-Shing surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Hu Hao's groin. A single move can conquer all. Though his tactics were underhanded, the outcome was undeniably effective. Zhang Dafei had previously fallen victim to his technique of flying sand and stones. Damn, how cunning! Hu Hao's face turned ashen, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as his legs instinctively closed together, barely withstanding the devastating blow. Can he really endure this? Chun-Shing was astonished. He had exerted all his strength, expecting to incapacitate Hu Hao instantly, yet the latter proved remarkably resilient. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around them. Among Hu Hao's four subordinates, the one who had strayed from Chun-Shing's team was the weakest, easily subdued, while the remaining three continued to resist fiercely. They were Hu Hao's most trusted men, motivated by the rewards they had received, but the gap in skill was not significant enough to hold out for long against the tide of combat. Regrouping, Hu Hao cautiously monitored Chun-Shing, reluctant to act recklessly, and in the meantime, he dispatched one of his own men to alleviate some pressure on his side. "Come at me," Chun-Shing taunted, confident that he could withstand Hu Hao's approach. Upon hearing this, Hu Hao's lips twitched, a storm of frustration swirling within him. Damn, how audacious to be so brazen while employing such underhanded tactics. Chapter 10. The Demise of Hu Hao. Inside the warehouse, the air was stifling, filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Hu Hao watched as his subordinates were subdued, his expression grave. He knew he could not afford to delay. Despite his apprehension regarding the sand in Chun-Shing's possession, he launched another assault on him. He had not anticipated how formidable this opponent would be. Had he known, he would have brought weapons and summoned more men. Here comes another. Chun-Shing again extracted sand from the chip bag, tossing it at Hu Hao. Having learned from past encounters, Hu Hao retreated without hesitation, avoiding the sandy onslaught, sneering, "I'm curious to see how much sand that little bag can hold." To avoid detection, It was clear that the bag could not contain much sand or would easily give away its contents. Thus, he believed that once Chun Qing exhausted his supply of sand, it would mark the end for him. Chun Qing remained unperturbed, continuing, "You think I can't hold you off? Damn." Hu Hao, furious, advanced once more. This time, instead of sand, Chun Qing produced a stone from the bag and hurled it at Hu Hao with all his might. Hu Hao's heart raced as he dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Qing drew a dagger from his waist, its blade glinting brilliantly in the light as it cut through the air, leaving a long gash on Hu Hao's right arm, flesh laid bare. "I can kill." Chun Qing made his assessment. Blood flowed, staining the garments. And Hu Hao grimaced in pain, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained malice as he bellowed, "You scoundrel, die for me." He lunged forward, raising his fist to strike with such force that it sliced through the air, a testament to his formidable physical prowess. However, Chun Qing, having successfully landed a blow, had already anticipated a retreat to a safe distance, skillfully evading the punch and escaping unscathed. Damn it! Hu Hao seethed with rage, feeling perpetually suppressed by his opponent. A sense of profound humiliation washing over him. The chaos had persisted for 3 or 4 days. He had absorbed no less than 70 or 80 orbs, transforming his body beyond recognition. Yet he found himself injured by someone evidently weaker, while his adversary remained completely unharmed. Such indignity was unbearable. At that moment, Hu Hao's subordinates were systematically subdued, pinned to the ground, and bound with ropes, rendered immobile. A dozen individuals completed their task, swiftly surrounding Hu Hao, their unwavering gazes fixed upon him, denying him any chance of escape. Hu Hao felt a palpable sense of danger, the veins on his forehead bulging. His gaze steely. "Do you truly believe I am easy prey?" He had not yet been defeated. With his extraordinary physical strength, he could easily vanquish the 10 or so adversaries before him, the only formidable challenge being Chun Qing. "It is not that you're easy to bully, but rather that you underestimate them," Chun Qing retorted, unperturbed. "The rampant exploitation, oppression, and inequitable treatment, of course, incite rebellion. You cannot genuinely believe you can play the tyrant in this modern age of equality, can you? In this chaotic apocalypse. It is all too easy for humanity's primal desires to resurface, and when ambitions, long shackled by rules and regulations, are unleashed, they behave in the most grotesque manner." Chun Qing raised his arm and called out, "Everyone, together now. Take him down." There would be no underhanded tactics. He dared not approach recklessly. A punch capable of shattering walls was no trifling matter. "Kill!" The group surged forward like a tidal wave, their strikes vicious. The warehouse was small, leaving little room to evade. Hu Hao had no choice but to confront them, with nowhere to flee. Their deep-seated animosity towards him would not allow such a prime opportunity to slip away. The resentment they had accumulated over time surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief surge of emotion, Hu Hao, cornered, became composed and resolute, withstanding the blows of their weapons. With a single punch, he sent one adversary flying, his survival instinct amplifying his strength. Those who had surrounded him were hurled back one after another, either crashing into stacks of rice or slamming against the walls to halt their momentum, each collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood, utterly incapacitated. Chun Qing, concealed among the crowd, discreetly thrust a knife into Hu Hao, swift and precise, piercing his chest. Alas, Hu Hao instinctively evaded a direct hit to his heart, or the outcome would have been assured. Chun Qing quickly retreated as Hu Hao's fist swung in his direction. In a mere 2 minutes, relying on his immense strength, Hu Hao, at the cost of numerous wounds, defeated everyone present except for Chun Qing. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hu Hao's face turned pale as he fixed his gaze on Chun Qing, his eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent, cruel and lethal. Chun Qing's expression grew grave, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of his opponent. Clutching the wound inflicted by Chun Qing, Hu Hao's body was marred with bruises and stained with blood. Yet his gaze remained fiercely resolute. "You shall perish." He charged forward with great vigor, intent solely on ending Chun Qing's life. "I must commend your endurance," Chun Qing remarked, avoiding a direct confrontation as he maneuvered through the warehouse, using stacks of rice as obstacles to evade Hu Hao, severely injured. Engaging in vigorous movement would only hasten his demise. Thus, Chun Qing would never truly risk a life-or-death struggle against him. For the disparity in their physical capabilities was monumental. One misstep could lead to his own downfall. You may continue to evade, but I will drag them down with me. Hu Hao threatened, viciously stepping on a villager, causing him to tremble and blood to gush from his mouth. Chun Qing's expression turned grave. They fell valiantly to overthrow the oppressors. Their sacrifice is profoundly honorable. I shall pray for their souls to find peace. Hu Hao was rendered speechless by rage, gazing at Chun Qing's pained expression, filled with hatred, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, growing increasingly weak, his breath shallow. Damn it, how ruthless! Chun Qing smirked inwardly at the situation. Threatening me with the lives of strangers? Do I seem heroic to you? After 2 more minutes of futile struggle, Hu Hao abandoned his pursuit, shifting his focus to the villagers, preparing to take a few down with him before his end. Suddenly, Chun Qing's dagger flew forth, striking swiftly while Hu Hao's attention wavered, delivering a thunderous blow. The blade plunged directly into Hu Hao's forehead, piercing through. Hu Hao gasped in shock. The suddenness of the attack left him no time to react. Staring intently at Chun Qing, his pupils gradually dulled, eyes wide open. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Had I planned this sooner, I might have indeed taken a few with me. Chun Qing remarked nonchalantly. What's happening over there? It's so noisy. A throng of villagers moved towards the warehouse, only to be met with a shocking sight. Upon seeing Hu Hao with a dagger embedded in his forehead, fear swept over them. Hu Hao is dead, Lu Yong exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Xiaomao pushed through the crowd, and upon seeing the deceased, she was struck by thunder, rushing forward and crying out, Brother Hao. Her relationship with Hu Hao was well known, so there were no surprises among the onlookers. I will kill you. In the next moment, she turned to Chun Qing, screaming as she charged at him. With a swift kick, Chun Qing sent her sprawling back, his expression unyielding. You cannot kill me. Do not force my hand against women. Before the gathered crowd, he could not act with malice. Many in the village had served Hu Hao loyally, and his earlier provocative remarks had already stirred tensions. If he were to kill Zhou Xiaomao now, it would likely ignite a wave of vengeful outrage, leading to a counterattack. At this juncture, having assumed Hu Hao's position, he needed to embody a different role. Zhou Xiaomao winced in pain, her eyes filled with fear, hesitant to provoke him further, terrified that Chun Qing, the executioner, might indeed strike. Hu Hao's tyranny was his downfall. From this day forth, the leadership shall change. Chun Qing declared with fervor, if any of you seek vengeance for Hu Hao, come forth. I will face you all. The crowd fell silent, paralyzed by fear. With Hu Hao slain, they knew they stood no chance against him. Due to the demise of the leader, the village was fated to undergo a transformation. Among the villagers, some rejoiced at Hu Hao's death, while others mourned. That night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 11. Prosperity in Peril. The following day, a new order was established. In a world where survival was a tenuous grasp, no one could afford to dwell in the past. Even Zhou Xiaomao, at least on the surface, accepted the reality, obediently deferring to Chun Qing. Undoubtedly, Chun Qing was elevated to the position of leader. This was inevitable. If not for the ambition of leadership, why would Chun Qing have invested so much effort, even sharing his spoils with others? However, compared to Hu Hao, Chun Qing was not one to be ruthless. After all, everyone was fighting for their lives. Thus, the spoils were to be shared equitably, with the capable receiving more and the less fortunate receiving less, distributed according to the merits of their tasks. Naturally, the requisite contributions were still mandatory. Each time they ventured out to slay mutated creatures, 20% of the spoils were to be given to Chun Qing as compensation for his stewardship of the village. Thanks to Chun Qing's relatively lenient management, the atmosphere in the village improved. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The villagers fully embraced Chun Qing as their leader, and the village's reputation began to flourish. Daily, new individuals expressed a desire to join, a development Chun Qing welcomed with open arms. The more prosperous the settlement became, the greater the benefits he would reap. During this time, Chun Qing also ventured out to hunt monsters, utilizing his own strength to amass anywhere from 20 to 30 beads in a single day. In addition to the 10 or so beads he submitted as tribute each day, significantly enhancing his prowess. Although it appeared that becoming the village leader did not confer exorbitant advantages, the reality was that a dedicated team was tasked with scouting the locations of monsters. Otherwise, Chun Qing would have found it challenging to hunt mutated beasts for beads, risking entry into perilous territories and encountering colossal creatures, potentially becoming their prey. As his strength increased, So too did the rate at which he absorbed power. Holding a bead in his hand, Chun-Shing felt it assimilate within him in just 2 minutes, transforming into a warm current that nourished his internal organs and augmented his physical strength. After absorbing all his spoils, Chun-Shing clenched his fist, the power surging within him, instilling a profound sense of confidence. He chuckled, "If I encounter a cat monster again, I will be more than capable of facing it head-on." The cat monster he referred to was the creature transformed from the black cat of Old Wang's family, which had caused him considerable trouble, but yielded green beads of significantly higher quality than the gray ones. Suddenly, Chun-Shing's laughter faded as he turned to see Zhou Xiaomao entering the room. Today, she had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. Her lightly adorned face was charming, and she wore a white short-sleeved top that accentuated her slender waist, while her shorts revealed her fair, alluring thighs, captivating the gaze of any onlooker. She possessed a certain beauty. Otherwise, she would not have caught Hu Hao's attention. Chun-Shing raised an eyebrow, gaining some insight upon seeing her. "There is no need for such theatrics." He shook his head. "I will not neglect my duties to you." Though he was young and brimming with vitality, he had no desire to take over a woman who had already been claimed by Hu Hao. Moreover, this was not the time to be distracted by allure. His singular ambition was to grow stronger. At his words, Zhou Xiaomao appeared flustered, ultimately departing in disappointment. "It is unacceptable. If this continues, I may meet an untimely demise in this chaotic world." Zhou Xiaomao was consumed by anxiety and rage, her hatred for Chun-Shing intensifying with each passing moment. Following Hu Hao's death, her status plummeted drastically, a stark contrast to her previous standing. Indeed, Hu Hao had mentioned that his success was attributed to a formidable uncle. If this uncle were to learn of his nephew's murder, he would undoubtedly seek to exact a brutal vengeance on Chun-Shing. "Perhaps, if I approach him as Hu Hao's woman, I might receive some favor." A spark ignited in her eyes as she swiftly retrieved Hu Hao's phone, locating his uncle's contact information. She dialed the number. "Hello." A frail voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Is this Hu Hao's uncle? You may not yet be aware, but Hu Hao has been killed by a despicable individual named Chun-Shing," Zhou Xiaomao relayed with utmost sincerity, embellishing the account of Hu Hao's demise to instill conviction and loathing in her listener. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xiaomao, feeling a twinge of confusion, inquired, "Uncle, are you there?" The other party remained silent for over 10 seconds before responding, his tone hoarse and laden with a palpable thirst for vengeance. "Tell me Chun-Shing's current whereabouts. He has slain my nephew, and I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death." Life continued in an orderly fashion. Daily, new individuals joined, while others succumbed to the harsh reality. For the deceased, Chun-Shing could offer little more than a hasty burial. In this tumultuous world, having a resting place was a rare blessing, and he could provide no further solace. It was precisely this reality that solidified Chun-Shing's leadership. Despite being a mere youth commanding their actions, initial dissent gradually faded with time. This was due to the rapid escalation of their leader's strength. They soon realized that any attempt at rebellion would only lead to their own demise. However, from another perspective, Chun-Shing's growing power was a boon for them, signifying enhanced safety for the village. On the 5th day, Chun-Shing pondered, "What is happening? Why has the pearl ceased to yield results?" Frowning, he clutched a gray pearl that showed no sign of effect. Could it be that his physical enhancement had reached its zenith, rendering further progress impossible? If that were the case, it would be deeply disappointing. "Brother Qing, quickly check your phone. There is important news," someone urged Chun-Shing. He opened his phone to examine the information. The pearls found within the monster's brains were categorized into several tiers, ranging from weak to strong: gray, green, yellow, blue, and purple. There were likely even higher tiers, though he had yet to acquire relevant knowledge. Once a person's strength reached a certain threshold, lower-tier pearls would lose their efficacy, necessitating the absorption of higher-tier pearls for continued enhancement. The nation was attempting to utilize nuclear weapons to bombard the powerful monsters. Chun-Shing gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a nation remains a nation. While he had only encountered gray and green pearls, the country had already mastered 3 tiers above that. This implies that truly formidable individuals had absorbed purple pearls. A profound sense of urgency enveloped him. He yearned for strength, unwilling to be surpassed by others. In a fleeting moment, he awakened to the realization that he remained a frog at the bottom of the well. If one's vision lingers too long within the confines of a small village, monumental achievements will inevitably elude them. It is no surprise that nations wielding formidable weapons garner high-caliber resources, yet he recognized that he had grown far too complacent during this period. Chen Qing took a deep breath, resolutely deciding it was time to depart and grow stronger through the embrace of adventure. After 2 days of careful contemplation, Chen Qing chose Lu Yong to be the next leader. Me? Lu Yong exclaimed, taken aback and pointing at himself. He could not fathom what merits he possessed to catch Chen Qing's discerning eye. You are amiable, Chen Qing remarked, patting him on the shoulder. As a leader, he did not wish to abandon his responsibilities lightly, and Lu Yong's unready disposition and friendly nature assured him that he could support him without aspirations of territorial expansion. After entrusting Lu Yong with the superfluous gray beads, confident in his ability to command respect, Chen Qing departed. He sought to experience grander spectacles, unwilling to languish in his humble locale. The kingdom of Tianyun established the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humanity, where those named would receive national cultivation. The kingdom of Haixin formed an elite alliance, where the strongest among them had once battled a giant lizard exceeding 20 meters in length, decisively vanquishing it. News updates flowed daily. The world had transformed, and those who could swiftly adapt to this new realm were destined for greatness. With his current prowess, Chen Qing lamented the vast chasm separating him from them. With a sigh, he drove a gasoline-fueled vehicle into the outskirts, seeking prey. Fortune favors the bold, and he refused to be a weakling sheltered beneath the protection of the strong. He was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. After traveling 5,000 meters, he spotted a scorpion towering to the height of an adult. Its black, menacing stinger captivating and fearsome, its sharp pincers formidable, and its 8 eerie eyes scanning the surroundings, exuding an aura of menace. You shall be mine. Chen Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he halted the vehicle, brandishing a dagger measuring over 30 centimeters, cautiously advancing to position himself for a stealthy strike. Suddenly, the scorpion pivoted, detecting the uninvited guest, its mandibles producing a shrill, grinding sound as its venomous stinger lunged toward the ground with ferocity. Huh? Chen Qing was taken aback. From such a distance, did it truly believe it could strike him? What absurdity! Boom! The earth erupted violently, scattering debris as if a powerful explosive lay hidden beneath. The shockwave reverberating beneath Chen Qing's feet, akin to an earthquake. What manner of sorcery was this? Chen Qing was astonished. Was the stinger concealing not poison, but rather volatile explosives? Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a series of explosions ensued, rapidly cascading toward Chen Qing, upturning countless clods of earth. Damn it! Chen Qing cursed vehemently, fleeing in terror. Seeking fortune is one thing, but this is pushing it too far. Chapter 12. Astonishing Breakthrough. Returning to the vehicle, he twisted the ignition key and furiously pressed the accelerator, hastily escaping the peril. He had nearly ventured forth only to meet an untimely end. Chen Qing cursed in frustration. It was merely a poisonous scorpion, yet its power was terrifying. Clack, clack. The sound of the venomous scorpion echoed from behind the car. Chen Qing turned his head just in time to witness the scorpion's stinger lunging towards his vehicle, causing him to gasp in shock and promptly slam his foot down on the accelerator. With a deafening explosion, the earth erupted as the scorpion's attack missed its target. Hey, scorpion, I have no enmity with you yet. Chen Qing's heart raced as he noted his speed had surged to 100. To his astonishment, the scorpion, with its 8 legs moving like the wind, relentlessly pursued him, refusing to relent. This mutation is far too formidable, Chen Qing stammered, nearly losing his composure. As the vehicle's speed escalated to 150, finally allowing him to create some distance. Relieved, he exhaled deeply, realizing that a smaller physique did not equate to weaker strength. In his estimation, the scorpion's prowess surpassed that of the cat demon he had previously faced by a factor of 10, with its internal gem likely a yellow one. A tier above the green he was accustomed to. If I could vanquish that scorpion, my strength would undoubtedly soar, Chen Qing mused, only to shake his head and chuckle at his own folly. He needed to tread carefully, one step at a time. With his current capabilities, dealing with green-tier mutated monsters was manageable. But if yellow-tier creatures were akin to the scorpion, he would surely hightail it at the first sight. After traveling a short distance, Chen Qing spotted a gas station and pulled over to refuel, then ventured into the convenience store to procure some snacks. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned to see the scorpion kicking up a cloud of dust in the distance, his heart sinking. Is this never-ending? He truly did not anticipate the scorpion's relentless pursuit to end his life. Just as he contemplated fleeing, a spark of inspiration struck him. He glanced at the gas station and retrieved a lighter from the convenience store counter. "You're forcing my hand." He unscrewed the fuel nozzle, allowing gasoline to cascade onto the ground, creating a trail as he sped away, deliberately crafting a path that would intersect with the scorpion's trajectory toward the gas station. Feigning escape. As the scorpion closed in, Chen Qing silently prayed for its intellect to falter. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, the distance between the scorpion and the gas station dwindled rapidly. Now, timing his move perfectly, he pressed the lighter, igniting the gasoline on the ground, and hastily distanced himself. Instantly, the flames, guided by the gasoline, surged toward the gas station, and as the scorpion crossed the threshold, the fire ignited at the pump. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the gas station erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending towering flames into the sky, and the terrifying shockwave, coupled with the inferno, engulfed the scorpion, thick smoke billowing upwards, manifesting unimaginable destruction. "Oh wow," Chen Qing exclaimed, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. It appeared that formidable monsters did not necessarily possess high intelligence, as the scorpion failed to recognize the impending explosion. This could yield bountiful rewards. Moments later, a battered scorpion, with one claw severed and 3 legs missing, emerged from the flames, charging straight for Chen Qing, its stinger barely hanging on, clearly on the brink of death. "It's still alive." Chen Qing blinked in disbelief, his expression shifting as he jumped into his vehicle, flooring the accelerator and hurtling towards the scorpion. The creature was in dire straits, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he did not intend to squander. "I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish you." Chen Qing's heart raced, acutely aware of the exhilarating thin line between life and death. The two adversaries closed in, their vehicles accelerating relentlessly, with the scorpion showing no signs of retreat. As they approached within 20 meters, ensuring that evasion was impossible, Chen Qing flung open the car door and leaped out, wisely avoiding a fatal confrontation with the scorpion inside the vehicle. Tumbling awkwardly across the sandy ground, he rose, disregarding the pain, and fled with the swiftness of an arrow. Even if the vehicle failed to extinguish the scorpion, it should lack the strength to pursue him further. Chen Qing needed to create distance to avert any unforeseen calamities. Bang! The vehicle collided violently with the scorpion, crumpling and compressing upon impact, yet retaining its formidable force as it propelled the scorpion back into the gas station. Moments later, an explosion erupted, generating a significant shockwave and inflicting further destruction, intensifying the blaze. This unexpected turn of events was a pleasant surprise for Chen Qing. "Surely, this would spell the end for you," he mused, gazing at the gas station's fiery aftermath with eager anticipation. By eliminating the scorpion, he would at least acquire the coveted yellow orb he had never before obtained. The flames raged on for an extended period, consuming the convenience store, which was reduced to ruins, black smoke billowing high into the sky, lingering ominously. Half an hour later, as the flames finally extinguished and the threat of a secondary explosion diminished, Chen Qing cautiously approached the charred remains, discovering the corpse of the scorpion alongside the completely wrecked vehicle. "This is a turning point," Chen Qing exclaimed, drawing his dagger to sever the scorpion's head, searching within for a moment before extracting a fist-sized orb. Cradling the orb in his hands, it emanated a soft, blue glow, which even the blazing sun struggled to overshadow. Radiating brilliance. A blue hue? After a brief moment of shock, Chen Qing was overjoyed. The blue orb surpassed the yellow one, representing a higher echelon, its effects undoubtedly worth their weight in gold. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Chen Qing felt a warm current coursing through his body, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring, so pleasurable that he nearly sighed in delight. Moments later, his limbs began to crackle, and his pores opened wide, as a layer of dark grime surfaced from his skin. His physical capabilities underwent astonishing transformations, with muscle definition becoming more pronounced, and his cells seemingly engaging in an unimaginable rate of metabolism, his hair growing rapidly. This phenomenon persisted for over 10 minutes, and Chen Qing could not help but close his eyes, reveling in this marvelous metamorphosis. Boom! Suddenly, he sensed the shackles hindering his enhancement shatter, as if he had entered a new realm. Upon opening his eyes, he realized his vision had sharpened, and his senses had significantly heightened. This indescribable sensation was utterly extraordinary. He gently swung his fist, cutting through the air, creating turbulence that resonated with a dull thud. Now, I could easily defeat 10 versions of my former self from mere moments ago. Qin was overwhelmed with joy, astonished by the formidable power of the blue orb. However, as his strength surged, the blue orb finally dissipated, having been completely absorbed. Gurgle! Suddenly his stomach growled, the pangs of hunger overwhelming him, bringing him back to reality. His nose twitched as he caught a whiff of a peculiar and rich aroma of meat, fragrant and potent. Reports had indicated that the flesh of creatures above the blue spectrum was exceptionally delectable, and it was not merely the pearls that possessed the ability to enhance strength. Their blood and flesh contained a wealth of energy essence that was easily absorbable and greatly beneficial to the human body. Qin's eyes brightened. In recent days, he had gained considerable insight into the global situation and the nature of mutated monsters, no longer the naive individual who relied solely on guesswork. After disposing of the toxic exoskeleton and hazardous parts, he consumed the remaining flesh directly. Aside from some portions being roasted, most of it was raw. But Qin could hardly withstand the gnawing hunger and disregarded the taste, forcing himself to eat it raw. With his bare hands, he stuffed the scorpion meat into his mouth, devouring it ravenously, unwilling to waste a single drop of its essence. 10 minutes later, he belched contentedly, patting his belly. While only the empty shell of the scorpion remained, the rest completely consumed. Perhaps his increased strength had enhanced his digestive capacity, for after devouring an entire scorpion, he felt no discomfort in his stomach. Excellent. A victorious first battle, and the next one promised even greater anticipation. A fierce battle spirit flickered in his eyes. Chapter 13, Pretense. In the furnace-like wilderness, Qin stood beside the corpse of the scorpion, invigorated. However, he hoped not to encounter such formidable monsters again. He shook his head, quickly regaining his composure. The defeat of the scorpion was purely a matter of fortuitous circumstances. He dared not wish for such luck to strike again. Moreover, relying on the explosive power of the gas station to combat monsters was far too perilous. Should the adversary possess sufficient intelligence, his fate would be dire. And such risks were not to be taken lightly. Suddenly, his gaze swept across the horizon, spotting vehicles approaching, likely drawn by the explosion at the gas station. Approximately 30 seconds later, the vehicle drew near and parked beside Qin. Peering into the car, his heart jolted. There were 4 individuals inside, 3 young men and an elderly man who appeared to be napping with his eyes closed. Were it not for the numerous firearms strewn about, Qin would have felt no surprise. However, the presence of such weaponry suggested that these individuals were not ordinary. In the driver's seat sat a man clad in denim, his dark skin and somber gaze betraying a certain gravity. He rolled down the window and leaned out, inquiring, "Is there a village nearby that gathers a considerable number of people?" "A village?" Qin feigned ignorance, responding cautiously, "I'm just wandering alone in the wilderness." "Is there a village nearby? Perhaps a refuge?" His counter-question was, in a sense, an attempt to bolster the credibility of his response. Given the current chaotic state of the world, he could not afford to make hasty declarations regarding his situation, especially when the individuals before him appeared to be of dubious character, posing a considerable threat to him, necessitating utmost vigilance. "Oomph." The driver scoffed, finding no useful information, and disregarded Qin, preparing to drive away. "Wait." The elderly man with hair as white as snow suddenly opened his eyes wide. Grasping a firearm and swiftly exiting the vehicle, his finger poised on the trigger, the dark muzzle unwaveringly aimed at Qin. A jolt of fear surged through Qin, causing him to take several hurried steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading, "Do not shoot, I yield." In truth, his fear was far from feigned. Despite having absorbed an impressively potent blue orb, he could not guarantee evading a bullet, especially given the elder's remarkably proficient grip on the weapon, indicating a seasoned veteran rather than a novice. Such a figure must have absorbed a substantial number of orbs, his strength formidable and not to be underestimated. However, Qin was deeply perplexed. Had his response contained some flaw? Why else would it provoke the elder's hostility? What was amiss? The other three occupants of the vehicle expressed their astonishment, immediately inquiring about the situation. "It's nothing," the elder replied, shaking his head. "I merely perceive this young man as extraordinary." His inquiry about whether the village serves as a refuge was devoid of surprise or any other emotion, his demeanor unervingly stable. Thus, enlightenment dawned upon Chen Qing and the others in the vehicle. While still aiming the gun at Chen Qing, the elder stepped into the ruins of the gas station, surveying the area before discovering the remains of a scorpion-like creature. "What is this?" he questioned. "The corpse of a monster," Chen Qing responded. "I utilized the explosion at the gas station to slay it." "You killed the monster?" The four were taken aback. "Elder, could you please lower your weapon?" Chen Qing chuckled awkwardly, adding, "My lack of astonishment regarding the refuge is simply because I can barely fend for myself in the wilderness. There is no need for apprehension." After a moment of hesitation, the elder relinquished his aggression towards Chen Qing, holstering his firearm and returning to the vehicle. "Let us go. The mission remains paramount." He noted that the young man appeared quite youthful, realizing he had perhaps been overly paranoid. Indeed, the driver nodded, starting the engine and preparing to depart. As the vehicle kicked up dust and receded into the distance, Chen Qing squinted, recognizing the elder's keen observational skills. Gazing around at the desolate expanse, he sighed. The vehicle was irreparably damaged. He needed to find another. The sun blazed high in the sky, the wilderness simmering like a furnace, capable of desiccating a person. A deathly silence and parched yellow hues filled Chen Qing's vision, yet he remained unperturbed, walking calmly along the road in search of a vehicle. Were an ordinary person to find themselves in such a predicament, despair would likely ensue, as high temperatures would swiftly deplete bodily moisture. However, Chen Qing was different. Having absorbed the blue orb, his physical constitution underwent a remarkable transformation, rendering him impervious to the heat in the short term. Minutes passed, one after another. His expression shifted as he continued onward, transitioning from tranquility to anxiety, then from anxiety to anger, eventually feigning exhaustion, his footsteps wavering as if he might collapse at any moment. Yes, he was merely pretending. The departure of the others had been too simplistic. He needed to adopt a more cautious approach. 2 hours elapsed, and Chen Qing raised his head, voice hoarse. "Heavens, I beseech you, grant me a vehicle." Despair seemed to envelop him as he lamented his fate. Following this, he sprinted madly for a brief spell, desperately seeking a vehicle. However, fortune did not persist in favoring him, and soon he reached his limit, collapsing to the ground. As he lay on the brink of death, a vehicle appeared from behind, approaching him swiftly. Inside the vehicle were 4 individuals. Indeed, Chen Qing's suspicions were confirmed as he whispered on the ground, "What a cunning old fox." It was evident that these individuals did not trust him. They merely sought to exploit him in order to ascertain the precise location of the village. Their willingness to depart so easily after a standoff with firearms underscored this notion. Unfortunately, ever since he sensed the imminent threat, he had remained vigilant, ensuring he would not be easily ensnared. The vehicle halted beside Chen Qing, and a passenger in the front seat exited, bringing with him a bottle of water, which he used to rescue Chen Qing, who was on the verge of collapsing from dehydration. He assisted Chen Qing into the front passenger seat before taking his place in the rear. After a moment, Chen Qing realized he must not overact and slowly regained his composure, glancing at the occupants of the vehicle and sincerely uttering, "Thank you." His eyes brimmed with gratitude. "No need to thank us. It is merely your good fortune to have crossed paths with us," the driver replied with a smile. "Do you truly not know where the village is?" the elder inquired, his tone earnest. "This information is crucial to us, and I hope you will answer truthfully." He attempted to extract a favor under the guise of being a benefactor. "Well," Chen Qing furrowed his brow in thought. Suddenly his eyes brightened. "I remember. To the south, I encountered a group similar to yours. They were in a truck with a dozen individuals. Could they be related to the village you mentioned?" Of course. He did not divulge the village's whereabouts directly, as that would betray his previous deceit and render him of little value. He could not be certain these individuals would not resort to silencing him. As for the so-called southern location, it was merely a fabrication. Upon receiving this seemingly useful information, the group exchanged glances, and finally, the elder declared, "That must be correct." The vehicle promptly altered its course, heading southward. "Are you seeking refuge?" Chen Qing inquired, his question appearing natural and unlikely to raise suspicion. "No," the driver shook his head. "We're going to kill someone." "Who?" Chen Qing, opting for immediate candor, asked without pretense. Chun-Ching, they intend to kill me? Upon receiving this revelation, his expression remained calm, yet his heart was tumultuous. Pursuing a defenseless, frail youth, how shameless could these individuals be? Zhang Hai, the elder, shot a fierce glare at the driver, signaling him to remain silent. Zhang Hai realized he had spoken out of turn, revealing too much to an outsider, and awkwardly scratched his nose, lapsing into silence. TCH, if you won't say more, then forget it, Chun-Ching remarked, scratching his nose in annoyance. Though I may be young, I possess considerable wisdom. Why not allow me to join you? Together, we could prosper. He began to ramble on, attempting to cultivate a sense of familiarity and extract further information from them. However, the group remained indifferent to his overtures. In truth, they had only brought Chun-Ching along for his directional guidance. Otherwise, they would have long abandoned him in the wilderness to fend for himself. Acknowledging the futility of his approach, Chun-Ching ceased his efforts to engage and closed his eyes, soon drifting into slumber. This fellow is remarkably unperturbed. One of the passengers in the back could not help but remark in disbelief. After several hours of extrication, how could one sleep so peacefully? This truly commands genuine admiration. Ultimately, he is but a youth. The elder has completely relinquished his wariness towards Chun-Ching. Success. Chun-Ching, pretending to be asleep, has achieved his goal, secretly mocking within. Easing the other's guard was his primary objective. Whether he could glean additional information was of secondary importance. As the sun began its descent hours later, the scorching heat that had persisted for countless hours finally surrendered to the horizon. Why haven't we arrived yet? Zhang Hai, growing impatient, jostled Chun-Ching awake. Chun-Ching stirred, wiping away the drool. Have we located the village? No. Zhang Hai, filled with ire, drew a pistol from his coat, chambered around, and aimed it at Chun-Ching's forehead, his tone severe. After several hours without a sign of life, are you certain the direction you indicated is correct? The others in the rear could not drive, but he had been behind the wheel, utterly exhausted. Absolutely. Chun-Ching, jolted into full consciousness, immediately swore, if I am lying, may I be struck down by divine retribution, with no place to be buried. He made a fervent oath, despite it being a benevolent falsehood. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, illuminating the dimming world for a fleeting moment. The unexpected thunder startled the occupants of the vehicle. Even Chun-Ching, typically skeptical, almost questioned if his retribution had arrived. It appeared rain was imminent. The elder, resigned, declared, "Let us leave it for today. We shall search again tomorrow." Indeed, as the elder was the pillar of support for the group, none dared to dissent, and they all nodded in agreement. Inside the vehicle, they had provisions, offering Chun-Ching a piece of bread and a bottle of water to quell his hunger and thirst before they indulged in their own meals. Naturally, Chun-Ching had no grounds for complaint. After dinner, they deliberated on taking turns to keep watch through the night, but Chun-Ching was excluded, as they did not trust him, considering him an outsider. Nightfall descended quietly. The tranquil desert turned exceedingly cold under the cloak of darkness. A thin mist forming on the windows, gradually freezing into ice, obscuring the view outside. With a sudden clap, the anticipated rain began to pour. The sound of raindrops pelting the roof was overwhelming, rendering sleep elusive. The temperature continued to plummet, yet within the confines of the vehicle, huddled together with the air conditioning on, they remained relatively comfortable. Chun-Ching closed his eyes, striving to restore his energy to its peak. He had no intention of passing the night in tranquility. As hours slipped by, the rain gradually lessened, allowing the few in the back to finally catch some rest, while one named Chun-Sheng took the first watch. Abruptly, Chun-Ching's eyes flew open, clutching his stomach. Ugh, I need to use the restroom. Go handle outside. Chun-Sheng replied curtly. Given the weather outside, he truly doubted Chun-Ching's ability to make a run for it. Chun-Ching glanced out the window, inhaling sharply. Will I freeze to death? Perhaps I should stay in the car. Before he could finish, Chun-Sheng pressed his submachine gun against Chun-Ching's forehead, his gaze menacing. Fine. I'll go outside to take care of it. Please, don't get agitated. I was merely jesting. Chun-Ching exited the vehicle, shutting the door behind him. Feeling the biting cold invade his body, his expression shifting from helplessness to chill, his demeanor becoming indifferent. With his robust physique, the frigid temperatures plunging below freezing could not possibly impair his condition in a brief span. The landscape was shrouded in a dense mist, visibility severely limited, coupled with the inclement weather. Fine droplets of rain cascaded down, rendering anything beyond 10 meters nearly indistinguishable. Treading upon the muddy sand, he hastened away from the vehicle, oblivious to the occupants within. As the windows lay encased in ice, "Help!" A voice steeped in terror echoed from afar, awakening the slumbering group. Instantly, the four individuals assumed a state of heightened alertness. "Where's that boy?" the elder inquired, his brow furrowed. "He went to the restroom," Chun Sheng replied. "What a troublemaker." The weary driver, Zhang Hai, slammed his hands against the steering wheel, a murderous intent brewing within him. "We must rescue him. Otherwise, we shall remain ignorant of the village's location." The elder, resigned, commanded. "Wang He, stay in the vehicle. Chun Sheng, Zhang Hai, accompany me to save him. This man held potential value. He could not be abandoned." Grumbling, the group disembarked, braving the biting cold wind, weapons drawn, scanning the vicinity for Chun Sheng's position. Zhang Hai exhaled a cloud of vapor, tightening his clothing, his body huddled against the chill. What if he is already dead? "Help!" Chun Sheng's cries timely interrupted his morose contemplation. If he is dead, why bother calling for help? Zhang Hai's expression darkened. "Let us go check," the elder asserted, cautioning against the low visibility. "To avoid any trickery, let us stay close together. We must not lose our way." "Do you still harbor doubts about that boy?" one among them questioned, finding the elder's suspicion excessive. The elder shook his head. "One must always be wary. I have an inkling that this boy is not as simple as he seems." The group huddled closely, cautiously advancing towards the source of the cries for help. Why has he fallen silent? After traversing 30 meters, Zhang Hai speculated maliciously. Could he be dead? Perhaps we should refrain from rescuing him. We will eventually locate the mission site, and there is no need to risk our safety for this boy. Something feels amiss, the elder halted, an indescribable unease washing over him, his expression grave with mounting suspicion. What seems off? The boy merely needed to distance himself from the vehicle for a moment. Why venture so far? A sudden realization struck the elder, his pupils dilating in alarm. No good. The vehicle, his target is the car. Damn this weather. Wang He sat in the vehicle, peering through the glass, yet unable to discern the events unfolding outside. Suddenly, the door on the opposite side swung open, and a shadowy figure swiftly entered the car. "Did you find him?" Wang Hai turned back. Bang! The gunshot that followed seemed to corroborate the elder's fears, immediately followed by the sound of the engine starting. Almost in unison, the three men turned and sprinted back to their original position, only to find the area around the vehicle deserted, the taillights fading into the distance. "We've been ensnared." The elder's fury erupted, a suffocating frustration constricting his chest, his grip tightening around his weapon, his body trembling with rage. What a cunning boy. He disguised himself so well that even I failed to perceive his true nature. Wang He remained inside the vehicle, unable to halt the adversary, suspecting that the opponent's strength was far more formidable than their harmless facade suggested. "What shall we do now?" Chun Sheng wrapped himself tightly in his clothing, equally vexed. Had it not been for their extraordinary physical resilience, enduring such frigid temperatures for an extended duration would have undoubtedly led to dire consequences. The word endure nearly escaped the old man's lips, driven out by sheer frustration. At this juncture, pursuing the vehicle seemed an unrealistic endeavor. He could only resign himself to fate. It was profoundly disheartening for someone who had navigated the complexities of life for over 70 years to find himself at the mercy of a mere teenager. In the pitch-black desolation of the desert, the four of them trembled against the biting wind. A gentle drizzle fell, ensuring that this night would be excruciatingly unbearable. Chapter 15. You are too reckless. The inky darkness enveloped them, accompanied by the howling gales. The clothing of the three men quickly became drenched, intensifying their discomfort. Their pallid faces and lethargic spirits suggested they were on the brink of unconsciousness, at risk of being claimed by the endless desert. If this continued, they would surely freeze to death. Chun Sheng rose, shedding his garments, and began to run. Despite the gnawing hunger and cold, this was the sole means of survival. The other two soon followed suit, determined not to succumb to a pitiful demise in such a wretched place. Moments later, the four of them were racing back and forth in the dense, fog-shrouded night, battling the inhumane temperatures. From afar, Chun Sheng, who had been observing in the shadows, could not help but murmur, "Their will to survive is truly commendable." Indeed, he would not allow these individuals to escape easily. He must take matters into his own hands to eliminate any future threats. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief and returned to the vehicle not far away, gauging his distance from them through the sound of their footsteps. As the lengthy night finally yielded to the dawn, the first light of day illuminated the earth, bringing an end to their torment. Bathed in the morning sun, the four of them, panting and exhausted, felt a flicker of hope in their eyes. They had survived. The sunlight dispelled the chill, and the temperature in the desert began to rise. Beep! The car horn sounded. In their moment of bewilderment, their vehicle slowly approached. In stark contrast to their predicament, Chun-Shing yawned, stepped out of the car, and inhaled the fresh morning air deeply. Ah, it feels so much better outside. The air conditioning was set too high. I nearly suffocated in there. The four men were incensed, their expressions darkening as if they had been doused in soy sauce. If looks could kill, Chun-Shing would have been torn to shreds. They had braved a night of cold winds, nearly facing death. You dare return? Zhang Hai laughed in anger, immediately raising his firearm. Click! He pulled the trigger, but no bullet fired. Instantly, the expressions of the men shifted dramatically. Zhang Hai removed the magazine, only to find it empty, and he froze in disbelief. Where are the bullets? Surprised, are you? Chun-Shing said with a smile, picking up a submachine gun and aiming it at Zhang Hai. Bang! The bullet discharged, striking Zhang Hai's arm, causing a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. Pulling on the ground. Misfired? Chun-Shing raised an eyebrow, realizing he had aimed for Zhang Hai's heart, hoping for a fatal shot, but had missed. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. This was his first time wielding a gun, and though he understood its mechanics, controlling the aim proved challenging, so a misfire was not unexpected. You took the bullets from our guns? The old man inhaled deeply, wondering when this had occurred. Last night. Chun-Shing did not mind responding. How could it be? Yesterday. I kept a close watch on you. You had no opportunity to make any subtle moves. Chun-Shing could hardly believe it. Such audacity. The elder sighed and clarified. Chun-Shing, he speaks of the time we were running. They stripped off their garments during the run, certainly not carrying firearms, which were left aside. This. Chun-Shing was astonished, at a loss for words. Stealing a vehicle was one thing, but to dare return for the firearms and ammunition? Since you have taken our weapons, you are already in a position of victory. Why did you not appear last night? Chun-Shing questioned, perplexed. Bang! Chun-Shing fired again. The sharp report of the gun echoed in the air. Thud! Zhang Hai's mouth moved, unable to utter a word, as he fell backward, blood spreading around him. He had been shot in the heart. The second shot was remarkably accurate, and Chun-Shing felt satisfied. It was because he feared we would escape. The elder said in a low voice, realizing he had underestimated this young boy, who had managed to seize the initiative, rendering them entirely passive. Yet it must be said, this lad is quite ruthless. The elder truly understood me. Chun-Shing mused, reloading once more. Last night, the fog had been too thick. Several of them had run in different directions, and he could not keep track, inevitably allowing for some to slip through the net. Brother, let us discuss this amicably. Chun-Shing looked at his comrade lying in a pool of blood, terror-stricken, a sycophantic smile on his face. We have no grievances. There is no need for this to end in death, is there? If you wish to live, answer my question, Chun-Shing replied coolly. Without hesitation, Chun-Shing declared, ask. And I shall speak without reservation. Why pursue Chun-Shing, having kept them alive until now? Chun-Shing was eager to learn the answer. Chun-Shing? Chun-Shing was quite taken aback by the question and suddenly realized something, gasping in shock. You are Chun-Shing? He had just noticed that throughout. They had not inquired about the name of this cunning thief before them. Answer me, Chun-Shing commanded, aiming his gun at him. He intends to kill you. Chun-Shing exclaimed, hastily pointing at the elder. Oh! Chun-Shing was surprised, turning to the elder whose eyes glinted with cold malice. Why do you wish to kill me? Your hands are stained with my nephew's blood. Chun-Shing quickly responded, seeking to ingratiate himself for self-preservation. Nephew? Chun-Shing frowned, then his brow relaxed. Hu Hao. He had only killed Hu Hao in full view of the crowd. Exactly. Bang! The gunshot rang out suddenly. Chun-Shing's body trembled, his pupils dilating as he fixed his gaze on Chun-Shing, his facial muscles twitching with profound resentment and unwillingness, before he fell backward, lifeless in an instant. In response, Chun-Shing maintained a calm demeanor. Knowing that the elder wished him dead, Chun-Shing now held no value in living. To spare them? That was certainly out of the question. Having pointed a gun at him multiple times, tracked him, and attempted to kill him, He had long since sentenced them to death in his mind. The elder's gaze was filled with hatred, his expression contorted. I, Zhongqi, have always prided myself on my prudence. I never expected to find myself in such a situation today. Faced with the bullets, he could not approach Qinqing, and with nothing nearby to aid his escape, fleeing was but a distant hope. Now, he finds himself resigned to his fate. In this moment, regret washes over him. Had he known it would come to this, he should have first investigated the opponent's background instead of blindly rushing in to avenge his nephew, ultimately ensnaring himself in this predicament. Cautious? Qinqing chuckled softly, shaking his head. Old man, while you exhibit a degree of prudence and possess sharp instincts in certain respects, you cannot truly be deemed cautious. What did you say? The elder glared. If it weren't for your youth, I might have underestimated you. Do you think I would fall for your tricks? Since you entertain such underestimations, do you still consider yourself cautious? Qinqing shrugged. Had you been truly cautious, you would have inquired my name at the outset. If I had divulged my true identity, you might have executed me on the spot, or upon detecting any discrepancies. You could have threatened my life, and I might not have dared to lie. Furthermore, even if I played the part of a desolate wanderer unable to find a vehicle in the desert, you should have, while allowing me to board, stripped me of the capacity to resist. The elder replied, even if you were deceived and I seized the vehicle, you could still have abandoned your firearm and escaped amidst the thick fog. Although the risk of encountering monsters at night is considerable, you should have calculated that I would return to settle the score. In comparison, it would have been wiser to take the risk of fleeing. Even though I would pursue you, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Qinqing slowly raised his submachine gun. Ultimately, old man, you remain too reckless. Bang! The bullet's penetrative force is beyond what the human body can withstand, even though the elder is the strongest among the four, endowed with remarkable physical prowess. In the next moment, blood gushed from his heart, his vision began to blur, and in the final moments of his life, a bitter smile escaped his lips. This characterization was unacceptable to him. He had lived over 70 years, adept in the ways of the world, and always cautious in his actions. Yet in the end, he was deemed reckless by a mere child. Chapter 16, Desert Sovereign. In the arid expanse, the dawn gradually dispels the night's chill. After slaying the four, ensuring there are no lingering concerns, their bodies become gradually covered by the sands blown by the winds over time. Qinqing returned to the vehicle, took a sip of water, and drove away. Glancing at the firearms and ammunition in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but chuckle. All things considered, this haul is quite extraordinary. The power of the bullets should not be underestimated. Green-tier monsters would certainly be unable to withstand them, likely to be instantaneously killed, while blue-tier monsters could inflict substantial harm, in Qinqing's view. Moreover, this vehicle contained more than just firearms. In the trunk, Qinqing discovered a dozen grenades. By effectively utilizing these weapons, he could roam the wilderness unimpeded, with only a scant few monsters posing a threat to him. After driving for several minutes, a massive yellow python came into view. The serpent, approximately 6 or 7 meters long, had a girth broader than a bowl, slithering through the sand and leaving a deep trail. Were it not for its crimson tongue flickering out, its skin, blending seamlessly with the desert, would make it nearly undetectable. Its sharp gaze was utterly captivating. One could imagine the thunderous assault it would unleash upon any unsuspecting prey that drew near. It was evident that this creature was of a different caliber than mere rodents or centipedes. Qinqing halted the vehicle, raised his rifle from a distance, and, through the scope, locked onto the target before squeezing the trigger. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and the serpent's head was violently slammed into the sandy ground, blood gushing forth as its body twisted in agony before it swiftly fled, akin to an arrow released from a bow, remarkably fast. Attempting to escape, with one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other wielding a rifle, Qinqing unleashed a barrage of bullets at the colossal python. With his current physique and strength, he was more than capable of managing the recoil of the rifle with a single hand, and having inflicted severe injuries upon the serpent, its escape was utterly futile. 2 minutes later, the python succumbed under the relentless hail of bullets. Exiting the vehicle, Qinqing used a dagger to sever the creature's head, and at that moment, as he extracted the green orb from within, a gentle warmth surged into his body, dispelling fatigue and enhancing his strength. It appeared that even after absorbing the blue orb from the venomous scorpion, the green orb still had its efficacy. Qinqing felt a surge of delight as he returned to his vehicle, continuing his journey through the desolate terrain in search of further prey. In this chaotic world, Amidst the dangers of an apocalyptic landscape, opportunities also awaited humanity. To Chun-Ching, these miraculous orbs represented extraordinary benefits, although the risks remained uncertain. They seemed harmless to the human body at present. Moments later, his keen eyes spotted a lizard crawling, and without hesitation, he fired 2 shots, ending its life. Unfortunately, this time it yielded a gray orb. Yet, Chun-Ching did not discard it, despite its lack of utility for him. The orb still held significant value and would surely be sought after by others. In the days that followed, Chun-Ching reaped tremendous rewards, wielding his firearms with impunity across the desert and accumulating a plethora of gray orbs, while he eagerly claimed any green orbs for himself. 3 days later, another python? Chun-Ching's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he drove towards it. In his sight was a robust and powerful serpent, undoubtedly harboring at least 1 green orb within. However, just as he prepared to employ his tried-and-true method of long-distance elimination, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. An earthquake? Caught off guard, Chun-Ching glanced around. A rumbling roar, akin to a muffled thunder, erupted suddenly, causing his heart to race and his breath to hitch. Boom! Almost immediately, to his left, the sand shifted, rising into towering dunes that continued to ascend as though some terrifying behemoth was about to emerge from the depths of the earth, rejoining the world above. The vehicle was perilously close to the quickly forming dune, tilting and sliding as the yellow sand swirled chaotically, battering against the windows. Without hesitation, Chun-Ching pressed the accelerator, steering sharply away from the dune, desperately fleeing this ominous and perilous place. Boom! In no time, the towering dune erupted and a head burst forth, revealing a grotesque and terrifying visage illuminated by the sun. It let out a deafening roar, reverberating like a great bell, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. What manner of creature was this? Even Chun-Ching, typically composed, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Through the rearview mirror, he finally beheld the true form of the beast. The creature stretched over 50 meters in length, its skin a rough, earthy hue, encased in an indomitable gray shell. Its limbs were as sturdy as towering trees, unleashing seismic tremors with every movement. In stark contrast to its massive frame, its small yet blood-red eyes exuded a chilling aura, instilling a profound sense of dread. From a distance, it resembled a prehistoric behemoth. Following a thunderous roar, it opened its cavernous maw and devoured a giant python, merely chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. Then it lowered its body, swiftly excavating a massive pit and disappearing underground. One could scarcely believe that a desert gopher tortoise had mutated to such a degree. To the unknowing, it might seem as though the legendary Xuanwu had emerged. Chun-Ching, speechless, accelerated his vehicle with great urgency. The power of this mutated desert gopher tortoise was beyond reckoning. Even a dozen grenades from his trunk would be futile against it, and to provoke it would be to court death. Suddenly, a frown creased Chun-Ching's brow, a heavy weight passing over his features, and he pressed the accelerator even harder. The tires spun rapidly, kicking up clouds of yellow sand as he sped away, leaving 2 quickly vanishing trails in the dust. In mere moments, he had driven several kilometers away, yet his expression remained grim, darkening with each passing second. He dared not ease his speed, maintaining the vehicle's velocity at a level he could control, his heart pounding with trepidation. Logically, one might expect the oppressive aura of the creature to fade with distance. However, the opposite was true. The pressure seemed to close in around him, as if an invisible maw lurked just behind, ready to consume him whole. A fleeting thought filtered through his mind, and he realized that the desert gopher tortoise was not merely following him. It was lurking beneath the ground, seeking an opportunity to ambush him. This beast had likely altered its very genetics, moving with astonishing speed underground, and the realization sent chills down Chun-Ching's spine. This was the first time he had encountered a creature so intelligent and formidable. Even the cat-like monstrosities he had encountered before the apocalypse paled in comparison. As for the reason behind the desert gopher tortoise's extraordinary abilities, Chun-Ching surmised that, despite the inhospitable terrain of the desert preventing him from showcasing his vehicle's true speed, he was still managing to escape rapidly. The creature, though exceedingly powerful, could not hope to catch up to him, which was why it was attempting to lull him into a false sense of security. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ground beneath him. The creature, aware that its intentions have been uncovered, refused to relent. What should he do? A profound sense of crisis enveloped Qinqing. The apocalypse was rife with surprises. One moment one might bask in the glory of triumph, and the next face the specter of death. If escape was impossible, then demise awaited. This was a grim conundrum thrust upon him by fate, one he could not refuse. Chapter 17. Raise your hands. As he surveyed the barren expanse of the desert, his vehicle stirred up billowing clouds of dust. Qinqing felt ensnared in a deadly trap, the emotion of fear spreading through his heart. In the sweltering air, the elusive pressure lingered, clinging to him like a relentless parasite. What could he do? Even he, usually composed, found himself cornered in a seemingly hopeless situation. The vehicle's gasoline will ultimately be exhausted, and the moment he steps out to refuel, death is inevitable. Yet, the reason he has not succumbed to hunger thus far lies in the speed of the car, allowing him to disembark and run on foot, evading the relentless pursuit of the desert tortoise, which seems utterly fanciful. As for confrontation, Qinqing dismisses that thought. Such a notion is tantamount to courting death. To expend so much energy merely for sustenance would require him to consume an immense quantity of food. Since the creature aims to instill a sense of overconfidence in him, it must possess considerable cunning. Why else would it persistently pursue him? Qinqing's face darkened, perplexed. With a mutated feline monstrosity in pursuit, a gigantic octopus trailing behind, and even the desert tortoise involved, could it be that he is the reincarnation of Tang Sung? This is absurd. Yet, as the heavens do not forsake the desperate, there must be some avenue of escape. He racked his brain, contemplating strategies. The current predicament was utterly despairing. Even underground, the desert tortoise could rely on its extraordinary sense of smell to pinpoint his location. Wait. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Qinqing, revealing a potential possibility. If it is relying on scent, then it appears a gamble must be taken. Were it not for necessity, he would never resort to such extreme and unreliable measures. Grasping a bottle of mineral water, he discarded its contents and, gritting his teeth, made a precise incision with a sharp dagger on the vein of his left elbow. With a spurt, blood gushed forth, staining his arm crimson. Observing this, Qinqing quickly positioned the bottle to collect his flowing blood, maintaining a stoic expression despite his pallor. Forcing himself to remain composed, death loomed ever closer. What did this minor injury truly signify? 1 minute, 2 minutes, time trickled by until the bottle brimmed with his blood. Qinqing sealed the bottle, then retrieved a green orb nearby. Steering the vehicle with his elbow to keep it moving forward while pressing firmly on his wound with his right hand, his gaze fixated on the injury. As warmth coursed through his body, Qinqing's wound gradually healed, the skin's surface even beginning to scab over. The orb enhanced physical functions and expedited healing, invigorating bodily cells, placing the bearer in an optimal state, a fact frequently mentioned in the news, which Qinqing had duly noted and learned to exploit. Having done his part, he would leave the outcome to fate. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to cast out all food, weapons, and orbs from the car window. He then opened the bottle filled with blood, tilting it downward to let the crimson liquid flow freely, splattering inside the vehicle. Finally, he grasped a heavy machine gun to maintain the steering wheel's trajectory, flung open the car door, and leaped out, rolling several times in the desert. With his already superhuman resilience, he braced against the inertia, then lay flat, holding his breath, utterly motionless. Lying on the scorching sand, his muscles tensed, his heartbeats lagging behind. He was engulfed in sheer panic. He dared to take risks, but that did not mean he was unafraid of death. In this moment, he feared the desert tortoise would burst forth from the ground and consume him whole. 1 second, 2 seconds, the experience of time, stretching unbearably long, was particularly profound. After a brief moment of several seconds, he felt the intense sense of crisis gradually dissipate, and the oppressive force finally receded, allowing him to relax and breathe deeply. It appeared that fate had spared him. Qinqing, feeling a sense of relief, rose from the sandy ground, only to discover that the spot where he had lain was already damp and soaked, and his clothing felt exceedingly uncomfortable. In truth, he was gambling, not on the acute sense of smell possessed by the desert tortoise, but rather on the notion that the tortoise's pursuit of him was driven by a ravenous desire for his flesh. These mutated monstrosities, in their quest for human blood, had led him to suspect that perhaps his very essence held some fatal allure for them, inciting their madness and relentless pursuit. What is so extraordinary about my blood? Ching pondered, perplexed, for he bore no rare blood type. Alas, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Given the possibility that the desert tortoise might return, he swiftly gathered his firearm and beads, concealing them underground while memorizing the surrounding terrain and marking his path. Casting a glance around, Ching took a portion of his provisions and, utilizing his phone's GPS, located the nearest road, setting off in that direction. After a relentless 5 hours of trekking, he finally arrived at the roadside. Sitting down by the road, he began to eat while waiting for passing vehicles. Vehicles would inevitably appear, for despite the apocalypse, humanity had not been entirely extinguished. Many others, like him, had chosen to flee the city and seek refuge in the desolate wilderness, away from danger. Time slipped away swiftly. As the sun dipped low, it ignited the clouds in a fiery hue. He sighed deeply. It seemed today would yield no hope. Suddenly, faintly, the sound of an engine reached his ears. Ching strained his eyes into the distance, discernibly spotting a vehicle approaching along the road, drawing nearer. Surviving great peril often leads to unforeseen fortune. A sense of ease washed over him. The presence of a vehicle meant he would not have to endure the frigid night of sub-zero temperatures, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. 2 minutes later, the vehicle approached and began to slow down, preparing to stop. It was not out of goodwill that they intended to offer him a ride, nor was it a desire for conversation. They simply brandished water and food, essentials in the chaotic present, and no one would ever complain about having too much. The vehicle halted beside Ching, and a burly man in a white tank top emerged from the passenger seat, his demeanor unfriendly, demanding, "Hand over the water and food." Ching was taken aback. "But those are mine." His astonishment was genuine, for he had not anticipated such brazen demands. It was akin to a cruel mockery of warmth. "Now, they belong to us." The man sneered, threateningly asking, "Do you wish to live or die? Will you give me a ride?" Ching inquired, needing to gauge their true nature. "Why waste words? Just give me the food." The man shoved Ching forcefully, only to find himself rebuffed as if he had struck a wall, staggering back a few steps instead. In the next moment, his arm, which sought to seize the provisions, was firmly captured by Ching. Absorbing the blue bead of the scorpion, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering the ordinary foes utterly insignificant. "Let me go. You are courting death." The burly man struggled in pain, but to no avail. Ching wore a benign smile, saying, "Since you detest idle chatter, then I shall." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the other 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle simultaneously, their eyes filled with disdain as they flexed their muscles, eager for a confrontation. The atmosphere grew heavy, charged with tension. Ching released the burly man's grip and inquired casually, "Do you think that having more people gives you an advantage over the fewer? Kid, you clearly don't know your place." The group exchanged knowing glances, amusement etched on their faces as they closed in on Ching, preparing to teach him a lesson. Ching took 2 steps back and solemnly asked, "Are you serious?" In truth, he did not wish for the 4 of them to spend the night in the desolate wilderness, yet plans often falter in the face of reality. "Child, the world has long since changed." One of them cracked his neck, the bones popping audibly as he assumed a fighting stance, sneering, "Let me show you what survival of the fittest truly means." It appeared they were indeed serious. Ching shook his head, abandoning further provocation. He swiftly drew his handgun from his waist, commanding, "Don't move. Raise your hands." The atmosphere instantly froze in that moment. Their expressions shifted from mockery to stunned disbelief as they stared at the ominous black muzzle of the gun, utterly dumbfounded. "A gun? Goodness, if you had mentioned it earlier." One of them, summoning courage, skeptically remarked, "You think a mere child can intimidate us with a fake gun?" Crack! The gunfire resonated like thunder. The 4 men recoiled, hastily surrendering, their legs trembling, nearly collapsing before Ching. "Don't shoot. We surrender." Ching's face was radiant with a smile. Magnanimous as he was no executioner and would not take lives frivolously. Thus, he offered them a choice, their vehicle or their lives. Comfortably seated in the driver's seat, Ching fastened his seatbelt, waving goodbye to the 4 outside with concern. "The nights in the desert are exceedingly cold. Do take care to keep warm." The 4 nearly wept, pleading, "Brother, take us with you." "I had intended to, but I have just learned a valuable lesson." Ching lamented. "What lesson?" "Survival of the fittest. Thank you for your wisdom. I shall remember it well." At that moment, the speaker's expression soured, as if he had just swallowed a fly, his face turning a ghastly shade. Boom! The engine roared to life, and the vehicle kicked up dust as it sped down the road. Watching Chun-Ching drive away, the four shivered in the biting wind. Chapter 18: Lethal Blood. In the endless wilderness, a solitary vehicle meandered aimlessly. Inside, no one was present, only the pungent scent of fresh blood wafting through the open door. Drip! Blood flowed from the vehicle, seeping into the dry sand, gradually staining it a deep crimson. For humanity, the scent of blood can only be detected from an exceedingly close distance. However, this does not hold true for the mutated beasts. Behind the vehicle, a dark mass looms, dust swirling as if a horde of monsters were assembling. A fearsome roar reverberates as a monstrous lion dashes forth, its four limbs leaving faint afterimages in its wake, golden fur billowing in the wind like a streak of lightning, swift enough to astound. The black steeds gallop fiercely, their powerful hooves striking the ground, creating pronounced impressions in the earth. Snakes, typically prone to ambush, defy their nature, congregating in droves, writhing and sprinting with a cacophony of hissing tongues. Moreover, elusive creatures of the desert emerge from their hidden lairs, targeting the driverless vehicle in a frenzied chase. No one could fathom the intoxicating allure of the scent of blood, which inadvertently draws countless monsters to vie for it. At a certain moment, the vehicle collides with a boulder, the front crumpling, and it comes to a complete halt. Witnessing this, the nearby beasts erupt into a fierce battle. They become maddened with rage, flesh and blood splattering. The scene too horrific to behold, and soon countless corpses accumulate, as if they would not relent until their thirst for blood was quenched. Suddenly, the ground erupts, and a desert tortoise bursts forth, stirring a sandstorm. As it roars skyward and proceeds to consume the entire vehicle along with the blood within. Its gluttonous act incites the wrath of all present beasts who launch attacks. Yet, no matter how fiercely they bite and claw, the colossal tortoise remains impervious, its thick skin resisting all onslaughts. With a sudden movement, the tortoise raises its foreleg and brings it crashing down. The ground appears to harbor a cache of explosives, erupting around it and unleashing a towering sandstorm. The storm rises dozens of meters, relentless and penetrating, like a blade, claiming the lives of countless beasts, leaving no trace but a spattering of blood to testify to their previous existence. The tortoise's astonishing power evokes a deep-seated fear among the beasts, compelling them to flee. For the treasure they sought has now been snatched away, and remaining would only lead to their demise. Disregarding the scattering insects, the tortoise stands firm, golden lines shimmering across its body, its momentum surging as its power escalates rapidly. It is evolving. Were Chun-Ching present, he would be rendered speechless. No matter how fantastical his imagination, he could never conceive that his blood would bestow such terrifying enhancements upon the beasts. In the fading light on the smooth highway, vehicles glide by. The world reflected in the rearview mirror grows ever more distant. The music within the car continues to play. Yet Chun-Ching does not linger as the lyrics suggest. He feels no sympathy for the actions of the four, leaving them behind without a shred of guilt. First, he returns to the vicinity of where he leapt from the vehicle, retrieving his firearms and beads, and then he resumes his adventurous journey. Is my flesh truly so precious to these monsters? Chun-Ching contemplates in bewilderment. What is this? A self-inflicted attraction of animosity? After some contemplation, he resolved to conduct an experiment. He first used a dagger to pierce his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to trickle out onto the ground. Then employed a pearl to heal the wound before driving several hundred meters away. 1 minute, then 2. As he awaited the unfolding of events, Chun-Ching exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the radius of the attracted animosity was not excessively vast. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. In his line of sight, a black centipede, the size of an adult, writhed from approximately 500 meters away in the desolate terrain, racing toward the blood. Could have been drawn from such a distance? Chun-Ching's lips twitched as he felt an immense pressure. On ordinary days, he might have been unscathed, but once injured, with the scattered blood not in sight, a horde of monsters to descend upon him, he felt as though the heavens had played a cruel joke on him. After a moment, begrudgingly accepting the reality, Chun-Ching dispatched the centipede, retrieved the gray pearl, and drove off, stirring up dust in his wake. As night fell silently, Chun-Ching activated the air conditioning in his vehicle, finding a secure location to park, rest, and regroup. Within Weha City, a multitude of onlookers witnessed a red-haired youth conjuring flames to incinerate mutated creatures, safeguarding the last remnants of peace within the city. As he perused his phone, he encountered a piece of news that piqued his interest immensely. Accompanying the text was an image of a strikingly handsome young man with flowing red hair, battling a mutated tiger. In the photograph, the youth raised his right hand, his arm engulfed in roaring flames, coalescing a fireball exceeding 2 meters in diameter in midair, his expression brimming with confidence. Such an extraordinary spectacle seemed to belong to the realm of science fiction. Summoning flames? Chun-Ching rubbed his temples, feeling that the world was spiraling into madness, veering far from the path of normalcy. Much like the pearl that conferred enhanced abilities, this phenomenon transcended the boundaries of scientific explanation, astonishing in its audacity. How had he accomplished this? Chun-Ching scoured the comment section for information, but found nothing of substance. The top comments were merely vacuous praises devoid of value. He then perused news regarding global events before retiring for the night. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the land, rejuvenated, Chun-Ching set forth on his quest for prey once more. He hoped for a day of smooth endeavors. While searching for quarry, he remained extremely cautious, striving to avoid becoming someone else's prey as he had the previous day. How? After several minutes, he spotted his first target of the day. It was a wolf, its coat a rich brown, with sharp claws and a piercing gaze, its size imposing. At that moment, it roamed aimlessly in a corner of the desert. This one shall suffice. Raising his rifle, Chun-Ching aimed for its forehead, preparing to pull the trigger, when the keen-eyed wolf sensed danger and swiftly evaded, charging toward its adversary at breakneck speed. Such remarkable speed, Chun-Ching dared not hesitate, gripping a rifle in each hand. He unleashed suppressive fire upon the wolf. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle flared as a barrage of bullets struck the sand around the wolf, kicking up dust and creating numerous craters. The wolf's speed was indeed astonishing, yet could not escape the wrath of the bullets. Chun-Ching's relentless barrage left it battered and bleeding, its fur stained crimson. As the severity of its injuries intensified, the wolf's eyes turned a fierce crimson, its temperament volatile and infused with a palpable intent to kill. Swiftly closing in on Chun-Ching, it understood that while the weapon wielded by this individual was formidable, should it manage to close the distance, victory was not guaranteed. As Chun-Ching exhausted the ammunition from both rifles, the wolf was nearly upon him, its gaping maw revealing 2 exceptionally sharp silver fangs, launching itself with the intent to sever Chun-Ching's neck in one decisive bite. In that critical moment, Chun-Ching remained composed, drawing a dagger from his waist and, stepping forward, plunging it directly into the wolf's skull. The blade pierced with a sickening squelch, and the hot blood of the beast splattered across Chun-Ching's face, failing to rattle his resolve. The wolf let out a pained whimper before collapsing, succumbing to the lethal blow dealt by Chun-Ching. Kneeling down, he extracted a gleaming orb from the creature's brain. Even under the sun's rays, the orb radiated a brilliant yellow light. Just as anticipated, Chun-Ching's spirit soared. The quality of the orb did not disappoint. Having absorbed a highly advanced blue orb, and with a bountiful harvest over the past few days, the green orbs had lost their utility for him. He now needed to hunt more formidable monsters to achieve significant enhancement. Clutching the yellow orb, he felt a warm current fortifying his physique, and he exhaled a breath of stale air, his heart swelling with indescribable joy. The process of augmenting one's strength was profoundly exquisite, intoxicating in its allure. No one could resist such an ineffable ecstasy. Upon completing the absorption, he clenched his fist, feeling the vitality surging within him, a power potent enough to rend a tiger asunder. Although lacking instruments for measurement, he could sense considerable growth in every aspect of his being. Suddenly, an instinct stirred within him. He turned to gaze into the distance, spotting a wolf atop a nearby dune, its cold gaze fixed upon him, brimming with malice. Witnessing the demise of its companion, it was hardly indifferent. Another one? Chun-Ching raised an eyebrow, unfazed, retrieving 2 more well-stocked rifles from his vehicle, a faint smile gracing his lips. Come on, the coward shall be the dog. However, mere seconds later, his smile faltered, the corners of his mouth drooping. 2, then 3. From the opposing dune, an increasing number of wolves emerged, until a pack of over 20 desert wolves had amassed, their cold, ferocious eyes locked onto Chun-Ching. It appeared he had forgotten that wolves are social creatures. His expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he fled to his vehicle. One wolf was already a formidable adversary. It would be folly to seek death against numerous foes. Howls echoed in pursuit of his vehicle, heralding an unpleasant day that began with a desperate escape. Chapter 19. A breakthrough once more. Chun-Ching drove furiously, yet could not elude the clutches of the wolves. Bang! Bang! These wolves had mutated, far more savage than before, relentlessly pursuing him, slamming against the vehicle, and even leaping atop it, their sharp claws attempting to tear through the metal above. Upon witnessing this, Chun-Ching wasted no time executing a deft drift, harnessing inertia to hurl the desert wolf above him into the air. He then slammed the accelerator, continuing his desperate flight. Is it really necessary to kill just one of your brothers? Chun-Ching thought bitterly, having barely escaped the torturous clutches of the tortoise's mouth just yesterday. He found himself once again beset by a pack of wolves. In this vast desert, encountering such troublesome foes consecutively left him pondering whether to consider it fortune or misfortune. Grasping a submachine gun, Chun-Ching unleashed a barrage towards the window, sparing no ammunition in an effort to repel the encroaching wolves and inflict substantial damage. If you have the capability, then keep pursuing, he growled, forcefully kicking away the already dilapidated car door. Lowering the seat cushion to its lowest point, he reached for the most formidable weapon within the vehicle. The Gatling gun. A wolf, seizing the moment, leapt high, its claws clutching the car door, narrowly avoiding being thrown off. Successfully aboard, it raised its head, prepared to confront its adversary, only to find its view obstructed by the ominous, dark muzzle of the gun. With formidable strength, Chun-Ching hoisted the Gatling gun with one hand, aiming at the wolf as the barrel began to rotate in anticipation. In an instant, the wolf sensed an indescribable peril. It struggled desperately, its claws ensnared within the vehicle, and with the car moving at such speed, escape was momentarily impossible. The gun fired in a relentless rhythm. As the barrel reached its optimal velocity, bullets erupted forth like a tempest, obliterating the mutated wolf in an instant, reducing it to mere pulp, while its severed forepaw remained gripped within the confines of the car. Wasting no ammunition, Chun-Ching swiftly altered his trajectory, unleashing a furious barrage towards the rear. The brilliance of the gunfire illuminated the surroundings, sending shivers down one's spine. Numerous mutated wolves were struck, sustaining injuries and slowing their pace, creating a safer distance for Chun-Ching. Unfortunately, this fierce onslaught lasted only a brief span of seconds, for the Gatling gun's rate of fire was exceedingly rapid, and the ammunition supply within the car was limited. With a forceful toss, he flung the Gatling gun out of the vehicle, sending another wolf flying, before seizing another firearm and continuing his assault. Against these yellow-tier monsters, the firepower of his weapons remained effective, and with reckless abandon, Chun-Ching soon instilled a sense of dread in the wolves, prompting them to retreat. As he observed the distance between them widening, Chun-Ching turned the steering wheel sharply, causing the vehicle to pivot swiftly. He detached the pin from a grenade and hurled it into the densely packed wolves. Boom! The grenade detonated with astonishing force, leaving the wolves mangled and scattered. Enjoy the chase, do you? Chun-Ching continued to hurl grenades, reveling in the exhilaration. In a matter of mere minutes, the tide of the pursuit had turned dramatically. Come on, whoever shows fear is a dog. Just moments ago, he had been plagued by frustration as he was pursued. Now, he was in high spirits, carelessly expending his arsenal, with the wolves now transformed into his quarry. The mutated wolves howled in terror, shocked by the ferocity of his weaponry, and began to flee. Run away, Chun-Ching sneered, unwilling to let them escape without a taste of his wrath. You thought you could pursue me and then simply retreat? Not a chance. Boom, boom. Grenades were hurled without restraint, thanks to his extraordinary strength, easily landing beside the mutated wolves and creating deep craters in their wake. The battle raged on for a full 10 minutes, ultimately leaving 8 or 9 out of 10 wolves lifeless, with only 2 or 3 having fled too far for Chun-Ching to pursue. After extracting the precious beads from the skulls of the slain wolves, he returned to his battered yet resilient vehicle to tally his findings. 23 beads. Chun-Ching was astounded. This quantity exceeded even his own expectations. These were all of the yellow grade, potent enough to transform an utterly powerless individual into a figure of immense strength. Of course, acquiring these beads had not been without its costs. All the firearms and ammunition in the vehicle had been expended, leaving him with merely a handgun and 2 grenades. As he placed the radiant yellow beads upon his lap, a warm current surged within him, coursing through his limbs and invigorating his physical prowess at a perceptible rate. It was as though he were immersed in a hot spring on a frigid night, with his meridians unblocked, blood coursing vigorously, and his internal organs bathed in an indescribable energy. Gradually, dark impurities expelled from his body, as if the toxins within him were being purged. Suddenly, he sensed an intangible barrier, a membrane that impeded his ascent to a higher plane of physical capability. He was momentarily taken aback. Previously, when absorbing the blue beads from the scorpion, he had encountered a similar peculiar sensation. Could it be that some unseen force was hindering the enhancement of his physical functions? Chen could not help but speculate. After all, while one occurrence might be a coincidence, a second instance affirmed the existence of a pattern. As time slipped away, he felt the warm flow generated by the yellow beads battering against the barrier, striving to shatter it. Glancing down at the beads upon his lap, he noticed they were visibly diminishing, leading him to a revelation. The energy required to break through the barrier was immense, and to achieve a higher level, he must shatter it. Upon touching that membrane, despite the warm current still flowing within him, his strength remained stagnant, confined to a certain limit. With repeated assaults, the barrier began to loosen, an abundant energy coalescing outside of it, crashing like relentless tides. It appeared he could not afford to hold back. Chen retrieved the 2 beads he had set aside in the passenger seat for emergencies, attempting to break through. The sensation was difficult for him to articulate, yet he understood that failing to seize this opportunity would result in a greater waste of resources in the future. The intact beads were swiftly absorbed, entering his body to aid him in the struggle. Boom! At a certain moment, he felt the obstruction preventing his ascended shatter. Bang! Bang! Success! His heart beat with newfound vigor, blood surged with increasing intensity, and his physical strength surged once more, advancing toward realms previously uncharted by humanity. As he transcended to a higher level, his metabolism accelerated, causing his previously short hair to grow rapidly, cascading down to an impressive length of over a meter. Upon exiting the vehicle, he leapt with fervor. Bang! The soft sand yielded beneath him, forming a small crater nearly 20 centimeters deep, while he soared an astonishing 7 or 8 meters into the air, as if destined to take flight. As he attempted to throw a punch, a thunderous sound erupted, shattering the silence of the air. This extraordinary feat surpassed the limits of human capability. Prior to this breakthrough, I could barely manage a 3-meter jump. What on earth was happening? Chen pondered. Could it be that by overcoming obstacles, I am evolving to a higher level, resulting in a dramatic surge in power? At the onset of this apocalypse, he had already grasped the effects of the orb, gaining a head start, while the news had yet to report on it. In his quest for strength, he had no guide, forcing him to navigate this path alone. Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual, a youth within Wayne City who could conjure fireballs from thin air without relying on external objects. Could it be that special abilities were also a result of such breakthroughs? Chen contemplated a highly plausible theory. Perhaps possessing sufficient strength would grant one extraordinary capabilities. It was known that the colors of the orbs indicated levels, as mentioned in the news, and the emergence of a purple level certainly suggested that some had attained such heights. Having acquired the highest blue level himself, he realized he must still be 1 tier below, indicating that someone had ventured further than he had, and was, therefore, stronger. Suddenly, a most untimely growl emanated from his stomach, a wave of hunger crashing over him, causing Chen belly to hollow out and his spirit to wane. This phenomenon struck him as increasingly remarkable. Much like the instance with the blue orb, once he broke through, his body craved substantial nourishment. First, he alleviated his hunger with provisions from the vehicle. Then he scavenged for dry twigs and branches in the wilderness to construct a bonfire. After skinning a wild wolf, he utilized the iron-like hide torn by the wolf's claws as a support to roast the meat over the flames, soon filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Once the meat was cooked, Chen indulged heartily, devouring it with vigor. Unlike the venomous scorpions, the flesh of the yellow-level mutated creatures bore no energy essence, offering little benefit to the body, but sufficed to satiate his hunger. With over a month having passed since the news of the orb color classification, it was likely that many who had come before him had already resolved their hunger concerns. He wiped the grease from his mouth, composed himself, and returned to his vehicle, continuing his adventurous journey. Perhaps, at this moment, he was already ahead of countless others, yet he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, for there were still those who were ahead of him. Chapter 20. Who are you, brother? Chun Qing navigated through the desert, despite the oppressive heat that provoked irritation. Nothing could deter him from his pursuit of prey. In this desolate expanse, suitable targets for his hunt were rather scarce, prompting him to consider whether he should return to the city, now a veritable disaster zone. Encountering a pack of blue-level wolves had been an unexpected turn of events. Aimlessly wandering the wilderness would likely lead him to face predominantly gray or green-level monsters. Given that the city housed the greatest population of humans, creatures that favored human flesh were drawn to it, meaning that formidable beings congregated in towns rather than in the barren wild. With his current strength, survival in the city was not impossible, yet the risks were undeniably substantial. He began to weigh the pros and cons. In the wild, he could still encounter creatures like the desert gopher tortoise, yet he feared that within the city he would confront even more terrifying and formidable monsters. To be candid, whether one encounters fortune or misfortune is purely a matter of luck. Should fate turn against him, it is entirely possible that an unexpected incident could befall him upon entering the city. Thus, it is prudent to proceed with caution. Reflecting on luck, Chun Qing decisively abandoned his plans. After all, aside from chance, he possessed a rather alluring essence that would undoubtedly increase the likelihood of attracting formidable adversaries. Is someone there? As Chun Qing crossed the road, he noticed several vehicles clustered together, with a throng of individuals engaged in animated discussion. After a moment as contemplation, he armed himself with his remaining pistol and 2 grenades, parking near the other vehicles. As he came to a halt, many gazes turned toward him, and the nearest person approached, tapping the roof of his car with a peculiar expression. Brother, your vehicle at present. Chun Qing's car was on the brink of being declared a total loss, its roof marred with claw marks, the door shattered, and stained with blood. He recounted his near-fatal encounter with a pack of wolves. Were it not for the suppressive fire and the vehicle's protection, he would have surely met his demise within the jaws of those beasts. Well, you're quite fortunate, Zhou He consoled him. The worst of wolf-like creatures are at least of the yellow grade. Surviving such an encounter is no small feat, Chun Qing chuckled in response, then subtly inquired, what brings at least 20 people to gather here in such a manner? He pondered the reason for their congregation, surmising that there must be some significant event afoot, and he sought to glean useful information through ambiguous inquiries. This time, we are tasked with hunting an extraordinary monster, one that likely harbors a blue orb within. Zhou He exclaimed, exasperated. Brother, you can't possibly be unaware of how formidable blue-grade monsters are. Indeed, Chun Qing admitted sheepishly, I have yet to encounter such a level. I am well aware. Zhou He nodded, but even our group struggles to take down yellow-grade monsters, let alone a blue one. It will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. With a thoughtful nod, Chun Qing exited the vehicle, surveying the gathering of people. His gaze eventually settled upon a woman, her presence illuminating the scene. Clad in a pristine white tracksuit, her skin rivaled snow in its purity, and her bright eyes and delicate lips, framed by lustrous black hair, exuded an enchanting blend of youthful vigor and innocent charm. She stood there quietly, a striking figure that captivated the attention of many men who longed to bask in her radiance. Such a woman, had the world not succumbed to chaos, would have undoubtedly been the object of countless affections among men. When did the boss arrive? Zhou He exclaimed, rushing to greet her. Boss. Chun Qing raised an eyebrow. Although the woman was undeniably lovely, he had not anticipated that the leader of this band of men would be a woman. Observing Zhou He's hurried demeanor, Chun Qing followed closely behind, eager to integrate himself into their ranks. Since these individuals were preparing to hunt the blue monster, it would be remiss of him to remain passive. Moreover, having been instilled with the spirit of altruism since childhood, he felt compelled to assist in any way possible. The monster is exceedingly dangerous and highly aggressive. Should anyone sustain injuries, the group must retreat, allowing those in the rear to provide immediate support, thereby maximizing the chances of survival and preventing the creature from escaping, Zhou Tian declared solemnly. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, looking to her for guidance. Chun Qing quietly blended into the crowd, remaining silent, striving to embody the spirit of Lei Feng, who performed good deeds without seeking recognition. He had witnessed the formidable strength of the scorpion, Even under the devastating blast at the gas station, it had survived tenaciously. Whether these individuals could vanquish monsters of the same caliber remained uncertain, and he could not afford to reveal himself too soon, lest he become the target of scrutiny. You, come here. Zhou Tian suddenly pointed at Qin Qing. Me? Qin Qing was taken aback. When had his presence been so pronounced? Despite his confusion, he approached her, adopting a timid demeanor. Boss, is there something you need? Zhou Tian then turned to fetch a bottle of mineral water, tossing it to Qin Qing. Wash your face. I realize this assembly was rather rushed, and I truly appreciate your efforts. Her tone was gentle and warm, imbued with genuine concern and apology. Upon hearing her words, many felt an increase in their fondness for her. The supervisor's caring inquiries, though not leading to tangible benefits, moved the subordinates, fostering the impression that she was a good person. This maneuver, at least in the short term, would yield remarkable results. It was merely a false alarm. Her intent was to win hearts. Qin Qing understood. After 2 breakthroughs, his body was rife with impurities, and among all these people, his face was the dirtiest. Not to mention he was the youngest, making him an apt subject for her performance. Catching the mineral water, Qin Qing displayed an expression of heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, boss. It must be said, this woman was quite adept in her speech and actions. Under the gaze of many, he felt compelled to proceed. He first took a composed sip, then poured some onto his face, rubbing it in to cleanse himself. Thank you, boss. I'm done washing, Qin Qing said. Yet he sensed the peculiar looks from those around him. Zhou Tian's eyes brightened as she gazed deeply into his face, complimenting, not bad, quite handsome. The youthful young man before her indeed possessed striking features, rivaling even those adored by countless fans online. Handsome? Qin Qing was stunned. Honestly, he was taken aback by the term. While he did not consider himself unattractive, he certainly wouldn't describe himself as handsome. Indeed, Zhou Tian nodded affirmatively, then issued a command. The mutated camel is not far from here. Everyone, get in your vehicles and surround it. Do not let it escape. Though the individual was striking, Zhou Tian was not so infatuated as to lose her composure. Understood. The crowd nodded in unison. Am I truly that good-looking? Qin Qing pondered with a hint of doubt as he returned to the vehicle, flipping down the mirror. Through the reflection, he immediately beheld a handsome face. Sharp jawline, prominent brows, high nose bridge, well-defined features, sun-kissed skin like flawless jade, and a pair of eyes resembling luminous black gemstones, deep and clear. This appearance could very well captivate countless young women. Qin Qing, gazing at his reflection, he fell into a momentary stupor. Brother, who are you? Chapter 21. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Have I changed my face? Qin Qing gazed into the mirror, contorting his visage into various expressions, ultimately conceding the undeniable truth. This was indeed his reflection, albeit markedly altered from the past. His skin had grown remarkably delicate, and his features had become more refined. Could it be that the evolution of the human form also enhances one's beauty? He pondered, though time was of the essence. With Xia Tian already issuing commands, vehicles around him began to mobilize towards their designated destination. Qin Qing remained unhurried. He had no desire to be the unfortunate soul caught at the forefront. 30 seconds later, once the majority of the vehicles had departed, he leisurely followed suit. The roar of engines filled the air as a dozen cars clustered together across the wilderness, stirring up clouds of dust in a spectacle that was quite magnificent. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at their destination. Behold, it was immense. Many were struck dumb by the sight before them. At the horizon's edge, a colossal camel ambled forward, its length estimated to exceed 10 meters, its body a golden hue, with hair resembling whips. 2 prominent humps rose like miniature mountains upon its back, each step resonating with a tremor that left deep impressions in the earth, indelible even amidst the swirling sands. The procession of vehicles drew attention, capturing the mutated camel-esque gaze. Suddenly, it let out a deep, resonant roar, shifting direction and charging directly towards the crowd with an imposing ferocity. Was this not a tad exaggerated? I suspect it could crush a car underfoot. Quickly disembark, lest we be trampled to death. Merely its appearance instilled a sense of helplessness within the onlookers. Their previously buoyant spirits diminished significantly. Fear not, everyone. The camel is ultimately not a ferocious beast. Its offensive capabilities are far less formidable than its appearance suggests. Xia Tian swiftly reassured the crowd, her tone resolute. Everyone, exit the vehicles and aim for its forelegs. If we incapacitate just 2, it will be rendered powerless. She had chosen this mutated camel precisely for its singular method of attack and obvious weaknesses, rendering it more manageable than other creatures of the blue tier. Indeed, let us unite in this endeavor, responded a few of Zhou Tian's trusted aides, rallying the group's morale to prevent any thoughts of retreat. At her command, the crowd halted their vehicles, dispersing from all directions to encircle the mutated camel, each armed and quaking with trepidation, as if confronting a formidable foe. Yet, as the crowd hesitated, the mutated camel showed no restraint, galloping forth and raising its front legs high to unleash a thunderous assault. The creature's massive form eclipsed the sunlight, casting a shadow that caused the faces of those beneath to pale, prompting them to scatter in haste, fearing to be crushed into oblivion. Brothers, charge! Seeing this, Chen Qing felt compelled to take the lead, igniting the spirit of the group to commence this inevitably brutal battle. Seizing the opportunity while the mutated camel was distracted, he stealthily approached its hind legs, plunging his dagger decisively into its flesh. The sound of flesh tearing ignited a flicker of hope for victory among the onlookers. With a splatter of blood, Chen Qing's previously cleansed face became stained anew. The mutated camel writhed in pain, swiftly thrashing its hind legs. Yet, Chen Qing had already anticipated this, drawing forth his bloody dagger and retreating to a safe distance, concealing himself within the crowd to avoid drawing attention. Indeed, it was just so. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhou Tian's eyes as she exclaimed with joy, "As long as we unite, the mutated camel is doomed." She never imagined that by casually offering a bottle of mineral water, she could inspire someone to fight on her behalf. Kill! Kill! The battle cries reverberated through the air. Chen Qing's remarkable display ignited a fervor among the crowd, compelling them to charge forward relentlessly, attacking the creature's hind legs with fervent determination. After all, if its rear limbs were incapacitated, this beast would become an easy target. The mutated camel bellowed in agony as pain coursed through its legs, its eyes bloodshot with fury. It began to thrash violently. Thud! Thud! The sound of chaotic fists struck down the veteran warriors. The mutated camel fought back wildly, its hooves rising and falling erratically, making it difficult for the crowd to inflict damage on its legs. Moreover, the ground trembled violently, disrupting their balance. Those who ventured too close were trampled mercilessly. Reduced to mere pulp, blood gushing forth like a fountain, a gruesome spectacle. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 lives were lost. This was the true climax. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes. Not everyone possessed his level of strength. Many, even at their utmost effort, could hardly harm the beast. It was utterly impossible to defeat it without incurring losses. The scene was too brutal. Among the 20 or so present, more than 10 turned pale, and a few with lower fortitude were so overwhelmed that they vomited. There was simply no match for the foe. Run! In an instant, the fervor evaporated, replaced by a paralyzing fear as they scattered in retreat, not daring to look back. "Brother, let us go." Zhou He, who had met Chen Qing only once, cried out in terror, his face a mask of fright as he joined the fleeing throng, abandoning all will to fight. Within a mere 2 minutes, the camaraderie had dissolved into nothingness. Even Zhou Tian's most loyal followers had joined the ranks of the escapees. Everyone fled. Chen Qing, lying quietly amidst the pile of bodies, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing he had overestimated these individuals. Zhou Tian's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched. How infuriating. This is clearly the creature's last stand. If we endure, it is surely doomed. What a bunch of cowards. Just moments ago, she had glimpsed the prospect of victory. Yet, even she hesitated to step into the fray. Facing a blue-level mutated camel alone was a perilous endeavor. Should she become its target, the consequences would be catastrophic. Kill. However, before she could devise a plan, a multitude surged forth from the distant hills, rushing towards the battlefield with battle cries echoing loudly. It seemed there were others, like Chen Qing, who sought to reap the rewards of this chaos. Chen Qing furrowed his brow momentarily, then relaxed. Indeed, while the powers in the desert were few, there were still 3 or 4 factions. It was impossible for Xia Tian, rallying over 20 individuals, not to have leaked the news. It was essential to remember that this was still the early days of the apocalypse, a time of confusion where most people only sought survival, devoid of any grievances. Who would willingly pledge unwavering loyalty to another? Zhou Tian gazed into the distance, momentarily dazed, her body trembling with indignation. She is not foolish. She understands that she has become a mere pawn for others, laboring in vain. Within the opposing faction, Lu Shi, brandishing a large machete, laughed heartily. Brothers, we shall only hunt the monsters. Make sure not to harm Miss Zhou from the Zhou family. If the Zhou family holds us accountable, I could never bear the consequences. How infuriating! Zhou Tian's clear eyes brimmed with resentment as she clenched her fists tightly. Regrettably, the enemy was strong while she was weak. She found herself helpless. To retreat now would surely mean capture at their hands. The mutated camel, driven mad with rage, charged recklessly towards the approaching foes, eager to unleash a massacre. The blue-tier monsters had indeed been underestimated. She had already endured a dozen stabs, yet remained lively. She shook her head gently and sighed. It was of no use to dwell on the past, for the victors would emerge, and the vanquished would fade into obscurity. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze wandered over the grim and chaotic scene, and she found herself momentarily stunned. All those who could flee had escaped, leaving behind only the corpses trampled by the mutated camel. It was evident that some of the deceased were missing limbs, if not entirely obliterated. Yet amidst this carnage, she astonishingly spotted an intact corpse. The body lay amidst the dismembered remains of others, drenched in blood, motionless in a pool of chaos. The scene was so ghastly that, unless absolutely necessary, no one would wish to cast another glance. Her perception merely caught a glimpse of it. Playing dead? Zhou Tian noticed the corpse was still breathing, with slight movements in its abdomen. Why feign death if one could run? Could it be? Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Was there another who sought to play the role of the cunning sparrow? Just then, as she was engulfed in momentary shock, her shoulder was tapped. Who? She jumped in surprise, having been oblivious to the presence behind her, and swiftly turned around to find a young man in white with flowing hair. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his features refined and sharp, exuding an undeniable aura of superiority. At a mere glance, it was clear he was no ordinary individual. Observing the exquisite beauty before him, the young man smiled lightly. You are not yet qualified to partake in the contest. You should leave at once. Though his words were polite, they were unmistakably a decree of expulsion. Zhou Tian, what does that mean? You intend to seize it as well? What is happening here? Angered, she stamped her foot, ultimately departing in resignation. Initially, she had thought Lu Shi, her perennial adversary, would reap the benefits of her efforts. However, upon reflection, that notion was not necessarily accurate. Heaven knows how many cunning sparrows her mantis had attracted. Chapter 22. I am Chunjun. Is there yet another who wishes to contend for the blue orb? Chen Qing had naturally noticed the young man beside Zhou Tian, finding the situation rather troublesome. When had this man appeared? He had not observed, yet from his confident demeanor alone, it was evident that he possessed formidable strength. As Zhou Tian left in discontent, the youth cast a glance at the seemingly lifeless Chen Qing, slightly furrowing his brow. A flicker of solemnity crossing his eyes as he chuckled. I did not expect to encounter a mid-tier master of the awakening realm in this desolate land. This truly surprises me. With his keen eyesight, discerning the living among the dead was a trivial task. However, at the dawn of the apocalypse, the number of individuals capable of reaching the awakening realm was exceedingly scarce, and to find one a mid-tier was indeed remarkable and deserving of respect. Unmasked, Chen Qing rose from the pool of blood and approached with casual confidence. Brother, are you also here to seize the opportunity? What do you mean by seize? Treasures rightfully belong to those with virtue. It would be a waste to bestow them upon individuals who have yet to step into the awakening realm. The young man in white corrected him. Though we both stand in the awakening realm, it is evident that your breakthrough is recent. If it comes to a contest, you would surely not prevail against me. It would be better to foster camaraderie. We might as well become friends. Unwilling to offend someone of his own realm unnecessarily, Chen Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, let's be friends. The young man blinked, slightly taken aback. I was merely being polite. You truly believe I wish to befriend you? Chen Qing's response left him momentarily flummoxed. Such boldness. I am called Chu Bawang, the young man introduced himself. An excellent name, Chen Qing praised, raising his thumb in commendation. Since they were to be friends, he would not be remiss in manners, and thus declared, I am Chunjun. Chunjun? Chu Bawang inhaled sharply, nearly choking on the absurdity of the name. He had not anticipated such a blatant jest. Since we are friends, I shall not stand on ceremony. Brother Chu. Chen Qing clasped his fists in greeting. Noting the young man's somewhat antiquated attire, he felt it appropriate to adopt a more traditional gesture of respect. Brother Chun. Chu Baowang's lips twitched in a forced smile as he echoed the sentiment. The rapid shift from mutual hostility to fraternal address was bewildering to him. Having completed their introductions, Chen Qing cut to the chase. Brother Chu, we seem to have an instant rapport. There is a matter I wish to inquire about. If you would be so kind as to enlighten me. Enlighten you? Chu Baowang's gaze shifted, a hint of suspicion creeping in. He felt ensnared. Just moments ago, he had deemed Chen Qing shameless. Now, he perceived him as cunning and sly. Chen Qing's radiant smile brought to mind the adage, do not strike a smiling face. I assure you, should Brother Chu assist me in this inquiry, I shall not contest you for the possession of the pearl. Chen Qing declared earnestly, even raising his right hand in a gesture of solemnity. I swear, the sincerity of his words almost convinced even him. The weight of an oath, dependent on belief, seemed inconsequential in the face of brotherly bonds, which the divine would surely overlook. Oh, Chu Baowang replied, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, his smile returning. Since we are friends, there is no need for formality. Feel free to ask. Though he regarded Chen Qing's oath with skepticism, he was willing to indulge in conversation. Moreover, he could easily manipulate the dialogue to his advantage. Pray tell, what does the awakening realm signify? Chen Qing inquired, genuinely eager to grasp the nature of this so-called realm. You are unfamiliar with the awakening realm? Chu Baowang's expression turned peculiar. Unaware of the realms, one has already transcended to the intermediate stage? Chen Qing nodded. In this regard, there was no need for pretense. The awakening realm refers to the first stage attained by the human body after surpassing its limits. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Baowang remarked that prior to the apocalypse, it was utterly impossible for humanity to breach the awakening realm. However, the energy granted by the orbs within the mutated monsters rendered the impossible possible. He could not indulge in frivolities on such matters, for he could not conjure a realm in a short span of time, and even if he fabricated tales, it would have no bearing on the other party. The intermediate stage signifies that the awakening realm is divided into 3 phases: initial, intermediate, and advanced. Chu Baowang continued, striving to be succinct, avoiding unnecessary elaboration. Ah, I see. Chen Qing's eyes lit up with understanding. Through the blue orb from the scorpion and the yellow orbs from over 20 mutated wolves, he had undergone 2 breakthroughs, thus placing him at the intermediate stage of the awakening realm. Regarding matters of realms, the other party had heard a smattering of information, and he could not conjure a response on the spot. Yet, he felt a twinge of annoyance, attempting to mislead the other. The realm following the awakening realm is... Stop! Chen Qing raised his hand to halt further discourse, gesturing toward the distance. The mutated camel is nearing its end. Brother, if you do not seize the opportunity, it will be lost. Chu Baowang turned to look, seeing Lu Shi leading over 30 men in a frenzied assault. The mutated camel, having already sustained grievous injuries, was staggering and on the verge of collapse after trampling 10 or so individuals. Brother Chu, the mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Farewell. Chen Qing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before departing, showing no attachment to the blue orb, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman who honors his promises. Watching the imposter Chen Jun recede into the distance, Chu Baowang was taken aback. Does he truly not intend to seize it? Could it be that I misjudged his character? Never mind. The orb is of utmost importance. With no time for further contemplation, he swiftly dashed toward the battlefield. Lu Shi had long since detected their presence, directing a few men to deal with the stubbornly resisting mutated camel while leading 8 others to intercept the approaching figure, sneering disdainfully. My blade does not discriminate. If you know what, that's good for you, Scram. In his view, it was utterly laughable for an individual to dare attempt to seize the treasure. An ant that has yet to step into the awakening realm dares to be so audacious? Seeking death, Chu Baowang remained unperturbed, swiftly drawing his long sword. Clang! A glint of cold light flashed as he shifted his stance, instantaneously appearing beside Lu Shi, the tip of his sword mere millimeters from the other's neck. The disparity in strength was colossal, placing them on entirely different levels. Will you flee or face death? Chu Baowang spoke coolly. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, nearly rendered speechless. In the blink of an eye, the youth had closed the distance of 10 meters. Is this still human? The razor-sharp blade, left Lu Shi's face ashen. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Brother, we can discuss this. Please lower your sword." He never anticipated that this individual, dressed in an ancient style, would possess such overwhelming strength. Sheathing his sword, Chu Baowang's tone turned frigid. "Take your people and leave, or none shall remain." As the final 4 words escaped his lips, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. He did not desire to commit needless acts of violence. Yet he was no paragon of virtue either. Should these individuals insist on contesting with him, he would eliminate them without a trace of mercy. As he touched his neck, Lu Shi felt a lingering trepidation and decisively retreated a few steps, casting a glance at the mutated camel that could collapse at any moment. After a brief moment of hesitation, greed surged within him, and malevolence took hold. "Let us act together." With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, as rapid as thunder. Before Lu Shi could utter a word, he suddenly found his perspective elevated, and he was met with the horrified gazes of those around him. Faintly perceiving a headless corpse gushing forth blood. With a thud, the severed head rolled a few times on the ground. Chu Baowang sneered, "You seek your own demise." While he held some measure of caution and concern for Chen Qing, who was also a mid-tier awakening spirit, the insignificant ants before him were unworthy of negotiation. Run. Those who bore witness to the gruesome scene were filled with dread. Some were so terrified they lost control and hastily turned to flee. The mutated camel let out a roar, and as everyone else retreated, the pressure lessened significantly, allowing it to charge toward the desolate distance. Exhausted from dealing with so many, he sensed death encroaching upon him. "Beast, do you still wish to escape?" Just as Chu Baowang was about to pursue, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Turning to the side, he was filled with rage that morphed into mockery. "Chun Jun, I knew you would go back on your word. You refuse to acknowledge my leniency. Do you truly believe I fear you?" The figure that came into his view, though washed of the bloodstains that obscured his features, was still recognizable. "Chun Jun, you must be mistaken, brother. I am Hui Yuanjia." Chapter 23. A painful wait of 2 days. "Hui Yuanjia, you dare to claim that?" At these words, Chu Baowang's breath caught, his gaze turning sharp, veins bulging on his forehead as he bent slightly, gripping his sword and preparing for a strike. Given the ill intent of the newcomer, further words would prove futile. Observing this, Chen Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, drawing his arm back to his waist, mirroring the cold confrontation with unwavering resolve. The adversary's swordsmanship was formidable and his speed remarkable. A moment's inattention could result in dire consequences. Thus he forced himself to summon every ounce of focus to engage. Noticing Chen Qing's movements, Chu Baowang's heart raced, tightening his grip on the sword's hilt, wary of making a hasty move. Although clad in archaic attire, he was no time traveler. He understood the implications of Chen Qing's actions. A firearm? Despite his confidence in his own capabilities, the threat posed by a gun remained formidable. With less than 10 meters separating them, he could easily eliminate an ordinary foe before they could pull the trigger, but this individual was not far removed in strength, making a clash between blade and bullet somewhat irrational. As the two faced off, the mutated camel fled wildly, covering a distance of over 100 meters. In any attempt to obstruct, it would lead everyone into an embarrassing predicament of futility. Observing the caution in his opponent regarding the firearm's power, Chen Qing sensed an opportunity for negotiation. "Brother, we could actually collaborate. If it were truly possible to eliminate the king of Chu with a single shot, Chen Qing would not have hesitated to act decisively. The issue, however, lay in the astonishing prowess of his opponent. The few bullets from the handgun might not suffice to secure victory. Should the ammunition deplete without incapacitating the adversary, engaging in close combat would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. After all, he had not undergone any formal swordsmanship training, and sparring with a seasoned fighter would be tantamount to courting death. Collaboration? Indeed, Chen Qing nodded, elucidating that the desert was fraught with peril. By joining forces, they could certainly vanquish monsters of a yellow grade, a far greater advantage than the mere acquisition of a blue orb. There was no need for conflict. Chen Qing sensed that neither party was an implacable foe. With the right approach, they could transform an adversary into an ally. The king of Chu's gaze flickered as he caught sight of the receding, mutated camel, and with a resigned expression, he conceded, "Let us collaborate. But the blue orb shall be divided equally." He had to admit that, despite recognizing the shamelessness of his counterpart, he harbored similar sentiments of caution. Very well. Chen Qing retracted his hand from behind and dashed toward the mutated camel. Observing Chen Qing's retreating figure, the king of Chu sighed and hastily followed suit. As they approached the mutated camel, both struck simultaneously at its hind legs, breaking through flesh and sinew. The camel, in a desperate struggle, surged forward, but as its hind legs were struck, it abruptly collapsed, crashing to the ground with a tremendous thud that sent tremors through the earth, scattering sand into the air. Suddenly, the ground where the camel fell cracked and sank, ultimately revealing a hidden passage beneath. The impact was so severe that the mutated camel's head was injured, blood gushing forth as its body quivered before succumbing to death. A hidden tunnel? The king of Chu, utilizing the carcass of the mutated camel, leaped into the subterranean passage, curiously surveying his surroundings. The tunnel was remarkably spacious, soaring over 20 meters high, its walls coated in a thin, glistening membrane that was smooth and peculiar, exuding a primal aura, suggesting that this place was not of human origin. Chen Qing extracted the orb from within the camel's skull, cradling it in his hand, and instantly felt a surge of vitality, a wave of euphoria washing over him. Yet, before he could indulge in the sensation for long, the king of Chu's hand reached out, grasping the orb to share its benefits. The blue orb had extraordinary effects, and both felt a warm current enveloping their bodies. At one moment, the king of Chu's gaze swept over Chen Qing, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he prepared to act. However, the instant their eyes met, he realized he had been detected. Alarmed, he promptly abandoned his attempt at subterfuge. As time passed, within a mere 5 minutes, the energy of the blue orb was absorbed by both, resulting in a significant enhancement of their physical prowess. Once the orb dissipated into nothingness, Chen Qing meticulously examined his surroundings, deducing the creator of this tunnel from its width. It must be the desert gopher tortoise. He recalled narrowly escaping the clutches of that creature lurking underground not long ago. Upon witnessing the tunnel, how could he not draw connections? Only it would have the capability to excavate such a vast subterranean passage for a rapid relocation. It appeared to be a tunnel crafted by the monarch of the desert, unexpectedly revealed by the serendipitous misstep of the camel. As the formidable Lord Chu turned, he deftly sliced a piece of camel meat from the carcass, effortlessly leaping out of the tunnel that likely led to the lair of the king. I had no intention of courting danger. I relinquished most of the mutated camel's flesh to you, and thus we part ways. With that, he strode away with purpose, showing no inclination to linger. It seemed he was acutely aware of the exceptionally powerful desert gopher tortoise. Chen Qing, lost in thought, gazed into the dark depths of the tunnel, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps this passage led to more than mere peril. The other's words were not a fabrication. The tunnel indeed led to the lair of the desert gopher tortoise. Unless one resorted to nuclear weaponry, that creature was far beyond the capacity of contemporary humanity to confront. Venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death, making Lord Chu's decision to withdraw entirely reasonable. However, the question lingered. Why would someone with whom he had no kinship and even held animosity offer such a warning? Delving deeper, Chen Qing could not ensure that the other's intentions were not a deliberate ploy to steer his thoughts towards a fatal path. To err on the side of caution, Chen Qing refrained from taking unnecessary risks. He first transported the camel meat back to his vehicle in batches, then drove away. He continued until he navigated a dip, ensuring he would not fall within anyone's line of sight, whereupon he halted the vehicle and patiently waited. Within a kilometer of the collapsed area, the terrain was flat, allowing Chen Qing to discern any movement within the vicinity. He would wait to see whether Lord Chu would return. Should the latter reappear, it would validate his suspicions. If he did not, Chen Qing would rationally concede defeat. The lair of the desert gopher tortoise might harbor astounding opportunities, or it could yield nothing at all. He was not one to gamble with his life, lacking the audacity for such folly. Days passed, 1-2. The sun rose and set, time slipping away. Ever since reaching the mid-tier of the awakening realm, the chill of the wilderness nights no longer posed a threat to him. With blue-grade camel meat to satiate his hunger and ample water resources in his vehicle, he remained unperturbed. However, to waste time waiting for the other's return from the tunnel was indeed a squandering of precious moments at the dawn of the apocalypse. He resolved to wait one more day. If the other did not appear, he would abandon the endeavor. 3 days had elapsed, and the piece of camel meat he had severed should have been consumed by now. Chun-Ching had calculated this in his mind. If the other had not departed, he would inevitably need to replenish food and water. Once the camel meat was entirely consumed, it was implausible that he would be left with no resources whatsoever, endlessly battling against the void. Thus, 3 days represented the estimated limit of the other's endurance. Of course, all this was predicated on the assumption that Lord Chu had not left. On the third night, the sky was adorned with a multitude of stars, casting a rich silver glow. In the distance, a shadow emerged from the hillside, slowly approaching the tunnel with a flashlight in hand. The beam of light instantly captured Chun-Ching's attention. "Your patience is remarkable." Chun-Ching exhaled a breath of pent-up tension, stretching his limbs and invigorating his spirit. Lord Chu had displayed an abundance of patience, waiting 2 full days and nights before acting, nearly causing Chun-Ching to question his own sanity. Had the other persisted for another day, he might have been compelled to abandon his vigil. Upon nearing the tunnel, Lord Chu surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no onlookers before he felt at ease. A sudden thud echoed in the stillness. With a light-hearted leap into the tunnel, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he'd been excessively cautious. That cunning fellow, initially known as Chun Jun and later renamed Huiyuanjia, was too devious, prompting him to wait an additional 2 days, ensuring that this venture would yield rewards he would not have to share with anyone. However, this unnecessary delay felt excessively prudent, nearly leading him to question whether he had been driven to a state of paranoia by his adversary. Chapter 24. The White Egg. "Brother Chu, I have arrived." Chu Bawang retrieved his phone, activated the wireless Bluetooth, donned his headphones, and dialed. "Yes, I have essentially analyzed the location of the desert gopher tortoise's lair. Just proceed to the left." The excited voice of Xiao Wei resonated from the other end. "Currently, the desert gopher tortoise is still foraging, and it won't return home anytime soon. As long as we tread lightly, we are bound to reap significant rewards." "Understood." Chu Bawang nodded, promptly advancing to the left, delving deeper into the pitch-black tunnel. Shortly after his departure, Chun-Ching quietly leaped down from above, striving to maintain silence as he followed closely behind. How could they ascertain the location of the desert gopher tortoise? Chun-Ching pondered cautiously, astonished. The creature was remarkably swift and resided underground. How had they come to such conclusions? Nevertheless, this mattered little. As long as he followed Chu Bawang, any misfortune would befall him first. Within the profoundly silent tunnel, which branched out in all directions and was damp and muddy, scorpions and gophers occasionally scurried by, causing their hearts to leap. The two proceeded cautiously towards the lair of the desert gopher tortoise, remaining ever vigilant, moving stealthily, and frequently surveying their surroundings. Although the tortoise was absent from its lair, no one could guarantee against unforeseen events within the tunnel. Moreover, should their presence be detected, given the tortoise's speed, it could easily claim their lives in mere moments. Had it not been for Chu Bawang's guidance, I would have likely become lost in the passageways, Chun-Ching thought, glancing at the 4 nearly identical tunnels before him. Feeling a sense of relief, had he ventured alone, the consequences would have been dire. He could sense that his direction was slightly slanted downward. They were likely over 100 meters beneath the surface, making any escape impossible. To be cautious, Chun-Ching marked each fork in the path with subtle indicators to avoid losing his way upon returning. "Brother Chu, there are only 500 meters left." Zhang Wei's voice brimmed with excitement. "The desert gopher tortoise is at least 10 kilometers away from you. You are absolutely safe." "That's good." Chu Bawang, filled with anticipation, quickened his pace slightly. The lair of the Desert King must surely contain treasures. Once he claimed them all for himself, he would undoubtedly gain powers far surpassing his current abilities, potentially approaching the pinnacle of human combat strength. As he neared the journey's end, only 100 meters away, Zhang Wei's tone suddenly shifted. "The desert gopher tortoise has changed direction. It is now racing towards your location. It seems to have detected you." "What did you say?" Chu Bawang exclaimed in shock. Having arrived at the threshold of its domain, was he suddenly to be thwarted? A low growl echoed ominously, causing the tunnel to tremble slightly, as if a colossal creature were approaching. "Damn it, what dreadful luck I must have." The Chu overlord, in a fit of rage and heedless of caution, hastily rushed towards the lair of the desert gopher tortoise. Though the creature's roars echoed in the distance, it was still far from him, even if it were to approach. It would require time. If he acted swiftly enough, he still had a chance. However, he was discovered. The same roar sent a chill down Chun-Ching's spine. The shadow cast by the desert gopher tortoise loomed large over him, for he had nearly met his demise in its jaws. Just as he prepared to flee, he did not hear the voice of the Chew overlord, but instead caught the faint, hurried footsteps receding into the distance. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Brother Chew, I trust your judgment. Since the Chew overlord chose to advance rather than retreat, there must be a reason for it." Chun Qing could not believe that someone who almost pushed him to the brink of despair would be foolish enough to seek their own demise. With this thought in mind, Chun Qing quickened his pace, racing towards the lair. At this juncture, he had to seize every precious second. With his current mid-tier strength in the awakening realm, his speed far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. In less than 10 seconds, he had covered over 200 meters and glimpsed a brilliantly illuminated exit. With a swift motion, he burst forth from the tunnel into a vast expanse, where the dazzling white light pierced his eyes, momentarily causing discomfort to his vision, which had grown accustomed to darkness. The Chew overlord, who was frantically searching for treasures, immediately turned around and beheld a figure that was not quite familiar, yet undeniably detestable. He was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by fury as he bellowed, "Chun Jun!" Forcing himself to adapt to the surroundings. Chun Qing opened his eyes and, meeting the Chew overlord's murderous gaze, waved cheerfully as if greeting an old friend, exuding warmth, "I am not Chun Jun. I am Hui Yuanjia. What a coincidence it is that we meet again." Coincidence? The Chew overlord nearly spat blood. It was evident that this person had followed him to this place, yet he shamelessly claimed it was a coincidence. What a farce! Nevertheless, this was not the time for petty squabbles, and he resumed his search for treasures within the expansive lair. Chun Qing, uninterested in idle chatter, scanned his surroundings and found himself in a magnificent hall adorned with lustrous white crystals. The palace was grandiose, with an ancient style and a soothing fragrance wafting through the air, surpassing even the opulence of ancient imperial palaces. There was no time to marvel at the desert gopher tortoise's discerning taste. Chun Qing sought out potential hiding spots for treasures, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a grand hall not far away, striding towards it with purpose. With a resounding thud, he forcefully kicked open the grand door and entered the hall, where he beheld a plethora of radiant white jade, abundant as grains of sand, and further in, ancient tomes were meticulously stacked, forming small hills. Moreover, at the end of the grand hall lay a skeletal figure draped in a tattered golden royal robe. Its flesh long decayed, yet its exposed bones shimmered with a golden luster. The figure held a golden sword, its head raised high, devoid of flesh, exuding a regal aura as if it were a king surveying the world with a domineering presence. A palpable sense of oppression surged from the corpse, causing Chun Qing's heart to race. What manner of creature was this? Taking a deep breath, he dared not examine it further, for reasons unknown. The mere sight of a lifeless body inspired a profound sense of reverence within him, akin to standing before an invincible deity, leaving him hesitant to be irreverent. It was a presence that demanded respect. A mysterious force seemed to issue a warning to him. With no time to ponder the true identity of the skeletal figure, Chun Qing hurriedly approached the jade stones, bending down to grasp a few. To his astonishment, the jade appeared to weigh an unfathomable amount, remaining utterly immovable despite his efforts. Could these stones truly be this heavy? Releasing his grip, Chun Qing rationally opted to abandon this endeavor and shifted his gaze towards the ancient tomes, filled with a sense of anticipation as he rushed over to attempt to seize one. If I cannot lift the jade, surely I can manage a mere book. He extended his hand, poised to touch it, only to have his palm halted midair by a forceful and domineering energy. Chun Qing's expression froze. An unimaginable chill surged from his tailbone to his brain, causing every hair on his body to stand erect, as if a vice-like grip was constricting his neck, making it difficult to breathe. The threat of death loomed ominously, bearing down upon him. For reasons unknown, he felt his hand betray him, unable to extend further. As if the moment he touched the ancient tome, he would vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. This was utterly terrifying. Chun Qing hastily withdrew his hand, casting a wary glance at the tome before turning to the king seated upon the throne, clasping his fists in salute. "I beg your pardon." With that, he turned to depart. In the depths of his intuition, he sensed that the king was not truly dead. The hollow eyes seemed to observe his every move, ready to issue a warning at the slightest hint of disrespect. Just as Chun Qing was about to exit the palace, a crisp sound echoed, capturing his attention. Whirling around, he discovered a jade stone at his feet, as if it had just fallen to the ground, still quivering slightly, yet to stabilize. This scene sent chills down his spine. He swore that this jade had only just appeared at his feet, rather than its original position. Picking up the remarkably light jade, he glanced once more towards the skeletal king on the throne, slightly bowing before turning to leave. As he distanced himself from the palace, a cold sweat began to trickle down his back. The experience of those brief 30 seconds would linger in his memory for a long time to come. Not wishing to dwell on it further, as every moment was now precious, Chen Qing suddenly heard the clear ringing of a sword. His gaze swept over to see the formidable Chu Ba Wang relentlessly attacking a towering crystal. That is, Chen Qing's breath quickened, his eyes fixated on the crystal. Crystals are exceedingly rare, radiating brilliance, and would undoubtedly be worth a fortune in the outside world. Yet, what lay within was even more invaluable. It was a white egg. Chapter 25, The Extraordinary Jade Stone. The egg of a desert tortoise was of immeasurable worth. Hatching the egg would be unwise, but consuming it while boiled would unleash energy sufficient to propel one to new heights. How infuriating! Why is this crystal so hard? Chu Ba Wang gritted his teeth in frustration. His right hand, which gripped the sword, ached from the relentless hacking, the blade already marred with multiple nicks. On the verge of ruin. Yet, even so, his strikes barely left less than 10 centimeters of indentation on the crystal, indicating that retrieving the tortoise egg would require at least another 10 minutes. Time was running out. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Wei analyzed that the desert gopher tortoise would return in 2 minutes. There was no time to waste. They had to run, for delay would undoubtedly lead to death. Indeed, one's life was of paramount importance. Although the allure of the tortoise egg was enough to drive one to madness, preserving one's life rendered it meaningless. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ba Wang turned to leave. Though he did not acquire the tortoise egg, his arms were filled with treasure, marking a fruitful expedition. Arriving at the nest ahead of Chen Qing, he seized the opportunity, collecting all the treasures casually left by the desert gopher tortoise, ensuring his journey was not in vain. As he stepped out of the palace, he cast a glance at Chen Qing, his lips twitching with irritation. Noticing the thin clothing worn by his rival, he sneered coldly and retraced his steps. Seeing him depart, Chen Qing wasted no time and hurried to the crystal's edge. He pulled a grenade from his pocket, removed the safety pin, and placed it atop the indentation that Chu Ba Wang had pointed out before swiftly retreating. In terms of power, the grenade far surpassed the blade, and Chen Qing was convinced it would shatter the crystal. He could only hope it wouldn't destroy the egg. He prayed fervently. If the egg were to break, all would be for naught, and he would have to face the wrath of the desert gopher tortoise, a loss too great to bear. Boom! With a violent explosion, tiny steel pellets erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave. Crack, crack, crack! The hard crystal shattered into fragments, scattering pieces in all directions. And then the white egg fell to the ground, spinning a few times before ultimately remaining intact. The mutated desert gopher tortoise was immensely powerful, and its egg was no ordinary object, defying conventional understanding. Without hesitation, Chen Qing lunged forward, swiftly cradling the white egg, and like an arrow released from its bow, he dashed back the way he had come, fleeing the magnificent yet terrifying palace. Chu Ba Wang's abandonment of the tortoise egg undoubtedly signified that danger was imminent. Roar! The roar of the desert gopher tortoise echoed like thunder behind him, urging Chen Qing to run without pausing for a moment, racing toward the exit trampled by camels. The tremors of the underground passage intensified, the pressure closing in behind him, locking onto Chen Qing. A pair of crimson eyes fixated on him, harboring a brutal intent to kill. Hurry! Chen Qing's heart raced with urgency, his legs moving like the wind, disregarding fatigue as he exerted every ounce of strength. This was the first time he unleashed his maximum speed within the mid-tier of the awakening realm, propelling himself over 20 meters in a single second. Faster than one could imagine. During his escape, one shoe sank into the muddy ground, but Chen Qing discarded it without a thought for appearances, charging toward the exit. Roar! The desert gopher tortoise continued to bellow, pursuing him with astonishing speed. In the confines of the tunnel, it utilized its smooth slime to reduce friction between its shell and the earth, retracting its front legs while propelling itself with its powerful hind legs. Gliding like a streak of lightning, Chen Qing's heart pounded violently, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his blood boiling with adrenaline. Without looking back, He knew the desert gopher tortoise was rapidly closing in. If he did not find a way to stop it, he would be devoured alive. Clutching the tortoise egg, he pulled the last grenade's pin and tossed it to the ground before sprinting with all his might. As the silhouette of Chun-Ching came into view of the desert gopher tortoise, the distance between them dwindled to less than 30 meters, and within 1 or 2 seconds, he would be caught. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending soil flying and momentarily slowing the desert tortoise's speed, stretching the distance between the two adversaries to 35 meters. In the next heartbeat, the gap rapidly diminished to a mere 20 meters. A second later, it shrank to 8 meters. Just as the creature was about to sink its teeth into Chun-Ching, he leapt sideways into the moonlight, propelling himself 7 or 8 meters into the air. With sheer determination, he leveraged against the wall and began to climb with all his might. A roar erupted behind him, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss, spewing forth scalding saliva and a foul stench. The sound resonated like a mighty bell, reverberating through Chun-Ching's eardrums, nearly shattering them. The monstrous head loomed perilously close, and Chun-Ching caught only a fleeting glimpse of its chilling crimson eyes. His body tensed, refusing to look directly at it. Time was of the essence. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was razor-focused. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered from Chun-Ching's pant leg, illuminating the tunnel and surpassing the moonlight. An overwhelming force surged within him, quickening his pace just enough to narrowly evade the desert tortoise's strike, emerging into the open wilderness. With heavy footsteps, he sprinted across the sand towards the location of the distant vehicles. He was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, knowing he had no time to ponder. Hut, hut, hut. The desert tortoise burst forth, each step causing the ground to tremble and leaving deep imprints. Yet, without the aid of the tunnel below, its speed was no match for Chun-Ching's at that moment. Its massive frame became a hindrance. In a matter of seconds, he reached the vehicle, leapt inside, and revved the engine, racing away. The tortoise, unable to pursue, roared in frustration, watching Chun-Ching drive off into the distance. Driven by rage, the golden lines formed from consuming Chun-Ching's blood transformed to crimson, enhancing its power once more. Having escaped the peril, Chun-Ching finally found a moment to breathe. His chest heaving as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. He gulped down an entire bottle of water, gradually regaining his composure. This was the closest he had ever come to death. Had it not been for the sudden surge of power in that dire moment, he would have been in grave danger. After about 10 minutes, he had recuperated. He reached into his pocket, retrieving the jade stone bestowed upon him by the monarch of the palace. Examining it closely, this must be the source of the strength I just experienced. This jade was no ordinary gem. Otherwise, why would the monarch protect it so fiercely, only granting it to him at the last moment? Who was that person, so terrifyingly powerful? Reflecting on the skeletal figure that still seemed to gaze down upon the world, even in death, filled Chun-Ching with trepidation. While the desert tortoise needed to chase him to attack, he felt that if the monarch had truly wished him harm, a mere thought would suffice to end his life instantly. Why had he gifted him this jade? As he contemplated the radiant jade stone he held, he furrowed his brow, pondering the many uncertainties. Chun-Ching had never believed in unearned favors. Unfortunately, having encountered that skeletal monarch for the first time, he had no understanding of his true nature, making it difficult to speculate. Despite the life-threatening ordeal, the benefits were undeniably substantial. Returning to the present, Chun-Ching's fervent gaze landed on the white tortoise egg resting in the passenger seat. The blue-tiered monsters possess flesh that yields effects almost identical to precious pearls, greatly benefiting the human body. In contrast, the desert tortoise, a creature seemingly far superior to those of the blue tier, lays eggs that must surely be of extraordinary nourishing value. Chapter 26. Grim Tidings in the Village. In the dead of night, moonlight cascades upon the earth, draping it in a delicate veil of silver. Amidst the bone-chilling desolation of the desert, dilapidated vehicles crawl forward, leaving behind two endless trails, while the cacophonous roar of engines shatters the silence. As perspiration dampens his garments, the biting cold assails Chun-Ching, causing him to tremble and necessitating the removal of his thin attire. The claw marks of mutated wolves are etched deeply upon the vehicle, with half a door hanging precariously. Inside, the frigid winds rage unabated, rendering the heating utterly ineffective. Fortunately, his robust constitution renders the sub-zero temperatures merely akin to a common chill. Speeding onward, Chen Qing dares not linger. He cannot guarantee that the desert tortoise will not pursue him. Thus he must flee as far as possible. After some contemplation, he accesses his phone's map, pinpointing the marked location of the village, and resolves to return first to replenish his supplies and change vehicles. Once I consume this tortoise egg, I shall return to the city, he decides. Given his current prowess, he finds it impossible to locate monsters suitable for hunting in a vast desert. They are either too formidable or too feeble. Moreover, the expansive desert results in a sparse distribution of these creatures, making the search excessively time-consuming. Remaining any longer would be ill-advised. Furthermore, to attain greater strength, one must embrace even greater risks. The youth wielding flames resides within the city, enveloped in peril. Perhaps he possesses his own fortuitous opportunities. But the abundance of monsters and resources within the city cannot be overlooked as significant factors. At dawn, as the first light breaks, Chen Qing clutches the tortoise egg while traversing the arid expanse. Eventually, his vehicle succumbs completely, leaving him no choice but to continue on foot. At long last, he arrives. A sigh of relief escapes him. After a long and arduous journey, he returns to the location of the village. Before him, the once dilapidated settlement now stands transformed, its houses rebuilt, reminiscent of the prosperity that existed before the onset of the apocalypse. Strangers. The arrival of unfamiliar faces immediately captures the attention of the guard stationed at the village entrance, who stand on high alert, weapons drawn. As Chen Qing approaches, he reassures them with a smile. There is no need for alarm. I'm the former leader of this village. The former leader? The guards exchange incredulous glances. One of them scoffing, "You mean Lu Yong?" "I was the leader before Lu Yong." Chen Qing nods, providing clarification. Observing the guard's demeanor, he surmises that Lu Yong must be facing difficulties. That boy has long ceased to be a leader. The guards share a knowing look, then, as if in unison, they close ranks, surrounding Chen Qing with ill intentions. Unfazed, Chen Qing inquires, where is he now? Since the dawn of the apocalypse, humanity has once again entered a realm where the strong prevail. If Lu Yong lacks strength, it is only natural for him to be dethroned. And Chen Qing sees no fault in this. He's already gone to hell. You might as well join him, one guard snarls, mercilessly swinging his blade towards Chen Qing. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the man was sent hurtling through the air like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the village's perimeter wall, his body embedding into the structure as he coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of death. The scene unfolded so suddenly that the other guards stood frozen in place, their expressions frozen in shock, gazing at Chen Qing as if he were a monster. Chen Qing's gaze was icy as he surveyed the surroundings, fury rising within him. If you wish to replace your leader, why resort to murder? He never anticipated that by granting Lu Yong the position of leader, he would inadvertently lead to his demise. Let us all attack, one guard shouted, steeling himself as he swung his weapon towards Chen Qing. With effortless ease, Chen Qing dispatched them all, lifting the last man and coldly demanding, "Where is the current leader?" The man, filled with dread, trembled as he pointed in a direction. Following his gesture, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed as he beheld the finest structure in the village, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Inside, the ambience was lavish. The brightly lit hall a scene of debauchery, with 4 pairs of men and women entwined in a scandalous display. Kill! Faintly, the sounds of violence echoed from outside. What is happening? One burly man with a scarred face reacted, rising to glance sideways. Suddenly, the door burst open, and villagers tumbled in, bloodied and disheveled. Following them, a ragged man stepped inside, his eyes devoid of warmth. Screams erupted from the scantily clad women, who hurriedly sought refuge in the back rooms. One woman fixating on Chen Qing, her pupils dilating in terror. He has returned? This man was none other than Zhou Xiaoma, the source of considerable trouble for Chen Qing. Boy, do we have a grudge? Wu Sheng, the leading man, cautiously grasped a nearby large blade, feeling a chilling sense of trepidation despite having reached the initial stage of the awakening realm. His loyal subordinates stood behind him, armed and ready to defend. Chen Qing. An increasing number of people gathered, some former villagers expressing their delight. You have finally returned. Is he really Chen Qing? A woman questioned, skeptical. Doesn't he look different? Was he ever that handsome? Brother Chen Qing, you must avenge Lu Yong. Someone shouted. Wu Sheng, hearing the murmurs around him, felt a weight settle in his gaze as he tightened his grip on the knife. Chen Qing. He had not expected the one Lu Yong had insisted would seek vengeance to be such a formidable presence. Suppressing his fury, Chen Qing inquired of the crowd. How did Lu Yong meet his end? It was Zhou Xiaoma. Someone quickly accused Zhou Xiaoma, with Wu Sheng whom she found, is responsible for Lu Yong's demise. Wu Sheng has taken all the beautiful women in the village for himself, and Lu Yong stood up for everyone, only to meet a tragic fate. The crowd voiced their grievances, recounting Wu Sheng's numerous transgressions. Chen Qing felt a blaze igniting within his chest as he clenched his fist. Zhou Xiaoma. After she departed from the village, this woman first contacted Uncle Hu Hao, intending to bring about his demise. Now, she has enlisted others to torment Lu Yong, revealing a heart as venomous as a serpent. There is no greater villain than a wicked woman. I lament the decision to spare her life. For the first time, Chen Qing felt profound regret for his actions. I should have foreseen that she was no virtuous being. I was merely too youthful, my heart lacking the necessary ruthlessness. If one does not eradicate the roots of a problem, it shall inevitably resurge with the spring breeze. If one must take action, all potential hazards should be eliminated, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. This is a lesson he would forever remember, vowing never to repeat such a mistake. Brother, we did not slay Lu Yong. Grievances have their origins, and the debt lies with Zhou Xiaoma, who is just behind you. Seek her out for retribution. We need not turn our blades against one another, Wu Sheng stated, his resolve faltering. The presence of this youthful lad exerted an overwhelming pressure upon him. You shall all perish, Chen Qing replied coolly. Those beasts, who forcefully abducted innocent women, had long been sentenced to death in his heart. At his words, Wu Sheng's expression froze. He ceased further discourse and gestured to his three companions. In unison, the four charged at Chen Qing, aiming to subdue him with a fierce assault. Chapter 27. Awakening in the Higher Realms. The glint of blades flickered, a chilling radiance illuminating the air. The sharp edge descended with unassailable force. Success. Wu Sheng's eyes brightened. Suddenly, Chen Qing's figure surged forth, swift as lightning, appearing beside Wu Sheng in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Wu Sheng's expression solidified. As he swung his large blade, his palm inadvertently landed upon Chen Qing's shoulder. The blade missing its mark and failing to inflict any injury, while his hand felt as if it had struck iron, a dull pain radiating through him. Meanwhile, the three who had attacked alongside Wu Sheng also found their strikes evaded, their weapons clashing in a cacophony of sound. So swift, the thoughts surged simultaneously through their minds. As Wu Sheng trembled with fear and regret, he lamented the knowledge that Lu Yong had such a formidable ally. Had he known, he would never have dared to invade the village, inviting such calamity upon himself. A murderous intent gleamed in Chen Qing's eyes as he shook his shoulder. With a crack, Wu Sheng's fingers shattered, the large blade slipping from his grasp. His complexion turned pale, and just as he was about to scream, Chen Qing seized his throat, thrusting him forward and driving him into the ground. Thunk! A muffled sound resonated, the earth seeming to tremble. The nearby witnesses acutely aware as the hard tiles cracked beneath the impact. Wu Sheng's eyes bulged in a crimson haze, his skull fracturing at the back, blood gushing forth. He raised his hands in a futile attempt to break free, yet all strength drained from his body, leaving him powerless and lifeless. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The architect of their terror met his swift end at Chen Qing's thunderous blow, faster than they could comprehend. Rising, Chen Qing turned to face Wu Sheng's three subordinates, his expression devoid of emotion. It is your turn. A chill enveloped the three, their hearts racing with fear, devoid of any fighting spirit. They hastily turned to flee, only to find themselves encircled by the crowd, subjected to a barrage of fists and kicks. Attempting to escape? You wretched beasts, meet your demise. For the villagers they despised to the core, there would be no mercy. Seizing the opportunity, they struck mercilessly. Witnessing this scene, Chen Qing remained speechless. In truth, even if Wu Sheng and his companions were formidable, 100 villagers united in their assault could easily vanquish them. Regrettably, each was preoccupied with self-preservation, fearful of sacrifice. Thus, Lu Yong stood alone, ultimately meeting his tragic fate. The weight of human sentiment, both a support and a burden, rendered solitary existence far more liberating. To eliminate the four, Chen Qing's eyes sparked with cold determination as he swiftly entered the back room of the house. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from scantily clad women huddled together. Trembling in fear, Chun Qing dismissed them with a glance, sweeping his gaze over the shattered window before decisively pursuing his quarry, catching sight of Zhou Xiaomao, who had already fled several dozen meters away in her vehicle. Clearly, she had recognized the peril of the situation and made her escape. Those four were utterly inept. Fortunate for her, she had been swift in flight. Gripping the steering wheel, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be replaced by a venomous glare as she seethed. Chun Qing, I shall remember this grudge. One day, I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Originally, she had relied on Hu Hao and Wu Sheng as stepping stones to ascend to great heights, but now, her ambitions were thwarted by the emergence of that scoundrel Chun Qing, who had ruined her plans entirely, a truly despicable fate. In that moment, she forgot that it was she who had initially invited Chun Qing to join their organization. Suddenly, an instinct stirred within her, prompting her to glance at the rearview mirror. To her horror, she noticed Chun Qing growing ever more distant, a dark object in his hand becoming discernible. What could that be? Panic surged through Zhou Xiaomao's heart. Abruptly, a blinding flash of light, shimmering in the sunlight, shattered the rear window with ruthless precision, striking true at the back of her head. The crack of a gunshot echoed, drowning out the sounds of chaos within the house. In the next instant, Zhou Xiaomao's pupils dilated, a small hole appearing in her forehead as blood erupted, splattering across the car window and cascading down in a gruesome display. Observing the halted vehicle, Chun Qing's expression remained impassive as he holstered his pistol. One lesson was sufficient. After avenging Lu Yong, Chun Qing diligently tended to his grave, offering a libation as a sign of remorse. With matters resolved, he busied himself in the kitchen, intent on boiling the turtle eggs for sustenance before venturing into the city for further adventures. Chun Qing refrained from cracking the eggs, wishing to preserve their essence, choosing instead to immerse them in water for boiling, as poached eggs retain their nutritional value best. Soon, the water reached a boil, steam rising. The basketball-sized turtle eggs emitted an enchanting aroma, igniting Chun Qing's appetite. He promptly secured the door, striving to contain the scent and prevent the desert tortoises from sensing it and approaching. As time elapsed, the fragrance of the boiled eggs intensified, the once white shells transforming into a golden hue, the translucent inner whites resembling jade, utterly tantalizing. After 10 minutes, Chun Qing swallowed hard, retrieving the egg. He opted not to crack it open, for the entire egg was a treasure, and discarding the shell would be wasteful. With a sense of anticipation, he took a bite, savoring the flavor. The boiled golden shell was not as hard as that of a chicken egg. Rather, it was exquisitely crisp and delectable, complemented by the jelly-like whites that were delightfully elastic. The moment it touched his palate, his taste buds were thoroughly awakened. This is a culinary delight that can be regarded as the pinnacle of exquisite taste, bestowing significant benefits upon the body. In the early days of the apocalypse, it could incite envy in countless individuals. After merely a few bites, Chun Qing felt a warm current surging from his abdomen, enveloping his entire body, as if every inch of his skin were being nourished and baptized, with his pores expanding to expel impurities from within. An unfathomable energy flowed through Chun Qing's limbs and bones, traversing each vein unimpeded, rendering his sinews and bones increasingly resilient. Without hesitation, Chun Qing continued to consume the essence of the turtle egg. The essence, imbued with a rich and fragrant aroma, entered Chun Qing's body, further fortifying his physical form, gradually leading him closer to another threshold. I had underestimated the turtle eggs of the desert gopher turtle. Filled with excitement, Chun Qing savored each morsel, striving to allow his body to assimilate every trace of energy essence, propelling him toward a higher realm, where quantitative change would lead to qualitative transformation. 10 minutes later, Chun Qing's physical prowess reached the pinnacle of the intermediate awakening realm, brushing against the threshold. Bang, bang, bang. His heart thumped, unleashing powerful shocks, akin to the relentless waves of a mighty river crashing against a dam. Chun Qing remained unhurried. 2/3 of the turtle egg remained, and he could afford to take his time. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As he digested the essence within the egg, Chun Qing relentlessly pressed against the threshold until gradually, through his tireless efforts, the barrier began to loosen. A breakthrough was imminent. He sensed it within, swallowing all the egg white in one breath, leaving only the bowl-sized golden yolk. Boom! At last, the barrier shattered. Chun Qing's taut muscles relaxed, releasing a breath of turbid air, his strength surging. And the sound of cracking bones resonated as hair that had been chopped off began to grow back to his waist. He had ascended to the high tier of the awakening realm. Chapter 28. Inside Yunxian City. Suddenly, a red glow radiated from the surface of his skin. In an instant, Chun Qing felt a scorching heat enveloping his entire body, as if a blazing furnace resided within him, causing his blood to boil, surging and impacting his internal organs. What was happening? His mouth felt parched, and an unimaginable heat converged in his lower abdomen, igniting a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, yearning for intimacy with a woman. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming compulsion. It seemed that if he did not engage in such relations, the fusion of yin and yang would lead to his untimely demise. What on earth is going on? Confounded, Chun Qing furrowed his brow, displaying signs of distress, as the violent heat surged towards his brain, threatening to engulf his reason. Suddenly, a cool and refreshing energy flowed into his body, calming the peculiar agitation it had stirred. Regaining clarity, Chun Qing swiftly retrieved a jade stone, no larger than a fingernail, radiating a soft white glow, utterly astonished. The soothing energy that quelled his body's turmoil emanated from this very jade. Had the skeletal monarch within the palace anticipated such an occurrence? Chun Qing struggled to comprehend the situation he found himself in, witnessing wisps of white mist emanating from his body in a billowing rush, releasing heat. At that moment, he heard the distinct sound of chains clashing and grinding, crisp yet weighty. The intangible chains seemed to tightly entwine him, rendering him unable to break free, as if a once formidable power had been suppressed and weakened. How bizarre! Chun Qing was utterly perplexed by his current predicament, yet he had no choice but to let events unfold. Although he could not fathom the reason, a boiled egg's yolk could not be preserved, otherwise its nutrients would dissipate. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and began to consume the most concentrated essence. Initially, he took a cautious bite, and upon detecting no adverse effects, he relaxed and continued to partake. Fortunately, no unusual occurrences transpired thereafter, and upon the complete consumption of the yolk, Chun Qing made significant strides on his path to strength. Though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the awakening realm, after contemplating, he approached the wall, extended a finger, and gradually increased his pressure. With a mere fraction of his strength, the wall crumbled under his touch, dust cascading down from the surface. Subsequently, he exited the room, effortlessly leaping several meters into the air. With full force, he could likely soar over 20 meters, his physical prowess nothing short of explosive. How immense is my strength now? Chun Qing clenched his fist, his gaze ardent and his heart surging with excitement, unable to believe this was the power attainable by the human body. Should he encounter the cat-like creature that once nearly cost him his life, he was confident he could vanquish it in a single strike. After a moment, Chun Qing composed himself and entered the bathroom. In the past half-month, he had not bathed, and now his body was reeking and covered in grime. With this rare opportunity to return to the village, he intended to cleanse himself thoroughly. As the hot water cascaded over him, he washed away the black stains left by his 3 breakthroughs, then wiped the foggy mirror beside him. Upon seeing his reflection, his expression immediately froze. The man in the mirror had long, flowing hair that cascaded freely. His finely chiseled features were strikingly defined, with a dignified countenance and a complexion like polished jade. His sharp brows added a touch of heroism to his deep, dark eyes, capable of enchanting any woman. Chun Qing touched his face, incredulous. Was he seeing a ghost? He had become even more handsome. Could it be that each breakthrough elevated his attractiveness? If he were to experience several more breakthroughs, would he not become extraordinarily handsome? Alas, what a vexation. But then again, Wu Sheng, despite being at the initial stage of the awakening realm, bore a scar on his face, rendering him rather unpleasant to behold. It seemed that an increase in power did not necessarily correlate with an enhancement in appearance, which puzzled Chun Qing. Furthermore, whether it was the so-called Chubong or the youth who commanded flames, although they were handsome, they did not reach his level of attractiveness. Perhaps it was related to his unique constitution. He recalled how the monsters had taken special notice of him and the heat that enveloped his body, leading him to speculate. However, all of this was enigmatic, and overthinking would yield no benefit, so he decided to let it go. After finishing his cleansing, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Chun Qing donned fresh attire, casually trimmed some of his hair. As for a proper haircut, that could wait. With each breakthrough, his hair grew back, making any trimming futile. Excellent. Now it was time to return to the city. He was confident that after absorbing the turtle egg, his strength was sufficient for adventures within the city. Afterward, Chun Qing, laden with provisions, departed despite the villagers' protests. The collective strength of the villagers was now sufficient to ensure their survival in the desolate wasteland. It was not his place to dictate their leadership. Upon embarking on his return journey, Chun Qing opted for a circuitous route, although it incurred a slight delay. Traveling by land and avoiding the bridge spared him from encountering the monstrous denizens of the deep sea. The memory of the colossal octopus still haunted him, instilling a lingering trepidation. Though he had ascended to the higher echelons of the awakening realm, he was not yet inclined to court disaster with such formidable creatures. After approximately 4 hours of travel, Chun Qing finally returned to his home city, Yinxian City. A smile graced his lips as he beheld the city, still towering majestically. Its skyscrapers standing in a magnificent array, the vibrancy undiminished from afar. In a little over a month, his life had undergone a profound transformation, shifting from a desperate escape in the apocalypse to a purposeful return in search of opportunity. Reflecting on the past, he could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Within the city, the once bustling thoroughfares lay desolate, shrouded in an eerie stillness. The remnants of tragic accidents were scattered about, with dried bloodstains attesting to the despair that had once enveloped humanity. A roar, reminiscent of a tiger's growl, shattered the silence, keeping his presence discreet. Chun Qing parked his vehicle in a safe area and cautiously approached the source of the sound. He had come to the city to hunt more powerful monsters and to elevate his prowess, and thus he must take the initiative. As he navigated the streets, Chun Qing arrived at the location of the monstrous roar, where he beheld a 5-meter-long giant lizard scaling the glass of a building, moving swiftly upwards. Had it spotted its prey? Chun Qing raised an eyebrow and looked up. It was the rooftop of the skyscraper. Without hesitation, a man leaped from the top. Suicide? The word flashed through Chun Qing's mind, but in the next moment, his gaze sharpened. The man descended rapidly in free fall towards the lizard, bending his legs. His demeanor composed. It seemed that those who could survive in the city possessed considerable strength. Chun Qing felt a jolt of realization. The building stood about 50 meters tall. To dare such a leap and directly assault the lizard indicated extraordinary prowess. With a thunderous impact, the man's knee struck the lizard's head, sending it crashing down to the ground, blood splattering as a massive crater formed upon impact. The lizard lay lifeless, and the man rose, extracting a yellow orb from within the creature's body with his dagger. He cast a brief glance at Chun Qing, disregarding him entirely as he made his exit. It appeared that breaking through did not enhance one's appearance, and Chun Qing confirmed his own uniqueness. The man he had encountered possessed strength, at least at the mid-level of the awakening realm, perhaps even at the advanced level like himself. Yet he bore an utterly ordinary visage. Suddenly, a deafening trumpet-like sound resonated, emanating from just around the street corner, alarmingly close. A glimmer of understanding flashed in both Chun Qing's and the man's eyes, resembling arrows released from their bows as they swiftly darted across the street, vanishing around the corner almost simultaneously. Even though Chun Qing had just entered the city, he understood that in this urban jungle, survival depended on seizing opportunities. A thunderous roar echoed through the streets, followed by the ground trembling and buildings swaying, a spectacle of overwhelming might. Suddenly, Chun Qing and a man appeared around the corner, their faces pale and dust-covered, fleeing in a desperate sprint. At the turn, a colossal elephant thundered past, its massive body demolishing sections of buildings as it charged through the streets, its long trunk exuding scalding mist, leaving deep craters in its wake, an unstoppable force of destruction. A tiger's roar pierced the air, darting like the wind, weaving through the elephant's path. Though only slightly larger than an ordinary tiger, its sharp claws glinted menacingly in the sunlight, crimson eyes gleaming with lethal intent as it surged ahead, directly pursuing the two men. Following closely were sparrows, lions, and giant pythons, an unstoppable tide of formidable beasts and monstrous birds, their ferocity unmatched, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. They instinctively understood that in this city, prey could only be claimed through force. In Chapter 29, The Bloodline in Captivity, the streets, bustling and chaotic, witnessed two individuals fleeing ahead while a horde of beasts surged behind, an exhilarating yet perilous spectacle. Lu Shang's expression darkened. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The city was fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could lead to a gruesome demise at the hands of these monsters. Despite being a formidable presence within Yunxian City, he remained vigilant, fearful that the exceptionally handsome youth beside him might attract the monster's attention, leading to a reckless encounter that had unexpectedly drawn a multitude of ferocious predators in pursuit. This was a close call. Chun Qing furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked one crucial detail. His unique constitution was an immense temptation for these mutated creatures, necessitating an even greater caution than anyone else. Suddenly, the two arrived at an intersection and immediately dispersed to the left and right, each fleeing independently. With a thunderous sound, the creatures ignored Lu Shang entirely, converging upon Chun Qing with a singular focus to devour him. After gaining some distance, Lu Shang halted, gazing at the astonishing scene unfolding in the distance. His lips twitching, he wondered why these monsters were relentlessly pursuing him. Under normal circumstances, they would have abandoned the chase knowing they could not catch up. It dawned on him that these creatures were fixated on the young man, and he merely happened to be in the same trajectory. In a sudden burst of realization, Chun Qing spotted several interconnected skyscrapers and leaped with astounding agility, propelling himself to the third floor before swiftly ascending to higher levels. The enraged elephant roared, crashing into the building, causing tremors, with debris flying and steel bending and breaking, the structure leaning perilously to one side. If such force were to be applied again, the building would likely collapse. Chun Qing gripped the railing tightly, avoiding being thrown off, and continued to ascend until he reached the flat rooftop. With fierce, crimson eyes, the formidable tiger ascended the side of the building, utilizing its sharp claws with ease to reach the rooftop. Just as it was about to make a move, Chun Qing advanced rather than retreating. The dagger in his hand transformed into a glimmering shard of cold light, and taking advantage of the tiger's momentarily sluggish descent, he plunged it deep into the creature's forehead. To pursue me always comes at a price, Chun Qing sneered as he twisted the dagger within its skull, shattering the delicate matter inside. Though these urban monstrosities were powerful, Chun Qing, having attained a high level of spiritual awakening, was not without the means to resist. In a one-on-one confrontation, while the colossal elephant could be set aside, the other beasts, including this fearsome tiger, were far from difficult to vanquish. The tiger, eyes wide, collapsed with a thunderous crash, its gaze forever fixed in death. In the fleeting moments that followed, Chun Qing extracted a yellow orb from the creature's brain and stowed it away, seizing the opportunity to flee before the other ferocious beasts could close in. With a mighty leap, Chun Qing propelled himself off the rooftop, causing the structure to buckle under the impact, creating yet another indentation. The howling wind rushed past his ears as he soared over 30 meters, landing on another high rise, while the still roaring elephant abandoned its charge to follow suit. Suddenly, a mutated sparrow swooped down, its sharp golden beak slicing through the air like a weapon. Chun Qing, agile in form, deftly evaded it and continued his leap towards another skyscraper, attempting to shake off the throng of beasts below. His stamina, significantly enhanced after reaching the high echelons of spiritual awakening, was still not boundless. Should he fail to elude the horde for too long, their relentless onslaught could spell disaster. The sparrow launched another attack, grazing Chun Qing's left arm and drawing blood. Is this never-ending? Chun Qing's fury surged as his eyes narrowed, focus sharpening on the bird's next move, a murderous intent swelling within. At a critical moment, the sparrow's talons extended, and had it been an ordinary person, the grip would have resulted in severe injury or death. Prepared for its assault, Chun Qing shifted his stance, positioning himself between the bird's claws, and seized its leg, preventing its escape. The sparrow immediately began to struggle, but despite its efforts, it could not break free from Chun Qing's grasp. With muscles taut and veins prominent, he forcefully hurled the thrashing creature to the side. Thud! Dust erupted, and the rooftop bore a new crater, fissures spreading across its surface. Without hesitation, Chun Qing altered his direction and struck again, rendering the sparrow a bloody mess, feathers cascading like rain, his methods resembling those of a humanoid beast, unmatched in ferocity. Thud! 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 After repeatedly slamming it down 7 or 8 times, creating 3 substantial craters on the rooftop, Chun Qing relinquished his hold. the dagger slicing through the bird's head to extract the coveted yellow orb. With his current prowess, he could defeat monsters of yellow and blue tiers in one-on-one encounters, provided they were not particularly troublesome. Having secured the orb, Chun-Ching swiftly relocated, aware that the towering structure could collapse into ruins under the elephant's relentless assault at any moment. With the sparrow no longer a nuisance, he relied on his astonishing leaping ability to evade the beast's gaze, seeking refuge in a room on one of the building's floors. Boom! Before long, the colossal elephant crashed into a towering building, raising a cloud of dust. It gazed greedily at the blood on the rooftop and the blood staining the sparrow, opening its immense maw and devouring both the sparrow and the section of the rooftop. The other mutated beasts watched this scene, roaring incessantly in complaint, yet feeling helpless, for the giant elephant was far superior to them. Moo! Not long after consuming its meal, the elephant raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, a faint golden light emanating from its massive form. Its ivory tusks transformed into a radiant gold, and its body gradually shrank to a normal size, as if undergoing a remarkable evolution, no longer merely pursuing sheer size. An overwhelming aura of power spread across the area, causing the surrounding beasts to prostrate themselves in reverence. After evolving, the elephant lingered for over 10 minutes, surveying its surroundings to confirm that its prey had escaped before departing with a sense of regret. My flesh indeed possesses the ability to significantly enhance a monster's strength. Observing this scene from a distance, Chun-Ching felt a weight in his heart. He took out 2 yellow orbs, feeling a warm current flow through his arms as his wounds gradually healed, strengthening himself. Crack! The door to the room was pushed open. Chun-Ching concealed the 2 orbs, maintaining his composure as he watched the man he had encountered earlier step inside, smiling as he spoke. Brother, would you care to share in the spoils? This man had been following him in secret since their parting, and Chun-Ching was well aware of it. Though he felt no threat, in a true confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Of course not. You have slain it with your own strength. It has nothing to do with me. A gentleman does not covet what others possess. Lu Shang quickly shook his head, indicating that he was not there for that purpose. Although he was confident in his own prowess, he recognized that the youth before him was no ordinary individual, and he had no desire to offend him unnecessarily. What is your intention, then? Chun-Ching inquired. Lu Shang extended an invitation. How about a partnership? A partnership? Chun-Ching echoed. Lu Shang nodded slowly, stating, You must possess a special physique, one that is likely to attract monsters significantly. Our collaboration would be mutually beneficial. What do you mean by a special physique? Chun-Ching sought to understand more. Though he sensed his own physique was unique, he was unfamiliar with the concept of a special physique. It was worth noting that after defeating poisonous scorpions, wild wolves, and consuming turtle eggs, his strength had surged, placing him at the pinnacle of human combat power. However, the information provided by the news was ultimately superficial. While it had some relevance to the initial stages of the awakening realm, deeper insights were lacking. I know little about special physiques as well, Lu Shang explained. I once came across an ancient text that detailed various human physiques. Human physique? Chun-Ching remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. According to the ancient text, human bloodlines were not as feeble as they appeared today. Their true nature was concealed due to the shackles binding them. Lu Shang articulated. Shackles? Chun-Ching maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, but internally pondered. The day before, upon breaking through to the advanced stage of the awakening realm, he had faintly heard the sound of clashing iron chains. Could this be the very shackles to which Lu Shang referred? If so, would breaking free from these shackles allow the so-called human bloodlines to resurface? Mastery of profound skills. The awakening realm is essentially the process of awakening the essence, energy, and spirit. Lu Shang continued, stating that upon reaching the pinnacle of the awakening realm, one would come into contact with the shackles of their bloodline. By breaking these shackles, one could unveil the true essence of humanity's bloodline. Among these, the most unique and noble were those with special physiques. At the moment of breaking through to the Meridian realm, they would receive a unique inheritance exclusive to them. So that is how it is. Chun-Ching nodded in acknowledgement. He held a skeptical attitude towards Lu Shang's words, yet certain aspects compelled his belief, such as the shackles that one would indeed encounter at the pinnacle of the awakening realm. You need not worry about me taking advantage of you. I too possess a special physique. Lu Shang crouched down, placing his palm on the floor, emanating a faint, earthen glow. Suddenly, a conical mound of earth peers through the surface of the floor, shooting upwards over 2 meters in height, quite unexpectedly. Chen Qing glanced at the mound. Realizing that Lu Shang was revealing a glimpse of his abilities to earn his trust, thereby affirming his identity as a special physique bearer. As Lu Shang rose and seized his control, the earth spike crumbled and scattered, leaving a residue of sand on the floor. Since we are both endowed with special physiques, why do I possess no abilities? After witnessing Lu Shang's prowess, Chen Qing couldn't help but feel perplexed. In the next moment, he pondered his increasingly striking appearance, his expression becoming somewhat bizarre. Could it be that my special ability is merely to enhance my looks? Would that be too unique? Shall we collaborate? Lu Shang approached, extending his hand in a warm invitation. Certainly. After a moment's consideration, Chen Qing agreed and shook his hand. There was no animosity between them, and their strengths were on a similar plane. In the short term, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Lu Shang introduced himself. I am Lu Shang. I am Chen Qing. Chen Qing stated bluntly, "You're interested in my ability to attract monsters, aren't you?" Indeed, Lu Shang did not deny it and candidly replied, "Most monsters prefer to move in groups once they reach a certain level of strength. It is far too challenging to tackle them one by one. Thus, we need someone capable of dispersing them. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered someone with a physique that attracts monsters. Truly a remarkable gift." He believed that remarkable gift was the most fitting phrase. Currently, even the pinnacle experts among humanity might struggle to break through the awakening realm, as the shackles are exceedingly firm and require vast resources. However, the dispersed monsters were generally not very powerful, mostly represented by yellow and blue orbs. Such orbs could hardly facilitate a breakthrough beyond the awakening realm. Yet, Chen Qing had instilled hope in him. Attracting monsters. In the present moment, this extraordinary effect could be deemed a miraculous skill. What realm lies beyond the awakening realm? Chen Qing inquired. Lu Shang did not withhold information. The Meridian realm, as the name suggests, is about awakening one's bloodline. Awakening my bloodline? As a bearer of a special physique, what bloodline could that be? A flicker of anticipation gleamed in Chen Qing's eyes as he yearned to uncover the reason for his uniqueness. Afterward, the two deliberated for a brief moment before embarking on their mission. The desolate streets were lined with numerous abandoned vehicles, and in the distance, smoke billowed, accompanied by the faint roar of beasts, the origins of which remained unknown. Chen Qing cautiously approached the area dense with monsters, observing his surroundings, preparing himself for a potential escape. Moments ago, he set his sights on a mutated rooster not far from his location. However, there were more than 10 of these mutated roosters clustered together, and Chen Qing sought to lure one out. Suddenly, a towering rooster, as high as a 2-story building, erupted from around the corner, its thunderous crow echoing like a clap of thunder, causing a reverberation that shook the eardrums. With wings seemingly forged from gold, it soared through the air, its sharp talons poised, reflecting the fierce visage of Chen Qing in its slanted eyes, radiating an aura of lethal intent. In response, Chen Qing turned and fled. The pressure from this rooster was overwhelming, far beyond what a single individual could withstand. As the rooster landed, its wings spread wide, generating a tempestuous wind that accelerated its pursuit of Chen Qing. The two adversaries closed the distance rapidly until they were less than 10 meters apart. In a decisive moment, Chen Qing pivoted sharply, seizing a massive stone nearby and hurled it at the charging creature. With a resounding crash, the rooster reacted swiftly, its formidable beak striking the stone with a gentle peck, shattering it into fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Shang, who had been lurking in the shadows, swiftly approached from behind, both armed with sharp weapons, launching a fierce attack. The clang of their weapons rang out. 2 crisp sounds echoed in the air. Yet their daggers shattered against the rooster's golden plumage, leaving not a single mark. "Damn it!" they exclaimed in unison, incredulous that their full-strength assault could not breach the creature's defenses. The tension was palpable. "Run!" Lu Shang shouted, retreating in haste, his silhouette resembling that of a defeated bandit. In that instant, Chen Qing recalled the formidable presence Lu Shang had exhibited upon their first meeting, contrasting sharply with the current scene of his frantic escape. And he felt an inexplicable sense of disillusionment. There was no time for hesitation. Chen Qing darted into a nearby high-rise, seeking refuge within its depths. The rooster, in a frenzy, pecked furiously at the entrance through which Chun Qing had fled, yet could not thwart his escape, its frantic cries echoing in frustration. Soon after, they reconvened in a designated hidden corner. "Brother, that creature was far too formidable for us. The purple tear is not something we should be engaging with at this time," Lu Shang lamented. The rooster's feathers appeared as impenetrable as stone, their attacks utterly futile. Any prolonged engagement would surely lead to their demise. Chun Qing brushed the dust from his clothes. "How can I discern the strength of a monster?" he queried. Lu Shang hesitated, rubbing his nose thoughtfully before sighing. "Very well. I shall teach you a method to analyze both your own strength and that of your opponent." He was reluctant to share the knowledge he had painstakingly acquired. Yet Chun Qing needed the means to perceive the true strength of their adversaries. Should a genuine beast be drawn to them, the consequences would be dire. It was important to understand that while the purple tear monsters were indeed formidable, they were not the most terrifying entities within the city. Many more dreadful beings lurked in the shadows. "All right," Chun Qing replied, unexpectedly delighted by this unforeseen boon. Lu Shang then proceeded to impart a technique known as the awakening spirit technique. Immediately, Chun Qing settled down to learn. The practice of the awakening spirit technique is not particularly difficult. It primarily involves enhancing the acuity of one's consciousness to capture the invisible aura emanating from others, thereby discerning their strength. 2 hours later, with a swift motion, Chun Qing opened his eyes, and from the depths of his profound pupils erupted a dazzling golden radiance, immediately surging forth with an imposing presence, as if he had unleashed some unparalleled ocular technique. His gaze swept over Lu Shang, instantly perceiving the earthy energy swirling around him, which was comparable in magnitude to his own, indicating that their strengths were remarkably close. Lu Shang, ever vigilant, was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. His breath caught in his throat, and he swallowed hard, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. Is this truly my awakening spirit technique? The technique, designed for detection rather than aggression, made Chun Qing's formidable golden gaze nearly cause Lu Shang to doubt the true potential of this method. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chun Qing rose and turned to Lu Shang, smiling. "Your skills have reached remarkable heights." Lu Shang responded, "Remarkable? Does this truly deserve to be called remarkable?" Observing Lu Shang's expression, it was clear he was skeptical of such a claim. Chun Qing revealed a knowing smile. For the awakening spirit technique was not merely a tool for reconnaissance in his eyes. Lu Shang shook his head. "I do not believe it. I have rigorously tested the awakening spirit technique, and it indeed lacks any offensive capabilities. How could it transform so drastically in another's hands? Look into my eyes," Chun Qing urged. Lu Shang, caught off guard, met his gaze. In an instant, a golden brilliance erupted, dazzling and radiant, as if a deity had descended upon the earthly realm. The cold indifference in Chun Qing's eyes seemed to harbor immense power, instilling a sense of dread in Lu Shang. With just a glance, Lu Shang's heart raced, and he instinctively took a step back, raising his hands into a defensive posture. "How formidable is it?" Chun Qing teased as he retracted the awakening spirit technique. "Oomph." Lu Shang lowered his hands, letting out an awkward huff, unwilling to respond. Chuckling softly, Chun Qing chose to steer the conversation away from this topic to avoid Lu Shang's displeasure. To him, it was undeniably a remarkable technique, a technique designed to intimidate. Chapter 31. A Premature Rejoicing. Consider yourself fortunate. Your physique aligns well with the awakening spirit technique, which is why you achieve such results, Lu Shang sighed, admitting that to claim he was not envious would be disingenuous. It was rather disheartening to realize that the method he possessed suited another far better. Truthfully, he found it perplexing that this handsome youth, who merely taught him a technique for assessing strength, could wield it with such commanding presence, leaving Lu Shang feeling overshadowed. Intrigued by Lu Shang's earlier comments, Chun Qing inquired, "What effects have you experienced with it?" Without further ado, Lu Shang demonstrated the awakening spirit technique for him. In an instant, a beam of earthy light flickered from his eyes, and nothing more followed. Chun Qing remarked, "Is that all?" He coughed lightly, redirecting the conversation. "Every moment in this apocalypse is precious. We should hasten our actions. Once we break through to the Meridian realm, we will truly understand our physiques." Indeed, Lu Shang agreed. The two individuals regrouped and endeavored once more. Yinxian City sprawled over an expanse exceeding 10,000 square kilometers, vast and boundless. Yet Chun Qing and Lu Shang found themselves at the periphery of the city, far removed from the bustling core, where the strength of monsters was relatively diminished. In truth, no human could venture into the heart of the city, as it remained dominion of the beasts. As they cautiously penetrated deeper into the urban landscape, Chun-Ching attempted to stay close to the buildings, for even in the event of attracting a monster, the architectural structures would provide a barrier, thereby enhancing their chances of escape. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow akin to a storm echoed through the air. In Chun-Ching's line of sight, a formidable black bull, towering over 2 meters, charged forth. Its horns, sharp and hook-like, crowned its head, while its blood-red eyes radiated madness. It overturned every vehicle in its path with ferocity. A flicker of golden light caught Chun-Ching's gaze, revealing a surge of dark energy coursing through the bull, comparable in magnitude to his own. A blue tear, Chun-Ching swiftly deduced, pivoting to flee at a measured pace, allowing the frenzied bull to closely pursue him. Once they distanced themselves from the throng of monsters, Chun-Ching turned to face the bull head-on. This one will do. Lu Shang appeared beside him, grinning. Their plan, to lure the monster and then collaborate to slay it, was indeed viable. As the bull charged closer, both men shifted positions, exploiting the beast's momentum to inflict damage with their daggers at its flanks. The bull let out a pained bellow, growing even more ferocious as it rampaged. Nevertheless, the two, with their agility and dexterity, evaded the beast's attacks and swiftly dispatched it. Eventually, the battered bull succumbed to its wounds, collapsing with a resounding thud. Lu Shang extracted a blue orb, chuckling, "Look, this bull is nearly at the purple tier." The orb in his hand glimmered with blue radiance, intermittently flashing with hints of purple, clearly containing a deeper well of energy. "This orb is for you, and I shall take the next," Chun-Ching proposed, realizing that claiming a portion for himself would be excessively stingy. "No problem," Lu Shang acquiesced. Afterward, the two prepared a meal from the bull. The flesh of blue-tier monsters was rich with essence, and they would not squander it. With newfound experience, Chun-Ching's proficiency in luring monsters improved, and with the aid of the awakening spirit technique, he accurately gauged the strength of the beasts, easily achieving success. Onward, as another monster fell before him, Lu Shang beamed with delight. To him, with Chun-Ching as his extraordinary ally, their combined strength would surely ascend rapidly. Holding a blue orb and feeling a warm surge within, Chun-Ching contemplated for a moment before stating, "If it is merely a blue tear, my own strength suffices." Lu Shang's expression shifted abruptly, his tone darkening. "What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts?" "No," Chun-Ching replied, shaking his head. "I merely believe it unnecessary to be overly cautious. While a stable approach is commendable, it is inefficient." "What do you imply?" Lu Shang inquired. "That the mutated rooster is indeed formidable. Yet there are variations within the purple tier. The rooster likely ranks among the stronger ones." Moreover, Lu Shang remained puzzled. Moreover what? In a world where beings stronger than humans abound, humanity's ascendance from the primal era to dominion over Earth is not solely predicated on its own strength, but rather on its profound understanding of utilizing external resources. With a gaze directed toward the heart of the city, a flicker of anticipation gleams in Chun-Ching's golden eyes. The awakening technique proves exceedingly efficacious, enabling him to discern the strength of others through the energy they emanate. Thus, as he surveys the horizon, he perceives a vast sea of vibrant energy surging skyward. The ordinary blue and purple-hued creatures exude a less potent energy, coiling around themselves, and he can scarcely fathom the terrifying essence of the tumultuous energy that lies far beyond. Yet the mightier they become, the more Chun-Ching is consumed by an insatiable desire for conquest. "You must try. I shall accompany you," Lu Shang replies with a sense of relief. Fearing Chun-Ching might reconsider and pursue his endeavor solo, which would thrust him back into the days of waiting for monsters to lag behind. Chun-Ching nods. "Let us first experiment. If it proves unfeasible, we shall proceed gradually." "Very well." A thunderous roar reverberates as the sky darkens ominously, cloaked in thick, ink-like clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, casting a pall of oppressive gloom. Chun-Ching weaves through the floors, seeking suitable purple monsters to hunt. Minutes pass, and his focus narrows to a hyena trailing at the rear of the pack. This hyena, the size of an adult, sports a coat of tawny brown, dripping with viscous fluids, baring its jagged teeth in a menacing snarl. Upon reaching the street corner, Chun-Ching cautiously peeks out, picking up a stone to toss near the hyena. The sound of the stone striking the ground captures the hyena's attention, prompting it to glance back. "Here!" Chen Qing exclaims, as if greeting an old friend, waving enthusiastically to beckon it closer. On the broad avenue, he dashes forth with fervor. Woof, woof, woof. The hyena barks, charging toward Chen Qing, its eyes gleaming with avarice, sensing that devouring this human would elevate it to a position of prominence within the city. Here it comes. Lu Shang, positioned atop a 100-meter-tall building, gazes out. Beside him lie several massive stones, their purpose unmistakable. Chen Qing, undeterred, plunges into the labyrinthine structure, ascending the staircase to distance himself from the impending peril. With a crash, the hyena, consumed by greed, lunges into the narrow entrance of the high-rise, attempting to force its way inside but becoming ensnared by the doorframe. Yet, its physical strength is formidable. The surrounding walls begin to splinter under its might. Unable to withstand for long, simultaneously, Lu Shang decisively thrusts the giant stones, letting them tumble down. Boom! The dreadful weight of gravity accelerates the stone's descent, crashing onto the hyena's form, instantly tearing flesh and shattering bones, blood erupting in a gory spray across the ground, forming a deep crater. Woof! 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 The hyena, stricken with terror, quickly withdraws its head from the first-floor hall. Boom! 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 Stone after stone is relentlessly pushed off by Lu Shang, creating a resounding cacophony, leaving the hyena battered and bruised, gasping for breath. When the final stone descends, the hyena lies motionless, its head grievously injured. Have we succeeded? Lu Shang was astounded. A monster of purple caliber, formidable beyond imagination, a nightmare to countless individuals, had been vanquished in such a straightforward manner. It seemed almost too simplistic. Regaining his composure, he hurried downstairs, only to witness Chen Qing extracting a purple orb from the mangled corpse of a hyena. Purple. Lu Shang was elated. This orb represented the highest known tier, as any creature beyond this level was too powerful to be successfully hunted. Wonderful. Chen Qing, with this acquisition, we can effortlessly slay purple tier monsters. He laughed heartily, overwhelmed with excitement. However, Chen Qing shook his head, dousing Lu Shang's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. What do you mean? Lu Shang's smile abruptly faded, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Chen Qing. The boulder had been cast down by him, without his intervention. Even if Chen Qing had lured the creature, there was no way to reach the rooftop in time to deliver an unexpected blow. Thus, he believed he had equally contributed to the team's efforts, and it was not simply a case of reaping rewards without toil. Chen Qing's desire to monopolize the orb struck him as exceedingly selfish. Suddenly, at the entrance on the first floor, a throng of individuals surged forth from the shattered stone, followed by a dense crowd, their heads bobbing in a mass of humanity. Each person gazed at the orb in Chen Qing's possession, their expressions rife with unmasked greed. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The cacophony of footsteps weighed heavily upon them. In that instant, Lu Shang's furious expression froze on his face as he comprehended Chen Qing's implication. His face flushed with embarrassment and shame. In his solitary endeavors, he had overlooked a critical detail. This city housed more than just the two of them. Chapter 32. Greed and Ruthlessness. The formidable hunters capable of slaying monsters within Yinxian City were not limited to Lu Shang and Chen Qing, though they had nearly reached the pinnacle of humanity. Many others had also ascended to that height. What do you intend to do? Lu Shang's face turned ashen. The congregation of so many individuals here could not bode well. Yet, there was but a single purple orb. Even if shared, it could only suffice for 3 or 4 people. How could everyone partake? From among the throng of uninvited guests, a burly man cradling a beautiful woman emerged. His smile wide as he scanned the two before his gaze finally settled on the orb in Chen Qing's hand. With a sinister grin, he remarked, Lu Shang, I wondered why you refused to join my dragon gang. It seems you had plans to hoard the prize for yourself. Countless factions were distributed around the periphery of Yinxian City, and this territory fell squarely under his dominion. The actions of Chen Qing and Lu Shang were effectively conducted under his watchful eye. It would have been one thing if they were ordinary individuals, but a youth with the ability to attract monsters, especially one of high cultivation from the Awakening realm, could not fail to capture his attention. How Shan, you speak nonsense. Lu Shang retorted fiercely, I only just met you today. This is a matter of mutual benefit. I don't care about that. This area is under my jurisdiction, and if you wish to hunt monsters on my territory, you must pay a protection fee. Hao Shan replied, his expression unchanging and his tone casual. Kid, be wise and hand over the purple orb. In Chun Qing's grasp lay the pearl, its energy already being absorbed by him, a veritable squander of nature's gifts. Naturally, he could not stand idly by. How Shan is it? Chun Qing smiled radiantly, unperturbed by the current situation. Before I relinquish the pearl, I have a question for you. Although the opposition numbered over 100, in truth, only Hao Shan was a high-level practitioner of the awakening realm. The rest ranged from initial to mid-level, making them far less formidable than he had anticipated. Were it not so, he would not have so readily orchestrated this trap. What question? Hao Shan furrowed his brow. Impatiencia evident. The violet pearl was sufficient to propel him to new heights, potentially even to realms yet unexplored by anyone. Chun Qing inquired, if I surrender it now, how should I handle the violet pearl when I acquire another in the future? This caught Hao Shan off guard, yet upon reflection, it made sense. They were compelled to hunt monsters within the city, where every corner was already claimed by various factions, rendering escape options quite limited. Chun Qing, you? Lu Shang hesitated, his expression one of astonishment. To him, despite Chun Qing's youth, his attainment of a high-level awakening realm was no small feat, suggesting formidable capabilities. Yet, he seemed ready to capitulate so easily. 70-30. Hao Shan declared, I take 70, you take 30. This is a necessary protection fee. Initially, he had intended to claim it all for himself, but even with his audacity, he could not completely disregard the situation. Thus he settled for the least he could accept. What kind of business is this, sitting around waiting to collect rent? Chun Qing could not help but chuckle. He was truly astonished at the audacity of a leader commanding over 100 followers, exhibiting such shamelessness. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan's expression softened slightly. It seemed that Chun Qing did not intend to part with the pearl, opting instead to rely on their combined strength to break free, aligning with his own thoughts. Oomph. Hao Shan scoffed, his pride wounded, commanding, hand it over. Everyone present, you still have time to withdraw. Chun Qing's demeanor turned exceptionally grave. For those unwilling to participate, please leave promptly. Do not misjudge the situation, for the consequences will be dire. His words, however, were met with a chorus of ridicule and derision. Is this kid out of his mind? We are over 100 strong. Who does he think he is to speak so boldly? He may be handsome, but his intellect seems lacking. Indeed, it appears that wit and beauty are oft at odds. Unwilling to depart, ignoring their condescending gazes, Chun Qing smiled approvingly. Very well, then. In the next moment, his smile vanished, his gaze turned icy, and he intoned, go to hell and repent. With that, he drew a dagger and sliced his fingertip, a trickle of crimson blood oozing forth, which, bolstered by the immense energy of the violet pearl, swiftly healed the wound. With a splatter, several droplets of bright red blood fell to the ground, creating a small pool. Everyone stood in stunned silence, perplexed by his actions. Since you know my physique can attract monsters, have you ever pondered what it is about me that draws them in? Chun Qing kindly offered an explanation. First, the hyena was crushed, followed by dealing with the foolish marauders. All of this was meticulously planned, and thus he remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness. Hiss! Lu Shang, who had secretly observed Chun Qing being pursued by the colossal elephant, inhaled sharply. Could it be that from such a distance, he could still attract the monster? A chill ran down his spine. Initially, he had presumed that Chun Qing's mention of utilizing external forces referred solely to the boulder. Now, upon reflection, it seemed to encompass much more than that. What ist? There were no monsters within hundreds of meters. Did you think your blood scent could travel that far? Hao Shan scoffed. Do you believe they rely solely on their noses? Chun Qing raised an eyebrow, then inquired. Then why do you think those monsters could detect me from hundreds of meters away when I was unscathed? He had conducted experiments, revealing that even centipedes could be lured from a distance due to a certain scent in the blood. Hao Shan, the crowd, an instant of silence enveloped them. Why? Who knows why? This question was destined to remain unanswered. Rumbling. The first to shatter the silence was the earth's thunderous roar and tremor. Hao Shan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Run!" As soon as the words left his lips, the panicked throng of over 100 people scattered like frightened birds, casting aside any concern for the so-called ownership of the pearl. In truth, no one cared about unity at this moment. Surviving the beast tide was their foremost desire. How? Suddenly, a wolf burst forth from the street, effortlessly colliding with a cargo truck, charging towards the scene with astonishing speed. Its eyes glistened with viscous saliva, and its blue fur crackled with electricity, exuding an aura of ferocity. The first victim stood frozen, staring at the towering wolf approaching like a mountain. His face drained of color, collapsing in despair, breathless, no. The next moment, he was engulfed by the giant wolf, torn apart and swallowed, leaving no trace behind. This wolf's strength undoubtedly reached the violet level. Hundreds of people were paralyzed with fear, their souls chilling, fleeing in every direction without daring to linger. A plump, white pig swaggered over, indulging itself voraciously, akin to a glutton, demonstrating formidable strength. Upstairs, Chun-Ching pulled Lu Shang along, racing up the staircase towards the pinnacle. Upon reaching the rooftop, Chun-Ching gestured towards a cluster of tall buildings 100 meters away and said, "We'll jump there, even if we don't reach the rooftop. We won't fall." "All right." Lu Shang nodded, then paused slightly. "Jump there? With all those strange beasts below, is there still a need?" To this, Chun-Ching merely smiled and turned to gaze at the entrance leading to the rooftop, patiently awaiting. Moments later, with a face full of murderous intent, Hao Shan stepped onto the rooftop. "Were you waiting for me?" Hao Shan, wielding a large blade, spoke in a low voice. "I dislike leaving behind potential threats." Chun-Ching replied with a light smile. While the others were inconsequential, the high-level practitioner Hao Shan had to remain. Otherwise, he would pose a future threat to Chun-Ching or those around him. Hao Shan tightened his grip on a large blade. "How did you know I would definitely come up? There are only small buildings around, and with the beast tide overwhelming them, the risk of forcing your way out is immense. You had no choice but to come up," Chun-Ching replied with composure. "This is a carefully chosen location. Only by leaping across can one escape amidst the dense cluster of buildings. However, the distance of 100 meters is unattainable without a high-level proficiency in the awakening realm. What a ruthless heart you possess," Hao Shan remarked coldly. Chun-Ching shook his head, correcting him. "It is not my heart that is ruthless, but rather your greed." The opponent had struck first to seize the opportunity. If he were to hesitate on both sides, he would have no choice but to reluctantly surrender the pearl in exchange for a fleeting safety. Moreover, remaining within the city, regardless of where one goes, would mean enduring prolonged oppression. Unfortunately, he was not one to compromise his own dignity for the sake of others. Chapter 33, Pinnacle of the Awakening Realm. Thunder roared as the sky darkened like ink. Gradually, raindrops began to fall, and within mere seconds, a torrential downpour ensued. This was a summer shower, brief yet undeniably fierce. Below, a tide of beasts surged, with hundreds of people fleeing in the streets, their voices hoarse amidst the chaos, as they faced a dire predicament. Meanwhile, the instigator found temporary refuge atop a rooftop, drawing a multitude of monsters that either climbed or crashed against the structure, eager to devour flesh and blood. The entire building trembled on the brink of collapse. Delays would only invite disaster. Soaked by the rain, Chun-Ching, undeterred, discreetly placed his left hand into the back pocket of his trousers, turning to Lu Shang with an imposing demeanor. "Let us advance together and kill him." Indeed, Lu Shang, who had long harbored disdain for Hao Shan, immediately nodded and dispersed, launching a pincer attack from both sides. "Damn scoundrel!" Hao Shan gritted his teeth, glaring at Chun-Ching with eyes darkened with fury, his face stormy as he swung his great blade toward him. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, transforming into a chilling arc aimed directly at Chun-Ching's visage. In response, Chun-Ching swiftly sidestepped, then flicked his hand forward, hurling yellow sand that struck Hao Shan's face with force. As long as the technique proved effective, he never hesitated to employ it multiple times. Damn! The rain-soaked sand clung to Hao Shan's face, obscuring his vision. He hastily wiped it away, only to suddenly sense an impending danger approaching. He dodged to the right, but his clothing was torn, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed. Lu Shang, who had launched a surprise attack from behind, lamented the missed opportunity and charged forward once more. However, before he could act, a bullet whizzed past. Bang! The sharp gunshot echoed in the air. A gaping hole appeared in Hao Shan's heart, blood gushing forth as he glared at the gun in Chun-Ching's hand, his expression twisted with resentment before he collapsed, his pupils gradually dilating. Though the prowess of a high-level awakening realm practitioner is extraordinary, surpassing ordinary humans by several folds in strength, Attempting to withstand the force of a bullet at such a vulnerable spot was indeed a folly. The rain washed away the blood. "You still have a gun?" Lu Shang exclaimed in disbelief. Chun Qing shrugged, stowing the weapon away. "Did I ever claim I was unarmed?" The beast hide below was too ferocious. Lingering here could attract flying monstrous avians at any moment. To resolve matters swiftly, revealing his possession of a firearm was of little consequence. He quickly approached, bent down to retrieve Hao Shan's great blade. Nodding in satisfaction, "It feels quite suitable." Lu Shang could only stare in disbelief. Killing a man and seizing his weapon. Does this kid have no sense of propriety? The unfolding events did not exceed Chun Qing's expectations. Below the towering building, the frenzied beasts gazed in astonishment as Chun Qing leaped to another skyscraper, skillfully maneuvering through the dense cluster of buildings to evade their sight. Their furious roars echoed as they unleashed their wrath upon Hao Shan's subordinates. Mere minutes later, those individuals were obliterated, their remains scattered, with blood flowing into the sewers, leaving only a lingering, acrid stench hanging in the air, impossible to dispel. From a concealed room, Lu Shang observed the gradually dispersing horde, contemplating the terrifying effect brought forth by a single drop of Chun Qing's blood. He felt a tremor of unease. "What is the nature of your blood? Might it?" He abruptly fell silent, choosing not to voice his thoughts. "Feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for concealment." Chun Qing chuckled, bemused by the notion that he was somehow connected to this apocalyptic calamity. He bore no offense. Were Lu Shang in possession of such a constitution, he too would harbor similar suspicions. After all, it was extraordinary that a solitary drop of blood could incite madness in countless ferocious beasts. "Indeed," Lu Shang responded, astonished that Chun Qing could discern his thoughts. Yet, given the latter's assertion, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Could your blood be a pivotal factor in escaping this apocalypse?" "Unlikely," Chun Qing replied, shaking his head. "I possess no memories related to the apocalypse, though I had some initial doubts. Your introduction of the concept of special physiques has led me to largely dismiss any connection. Firstly, I have encountered numerous life-threatening situations since the onset of the apocalypse. My survival is due to both skill and fortune. Since I am not the creator of this apocalypse, why would I be implicated in it? Secondly, I'm not the only one with a special physique. How would you explain your own unique attributes?" Lu Shang fell silent, unable to provide an answer. "Let us continue our quest to vanquish monsters," Chun Qing suggested. "Regardless of your beliefs, the Meridian Awakening Realm can unravel the mysteries of special physiques, and gaining strength is undoubtedly beneficial." He was eager to discover what kind of physique he possessed that could provoke such frenzy in the mutated beasts. "You are correct." Lu Shang nodded. Currently, both were at the advanced stage of the Awakening Realm, not far from the Meridian Awakening Realm. Provided their method of utilizing falling objects to crush the purple monsters proved effective, they would soon enter a new realm. "By the way, the bead," he suddenly recalled, turning his gaze to Chun Qing. "Rest assured, I have absorbed it. The effects are quite remarkable," Chun Qing replied, revealing his pockets to show he had no secret stash. Lu Shang grinned, but remained silent. Hours later, the tranquil atmosphere of the streets was shattered. "Woof woof." Another hyena pursued Chun Qing, saliva dripping from its jaws. Chun Qing employed the same tactic, leading it beneath the towering building, where the hyena, blinded by greed, plunged headfirst. Boom! In the next instant, justice descended from the heavens. Massive boulders plummeted from above, their impact terrifying. Upon landing, they shattered into countless fragments, sending shards of stone crashing through numerous windows. The hyena's body was severely injured, emitting a mournful wail. As it attempted to flee, more boulders fell relentlessly, leaving it no opportunity to react, ultimately leading to its demise. Chun Qing approached the fallen hyena, retrieved the bead, and tossed it to the arriving Lu Shang, smiling. "The next one is mine." "Absolutely." Lu Shang took the violet bead, his emotions surging. In a vast Yinshan city, he had never heard of anyone being able to hunt monsters of the violet tier, yet they were already reaping the benefits bestowed by the bead, truly a step ahead of everyone else. If this trend continued, they would become among the first to enter the Pulse Realm. After a considerable time, having absorbed the essence, he felt his strength augment once more and exclaimed, "Let's proceed. The hour is late. Let us do it tomorrow," Chun Qing replied, shaking his head. The night city was fraught with danger, and he disliked taking unnecessary risks. Lu Shang nodded, conceding, "Very well." In the deep of night, under a myriad of twinkling stars, the two found themselves on a rooftop, kindling a fire to grill their dinner. This meat is truly delectable. Lu Shang devoured it with fervor, singing its praises. Chun Qing, equally indulged, was astonished. Could it be that the stronger the mutated monster, the more exquisite its flesh? Indeed, they were feasting on the meat of a violet-tear hyena. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures greatly benefited the human body, and the two were not about to let such a treasure go to waste. To let it rot would be a grave injustice. Brother Qing, let us drink. Lu Shang lifted a cup brimming with beer. Qing raised his cup as well, clinking it with Lu Shang's before downing it in one gulp. Suddenly, Qing's expression tightened as he vaguely heard the sound of clashing chains. Has it appeared again? Am I on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the high tier of the awakening realm? He speculated, for the energy within the desert gopher turtle's egg was overwhelming. Even after breaking through to the high tier of the awakening realm, he still had the essence of the egg yolk left, which he consumed entirely, propelling him significantly forward. Coupled with the absorption of numerous beads since entering the city, he felt that the peak was perhaps within reach. Qing gazed at the night sky, filled with anticipation. Perhaps the Pulse realm was just around the corner, and the nature of his physique would soon reveal itself. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Powerhouse. The following day, as the eastern horizon lightened with the first light of dawn, the city echoed with the sounds of hyenas. Qing, familiar with the terrain, sought out a hyena, provoking its ire before engaging in a fierce chase. Everything proceeded methodically, with Lu Shang pushing down a considerable number of stones to crush it. Even if the hyena survived the assault, it was left gravely wounded. After absorbing the violet beads, both Qing and Lu Shang had significantly enhanced their strength, making it manageable to deal with the creature. Over time, they amassed a considerable collection of violet beads, feeling the constraints imposed by the shackles on their power. Qing opted not to consume them one by one. Instead, he stored them away, waiting until he had enough to challenge the Pulse realm. 2 days passed, and this area had become their private garden, with no one daring to intrude. On the third day, Qing lured the last hyena to a designated location, planning to test his mettle against a mutated rooster thereafter. As he walked, he began to devise his next strategy. Suddenly, at a street corner, a figure cloaked in black emerged, slowly making its way towards the city center. Qing furrowed his brow and called out with urgency, "Run!" In this apocalyptic era, fraught with peril, few dare to traverse the streets with ease. The reason he boldly sprinted towards the designated location with a hyena in tow was due to his meticulous verification of the route's safety, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would occur. However, his concept of unexpected occurrences did not encompass humanity. It was indeed his first encounter with an individual brazenly meandering down the street. Did they not fear the unimaginable monstrosities that lurked? Upon hearing his words, the figure turned, casting a glance at Qing and the ferocious, frenzied hyena behind him, remaining utterly unfazed. Had he lost his senses? A sense of unease washed over Qing. Was this person simply overconfident? In the blink of an eye, as Qing rushed past him, he seized the cloak, attempting to whisk the individual away. With his current strength, carrying another while running posed no hindrance. Since the person had not wronged him, he harbored no desire to see them meet a tragic fate. With a swift motion, the cloak was shredded. Yet the individual remained motionless. In the next moment, a black scythe flashed above Qing's head, moving with such astonishing speed that it seemed a mere illusion. His expression shifted as he felt a chill creep down his spine. Turning his head, he fell into a stupor. In his line of sight, the hyena appeared to have been cleaved by the wicked weapon, its body grotesquely split apart, a sight most macabre, while the orb within him was still extracted. Coming to his senses, Qing turned to speak. "You." Yet the words caught in his throat. All around him was desolation. The individual who had stood beside him had inexplicably vanished, as if swallowed by the void. After a prolonged silence, Qing gazed down at the corner of the black cloak in his grasp, affirming he was not ensnared in a dream. Drawing a deep breath, he mused, "Indeed, there are always those beyond one's comprehension, and mountains beyond mountains." Although the hyena was considered a mid-tier entity within the purple tier, it remained a formidable opponent not easily dispatched by a high-ranking awakened spirit. Even now, facing the hyena alone would demand considerable effort. A brief comparison led Qing to realize that had that person intended to slay him, perhaps just a few moves would have sufficed. Upon reflection, had he not entertained the thought of rescuing the individual, the unfolding events might have hinted at a deliberate attempt to harm him. Could he have been taken down by a single strike? At the agreed meeting point, Lu Shang observed the tardy Chen Qing with a peculiar expression, hastening forward. Encountered some trouble? This was the first instance of Chen Qing deviating from their planned course of action. Just a minor incident. Nothing to worry about, Chen Qing replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate further. The formidable strength of that individual lingered in his thoughts, leaving him unsettled. Lu Shang, perceptive as ever, refrained from probing further. Very well. Deep within Yunxian City, the towering edifices had long since crumbled into desolate ruins, shrouded in an oppressive gloom that weighed heavily upon the soul. Suddenly, the eerie silence was shattered by a cacophony of roars. The arrival of an uninvited guest stained this place with blood. The sound of flesh being pierced and torn apart sent shivers down one's spine. Clad in a black cloak, the enigmatic figure wielded a black scythe. Engaging in fierce combat with the formidable beasts of the city's depths, giant pythons, ferocious tigers, and black eagles. Numerous purple-tier monsters fell victim to his prowess, their blood spilling upon the ground. He traversed the path, his cloak in tatters by the time he reached the depths of his journey. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his complexion pallid. Even though this route was deemed the safest, given his current strength, his presence here felt exceedingly precarious. Should he venture further, a gruesome demise awaited him. Had it not been for a specific purpose, he would never have dared to delve into such perilous territory. After battling and exploring, he finally arrived at the location he sought, a region aglow with golden light, enveloped by an indescribable, immense pressure, exuding an aura of unfathomable vastness, harboring unknown entities within. Thankfully, he had arrived. To proceed any further would surely spell doom. Even for him, a sense of relief washed over him as the ring on his finger shimmered faintly, and he retrieved 2 enormous munitions. Setting the timer, he hurled the 2 explosive devices into the area, radiating golden light. The oppressive force there was terrifying, rendering one unable to stand. However, objects were not impeded. Thus he could only recklessly cast them in. Having completed his task, the man turned away without hesitation, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Did they truly believe that shattering this area would bring an end to the apocalypse? What a farce! Such a splendid apocalypse could hardly conclude so easily. The monsters within must not disappoint Yi Xiaotian. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Lu Shang's phone erupted with a cacophony of alerts, as if issuing a warning. What is happening? Chen Qing inquired. It's nothing. I merely set the phone to alert me incessantly whenever the government announces significant news. Lu Shang extracted his phone to investigate. Yet, upon opening the news, he was taken aback by the headline. September 25th, 1200, an explosion will occur in the city center, affecting an area exceeding 20 kilometers. Citizens are advised to evacuate immediately. Chen Qing, having opened her phone as well, gasped in horror. Are they actually deploying nuclear weapons for a bombardment? The true might of humanity's nuclear arsenal was nothing short of earth-shattering. Yet the aftermath was equally severe. Radiation would linger for decades, an indelible presence. Areas shrouded in radiation would likely transform into barren wastelands, devoid of life. Indeed, the mutated monsters posed a substantial threat to human survival. If not addressed swiftly, they could herald humanity's doom. Lu Shang offered a wry smile. Yet who could guarantee that these creatures would fall to conventional weaponry? Chen Qing gazed deep into the city, channeling her awakening technique, her eyes glimmering with golden light. The purple-tier creatures were common in the outskirts, yet within the city center, even a place to take refuge was non-existent, a testament to the overwhelming terror that lay within. As she surveyed the horizon, she beheld a kaleidoscope of colors swirling, resembling a multitude of dragons surging through the clouds, as if proclaiming the formidable power of their master. Would the monsters, whose true forms humanity had yet to witness, perish under the nuclear assault? The answer would undoubtedly dictate the trajectory of humanity's fate. Chapter 35, The Might of the Behemoth. On the street, the two departed in a fuel-filled vehicle, leaving behind what may soon become a relic of history, Yunxian City. On September 25th, just 3 days hence, they dared not linger, for no one could guarantee that an explosion might not occur prematurely due to unforeseen circumstances. The detonation of nuclear weapons across all cities would signify the obliteration of urban life as we know it. Liu Shang drove with a heavy heart. Since the dawn of the peaceful era, nuclear weapons had transformed into mere instruments of deterrence, their actual deployment being a rare occurrence. To witness the detonation of nuclear warheads in cities around the globe within one's lifetime, one could not discern whether it was a stroke of fortune or a harbinger of misfortune. In truth, the monsters had seized the cities, and humanity would struggle to reclaim its territory in the short term, inevitably leading to desolation. Even without extreme measures, the cities would hardly fare better, as Chun Qing elucidated. Including himself, humanity was relegated to the peripheries of urban life. Few were aware of the horrendous creatures lurking within, perhaps even entities formidable enough to instill dread in nations, prompting the resurgence of nuclear arms. As time passed, 2 days elapsed. Liu Shang glanced at his mobile map and remarked, "The distance should suffice." Indeed, Chun Qing responded, gazing at the vast, desolate expanse of the desert, chuckling to himself. "It's remarkable how I find myself back here in such a short span, having fled the city into the desert, then returned to the city, and now once more to the desert." His emotions were undeniably complex. Subsequently, they found themselves in a deep valley within the desert. The valley was shrouded in mist, the vegetation withered, and sunlight was completely obstructed by the towering cliffs, unable to penetrate the gloom. "Let us take a respite here," Liu Shang suggested, parking the vehicle. A cool breeze caressed his face, invigorating his spirit as he contemplated the aftermath of the impending explosion, hoping for a favorable outcome. Chun Qing readily agreed. He activated his phone to peruse the fervent comments beneath a news article. Below them to smithereens. "I've had my fill of this life." Despite the devastation of the cities, as long as humanity endured, civilization would swiftly be reconstructed. No matter how formidable the monsters, before the might of nuclear weapons, they remained but paper tigers. In this apocalyptic scenario, the harshness of the environment was intolerable for humanity, and most understood the governmental measures, with only a scant few opposing. This was quite ordinary. Even in the direst circumstances, there would always be those who profited, unwilling to see their interests jeopardized, instinctively adopting a moralistic stance to critique the situation. On the third day, the nuclear explosion occurred as anticipated, without any unforeseen events, everything proceeding methodically. Across the globe, countless individuals fixated on their mobile devices, intently monitoring developments, for with the technology of 2035, they could utilize satellites to observe nearly every location on Earth, save for a few areas deliberately concealed by the government. Chun Qing zoomed in on the map, closer and closer, until it hovered above the city of Yunxian. Suddenly becoming obscured, the city's interior was enveloped in fog, as if a mysterious force hindered the populace from discovering the lurking monstrosities. According to expert analysis, it was highly probable that the monsters themselves possessed a peculiar magnetic field or force that interfered with satellite reconnaissance. The explosion was imminent. Liu Shang, invigorated, gazed intently at the satellite map encompassing the entirety of Yunxian City, filled with anticipation, while Chun Qing, composed and serene, silently monitored the situation, awaiting the unfolding events. At this moment, the eyes of the world were collectively fixated on them. 11:58, 11:59, 12 o'clock. The nuclear weapon was finally detonated. A brilliant, searing red light erupted from the depths of the city, and in an instant, the earth succumbed, unparalleled terror spreading rapidly, akin to the heavens collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal sound reverberated like divine wrath across the horizon. Even 60 kilometers away from Yunxian City, Chun Qing could still hear the thunderous and heart-stirring explosion. The power of nuclear weapons had, through years of development, reached a level unimaginable to humanity itself. The very species that should have been contemplating interstellar exploration had never anticipated treating their home planet in such a manner, nor rejoicing in its destruction. The crimson blaze surged forth, enveloping the sky, heralding the onset of an apocalyptic era. However, just as everyone believed the end was near and that nuclear weapons would reaffirm humanity as the sovereign of Earth, a deafening roar erupted, reverberating towards the heavens. Countless individuals clasped their ears, and in an instant, eardrums ruptured under the overwhelming force. Chun Qing furrowed his brow, relying on his robust physical constitution to withstand the oppressive roar, fixing his gaze on his phone screen, where amidst the fiery glow of the nuclear weapon, a colossal black beast surged forth. This, Chun Qing's pupils constricted, and he instinctively held his breath. The black beast was astonishingly powerful, seemingly indifferent to the might of the nuclear weapon. My God! Lu Shang stood in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Is this the monster lurking in the depths of the city? Some felt despair, finally grasping why nations would choose to obliterate human civilization rather than allow the cities that symbolize its prosperity to endure. Gradually, Chun Qing sensed something amiss and gasped in realization. The beast was absorbing the immense energy released by the nuclear weapon. The flames that had just appeared should have expanded. However, the area was visibly contracting, shrinking further still. In a matter of moments, the nuclear explosion vanished without a trace. Were it not for the charred remnants in the central region, one might have thought it had never occurred at all, and the black beast had also disappeared. It seemed that the end was far from over. Chun Qing exhaled a heavy breath, unsure how to articulate his feelings. The black beast, which he had been fortunate enough to witness at the dawn of the apocalypse, was undoubtedly far less formidable then than it appeared now. There was no doubt that while humanity was growing stronger by absorbing the orbs, the monsters were not static either. Reflecting on it, the cat monster that had once plunged him into despair had initially been of a green hue. Were it to be encountered now, it would likely be far more formidable. Clap! Chun Qing snapped Lu Shang out of his daze and spoke. Let us go. Where to? Back. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed abruptly as he faintly heard laughter nearby, a loud and boisterous mirth. In light of the nuclear weapon's failure to annihilate the monster, how could anyone still find reason to laugh? Dismounting, he cautiously made his way toward the source of the sound, peering out from one end of the valley. There, he beheld a man clad in a black cloak, laughing maniacally under the scorching sun. It was him. To his astonishment, he was here. Chun Qing's heart raced as he observed the figure, the very same mysterious powerhouse who had effortlessly slain the purple-tiered hyena on the street. That black cloak was unmistakable. It was etched in his memory. Ha ha! Yi Xiaotian laughed with abandon, the cloak billowing in the wind. While the world wallowed in despair, he reveled, exclaiming, I knew this apocalypse would not disappoint me. Survival of the fittest. This is the way humanity should exist. Those cowardly politicians, resorting to nuclear weapons just to cling to their power? Bah! He voiced his disdain, unabashedly revealing his true thoughts. The notion of survival he espoused sent a jolt through Chun Qing. Such malevolence indicated that this man was far from benevolent. Is that the person you mentioned? Lu Shang whispered, recalling Chun Qing's previous remarks about the enigmatic figure in the black cloak. Chun Qing's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Who is there? Yi Xiaotian's acute hearing detected the slightest noise, and he turned, fury igniting in his eyes. Dare to eavesdrop on me? Come here and meet your demise. In the vast, desolate expanse, he had not anticipated the presence of anyone in such a remote location. Run! Chun Qing exclaimed urgently. The threat inherent in the phrase, meet your demise, was enough to indicate the man's temperament. Such a formidable adversary was beyond the capabilities of either him or Lu Shang. To stay was to await death. Chapter 36, Pursuit of Life and Death. Two mere ants dare to listen in? Yi Xiaotian mused coldly, observing the two retreating figures. He then bent slightly at the knees and leaped directly from the towering height of over 50 meters, creating a crater upon landing and rapidly closing the distance. Chun Qing was the first to reach the vehicle, twisting the key in the ignition, while Lu Shang dove into the back seat. In the next instant, he slammed down on the accelerator, careening into the depths of the valley without a moment to change direction. Do you think you can escape by driving? Yi Xiaotian's eyes glinted with murderous intent. With astounding physical prowess, he relentlessly pursued them, each footfall sending clouds of dust soaring, as if he had detonated a hidden grenade beneath the earth. Damn it! Both Chun Qing and Lu Shang cursed in unison, horrified as they watched a single man chase their vehicle on foot, keeping pace with them. The sight was utterly terrifying, almost surreal. With such strength, not even a purple-tier monster would pose challenge. Lu Shang's heart raced as he swallowed hard. At present, their speed had surged to 200 kilometers per hour, nearing the limits of their vehicle, underscoring how formidable the cloaked figure truly was. Cold sweat beaded on Chun Qing's forehead as he focused intently. The valley walls rose over 50 meters high. Given their current jumping ability, it would take over 10 seconds to clear the valley. Abandoning the vehicle was not a viable option, and he could not ensure the path ahead remained unobstructed. If they reached the end, the only fate awaiting them was certain doom. What to do? He was in a frenzy. At that moment, the valley underwent a sudden transformation. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the scene had shifted dramatically. Chun-Ching, typically composed, found himself momentarily paralyzed by the sight before him. What kind of dreadful place have I chosen? Lu Shang, equally taken aback, felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing he could slap himself awake. The landscape was strewn with the remnants of defeat, the ground completely occupied, a chilling aura of death lingering in the air, impossible to dispel, while an oppressive coldness gripped the atmosphere, instilling a profound sense of dread. Who could have imagined that deep within the valley lay a path carpeted with bones? Its destination shrouded in mystery? This valley was anything but ordinary, with a flicker of realization. Chun-Ching caught sight of the formidable figure known as Yi Xiaotian gradually coming to a halt, refraining from stepping onto the ground littered with bones, his face betraying a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Clearly, even someone as powerful as Yi Xiaotian felt a sense of trepidation, hesitant to act recklessly. Are we really going to just drive in here? Lu Shang inquired. Something sinister lurked in this eerie place, where misfortune typically thrived. He wished to avoid unnecessary risks. Chun-Ching immediately pressed the brake and shook his head. While that person is still hesitating, we must quickly escape. This valley was devoid of any overhead obstruction, and the walls were not smooth, allowing for a feasible escape. Agreed, Lu Shang responded with fervent approval. The two exited the vehicle, stepping onto the bones, which creaked ominously beneath their feet, sending chills down their spines. Reaching the wall, they exchanged a glance and leapt upward, seeking a foothold. Thud! Thud! The moment they made contact, an invisible force propelled them sideways, sending them crashing back to the ground among the bones. Chun-Ching gazed at his reddened, painful hands, at a loss for words. Unable to climb out, did that mean they had to forge ahead? Lu Shang, anxious, proposed. Perhaps we should wait until that person leaves before trying to exit the valley? Just as Chun-Ching was about to nod in agreement, a chilling voice echoed from afar, compelling him to abandon the thought. Do you believe you can escape from my grasp so easily? Yi Xiaotian had chosen to enter this place. In his mind, everything remained dormant. True danger would not manifest so swiftly. Although the bone-laden path within the valley was shocking, it was not necessarily terrifying. Perhaps this was merely an ancient battlefield, its power diminished with the passage of time, and thus not to be feared. Seeing this, the two hurried back to the vehicle. But despite Chun-Ching's repeated attempts to turn the key, the engine refused to start. What is happening? Chun-Ching's expression darkened. Had they reached a point where driving was no longer permitted? Heaven helps those who help themselves. Yi Xiaotian laughed heartily as he approached the vehicle, a black scythe materializing before him, swiftly descending to cleave the air, its deadly edge seemingly capable of shattering rock and stone. Boom! Just as flames erupted and a deafening roar filled the air, the two decisively leaped from the car, narrowly escaping with their lives. Yet, before Lu Shang could regain his footing, the path ahead was blocked. Yi Xiaotian stood before him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Two insignificant ants trying to escape my grasp? With a swift motion, the dark blade descended. It was over. Lu Shang's face turned ashen, leaving him no time to mount a defense. With a sharp crack, a bullet erupted from the gun at a moment of peril. The scythe, seemingly sentient, abandoned its assault to protect its master, effortlessly blocking the projectile. Yi Xiaotian's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he absorbed the scythe into his being, fortifying his physical form. Terrified, Lu Shang, nearly losing his composure, hastily retreated to Chun-Ching's side, gasping for breath. Moments before, he had nearly plummeted into the abyss. Chun-Ching, gripping a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, bore a grave expression. The knife, seized from Hao Shan, felt remarkably suitable for him. Unable to prevent Yi Xiaotian from destroying the vehicle, he had no alternative but to draw his weapons. It seems your formidable strength relies on that scythe, Chun-Ching remarked. Early in the apocalypse, he had uncovered the secrets of the orbs, gaining a head start. By a stroke of fortune, he had utilized the explosion at a gas station to slay a venomous scorpion and had deftly maneuvered against a pack of wolves with his firearm. Ultimately, he had secured the turtle eggs of the desert gopher tortoise, which accounted for his current prowess. Yet Yi Xiaotian, This enigmatic and powerful figure exceeded all expectations. Nevertheless, Chun-Shing doubted that someone of the Meridian realm could overpower a high-level awakening realm practitioner, especially one who could summon the scythe at will. To him, such power seemed exaggerated, far beyond what the Meridian realm should possess. Oomph! Yi Xiaotian scoffed, launching another attack, even if his motives were discerned. As long as the scythe remained within him for protection, neither of them could harm him. Just as he approached the two, his expression drastically changed. The black scythe reappeared, slipping from his grasp and plummeting into the desolate expanse below. How could this be? Yi Xiaotian exclaimed, horror-stricken. This scythe was his key to dominance. How could it fail him at such a critical moment? In the next instant, a radiant light surged forth, dazzlingly bright and capturing the attention of the three. It materialized in midair, slowly coalescing into 8 words. Technological products are prohibited in this area. The sudden manifestation of these words sent chills down their spines, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. They were not foolish. They understood the significance of the strange, luminous inscription. This desolate place, which had entombed countless souls, harbored a master, unintentional offense. I hope for your forgiveness. Chun-Shing quickly responded, bowing in deference, unwilling to act presumptuously. As he spoke, his gaze flicked towards the sharp scythe shrouded in black mist, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. A technological product? Is this scythe truly a product of technology? Have I been outpaced by the era, or has technology witnessed astounding advancements in this apocalypse? His mind raced with innumerable thoughts. Even the concept of a technological singularity flashed through his consciousness. Seeing Chun-Shing's respectful demeanor, Yi Xiaotian and Lu Shang also grasped the gravity of the situation, quickly lowering their stances and offering their own gestures of respect. Minutes passed, each second stretching interminably as they stood drenched in sweat, their hearts heavy with dread, scarcely daring to breathe. The master of this domain was unfathomably powerful. None among them would dare provoke him. Should he choose to take lives, none of the three would leave alive. 10 minutes later, the golden light dissipated, only to coalesce into different characters once more. Enter the desolate tomb and accept the trial. A trial? The hearts of the three quickened. Suddenly, before Chun-Shing could ponder the meaning of those words, the scene before him abruptly transformed. He found himself in an exquisitely adorned maiden's chamber, the air thick with a fragrant allure that stirred desires deep within. Was this an illusion? Unsure of how to articulate his experience, Chun-Shing sought a fitting term. With a sudden crash, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing a procession of breathtaking beauties. Each one radiated elegance and charm, their graceful figures swaying with enchanting allure. Every woman was a paragon of beauty, capable of captivating nations, their glances enchanting enough to ensnare souls. This was a realm that could ensnare any man in its tender embrace. Young master, I feel so lonely, one woman purred, leaning against Chun-Shing's chest, her form draped in a tempting veil of white. Chun-Shing frowned slightly. The physical contact was palpable, suggesting it was not merely a figment of imagination. I feel so hot. Could you assist me with a change of attire? Another cooed. Your physique is quite robust. They displayed their charms with irresistible grace, every movement exuding seduction, and any ordinary man would find it difficult to resist. However, Chun-Shing's thoughts were elsewhere, already pondering the implications of the trial. If the host deemed this a test, what would be the cost of failure, and what rewards awaited success? Or was it simply that failure meant death, while success allowed one to live? He contemplated these questions, even as the women began to remove their garments. Bang, bang, bang. With ruthless determination, he cast them all aside, his gaze fierce as he declared, "Silence. If this is a trial, how dare you attempt to distract me with such temptations? D'ici sans affront. What folly was this? Any normal man would not be so easily ensnared by such tricks." The desolate tomb fell silent after the brief tumult, returning to its prior stillness. Above the endless pile of corpses, the three stood motionless, as if their souls had departed, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. 10 minutes elapsed. Suddenly, Lu Shang coughed blood, collapsing in a fit, his face flushed as he was eliminated. After a moment, he regained his composure, rising with a mix of laughter and tears. Was it merely a fleeting desire? I did not act upon it. How could I be deemed a failure? He had not anticipated that the trial would be so stringent, allowing no room for even the slightest distraction. He then turned his gaze toward Chen Qing and Yi Xiaotian, who were still ensnared in the trial, feeling dejected and reflective. The illusion shifted and the beauties vanished. Chen Qing found himself standing on an expansive battlefield, a towering city before him. The walls stretched for miles, soaring high, resembling an insurmountable barrier, and the archers atop the ramparts were numerous as the stars, instilling a sense of dread. The next challenge? Chen Qing's mind was as clear as crystal, understanding that the trial was far from simple. He looked down to see a magnificent steed beneath him and turned to find 1,000,000 soldiers behind him. An imminent siege was at hand, tension thick in the air, war poised to erupt. "My lord, how shall we proceed with the assault on the city?" Beside him, a man resembling a civil official quietly urged caution, stating that the city was easily defensible yet difficult to assault. A forced attack could result in catastrophic losses and a retreat in disgrace. The man, of unremarkable appearance and clad in a long robe, seemed to serve as a strategist to the general Chen Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing tentatively inquired, "Is an assault absolutely necessary?" The response was resolute. "This is a command from above, one that cannot be refused." The civil official added, "I implore you to make a decision promptly." With these words, the path of retreat for Chen Qing was effectively severed. Capturing the city was essential, as retreat would signify a forfeiture of the trial, resulting in a classification of failure. "No haste. Allow me to deliberate." Chen Qing swiftly embraced his role, surveying the surroundings, noticing only the vast and lush forest a few miles distant. Beyond that, there was naught else. "Provide me with a portion of the forest to devise a strategy that ensures victory with the utmost advantage." What assistance could the forest offer? Perhaps timber for crafting siege equipment? It did not seem entirely implausible. After pondering for a while, Chen Qing asked, "What are the enemy's provisions? Can they sustain themselves?" The civil official answered, "Their supplies are ample. They could hold out for over 6 months if they remain steadfast. But can they truly sustain themselves?" Chen Qing pressed, to which the official hesitated before responding. "This city has no fertile fields for cultivation, making self-sustainability difficult." Chen Qing continued his inquiries. "And what of our provisions?" "We too have enough for around 6 months, the official replied. "How many troops are stationed within the city?" 100,000, approximately 1/10 of our forces. But the city walls are as strong as iron, making a breach exceedingly challenging. Excellent. After weighing the options, a glimmer of determination sparked in Chen Qing's eyes as he declared, "Let us encircle the city, ensuring not a single fly escapes. Double the guards at each city gate, while the remaining 1/5 of our forces shall venture into the forest to gather food. The movement of troops may be delayed, but the provisions must precede them." This statement epitomizes the significance of sustenance. In ancient warfare, the contest often hinged on supplies. "Sir, are you suggesting a competition for provisions to compel the enemy to engage outside the city? That would be inadvisable," the official cautioned. "Both sides have enough supplies to last 6 months, and that forest appears to yield little fruit. 6 months passes swiftly. It is not an eternity. As for provisions," Chen Qing asserted, "are not roots and tree bark edible?" The civil official appeared bewildered by this assertion. "Roots and tree bark? Does that count as sustenance? Quickly, make the necessary arrangements." Chen Qing remained composed, confident of victory. By ensuring that soldiers were sufficiently fed, he could judiciously incorporate tree bark and roots into their rations without significantly impacting their combat effectiveness. As for water sources, with a forest nearby, how could there be a lack of water? Indeed, reluctantly, the civil official took his leave to execute the orders. Subsequently, everything unfolded seamlessly. Chen Qing commanded the soldiers to set up camp not far from the city, and to prevent idleness among the troops, he organized timber harvesting to construct a defensive line. Seemingly anticipating un ennemi sorti. A few days later, the civil official hurriedly reported, "Sir, the defensive line is complete." "Good. Let us proceed with the construction of shelters." Chen Qing instructed. "Building shelters? Are you treating the land outside the city as though it were your own?" The civil official was taken aback. "Sir, is that not permissible?" "It is not that it cannot be done," the official replied, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow. A fortnight later, under the guidance of Chen Qing, houses rose from the ground, as if a homestead was to be established beyond the city walls for long-term residence and a tranquil life. The soldiers and officials within the city stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the commander's sudden and peculiar decision amidst an impending siege. In Chapter 38, under Chen Qing's command, constructions flourished outside the city, complete with arrow towers and barriers, while soldiers took turns keeping watch to prevent enemy incursions. Witnessing such a formidable display, the defenders grew increasingly hesitant to venture outside the city. Their sporadic nighttime assaults resulted only in casualties and retreat. Chen Qing remained unperturbed, patiently biding his time. Time flowed like a swift current, and after enduring 6 long months, the city gates swung open, unleashing a throng of emaciated soldiers. Kill! The battle cries reverberated through the air. Having spent half a year in a state of illusion, Chen Qing stood behind the front lines, issuing commands. Release the arrows. After such a prolonged wait, he had finally lured the defenders out of their stronghold. In an instant, a barrage of arrows was unleashed. Beneath the relentless rain of projectiles, countless lives were extinguished, and corpses lay strewn across the ground, a ghastly sight. The beleaguered enemy, believing they had surmounted the most arduous distance after crossing the range of arrows, fell victim to traps hidden beneath. The fallen adversaries were pierced by sharp blades, their demise tragic and gruesome, creating a scene of unspeakable carnage. The morale of the enemy plummeted as they beheld a trench 2 meters deep and 3 meters wide before them, with towering barriers stacked behind it, effectively boxing them in. Did you think I had done nothing for the past 6 months? Chen Qing wore an expression of calm indifference. Long ago, he had commanded the digging of deep trenches along the front lines, fortified with lethal blades, rendering the enemy's advance impossible. Fear etched across the faces of the enemy. The trench appeared to them as an insurmountable chasm, a veritable thunderous abyss. After half a day, the enemy surrendered, and Chen Qing successfully entered the city, having deftly orchestrated the entire situation. What were our losses? He inquired of the civil officer beside him. The officer clasped his hands in respect and replied, "My lord, I have ascertained that we suffered a total of 153 casualties." Such a number? Chen Qing was taken aback, his heart heavy as he lamented. The enemy's resistance was indeed formidable, resulting in the loss of 153 valiant warriors. The civil officer and others present exchanged puzzled glances. Valiant warriors? What do you mean? As Chen Qing completed his task successfully, everything in his field of vision began to blur, soon dissipating into wisps of smoke. This sudden turn was not unexpected for him. It was merely an illusion, and disappearance was inevitable. "Congratulations, you have passed my test," the civil officer, who had long accompanied Chen Qing, chuckled softly. Despite the surrounding scene growing hazy and indistinct, his figure remained sharp, even exuding an air of arrogance. Chen Qing, undeterred, respectfully inquired, "Are you the master of the Barren Tomb?" "The Barren Tomb has no master," the officer replied, shaking his head with pride. In truth, the world knew no Barren Tomb. It was only because they sought to besiege and eradicate me that such a fate befell them today. In his words, he revealed that he was not merely the possessor of the Barren Tomb, but its very creator. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's brows slightly twitched, and he maintained a composed demeanor as he remarked, "You are indeed formidable." The desolate tomb was a path laid with countless skeletons, and the fact that he had yet to venture deeper was sufficient to attest to the multitude of lives claimed by the presence before him. Undoubtedly, this was a ruthless individual. There is no need for modesty. The scholar expressed his astonishment, acknowledging that he himself still faced a challenge, though he deemed it unnecessary now. "Given your disposition and methods, I am confident that provided you do not meet an untimely end, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness. I recognize your potential." Over the past 6 months, having been by Chen Qing's side, he felt he had come to know the young man quite well, recognizing the formidable prowess he possessed. Even now, when Chen Qing reflected on his strategies for besieging cities, he found them rather distasteful, yet he could not deny the remarkable successes, far eclipsing those of another man named Yi Xiaotian. "Will there be any rewards for passing the trial?" Chen Qing inquired. "Indeed," the scholar replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized Chen Qing. "If I am not mistaken, you possess the rare physique of the extreme young body." Such was the strength of his insight that he could discern the essence of another at a glance. "Extreme young body." Chen Qing was taken aback, surprised that the other had identified a constitution he himself had yet to comprehend. "Rare in the world?" Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing continued, "Is it a particularly powerful constitution? The strength of one's physique would undoubtedly influence future capabilities, and he was quite eager to learn more. especially given that the term rare in the world had been uttered by the master of the desolate tomb, making it all the more intriguing. Powerful? This question left the scholar momentarily stunned, before a peculiar smile spread across his face as he seemed to come to a realization. It appears you are not yet aware of the extraordinary effects of the extreme yang body. Please enlighten me, Chen Qing humbly requested, bowing slightly. Although he had heard from Lu Shang that upon breaking through to the Meridian Realm, a special physique would awaken, granting relevant memories of inheritance. Such claims felt ethereal and untested. Chen Qing hoped to gain insight ahead of time to make necessary preparations. No need to rush. You will inevitably learn of the astonishing effects of the extreme yang body from the memories of inheritance, the scholar said with a meaningful smile. With a flick of his wrist, a crystal-like stone, gleaming as if carved from white jade, materialized. This is your reward. Take it. A jade stone? Another one of these? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted it, curious as to its purpose. He had previously received one from the nest of a desert-dwelling tortoise, gifted by a king transformed into bones. Yet he had yet to discover its effects. It had only aided him at a critical moment, allowing him to escape danger. You will understand its significance once you break through to the Meridian Realm, the scholar explained, swiftly approaching Chen Qing and placing a fingertip on his forehead. Chen Qing was caught off guard, unable to react to the rapid motion. This jade is exceedingly precious, thus I have imposed a prohibition against you discarding it. After providing his reasoning, the scholar turned to depart, waving his hand as he cautioned, venture no further into the depths of the desolate tomb. It harbors great terrors. In the uninhabited expanse of the desert, under the scorching sun, the heat shimmered, and a sense of death pervaded the atmosphere. Yet, amidst the desolation, a young man lay quietly upon the yellow sands, seemingly ensnared in slumber. Swish! Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, swiftly rising to survey his surroundings. He discovered that he had long since departed from the deep valley and was perplexed as to how he had arrived in this place. Coughing, Lu Shang extended a hand to brush away the yellow sand, and soon emerged from it, still sputtering as his complexion turned pale. How peculiar! Where did I find myself buried in sand? After failing the first challenge of the trial, he had quietly awaited Chen Qing's return, refraining from moving in order to avoid calamity. Yet, everything had seemed perfectly safe, and now he found himself entombed in sand, a bewildering predicament indeed. Let's depart, Chen Qing said, glancing at his phone. It was September 26th, which meant he had spent half a year within the trial, while merely a day had passed in reality. That illusion had seemingly disregarded the passage of time. Where shall we go? Lu Shang inquired. Chen Qing replied nonchalantly. Where else could we go? We must return to the city and continue our hunt for monsters. Regardless of how formidable the individuals in the desolate tomb may be, they are of no concern to me. I remain merely a high-tier awakened spirit in their eyes, akin to an insignificant insect. The terrifying entities within that desolate tomb had professed their acknowledgement of him, yet such words were merely superficial. Their mocking demeanor and the insistence that he retain the jade stone revealed their utter disregard for him. Thus, the only course of action was to continuously grow stronger until he entered their field of vision, achieving parity or even surpassing them, at which point he could uncover the secrets concealed within the depths of the desolate tomb. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rummaged through his pockets and felt a hard object. Upon checking his trousers, he found another. Is still here, Chen Qing mused, furrowing his brow, pondering the true purpose of the jade stone, as there was little information available for him to speculate upon. Chen Qing, what do you suppose the master of the desolate tomb is? Lu Shang asked, still haunted by the recent events. The valley had been his chosen refuge. Yet he had first been pursued by the formidable Yi Xiaotian, followed by this bizarre situation, leading him to feel as if he were cursed by misfortune. There must be some transformation occurring on Earth, Chen Qing asserted, for such a peculiar location should not have evaded satellite detection for decades. He had just tested the satellites, which still could not detect any valleys within the desert. Their path had remained consistently barren, with no alterations to the terrain. As the two conversed, they made their way forward, successfully traversing the desert thanks to their robust physiques, returning to Yunxian City, a place impervious even to nuclear devastation. At this moment, Yunxian City appeared from a distance, and whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, it seemed even more oppressive than before. A faint sense of desolation permeated the once vibrant atmosphere. Is it not perilous that we return so swiftly? Lu Shang whispered cautiously as they approached the outskirts of a small building. Swallowing hard, he added, "Initially, I felt fine. But now that I am aware of the lurking black beast, having witnessed it devour nuclear weapons and wreak havoc on its territory while eliminating its underlings, I cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. What is there to fear? We are hardly significant enough to draw the attention of such an entity." Chen Qing reassured him. As long as the nation refrains from deploying nuclear weapons, everything should be manageable. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Shang's phone rang. This indicated that the nation had issued a significant emergency announcement. Chen Qing, Lu Shang, could it be? Another one? Chapter 39, Journey to the Depths. In a hurried manner, Lu Shang and two others crowded around the screen of a mobile phone, anxiously checking the information, fearful of any unforeseen events. The location of a nuclear explosion had revealed a spring imbued with astonishing energy from which substances beneficial to human health flowed, capable of facilitating breakthroughs. The bold crimson font underscored the significance of the news. A spring? Lu Shang scrolled down to examine the details. It turned out that the site of the nuclear weapon was a piece of land radiating a golden glow. Although most of the explosion's energy had been absorbed, the area had still been blasted open, revealing this extraordinary spring. As for the nature of this land, opinions in the comments varied widely. Some believed it to be the origin of the apocalypse, while others speculated it merely contained an incredibly potent treasure of energy. Yet, no one doubted the veracity of the government's report. How did the state ascertain the situation so swiftly? Lu Shang gasped in disbelief. Chen Qing squinted. Is there any need for contemplation? Clearly, someone has already acquired that substance and thoroughly analyzed it for researchers. At that moment, neither of them harbored any skepticism, for with Yi Xiaoyan's prowess, he was undoubtedly capable of delving into the depths for exploration. He was a living example. What should we do? Lu Shang pondered, tempted by the thought of entering. Not so fast. Chen Qing shook his head, responding slowly, this news is known worldwide. Countless individuals will inevitably be seized by greed, and it won't be long before many forged temporary alliances to venture deeper. Chen Qing believed that if the two of them, even with their formidable strength at the edge, were to venture into the core without a collective to share the risks, they would face certain death, rendering such an endeavor unwise. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Chen Qing had predicted. Within a mere few days, the number of members from various factions in Yinxian City surged dramatically, and agreements of mutual cooperation were established. Everyone understood that attempting to operate solo within the city's confines would yield no benefits. A single misstep could lead to a gruesome demise at the hands of monsters, leaving no trace behind. Naturally, Chen Qing and Lu Shang were not foolish. They chose to join a faction. With their high-tier, awakening realm strength, they would be warmly welcomed wherever they went, treated as esteemed guests, lavished with food and drink. No faction would dare to turn them away. Brother, Chen Qing. All factions have conferred and decided to depart tomorrow morning at 6. Xiao Jia, the leader of the faction, smiled as he approached the two, stating at that time, I kindly ask you and Brother Lu Shang to remain at the rear of the team to ensure the safety of the others, so they're not ambushed by monsters or rival factions. His suggestion was sound. However, Lu Shang abruptly stood up, glaring at him fiercely, exclaiming, You mother brother Lu. He speaks the truth, Chen Qing interjected, placing his arm across Lu Shang's chest, conveying with his gaze to interrupt. The rear guard indeed requires strong protection. We are a team. We must forsake personal gain, prioritizing the collective over the individual. Such sacrifice is essential. Chen Qing's words caused both Lu Shang and Xiao Jie to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Did he really need to be so righteous? Since Brother Chen Qing has agreed, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Xiao Jie patted his badge, assuring, rest assured, if we reach the spring's location, the energy material will certainly be divided amongst us. Chen Qing nodded in satisfaction, responding cheerfully, with your word, Brother Xiao Jie, my brother and I can feel at ease. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well. As Xiao Jie exited the room, Lu Shang expressed his discontent. Brother Chen Qing, it is evident you harbor ulterior motives. We are at the rear of the group, and once we spot the spring, rushing forward could put us at a disadvantage. What is there to worry about? Chen Qing replied with a serene smile as he settled back onto the sofa. He is correct. The rear could also be vulnerable to ambush. Staying behind is relatively safer. Safer at the back? Lu Shang pondered the deeper implications of this statement. Was it them who were safer, or the team behind? Xiao Jie's influence in Yunxian City could be deemed second to none. Chen Qing remarked. There are at least 7 or 8 at the high tier of the awakening realm with him. Being in their company ensures my safety. You'll be safe? Lu Shang was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly slapped his thigh as if awakening from a dream. Indeed, how foolish of me, setting aside other considerations. Chen Qing's physique could attract monsters when needed, but could also spell disaster when it was not. Xiaojia's formidable power was what enabled him to shield Chen Qing from impending threats. Thus, being at the back was indeed advantageous. Chen Qing reflected, he is aiding me. It was essential to recognize that the team was delving deeper, and the most probable encounter with monsters would be head-on. Chen Qing's position at the back afforded him the utmost safety. Lu Shang, who had initially been indignant, now felt a twinge of sympathy. Isn't this a bit excessive? While Xiaojia's actions may be questionable, the others in the team are somewhat innocent. I am merely following orders, Chen Qing replied nonchalantly. Besides, I'm not exactly a virtuous individual. In the perilous world they inhabited, being a good person was a formidable challenge for Chen Qing. Hearing this, Lu Shang cast a glance at Chen Qing, surprised yet silent. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, the team assembled, numbering over 500, forming a long and orderly line. The rear shall be entrusted to the two of you. Xiaojia smiled lightly. Chen Qing shook his head. No need for pleasantries. It is our duty. Subsequently, Xiaojia moved to the front of the team, leading the group forward to unite with other factions as they ventured deeper into the unknown. Within the city's inner perimeter, a dense fog enveloped the area, visibility was low, and nearly all buildings had crumbled into ruins, leaving a chaotic scene fraught with hidden dangers that instilled a sense of dread. As the team advanced, Xiaojia engaged in light-hearted banter with the leaders of other factions, seemingly on amicable terms, which alleviated the tension among the various groups. Their greatest fear was not only having to be wary of monsters, but also of rival factions. At the rear of the team, Lu Shang frowned, expressing his displeasure. Only our two brothers are being specially accommodated, while the other factions have mid-tier Awakening Realm members stationed to guard the back. That is to be expected. Chen Qing replied calmly, clutching a black backpack. As temporary additions, it is only natural to be treated with caution. In truth, although many new members joined various organizations in recent days, the emergence of new factions made it difficult to earn the trust of the higher-ups. However, the nascent forces ultimately lacked depth, their power dispersed, making it difficult to coalesce into a formidable presence. Observing Chen Qing with a backpack in hand, Lu Shang pondered, what could possibly be inside? He had never seen Chen Qing carry a burden when departing for an outing. My trump card, a hidden treasure. Chen Qing replied enigmatically, then handed it over to him. You carry it for me. Why? Your presence is rather minimal, even with a backpack. As long as you keep your words few, you will not draw attention, Chen Qing stated candidly. Due to his physique, Chen Qing's striking appearance inevitably sparked curiosity about the contents of a large bag. Lu Shang twitched his lips. What do you mean by my presence being minimal? Take a guess, Chen Qing replied. Lu Shang scratched his nose, feeling awkward. Forget it, I won't guess. Which faction is beside us? In front of them, a sharp-nosed man gestured animatedly, his avarice unabashed. Did you see that? That girl is stunning. Her figure is exquisite. I wish to indulge. The individuals around him turned to observe, and a sweet-faced young woman came into view. She possessed delicate features, bright eyes, and a smile like a radiant flower. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her fair skin glowed like snow in the morning light, exuding an ethereal charm that was hard to look away from. It seems the leader is not a significant figure. Once this spring exploration concludes, we might venture to another spring. I fear that spring may hold even more mysterious substances. With that, they exchanged knowing smiles that only men could comprehend. Chapter 40. The Dangerous Inner Circle. Damn, Lu Shang found himself in a state of bemusement. As an advanced practitioner of the awakening realm, his senses had sharpened alongside human evolution, allowing him to overhear the conversations of those individuals distinctly. Chen Qing cast a curious glance at the woman, his expression turning peculiar. What a coincidence! She was here as well. The woman, coveted for her beauty, was none other than the mantis, Shou Tian, who had once been ensnared by Chen Qing and the overlord of Chu. At the right moment, we should seize the opportunity to enjoy her. One of the men exclaimed. A woman so beautiful deserves to be kept as a treasure. A single encounter would be a waste. She should be utilized repeatedly. However, The subsequent exchanges among these men caused Lu Shang's lips to twitch, his countenance darkening. It appeared they were not jesting. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Chen Qing, whispering, "Did you already know that Xiao Jia's subordinates are not virtuous individuals?" Various factions are rife with both good and bad, and he had heard tales of Xiao Jia's crew being a band of lowly ruffians. Indeed, Chen Qing nodded. Were it merely for safety, he would have chosen the most powerful faction, rather than the second. He had long been aware that the group surrounding Xiao Jia was comprised of idle rascals prior to the apocalypse. Now that the end times had arrived, free from any limitations or rules, they had become increasingly unscrupulous, committing numerous heinous acts. Why didn't you say something sooner? Lu Shang felt relieved, having initially thought that Chen Qing would use innocent people as shields. The individuals before him appeared far from virtuous. One might argue that they deserved their fate, and at the very least, he felt no guilt towards them. In this era of chaos, devoid of the constraints of education and rules, the hope of their redemption seemed like an exercise in futility. In a certain light, Chen Qing's actions had purged a segment of the nefarious, perhaps even inadvertently aiding those who were still feeble at the dawn of this apocalyptic age. Do you know why I refrained from voicing my thoughts? Chen Qing stated calmly. Why? Lu Shang inquired. If I were to deem these individuals as villains based solely on my own perspective and sought to eliminate them, what then would that make me? Lu Shang fell silent. Within every faction, there exist both virtuous and wicked souls. Chen Qing's gaze deepened. To avoid harming a good person is an unattainable ideal. It would be excessively naive to believe otherwise. He adhered to his principles. To act benevolently and refrain from malevolence was entirely acceptable. Yet placing the value of another's life above his own was out of the question. Indeed, Lu Shang finally exhaled a breath of frustration. You are absolutely correct. This despicable lot. A man in a suit beside Zhou Tian frowned and muttered in anger. Their words were unrestrained, utterly lacking in discretion. How could he not hear them? Zhou Tian subtly shook her head, signaling him to exercise patience. Do not take it to heart. We shall find an opportunity to teach them a lesson later. For now, your focus should be on the two formidable high-level practitioners at the back, particularly that rather unsavory-looking fellow. This was her first solo mission, and already she had been ambushed. Despite the other party's striking appearance, her displeasure was palpable. Unsavory-looking? Huang Yu glanced over, swiftly comprehending. Rest assured, I know him. He is my friend. Given his acquaintance with his friend, Huang Yu felt no surprise at Zhou Tian's particular concern. Zhou Tian was taken aback. You know that scoundrel? This revelation was somewhat shocking to her. Had she been outmaneuvered by the associate of a friend? Damn, what an embarrassment. Scoundrel? Huang Yu was astonished. Surely not. Although Lu Shang may seem unsavory, he is genuinely a decent person. Lu Shang? Zhou Tian clenched her teeth in frustration. So his name is Lu Shang. Let me tell you, he is definitely not a good person. One can know a face, but not a heart. Huang Yu, you have been deceived. Huang Yu, bewildered, stammered. Is that so? Absolutely. She had noted his reaction. Detecting Zhou Tian's unfriendly gaze, Chen Qing sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He too wished to remain inconspicuous. Yet his strength did not permit it. Do you know Miss Zhou? Lu Shang asked in surprise. Miss Zhou? Chen Qing grinned. Do not tell me she hails from a prestigious background? Lu Shang sensed something amiss. You haven't offended the heiress of the Zhou family, have you? Indeed. Lu Shang. He sighed. Brother, of all the people to offend, why her? The Zhou family is one of the most prominent families in the Tianyun kingdom, with assets beyond imagination. Chen Qing raised an eyebrow. Assets beyond imagination? Since the onset of the apocalypse, humanity has nearly reverted to a primitive era where strength reigns supreme. Can wealth still govern the hearts of men? Do not presume that in the apocalypse one can rely solely on personal strength. You have witnessed the formidable power of that black scythe. The Zhou family possesses cutting-edge technology, and there are numerous similar weapons at their disposal. Lu Shang forced a wry smile. The man standing beside Miss Zhou is my friend, and it is through him that I learned the black scythe is the latest technological marvel, worth its weight in gold, and exclusive to families of their stature. He was haunted by the memory of Yi Xiaotian wielding the black scythe in the desolate tomb. Upon returning to the city, he conducted an investigation into that weapon, but to no avail. Ultimately, it was this friend who disclosed some information. It can be said that after the onset of the apocalypse, human technology has advanced at an astonishing pace, exceeding the imagination of the average populace. Is it possible to explain such a weapon through science? Qin was taken aback. Even though he had learned within the desolate tomb that the scythe was a product of technology, he found it difficult to believe until it was truly verified. How could a mere weapon amplify its wielder's strength, manifesting itself for offensive purposes? That hardly qualifies as science. It feels more like science fiction. I do not fully understand it either, Lu Shang admitted, raising his hands in a gesture of confusion. But Huang Yu mentioned that future technologies will increasingly bewilder us, ordinary individuals. Perhaps there truly exists a technological singularity, Chun Xin conceded, reluctantly accepting the reality. Lu Shang, puzzled, asked, technological singularity? In simpler terms, it means that human technological advancement does not progress uniformly, but rather accelerates. Really? Lu Shang responded, feeling overwhelmed. To illustrate, a person from 2,000 years ago, if transported to 1,000 years ago, could swiftly adapt to that lifestyle despite the passage of a millennium. However, a person from 200 years ago, if transported to the modern era, would struggle to comprehend the vast differences in people's lives. This illustrates the accelerating pace of technological progress. Qin provided a somewhat one-sided explanation. If this acceleration continues, there will come a moment when the rate of advancement surpasses human comprehension, and that moment is referred to as the technological singularity. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Lu Shang said, bewildered. I have not read much, so please do not deceive me. As the two conversed, a ferocious roar echoed from ahead. Soon after, the sounds of battle erupted, mingled with the clamor of voices. Upon entering the inner perimeter, danger was inescapable. As the group ventured deeper, they encountered an increasing number of monstrous creatures, each heart weighed down with trepidation. Even those at the rear, unable to discern the situation, yet temporarily safe, remained vigilant and cautious. This was due to the sight of numerous corpses of those who had just perished along their path. To dare to take risks does not equate to a lack of fear of death. They ventured into the inner perimeter seeking opportunities, yet none wished for a blood-soaked demise. The group advanced slowly, making minimal noise. Gradually, the mist thickened, obscuring their vision to a mere blur. Suddenly, a colossal python lunged from the side, its gaping maw effortlessly swallowing a man of mid-tier awakening realm strength. A scene both shocking and horrific. Damn it! Quickly slay it! The crowd roared, employing a strategy of sheer numbers to charge forward. And after suffering the loss of over 10 individuals, they succeeded in vanquishing the beast. 2 minutes later, the formidable bull, as robust as a mountain, arrived on the battlefield, its roar resonating like a grand bell, reigniting the chaos of battle. This bull was incredibly powerful, rampaging through the ranks and causing significant casualties, even slaying 2 high-level cultivators from the awakening realm. Ultimately, despite its grievous wounds, it stubbornly approached Qin, only to be swiftly slain by him with a single strike, yielding a purple orb. A purple-grade treasure. The orb, shimmering with a violet glow, drew the avaricious gazes of hundreds. Chapter 41. Encounter with the Giant Wolf. Deep within Yunxian City, a mist enveloped the air, creating a surreal atmosphere. This bull was slain through our collective effort. How can you claim the orb for yourself? As they watched Qin secure the purple orb, the onlookers could no longer restrain their frustration and began to reprimand him. The prospect of shared benefits was inherently unequal, stirring their discontent. In response, Qin remained unfazed and calmly remarked, with so many formidable creatures lurking within, must we contend for the orb each time we encounter a purple-grade monster? He was unperturbed. Positioned at the rear of the team, his prowess ranked among the elite. Even if others coveted his strength, they were powerless against him, granting him ample confidence. The crowd exchanged glances, awakening from their daze, and ceased their inquiries. His words held truth. While he had secured this orb, the next encounter could yield a different outcome. It was clear that a single orb could not be evenly distributed among all, and if only a select few were to benefit, it would be wiser for one to claim it entirely. It was important to recognize that while purple-grade orbs were indeed precious, they were in the inner region, where they might face even stronger foes. The allure of wealth is compelling, especially when it comes to priceless treasures. With newfound clarity, they fell silent, their eyes glinting with the light of greed. Qin welcomed this development. People often tend to view the future with either excessive optimism or pessimism. As time passed, the serpentine line of the team navigated through the mist, destined to encounter monsters despite their caution. Essentially, Every few minutes, they faced creatures, leading to losses, while the benefits of the orbs remained in the hands of only a few, rendering the effort futile. Those who benefited were indeed elated, yet overall, the losses were substantial. How cursed can one be? Why is my luck so abysmal? Xiao Jia's face turned a shade of iron. He found monster encounters to be normal, but for some reason, those creatures always charged towards his team, while others suffered minimal losses. It was as if his team bore the brunt of every attack. A stroke of terrible misfortune. Am I possessed by a spirit of misfortune? It appears the monsters have a particular affinity for your team, Xiao Jia. Lin Jin couldn't help but mock, sporting a mischievous smile. Xiao Jia, who had risen from a background of rogues, had always looked down upon Lin Jun, especially since many of his own team members had suffered at the hands of reckless individuals under Lin's command. Thus, he seized the opportunity to deliver a scathing retort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia coldly replied, "Shut up. Huh, you truly overestimate yourself. I assure you, others may fear you, but I do not." Lin Jin scoffed, failing to recognize the caliber of his own subordinates. Perhaps this was the retribution bestowed upon him by the heavens. Xiao Jia grit his teeth and inquired, "Did someone in your family die? Isn't that your own dog? Enough. All of you be silent." They exchanged mutual compliments, only to be interrupted by a man clad in a blue cloak, hindering their deeper discourse. A cold glance was shared between the two, and they fell silent, clearly daunted by the man's words. The relentless roars of beasts echoed around them, an unbroken cacophony. The inner perimeter was fraught with danger, teeming with monsters that moved unpredictably despite prior reconnaissance. Initially, there had been conversation, but now even necessary dialogue was whispered, fraught with trepidation. The atmosphere was palpably eerie. Their visibility extended merely 2 or 3 meters ahead. A moment's inattention could lead to a direct encounter with a monster, resulting in instant demise. A deafening howl pierced the air, tightening their nerves and demanding their utmost focus. In the distance, a massive wolf, crackling with purple lightning, charged toward them, exuding an aura of lethal intent. They had encountered a particularly formidable creature. Chun Qing felt a tremor of apprehension, fully aware of the daunting challenge posed by a purple-level monster in the inner perimeter. The ground trembled with each thunderous step of the colossal beast, as if it were trampling upon their chests, constricting their breath. After a mere 10 seconds, the creature emerged before them, dispersing the mist and revealing its true form. A water jug-sized purple eye that was mesmerizing yet terrifying. Its skin crackled with electric energy, and its sharp silver claws appeared forged from steel, utterly indomitable, with points that sent chills down their spines. Towering over 30 meters, the giant wolf regarded the crowd, its protruding fangs curling into a sinister smile, exuding a disturbingly human-like quality. Gasps of dread rippled through the crowd, an icy chill enveloping them. This horror was beyond their capacity to confront. Positioned at the forefront of the group, its towering height exceeded 20 meters, coupled with an imposing presence that cleared the fog, rendering it visible even to those at the back. Undoubtedly, this was a being beyond the purple tier, though none could ascertain just how many levels it surpassed. Xiao Jia exchanged grave glances with the leaders of other teams, all wearied by the weight of the situation. Such bizarre misfortune. Xiao Jia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly choking on his own despair. Each faction had dispatched personnel for reconnaissance, and after the loss of over a dozen individuals, they had confidently identified this route as the safest passage to the spring, successfully circumventing most dangers. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Out of his 80-strong team, only 40 remained, nearly half decimated, including 2 elite members of the Awakening Realm. The voice of the man in the blue cloak was hoarse. "If my calculations are correct, the spring lies ahead. Together, we shall vanquish it and seize the mysterious substance. Kill." His trusted subordinates surged forward, compelling those still hesitating to brace themselves against the mounting pressure and charge ahead. The curtain rose on what would undoubtedly be a brutal conflict. Howl! In the eyes of the colossal wolf flickered a disdainful glimmer as it howled towards the heavens. Following this, its long, razor-sharp claws, measuring 4 to 5 meters, swept through the air, obliterating everything in their path. In an instant, over 10 lives were extinguished, their bodies shattered into fragments in a scene of utter devastation. Goodness! Lu Shang recoiled at the sight of the corpses soaring through the air, feeling a sense of relief. We are fortunate to be positioned at the back, spared from involvement. I misjudged Xiao Jia. He is indeed an angel. Reflecting on his previous harsh words towards Xiao Jia, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Chun Qing squinted at the giant wolf, analyzing. The strategy of overwhelming numbers may not be effective against this beast. Our plans may need to be reconsidered. Are we truly destined to lose? Lu Shang was taken aback. Despite the formidable nature of the colossal wolf, their combined forces, with over 20 high-ranking practitioners of the Awakening Realm, should have no trouble subduing it. Do not underestimate the monster, Chun Qing cautioned, shaking his head. The purple-tier creatures we have slain were lured into our trap by the allure of my flesh and blood. This does not imply they lack intelligence. The wolf before us exhibits a plethora of expressions, suggesting its intellect may rival that of humans. If anyone asserts that it would attack blindly without considering escape, I would vehemently disagree. Lu Shang immediately grasped the implication of Chun Qing's words and inquired, "What then shall we do?" "Let's observe the unfolding situation." Chun Qing replied calmly, deliberately shifting his position to a concealed and secure corner within the crowd. The wolf, blocking our path from the front, did not appear to be targeting me specifically. Thus, I shall refrain from drawing attention to myself. Agreed, Lu Shang acknowledged, finding this entirely reasonable. Chun Qing's unique constitution would surely attract the wolf's attention, compelling it to charge forth. The mere thought of Chun Qing being injured, with blood spilled, sent a chill down Lu Shang's spine. He shuddered at the envisioned chaos of a riot within, with beasts launching an assault. At that moment, not only would reaching the spring be in jeopardy, but they might also face total annihilation. Chapter 42. Encountering Yi Xiaotian again. The battle unfolded with a decidedly lopsided dynamic. Even the high-ranking practitioners of the Awakening Realm struggled against the purple-tier creatures, let alone the unknown entities beyond that tier. The expressions of all leaders in the team were grave and troubled. In the face of absolute power, the tactic of sheer numbers proved ineffective. And this gigantic wolf was adept at evading encirclement, perpetually lingering at the periphery, clearly prepared for a retreat at any moment. In just a few minutes, over 100 lives had been claimed. The wolf seemed to relish picking off the weaker adversaries one by one. Moments later, a man of the initial stages of the Awakening Realm, pale as a ghost, lamented, "I should never have ventured into the inner circle." He abandoned any thoughts of resistance, turning to flee as his own strength crumbled. They had envisioned acquiring the mysterious substance within the spring, even if it was merely a broth left behind by the powerful. But now, with their lives at stake, what good was such a substance? Run. The high-ranking practitioners of the Awakening Realm are hiding at the back, leaving us to bear the brunt. Why should we foolishly allow ourselves to be driven into danger? Some expressed their dissatisfaction with the leaders who merely observed from a distance, feeling that they should not sacrifice themselves for the cowardly. At long last, in the depths of despair, they awakened to their predicament, scattering in all directions before retracing their steps. Each faction was hastily assembled. Though they appeared formidable, they were merely united by common interests. Once those interests diverged, the bonds would inevitably fray, leading to disintegration. Cursed be it, leaders such as Xiao, Jie, and Linjun vented their frustrations in vain, helplessly witnessing their subordinates flee in panic, dissipating into the thick fog, vanishing without a trace. To confront the colossal wolf directly would be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, they dared not lead by example and invite their own ruin. Moments later, the giant wolf's claws stained with blood, its body crackling with electric energy. It grew bolder with each skirmish, triumphantly surveying the battlefield like a sovereign surveying its realm. Surrounding it were a dozen high-level awakened beings, all leaders or key figures from various factions, their expressions grave and conflicted. To retreat would mean the fruitless loss of hard-won trust. Yet to engage in battle was fraught with peril. The first to act would likely be the first to fall. They understood this principle well, biding their time to await the unfortunate soul who would become the wolf's next target, ready to strike with a coordinated assault. What shall we do? Lu Shang chuckled ruefully, never anticipating the plot would unfold so rapidly. Such a grand assembly had disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Chun Qing shrugged. We have grossly underestimated the giant wolf's power. For now, we should keep our distance and observe. Although the wolf rendered everyone powerless, those who had made it this far were unlikely to abandon hope lightly. Yet, if no glimmer of hope emerged, retreat would be the only option. Resolute in their decision, The two cautiously concealed themselves in a nearby depression, lying still and monitoring the battlefield. 1, 2, 3. There are only 18 high-level awakened beings. With such numbers, can they truly contend with the giant wolf? Lu Shang whispered. In his view, without at least 30 or 40 capable high-level awakened beings, they lacked the strength to challenge the wolf. There are, Chun Qing countered, shaking his head in disagreement, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. The giant wolf had parted the mist, allowing a clearer view of the figures present. That individual draped in a blue cloak. Don't you find him familiar? Familiar? Lu Shang's heart raced as he focused on the battlefield, spotting the figure Chun Qing had mentioned in a corner, his facial muscles twitching. The blue cloak. It was Yi Xiaotian, who had once driven them into the desolate tomb, clad in a black cloak then. Now, another cloaked figure had emerged, and the association was unavoidable. Could it be? That wretched scoundrel, Yi Xiaotian, has come as well? A throbbing pain surged through Lu Shang's head. Yi Xiaotian's strength was exceedingly formidable, and given their inexplicable animosity, should they cross paths, there would be no room for negotiation. It would surely be a fight to the death. Chun Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Yi Xiaotian had acquired strength beyond the awakening realm through advanced technological weaponry. He likely had not yet stepped beyond that threshold. It was natural for one so ambitious to covet the energies within the spring. There was a significant chance that it was indeed him. This news was dire. Yi Xiaotian's power was exceedingly formidable. For the time being, he was not a match. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the great wolf surged forward, its forelegs propelling it like a bolt of lightning toward the figure cloaked in blue. Instinctively, it sensed that this was its most formidable foe and that it must be subdued swiftly. The beast is quite perceptive. The cloaked man, intending to remain hidden, raised his hand gently. A scythe, enveloped in dark energy, manifested. Indeed, it was him. Chun Qing's thoughts were confirmed, and he endeavored to suppress his presence. At this juncture, should Yi Xiaotian discover him, the outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. With a swift motion, he darted beneath the giant wolf, swinging the scythe with all his might, cleaving through the air toward the wolf above. The blade grazed the wolf's abdomen, yet was thwarted by a surge of electricity, significantly diminishing its force and leaving only a shallow wound upon its surface, failing to disrupt its essence. The lightning serves as a protective barrier. Yi Xiaotian's expression shifted as he hastily evaded. However, the giant wolf, having been struck, swiftly retaliated, its claws gleaming with a silvery light, sweeping toward Yi Xiaotian's life. In that moment, the claws collided with the scythe that shielded Yi Xiaotian. Upon impact, he coughed blood and was hurled backward, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. Such immense strength. Fortuitously, this weapon provided some protection. Yi Xiaotian's cloak was torn asunder, revealing his true countenance, pale and shaken. He had faced red-tiered monsters before, but this one was absurdly powerful. Though it did not surpass the red tier, it was far superior to ordinary creatures. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he surveyed the vicinity, and he bellowed, "If any of you dare to flee, I will draw this giant wolf to your side." As he engaged the wolf, several high-ranking Awakening Realm individuals attempted to proceed quietly, disregarding him. Alas, their intentions were thwarted, and they could only abandon their plans. "My brother, I shall lend you my strength," Huang Yu declared, raising his right arm, in which a blood-red blade appeared. He leaped forth, striking at the giant wolf. With a roar, the wolf, displaying remarkable intelligence, abandoned its assault on Yi Xiaotian. It pivoted, its tail whipping like a lash, sending Huang Yu crashing backward, his blade flying from his grasp. "Is this high-tech product so worthless?" Lu Shang grumbled, feeling a tinge of envy. He was not foolish. Huang Yu's weapon was undoubtedly of the same caliber as Yi Xiaotian's black scythe, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Chun Qing's gaze fixated on the blood-red blade, as he calmly remarked, "We must seize an opportunity to acquire one ourselves." This weapon was not only immensely powerful, but also capable of bonding with its wielder. It was an essential artifact for both home and travel, perfect for acts of violence and chaos. "Can we actually obtain it?" Lu Shang inquired, puzzled. Chun Qing nodded. With determination, one can achieve anything. With that, he rose, brushed off his trousers, and strode toward Zhou Tian. "Not hiding anymore?" Lu Shang hurried to catch up. Chun Qing elucidated. "We have been evading, and given our capabilities, even if we reach the spring head and behold the mysterious substance, we would not be able to partake in it. It is imperative to align ourselves with a faction. He has a clear understanding of the situation. Among those present, only 3 factions can acquire the mysterious substance. The first is Zhou Tian, under the protection of Huang Yu. The second is the formidable Yi Xiaotian. And the third comprises those at the advanced stages of the awakening realm who have joined forces. Between him and Yi Xiaotian, animosity prevails, making collaboration improbable. And since all organizations are at odds with one another, his safety cannot be guaranteed. Only Zhou Tian has not been irrevocably offended, thus presenting a glimmer of opportunity. Therefore, the answer is self-evident. Chapter 43, Verbal Agreement. Zhou Tian's beautiful eyes glimmered as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, vigilant against the giant wolf and other nearby factions. Upon seeing Chen Qing approach, she immediately heightened her alertness. "Miss Zhou, it has been a while. Do you still recognize me?" Chen Qing smiled and waved at her as he drew near. "A while? Are we so well acquainted?" She bit her silver teeth, offering no warmth, and retorted bitterly. "I recognize you. Even in ash, I would know you. What? Do you have some rotten scheme brewing?" Last time, she had let her guard down, believing the desert held no formidable foes, but this time, she would not fall for this young man's tricks. "What rotten scheme?" Chen Qing feigned innocence, lamenting, "Miss Zhou, I have come to see you to sincerely apologize for the last incident. I hope you can overlook my previous transgressions." Since he sought cooperation, he knew he must adopt a humble demeanor, thus fostering an opportunity for reconciliation. Lu Shang observed Chen Qing's earnest expression, feeling enlightened. You could be polite at times? Apologizing? Zhou Tian was no fool, and she found it hard to swallow his words. After a moment's contemplation, she extended her hand. "Since you are here to apologize, where is the gift? It has long been prepared for you." Chen Qing retrieved the purple orb he had previously acquired and placed it reverently in Zhou Tian's palm, stating, "This purple orb was a hard-won treasure obtained after my brother and I narrowly defeated a frenzied beast. I was reluctant to part with it, but today it serves as an apology." Zhou Tian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Chen Qing to display such sincerity. Lu Shang was astonished as well, surprised that Chen Qing could lie with such composure. Observing Zhou Tian's indecisive expression, Chen Qing secretly chuckled. Regardless of the Zhou family's wealth, the purple orb was undoubtedly a rare item, ample as a gift. Ahem. Zhou Tian cleared her throat, her demeanor softening, no longer uttering cold words. She nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall accept this gift." Then, "Miss Zhou, does this mean you forgive me?" Shen Qing exclaimed, feigning surprise. Feeling a warmth coursing through her, her mood lifted. "Well, I suppose that counts. May I share a word with you, Miss Zhou?" "Sure, I knew you had ulterior motives." Zhou Tian quickly retorted with a cold laugh. As astute as she was, how could she lose her rationality over such a trifling benefit? "A misunderstanding." Chen Qing chuckled helplessly. "A grave misunderstanding. Please allow me to finish. If you find my words unsatisfactory, you may entirely dismiss them." Zhou Tian rolled her eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of dissonance as she observed Chen Qing's overly respectful demeanor, addressing her as you. "Speak your mind," she exclaimed. "Miss Zhou, who do you believe is stronger, Huang Yu or Yi Xiaotian?" Chen Qing inquired. "Well," Zhou Tian cast her gaze toward the two entangled with the giant wolf. Frowning, "What is it you wish to convey?" In the face of the giant wolf, Huang Yu could only bear the pressure, while Yi Xiaotian was capable of launching an offense. The disparity in their strengths was abundantly clear to her. "Yi Xiaotian is not a good person," Chen Qing stated gravely. "I fear he covets the mysterious substance within the spring." Zhou Tian shot him a glance. "What do you mean?" "Miss Zhou, being as astute as you are, you should comprehend my intentions," Chen Qing replied. "You may choose to disbelieve me, yet I propose we establish a pact. Should he act against any one of us, we shall unite to oppose him." "Indeed, that is his objective," she acknowledged. Once Yi Xiaotian became aware of his connection to Lu Shang, he would undoubtedly harbor murderous intent, necessitating assistance, and currently, the only ally available was Huang Yu, under Zhou Tian's command. "Humph," Zhou Tian scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. Feigning ignorance, Chen Qing asked, "What causes your amusement, Miss Zhou?" "How naive." Zhou Tian raised her delicate finger and waved it dismissively. "It's apparent that Yi Xiaotian holds a grudge against you, and you wish to leverage my strength to confront him. I can only say you are foolishly naive." Zhou Tian had no reason to trust Chen Qing's words blindly. Lu Shang, who had remained silent, awkwardly touched his nose, internally sighing, speechless. The terms of the agreement were too revealing of their intentions. Even he could surmise the reason behind it. Yet, he did not expect Chun-Qing to falter in such a manner. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Chun-Qing was ultimately still a youth, lacking extensive experience in the ways of the world. No matter how precocious he may be, he was bound to exhibit a moment of folly. At that moment, he could conceive of no remedial measures. Faced with Zhou Tian exposing his intentions, Chun-Qing maintained his composure, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Miss Zhou, do you believe me to be foolish?" "No, no, no. You are not foolish. It is merely that I am too astute." Zhou Tian hastily shook her head, offering a rather mischievous consolation. After her last significant setback, she had been in a foul mood for quite some time. Now, it was her turn to have the upper hand, and the feeling of vindication was utterly delightful. "You're clever indeed." Chun-Qing silently cursed, though his face remained impassive. "Do you take pride in uncovering my intentions? That was part of my plan all along." "Miss Zhou, do you truly think I would be foolish enough to offend the formidable Yi Xiaotian?" he countered. "That I cannot ascertain," Zhou Tian replied. "Very well, Miss Zhou. The terms of our agreement remain unchanged, but I propose an additional condition." Chun-Qing spoke calmly and with confidence. "If Yi Xiaotian acts against any one of us and can provide a reasonable justification, then the pact is rendered void, and we shall fight our own battles. Would this satisfy you?" This statement was his true intention. Liu Shang initially jolted to attention, soon awakening from his daze. A reason? Indeed, if Yi Xiaotian were to confront them, it would be due to their eavesdropping on his morally dubious soliloquy. Would he dare recite those dark utterances brazenly before everyone again? Clearly, he would not. In light of this, he gazed at Chun-Qing, whose sincere expression was tinged with a hint of helplessness, and he found himself deeply admiring her ingenuity. How could I not have thought of such an approach? Zhou Tian's smile froze momentarily as she regarded Chun-Qing with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "Are you certain? Miss Zhou, you do not truly believe I would dare to offend young Master Yi, do you?" Chun-Qing, acutely aware of the anguish that comes from being misunderstood, wore a bittersweet smile as she replied, "Do you really think that with my abilities, if I had truly offended him, I would still be here today? Can you imagine how I managed to extricate myself from his grasp? Truth be told, had I not experienced it firsthand, I would scarcely fathom the reasons for my escape. If the other party could conceive of it, that would indeed be a leap of imagination." Zhou Tian was rendered speechless by his rapid-fire retort. "Surely, I must be overthinking this? Our collaboration is intended to ensure our mutual safety," Chun-Qing stated earnestly. "Young Master Yi is far too formidable without an alliance. We risk being victimized by his treachery. Surely you understand my point?" Persuaded by her words, Zhou Tian found herself wavering. She could discern no faults in their agreement, and Chun-Qing's rationale for their partnership seemed quite sound. In truth, she too feared being outmaneuvered by Yi Xiaotian for the mysterious substance of the spring. After all, in the presence of priceless treasures, greed can lead one to commit unspeakable acts, and Yi Xiaotian possessed that very capability. Very well. Moments later, Zhou Tian consented to the collaboration. "Excellent. Let's seal our pact with a handshake." Chun-Qing exclaimed joyfully, extending her hand. Smack! Zhou Tian reciprocated the gesture without a second thought, not minding the physical contact, for the other party's appearance was quite pleasing, dispelling any reservations. The plan was set. Liu Shang, observing Zhou Tian's journey from doubt to trust, was nearly awestruck by Chun-Qing's prowess. Goodness, she truly knows how to spin a tale, leaving me utterly impressed. Chapter 44. Arrival at the Spring. Inner Circle. The once formidable gathering had dwindled to a mere dozen individuals, all fixated on the battle between Yi Xiaotian and Huang Yu against the giant wolf, each harboring their own ulterior motives. How? As Chun-Qing and Zhou Tian finalized their agreement, the giant wolf found itself besieged by two high-ranking experts wielding advanced technological weaponry, sustaining numerous injuries as blood dripped from its wounds. Infuriated, it exhaled heavily, its breath coming in ragged gasps, and purple currents crackled across its fur before it unleashed a thunderous bolt, charging swiftly towards Huang Yu. Not good. Huang Yu's heart raced with a surge of urgency. The bolt, akin to a flash of lightning, was far too swift. In that instant, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and position his blood-red blade defensively, bracing himself for impact. Just a beast, and it dares to act so arrogantly. Die for me. Yi Xiaotian wielded his scythe with precision, taking advantage of the distraction created by the silver wolf to slash heavily across the wolf's abdomen, drawing forth streams of scalding blood. Boom! Simultaneously, the bolt collided with Huang Yu's blade, triggering an explosion that sent blinding arcs of electricity scattering. Huang Yu felt a searing pain in his chest, his face flushing crimson as he coughed violently, blood erupting from his mouth, and both he and his weapon were hurled backward, his spirit instantly flagging, indicating he had sustained serious injuries. The giant wolf, battered and bruised from repeated assaults, finally ceased its resistance, turning to flee with great haste, its massive form shrouded in mist as it became a distant shadow. As the monstrous wolf fled, a heavy burden was lifted from the hearts of the crowd, and a sense of relief washed over them. With expressions of gratitude, they approached. "Thank you both. We were unable to assist earlier, and it is indeed a source of shame." They marveled at the prowess of the leaders of the foremost faction, who had valiantly vanquished a terrifying entity surpassing the purple tier. The spring was not far from their current location, and to guard against the return of the giant wolf, they hastened towards it to divide the mysterious substance, hoping to break through to the Meridian realm and become allies to the two formidable leaders. Their expressions of appreciation were so sincere that it was impossible to harbor resentment. Taking a deep breath, feeling a heaviness in his chest, Yi Xiaotian glanced over the crowd, his eyes glimmering as he remarked, "No need for concern, my friends. Let us press on swiftly, lest we encounter unforeseen changes." "Indeed, Yi brother speaks wisely. We must not delay." The crowd readily concurred, hastening towards the spring, no longer paying heed to Yi Xiaotian. They were not foolish. They recognized his formidable strength, and thus they sought to weaken him through the giant wolf's hand, preventing him from monopolizing the benefits. Yi Xiaotian watched their retreating figures, a cold snort escaping him, a glimmer of murderous intent emerging in his gaze. He then turned to glance at Chen Qing, who was beside Zhou Tian, a chilling smile curving his lips. "Heaven offers a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you willingly enter. This time, I shall ensure your demise." In his heart, he had already sentenced Chen Qing to death. "Brother Huang, are you unscathed?" Lu Shang approached, offering support to Huang Yu. Huang Yu took the opportunity to rise, stretching his limbs and letting out a sigh of relief. He then gazed at the blood-red blade in his hand, which was marred by numerous cracks, his heart aching. "I am fine. It is merely that my weapon bore the brunt of the impact and may not last much longer." High-tech weapons are exceedingly valuable. He had been among those favored by the Zhou family to receive such a reward. If it were to be utterly destroyed, he would incur significant losses. Rest assured, Huang Yu, after acquiring the mysterious substance to enhance yourself, you will undoubtedly step into the Meridian realm. I shall persuade my father to grant you an even more formidable weapon. Zhou Tian smiled. "I would appreciate it if the young lady could speak favorably of me before Mr. Zhou." Huang Yu's face lit up with surprise. His weapon was undoubtedly extraordinary compared to those of ordinary individuals, yet paled in comparison to the treasures housed within the Zhou family's vault. "Let's make haste," Lu Shang urged, eager not to fall behind. Yes, the group hurriedly traversed the mist, catching up with the main contingent, ultimately arriving at the location of the spring as reported in the news. Is this the mysterious substance? Someone was rendered speechless. Before their eyes, a wondrous golden liquid flowed, radiant and dazzling, imbued with crystalline elements, resembling a rare delicacy, exuding an enticing aroma that was utterly irresistible. Gurgling, at the center of the golden liquid lay the spring. Bubbling forth, though obscured by the liquid, it remained hidden from view. The area, nearly filled to capacity, was shrouded in a delicate mist that carried the fragrant essence, refreshing the spirit. "This is astonishing." After a brief moment of astonishment, many revealed fervent expressions, lunging towards the golden liquid, eager to consume it for themselves. Splash! However, the foremost man suddenly had his head severed, blood gushing forth, claimed by a black scythe. A high-level practitioner of the awakening realm met his demise. In an instant, shock supplanted obsession as the prevailing theme. "Yi Xiaotian, do you intend to monopolize the mysterious substance?" Schaoye, figning bravado gladet fiercedi. As he spoke, he cautiously stepped back a few paces, wary of suffering the brunt of the opponent's wrath. Yi Xiaotian's eyes flickered with cold electricity, unabashedly declaring, "Aside from Miss Zhou and Huang Yu, the rest must submit to me, Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. No mercy. This proclamation carried a chilling weight, especially when coupled with the unmatched prowess of the speaker and a lifeless body lying in a pool of blood at his feet, instilling a profound fear that deterred any from provoking him. Fear not, everyone. Chen Qing stepped forth at an opportune moment, speaking with calm assurance. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but one man. United, we need not fear him. Ha ha, do you think you are worthy? Yi Xiaotian laughed heartily. But in the next breath, he charged at Chen Qing, murderous intent palpable. Will you enjoy the same luck as last time? Clang. The sound of clashing weapons rang out sharply. The black scythe was halted by a crimson blade, thwarted in its deadly intent. Huang Yu, do you intend to obstruct me? Yi Xiaotian glared, his fury reaching a boiling point. The only individual present capable of challenging him was Huang Yu. As for Zhou Tian, her unique constitution rendered her safe unless specifically targeted. Huang Yu countered with a steely gaze. You shall not take the life of anyone here. You. Yi Xiaotian ground his teeth in resentment, conceding the notion of exclusivity. Very well, I vow to only slay this brat and his companion. Surely that is acceptable? Today, he could spare everyone else, but he was intent on swiftly eliminating the two before him. Who would believe such words from you? Chen Qing remained unperturbed, seizing the moment to boldly retort, for every person you kill here, you will only lessen your own burden. Do you truly think your argument is sound? He felt no anxiety, for he knew that while Yi Xiaotian was powerful, eliminating him was impossible, and he had already grasped the dynamics of the situation, rendering fear unwarranted. Furthermore, Yi Xiaotian had surprised him by refraining from attacking him immediately, thereby preventing Huang Yu and Zhou Tian from questioning the fairness of their agreement. Yi Xiaotian gritted his teeth, relinquishing his monopolistic aspirations. I swear, if I kill these two, I shall share the mysterious substance equally with all of you. Regrettably, his words elicited only glances of skepticism among the crowd, none daring to believe him. It sounded enticing, yet everyone understood that until the prize was secured, mere words held no weight. Moreover, they recognized the necessity of safeguarding Chen Qing and Lu Shang, for once such an event occurred, it could easily happen again, and no one could ascertain whether they would be the next targets. Very well, do you truly wish to kill me? Chen Qing's gaze turned icy. Then tell me, what reason do you have for wanting my life? Just as his adversary sought to extinguish his existence, he too wished to eradicate him. However, lacking the strength, he could only endure, biding his time for the opportune moment. Because you have slain one of my dearest friends. Yi Xiaotian, unable to be forthright, hastily concocted a justification. Perhaps those who flourish amidst the apocalypse share similar sentiments. Yet voicing such thoughts remains inadvisable. Spreading them across the digital expanse invites the ire of countless individuals. Even if uttered in the present, disbelief would reign, ultimately leading to self-inflicted turmoil. As for his close friend, Chen Qing maintained his composure. Neither servile nor arrogant, one must surely possess considerable insight into the matter. Pray tell, what is his surname and given name? Where does he reside? The other party remained silent, and naturally, he would not divulge either. The reasoning was mutual. Not only would disbelief ensue, but it would also provide Yi Xiaotian with the perfect pretext for confrontation. Yi Xiaotian was rendered speechless, his countenance resembling that of a soy sauce doused visage. Seething with unbridled rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. In the apocalypse, he had always traversed the realms with authority, wielding the power of life and death at will. Now, he found himself needing to engage in verbal sparring and being suppressed to his detriment. Moreover, amidst the surging intent to kill, an inexplicable sense of crisis loomed within him, an incessant thought lingering in his mind. This youth, if allowed to flourish, would undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle on his path. He must be eradicated promptly. For now, I shall spare you. Yi Xiaotian managed to quell his rising fury, coldly stating, they can protect you once, but they cannot guarantee your safety a second time. The insistence of these individuals to safeguard Chen Qing stemmed solely from shared interests. Once the mysterious substance was evenly distributed, they would undoubtedly scatter. Who can predict the future? Chen Qing shrugged, unperturbed. He had already reached the pinnacle of the advanced awakening realm, and a single step forward would lead him to the meridian realm, resulting in a substantial increase in strength. Coupled with Lu Shang, they might stand a chance against Yi Xiaotian. The imminent conflict dissipated in an instant. The gazes of the onlookers converged once more on the fragrant golden liquid, impatiently yearning to rush forward and gulp it down, seeking to break through the limits of the awakening realm and reach uncharted territories. At last, the shackles of bloodlines can be undone, murmured Zhou Tian, her face flushed with excitement. Her unique constitution had rendered her incapable of mastering high-tech products, leading to mockery and disdain from many within her family. This very reason had compelled her to stealthily venture into the desert, attempting to slay a blue-tier monster to prove her worth. Later, with the news of the Meridian Realm becoming public, she realized the connection to her innate constitution, and her status as one with a special physique garnered renewed attention and expectations from her family. Wait, just as they prepared to leap forward and indulge, Yi Xiaotian and Huang Yu's expressions abruptly changed as they simultaneously called for restraint. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had the words left their lips than 8 more figures emerged from the mist, slowly advancing into the collective view of the crowd. They approached from all directions, not as a cohesive team, but as individuals, each wary and vigilant of one another. Undoubtedly, they too sought to partake in the spoils. Number 2. You have come as well. Yi Xiaotian fixed his gaze on a stern young man with snow-white hair, filled with trepidation. They were acquainted, indeed, quite well. Number 1. It has been a while. You dare to act so brazenly. Should he discover you, you know the consequences, the white-haired youth said with a sinister smile. He raised his long fingers, causing a flurry of snowflakes to dance from his fingertips, a display of his formidable prowess. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin. Something felt amiss. The snowflakes levitating from that man's fingertips seemed almost magical, or perhaps a manifestation of extraordinary abilities, sufficient to suggest that he possessed powers akin to the youth from Wei City who unleashed flames to confront foes. This singular display was enough to indicate that the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. The situation shifted too swiftly, leaving no time for anyone to react. The atmosphere was tense, taut as a drawn bowstring. Qin felt the predicament was exceedingly troublesome. Indeed, the vast Tianyan nation was never lacking in exceptional talents. After enduring the apocalypse for several months, although high-level practitioners of the awakening spirit realm were rare, even if they were 1 in 10,000, the sheer numbers meant there were still at least 1,000. With over 20 cities in the nation, it was reasonable to expect that each city would have at least 50 or 60 such individuals. It seemed they would have to share the treasures with many others. A high-level practitioner of the awakening spirit realm muttered discontentedly, "The more people there are, the less we each receive. Who will be pleased with that?" Emerging from the mist was an uninvited guest, a towering brute over 2 meters tall, who, upon hearing his words, cast an intrigued glance his way and let out a chilling cackle. In the next moment, a yellowish glow emanated from his hand, and a massive golden rod materialized, which he gripped firmly. As he moved, he left a small crater in his wake, charging toward the speaker and swinging the rod with unstoppable force. Bang! The speed was blinding, and the attack was sudden. The unfortunate man's face contorted in horror as he was cleaved in two, his demise gruesome. Concurrently, vibrant colors erupted from all the newcomers, revealing their weapons, swords and blades of various kinds, yet all shared the undeniable power of lethality. In an instant, the high-level practitioners of the awakening spirit realm, devoid of high-tech weaponry, turned pale. With a fierce flourish, the brute swung his golden rod, splattering the blood from his weapon, and declared, "Before I unleash my wrath, all those without bloodthirsty weapons must leave. You are unworthy to partake in the mysterious substance." His words were brazen, yet echoed the sentiment of all who wielded bloodthirsty weapons, for among them, the possession of such arms was a clear indicator of strength. Upon hearing this, those who had been elated now appeared as if struck by calamity, their expressions darkening as they hesitated, caught between indecision. In their minds, aside from Huang Yu and Yi Xiaotian, everyone else had been condemned to the ranks of the weak and would be expelled. The law of the jungle was vividly illustrated at this moment. Sigh, shout, Jia, let out a gentle sigh, raising his hand as a deep blue radiance flickered. It seemed there was no longer a chance for subtlety. As the light dissipated, a pair of exquisitely crafted blue bows and arrows appeared in his grasp, instantly elevating him from the ranks of the weak to that of the formidable. How troublesome indeed. Lin Zhen, who had a discordant relationship with him, muttered resentfully. Beyond his garments, a sturdy silver armor materialized, shimmering brilliantly, transforming his entire demeanor into one of imposing authority. Undoubtedly, this was his ultimate trump card. Where did you two acquire those blood slaughter weapons? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The blood slaughter weapons were exceedingly precious, crafted through an intricate process, and were rarely found in the market, accessible only to the most prestigious families, not something a mere high-level awakened spirit could obtain. Xiao Jie replied with pride. It's quite simple. Join a top-tier family and pledge your unwavering loyalty. Of course, it also requires that the top-tier family deems you worthy. Even high-level awakened spirits would soon emerge in abundance, making them not particularly rare. To attract the attention of a top-tier family, one must possess considerable skill. Enough with the idle chatter. All of you, get lost. A holder of a blood slaughter weapon grew impatient and shouted. The atmosphere was charged, resembling a pack of wolves encircling their prey on the brink of eruption. The eyes of the assembled, filled with arrogance and confidence, fixated on the perceived weaklings, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Forced by circumstances, the crowd reluctantly departed, their hearts heavy with dissatisfaction, ultimately missing out on the treasures. Ha ha ha! Yi Shao Tian pointed his scythe directly at Chen Qing, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he sneered. I told you both, today you shall die. Now, no one can save Chen Qing. That mere Huang Yu is insignificant. Upon hearing this, the onlookers glanced at Chen Qing with a tinge of pity. Targeted by a powerful wielder of a blood slaughter weapon, he was fated to have no escape. Chapter 46. The Onslaught of Beasts. By the spring, tensions were palpable. The situation shifted unpredictably, surpassing everyone's expectations. As the week hurriedly retreated, over a dozen individuals remained, all possessing unimaginable blood slaughter weapons, creating a terrifying assembly. Huang Yu had long sensed the abnormality, discreetly guiding his companion, Shou Tian, away from Chen Qing to avoid becoming collateral damage, lest they become the focus of hostility. Verbal agreements held little weight. After all, strength outweighed mere words. Standing beside Chen Qing, Lu Shang wore a smile that was more painful than tears. Brother Chen Qing, indeed. As he said, plans cannot keep pace with changes. This is a dire predicament. Yi Shao Tian's power was overwhelming. It was no longer a matter of winning or losing, for the outcome would remain unchanged regardless. As long as Chen Qing was injured and bled, the surrounding beasts would be stirred into chaos, and these individuals would inevitably face annihilation. Yi Shao Tian, have you made your decision? Chen Qing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. I can inform you that my flesh possesses a certain uniqueness that will drive the monsters into a frenzy. Once injured, it will attract all the surrounding beasts. And at that moment, you shall all accompany me to the grave. Huh! Yi Shao Tian scoffed. Who do you think you're fooling? The others similarly struggled to suppress their amusement. This claim was unlikely to deceive even a child. I know none of you here would believe me. Chen Qing surveyed the surroundings with a stoic expression. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. I am a being of a unique constitution, and all monsters that behold me lose their sanity, driven by an insatiable desire to consume my flesh and blood. In truth, he could have distanced himself, which might not guarantee safety, but at least would offer a glimmer of hope for survival. However, regrettably, he was not of such a benevolent disposition. Should Yi Shao Tian pursue him, he would have no choice but to flee deeper into the abyss, inciting the foe's wariness. Yet, becoming lost within the depths was tantamount to self-destruction, leaving no chance of escape. Since death was inevitable, why not take a few along for companionship on this treacherous journey? You must be jesting. Yi Shao Tian's gaze flickered, keenly observing Chen Qing's facial expressions, attempting to discern any signs of deceit. Although the words spoken were hardly credible, they bore a certain authenticity that was somewhat convincing. Lu Shang offered a wry smile. Brother, hand me the bag. Chen Qing whispered a reminder. Oh. Lu Shang paused, then recalled the backpack Chen Qing had given him before entering the inner circle. He promptly removed it and handed it over. Run quickly. I will hold him off. If you can flee fast enough, you may yet escape with your life. Chen Qing urged as he accepted the backpack. Logically, even though they were in the inner circle, the distance to the deepest part was still considerable. With the high-level speed of the awakening realm, if there were no monsters to hinder his flight towards the periphery, there remained a chance for survival. Despite their initial relationship being merely one of cooperation, over time, a bond had formed. And Chen Qing naturally regarded Lu Shang as a friend, unwilling to betray him. Brother, do not underestimate me. Lu Shang retorted, eyes wide. If we are to die, let us die together. I, Lu Shang, may not be a hero, but I am no coward who fears death. This apocalyptic world has instilled enough dread in me. I have long since had my fill. Lu Shang? Zhou Tian was taken aback. Huang Yu, are you deceiving me? The one I was referring to was clearly the young man. How is it that you mention the name of this man in his 30s or 40s? Huang Yu, caught off guard by her question, replied, Miss, I would never dare to deceive you. This brazen fellow indeed goes by the name of Lu Shang. Zhou Tian fell silent, pondering whether to voice her thoughts. Quickly, Chen Qing exclaimed, exasperation evident. Do you truly believe I am doomed? Lu Shang interjected. Isn't this already a situation of certain death? He was bewildered. Were it not for the pressing urgency, he would have grasped Chen Qing's collar and demanded to know why the hell there was still a path to survival. With those words, he abandoned pretense, turned abruptly, and sprinted away, vanishing into the mist, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Watching Lu Shang depart, Chen Qing's expression grew increasingly grave. Although it was not an inescapable fate, the odds of survival remained dismally low. In truth, he was gambling, and the nature of this gamble even struck him as somewhat absurd. I knew you were spouting nonsense. Upon witnessing Lu Shang's flight, Yi Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with renewed determination, wholly dismissing Chen Qing's assertions as he brandished his scythe and charged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow. You shall soon discover whether it was mere folly. Chen Qing retreated a few steps, already prepared, drawing a pistol from behind him. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the air. These were, indeed, Chen Qing's final 2 bullets. Having anticipated the danger, Yi Xiaotian swiftly evaded, a cold smirk adorning his face. I knew you still had bullets. Having encountered firearms in the desolate grave, he remained vigilant. However, seizing the moment, Chen Qing decisively retrieved his final trump card from his backpack, a short-sleeved shirt adorned with an array of purple beads. Almost before the onlookers could register the scene, he donned a shirt and distanced himself from Yi Xiaotian. Absorbing the purple beads required time, and every second counted. This young man was extraordinary. Huang Yu was taken aback. The purple beads were familiar to all present. Many had even acquired some, but witnessing such a multitude, especially on someone devoid of any bloodthirsty weapon, was simply inconceivable. It is known that purple-level monsters typically travel in packs, preferring to congregate, and are likely to linger near villages of an even higher caliber, making it manageable to confront a single creature, yet suicidal to face a swarm. In this context, for Chen Qing to produce over 20 purple beads was nothing short of astounding. He was evidently attempting to break through to the Meridian realm in a short span of time. Silently observing from the sidelines, Zhou Tian immediately surmised Chen Qing's intent, her expression betraying her astonishment. The Meridian realm. This was a state coveted by many, yet unattainable for most. Since the apocalypse began 3 to 4 months ago, only a handful had truly entered the Meridian realm, and those who had done so through the immense resources afforded by elite families. Chen Qing, lacking even a bloodthirsty weapon and any familial support, undoubtedly claimed these beads as his personal spoils of war. Such grandiosity! To squander so many purple-level beads on oneself was wasteful. They would be better utilized by me. Greedy glances roamed over Chen Qing's attire. For them, those beads were immensely beneficial. Do you desire them? Feeling the warm currents surging within him, Chen Qing let out a cold chuckle. At this juncture, there was no retreat. Therefore, he had no choice but to retaliate. Drawing a sharp dagger from his waist, pressed firmly against his right index finger, he lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and calmly inquired, "Are you all ready?" The crowd, shocked, perplexed, astonished, mocking. In an instant, a myriad of expressions surfaced, vibrant and varied. Suddenly, the white-haired youth, referred to as number 2 by Yi Xiaotian, appeared as if struck by lightning, his complexion shifting dramatically as he sensed an unparalleled threat and instinctively fled towards the periphery. His physique endowed him with the ability to foresee danger. At that moment, harrowing images flooded his mind. The crowd. His actions were so abrupt that the others stood dumbfounded, utterly perplexed, feeling the tumultuous warmth raging within him. Chen Qing exhaled a breath of murky air, the blade lightly grazing his fingertip, slicing through the surface to draw forth a trickle of blood. Since you are prepared, then brace yourself for despair. Plop! Blood splattered onto the ground, staining it crimson. The atmosphere grew stiflingly tense, as if it threatened to suffocate. A deathly silence spread, reminiscent of the calm before storm. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Some felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if nothing had transpired. A deep rumble echoed, causing the earth to tremble. Accompanied by the slowly approaching roar, his words abruptly ceased, replaced by a dazed silence. Gazing through the mist, he peered into the indistinct distance, where shadowy figures lurked, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 47. Despair Encircled. With each passing second, the tremors of the earth intensified, sending hearts racing as if on the brink of encountering unspeakable terror. Roars erupted from a pack of beasts. This place, marked by the explosion of nuclear weapons, had its radiation and energy devoured entirely by the colossal black creature. Yet the lingering shadow kept those monsters at a respectful distance. Now, however, greed overshadowed reason. They sensed that a monumental opportunity awaited them. Should they seize it, they would leap like a carp into the dragon-esque gate, dominating the world thereafter. The mist boiled, and an atmosphere of impending doom pervaded. A dozen individuals wore expressions of horror, their scalps prickling as a heavy pressure descended upon them, akin to a massive stone compressing their chests, hastening their breath. His words seemed all too real. Fear flickered in some eyes, their faces drained of color. They clearly understood that all the strangeness stemmed from Chun Qing's self-inflicted wound. A drop of blood had heralded an ominous portent. Yi Xiaoyan's complexion darkened, suppressing his inner turmoil. He coldly declared, "Chun Qing, I believe you now. Stop attracting those monsters, or we shall perish, and you will not survive either." At this juncture, he had no choice but to accept that this detestable individual was not merely speaking empty words. "Stop," Chun Qing sneered. "If I could cease, why would I waste my breath on you? Just wait for your demise in peace." Yi Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless. In the next instant, he recalled the frantic flight of number 2, his heart racing as he dashed towards the outer regions without a backward glance. Despite his exceptional prowess and belief that he had few rivals among humanity, engaging the unfathomable monsters within was tantamount to courting death. Seeing his actions, Chun Qing shook his head. "Running now may be a tad late. Everyone flee." "No, I will not leave Chun Qing's side. I refuse to believe he would seek death willingly." Some drew closer to Chun Qing, desperately urging him to halt his monster-attracting antics, while others, emulating Yi Xiaoyan, hastily sought escape. Fear permeated the air. At this moment, the golden liquid capable of aiding one to break through to the pulse realm went unnoticed. As the 20 or so purple orbs adorning Chun Qing were also disregarded, survival had become the utmost priority. The sound of clashing iron chains echoed in Chun Qing's ears. The energy emanating from the purple orbs was astonishing, instantly propelling his vital energy to its zenith. He sensed innumerable shackles binding him, encircling him tightly and firmly imprisoning him, making it difficult to attain the pulse realm. The true bloodline of humanity seemed to bear additional restrictions. With an air of nonchalance, Chun Qing dashed toward the golden liquid and then plunged headfirst into it, his figure vanishing within. Death? As long as there remained even a sliver of hope for survival, he would not entertain thoughts of dying. I understand now. He seeks to break through this means. A sudden realization washed over some. Indeed, having broken through to the meridian realm and awakened their own bloodlines, their strength surged, perhaps granting them a chance at survival. With fervor, they believed they had discerned Chun Qing's intentions, and they surged forward en masse, plunging into the spring, greedily consuming the golden liquid. In an instant, energy surged like a tide, billowing forth, even escaping through their pores, dissipating into the atmosphere. This golden liquid, akin to a rare treasure, contained an unfathomable energy. Merely consuming a small amount sent their vital energy into a tumultuous frenzy, as if they were floating in a transcendent state, their condition reaching a pinnacle. Each individual present felt the shackles of their limitations shatter, paving the way to the meridian realm. In a frenzy, they continued to consume, fearing that insufficient intake would hinder their ability to break free from their constraints. A scream pierced the air. Suddenly, one individual's body exploded into fragments, blood splattering across the surface of the golden liquid, unable to merge with it, instead repelled and gradually fading away. Others snapped to attention, cold sweat beading on their brows, immediately slowing their consumption of the golden liquid, even pausing to digest first. The human body has its limits in energy absorption, and breakthroughs to higher realms cannot be hastened. Otherwise, one risks exceeding the physical capacity to endure the surge, leading to a tragic demise. Frustration gripped Huang Yu as he found himself in a dilemma. To proceed slowly risked being killed by the monsters. To rush would lead to being overwhelmed by energy. Yet, in this critical moment, Shuang Tian remained composed, quietly sipping the golden liquid in an inconspicuous corner, indifferent to the impending terror. Chun Qing, the first to plunge into the spring, consumed a sufficient amount of the liquid, but refrained from excess, instead immersing himself at the bottom, silently absorbing. With his current physical capabilities, remaining breathless for a short period posed no significant threat. A warm current flowed through his limbs and bones, fortifying his physique. He felt as if engulfed in a furnace of roaring flames, every inch of his skin prickling and reddening from the heat. His unique constitution caused his blood to boil. The chain seemed to sense his intent, tightening resolutely. At a pivotal moment, his body erupted with a brilliant golden radiance, his essence, energy, and spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. A crisp sound echoed as iron chains snapped. The path from the awakening realm to the meridian realm was not a dead end, despite the immense difficulty. Bolstered by over 20 precious purple orbs and an abundance of the mysterious golden liquid, Chun Qing managed to break one free. He was unaware of how many chains existed, but this at least confirmed that a breakthrough was indeed possible. Even in the face of life-threatening peril, he felt an underlying anticipation. Eager to discover just how powerful the extreme yang body, which had intrigued the terrifying existence within the desolate tomb, truly was to compel monsters to abandon their reason. Time slipped away, and Chun Qing's emotions fluctuated, making it difficult to find calm. Submerged in the spring, he sensed tremors at the bottom, yet he could not observe the external situation. If his suspicions were correct, the monsters had arrived. The ground shook violently, as if the entire world were on the brink of upheaval. The mist seemed to cower, slowly dissipating, revealing the monsters lurking within its depths, hastening towards the scene to finally present themselves before the onlookers. Cackling. The first to capture attention was a human-sized mutated mantis, its eyes icy and its visage grotesque, adorned in a vibrant green hue akin to jade. Its sides glimmered with a faint green light, moving with the speed of the wind. A howl. It was the first to arrive, yet behind it followed a colossal saber-toothed tiger, exceeding 50 meters in length. The beast roared, its thunderous voice echoing. As its ivory fangs glistened ominously, its eyes a terrifying crimson, each step shaking the ground beneath. Following closely were formidable beasts, fearsome and unrivaled in this apocalyptic world. Converging tightly around the spring, their cold, greedy gazes fixated on the individuals within the golden liquid, akin to hunters encircling their prey. The liquid offered them no sustenance, but the humans contained within were a veritable feast. They sensed that these humans were merely appetizers. Hidden within the liquid lay an astonishing elixir. Consuming it could lead to a metamorphosis, transforming one into a ruler. It was over, utterly over. The burly man wielding a golden staff turned ashen, while despair, fear, and profound regret filled the eyes of the others, lamenting their failure to intervene when Yi Xiaotian confronted Chun Qing, leading them to this calamity. The apocalypse. This was their doom. Chapter 48. Stepping into the vein. A rampage of beasts. A glance revealed a dense throng, a dark mass that could induce discomfort for those afflicted with claustrophobia. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the spring, causing the air to stagnate, instilling dread even in the high-ranking awakened, plunging them into despair, for these monsters were too terrifying, their hierarchy incomprehensible. Confronting them would likely result in an inevitable instant demise. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this chaos attempted to break through at the bottom of the spring, yet in this moment of peril, no one paid heed. Cackling, the green mantis roared, locking onto its prey, decisively launching an attack. With a swish, its sharp scythe tore through the air, becoming a blur, and in an instant, it reached the burly man with the golden staff, poised to sever his head. No, the man was gripped by sheer terror, his face contorted in horror. The attack was too swift, leaving him no chance to react. Bang! However, in the next moment, the mantis lay dead, its body crushed. Viscous green blood splattering across the man's face, the nauseating odor overwhelming. Beside the corpse stood a massive black gorilla, its long hair bristling, retracting its enormous fist. snorting as it exhaled a gust of warm air. Towering over 2 meters, this beast exuded primal ferocity and strength, its muscular arms rippling with power. It had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, its might beyond comprehension. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The plot unfolded rapidly, leaving them in disbelief. The terrifying mantis, which they had no hope of resisting, had been effortlessly dispatched in a single blow. This was ample proof that the inner sanctum was ultimately an uncharted territory for humanity, a forbidden zone not meant for entry. Cold sweat poured down the man's brow. His complexion pale, no longer reflecting the earlier bravado, his legs trembling. Thank you. His gratitude was abruptly cut short, for the black gorilla extended its arm, effortlessly seizing the golden staff, then thrusting it directly into the man's chest, piercing through completely before withdrawing it. The towering figure bowed his head, gazing at the crimson liquid gushing forth from his chest, his face twitching intermittently as his pupils gradually dilated, ultimately plunging into the surface of the golden liquid, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Clearly, his gratitude had come too soon. The obsidian gorilla had arrived solely for the weapon, not to rescue him. The slaying of the green mantis was merely a casual extermination of an insignificant obstacle. How could one possibly contend with such a presence? Witnessing the scene, the onlookers were engulfed with terror, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. The realm of Meridian Opening could enhance one's strength, yet such power was insufficient to confront the horde of beasts within. The reality was undeniable. Disbelief was no longer an option. I do not wish to die. Someone screamed in despair, racing towards a corner of the encirclement. But alas, in the next moment, he was swallowed whole by a colossal, vividly colored python, akin to a small mountain, becoming mere sustenance without a shred of resistance. The specter of death loomed ever closer. The beasts, unable to contain their frenzy, surged forth like a tidal wave, filling the vacant spaces, each vying for flesh and blood, even tearing at one another, completely disregarding the existence of humans. The crowd was in utter disarray, their expressions contorted in agony, roaring in uncontrolled rage, lamenting their failure to flee alongside Yi Xiaotian and the others. Regrettably, it was too late. In a mere 2 minutes, the massacre reached a grim conclusion, the landscape devoid of any human remains, leaving only traces of blood scattered about. The spring continued to flow, with golden liquid, seemingly inexhaustible. The mutated monsters, having savored the delectable appetizer, fixed their greedy and frenzied gazes upon a corner of the golden liquid, some unable to contain their impatience. Nevertheless, they restrained their impulses, refraining from immediate assault. Their strength was formidable, and their intellect rivaled that of humans. They all shared a singular thought regarding the unparalleled elixir. It was not yet mature. In a vague sense, the horde sensed that the elixir was nearing maturity, perhaps in 1 or 2 days, or maybe in just a few seconds, but certainly not long. Although the effects of the immature elixir were extraordinary, its true potential would only be realized once it reached full maturity. Eagerly anticipating the moment, they suppressed their oppressive presence, daring not to roar, and stifled their breaths, fearful of disturbing the growth of the elixir and diminishing its potency. Crack! Another chain shattered. Qin Qing felt his strength surging once more, the heat intensifying, golden radiance blooming across his entire being, dazzling and resplendent, even overshadowing the brilliance of the golden liquid. What on earth was happening? A heavy weight settled in his heart, his skin taut and painful. He recalled a similar sensation when he had consumed the tortoise eggs of the desert gopher. The heat had been searing, his blood coursing like lava, as if it sought to incinerate him entirely. Was his constitution truly so unique? He struggled to comprehend. The excruciating pain penetrating deep into his bones, rendering him unable to think clearly. Suddenly, his taut skin could bear no more, splitting open. Qin Qing grunted, his face ashen, his body trembling. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Strangely, despite the flesh tearing, the blood within him felt stagnant, his organs ablaze, as if they were being thoroughly cooked. This agony persisted for an extended period, blurring Qin Qing's consciousness. Had it not been for his indomitable will, he would have long since succumbed. As time gradually passes, the surface of the skin darkens to a charred black, its brilliance receding, a faint glimmer visible through the crevices, no longer radiating with the same resplendence as before. A golden liquid flows steadily into the wound, filling and permeating the flesh. Suddenly, as the energy of the purple orb is nearly exhausted, an unknown number of chains are once again severed. Chunqing's spirit jolts slightly, catching his breath. I refuse to believe that entering the Meridian realm is so exceedingly difficult. Fueled by determination, he continues to gulp down the liquid until he approaches saturation, channeling the energy coursing through his body to break free from the invisible shackles that bind him. Break. The sound of cracking echoes. At last, the crisp sound of shattering chains comes in rapid succession. His strength escalates incrementally. The initial chains prove the most formidable, but as he perseveres, the subsequent ones crumble with increasing speed. After all, the insufficient number of shackles can no longer restrain him. The charred skin of Chunqing begins to shed, revealing tender new skin as the surging heat dissipates and the temperature plummets, seemingly having fulfilled its purpose. In a moment, the final shackle manifests within Chunqing's consciousness, radiating a brilliant gold, sealing off a portion of his being, rendering it inaccessible. This sensation is beyond articulation. Are these shackles real, or mere illusions and hallucinations? Yet this has become inconsequential. He yearns for but one thing: to break free. Harnessing the energy that flows throughout his body, he relentlessly unleashes impact after impact, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against steadfast rocks, aiming to obliterate the barrier before him. With diligent effort, the shackle finally fractures. Gathering all his strength, he fervently pours the liquid into his mouth, Chunqing's heart brimming with anticipation. Eager to discern the true nature of his constitution, whether it is strong or weak shall ultimately be revealed. At last, the final shackle shatters. The sealed region is freed from obstruction, and a multitude of long-buried memories surge forth in his mind, as if he stands outside the confines of time. Scenes flowing like film before his eyes, yet he finds them incomprehensibly foreign, wholly unrecognizable. Chapter 49. The Body of Extreme Yang. Chaotic images flash through Chunqing's mind, yet they are strikingly vivid, as if he experiences them firsthand, disturbingly real. Standing upon the desolate, crimson earth, he witnesses countless humans encircling a solitary figure. The pursuers soaring into the air, as if treading upon an ethereal plane, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The body of Extreme Yang. There is nowhere left for you to hide. This constitution is a grand elixir bestowed upon us by heaven and earth. To refuse sacrifice is to defy natural order. It is said that when a woman cultivates alongside it, her realm ascends rapidly, her lifespan extends, and she remains eternally youthful. Today, I shall ascertain whether this rumor holds any truth. Those individuals harbor no intention of sparing the body of Extreme Yang, despite having no enmity with it. A grand elixir? The body of Extreme Yang is a grand elixir? Chunqing's expression momentarily stiffens, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The term elixir when applied to a person does not bode well. Ha ha ha, your innate talent is lacking, your abilities insufficient. What can be gained from relying on external forces to enhance your strength? Immortality, for you, is but a fanciful dream. The man laughed maniacally towards the heavens and posed a question. Do you dare to engage me in a life-and-death battle at our level? A venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, scoffed coldly. Who among the world is unaware that the body of Extreme Yang can harness the solar energy of the universe to empower itself? Your technique is singular in this realm, making you invincible at your level. Yet without it, I could slay you as easily as one would butcher a dog. Very well. Then I shall not incinerate myself. Do you dare to battle me at our level? The man retorted disdainfully. The elder fell silent, only to sneer. Why would I engage you at your level when my own realm is insufficient? Do not blame others for your shortcomings. Enough talk. Let us all attack together, for delay may bring unforeseen changes. Kill. A multitude of formidable beings surge forward, akin to ravenous beasts driven to madness in their quest for sustenance. The man's eyes blazed with cold fury as he uttered a sharp command, and flames erupted from his body, soaring over 100 meters high. His aura swelled, resembling a celestial deity descending upon the mortal realm, with no chance of retreat. He could only confront them head-on. The scene was utterly terrifying. Each of their strikes possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas, upheaving the very heavens. Boundless energy surged chaotically, the aftermath of their battle reducing many to mere ashes, evaporated from existence. In a fleeting moment, the battle intensified. shaking the very foundation of the planet until it shattered, transforming into cosmic debris. They soared through the vastness of space, indifferent to the vacuum around them, a spectacle that transcended human imagination. Chun-Ching was profoundly astonished, observing the techniques employed in their clash. A surge of fervor ignited within him. But as he beheld the solitary man battling countless foes, a wave of anger, sorrow, and heroism welled up inside him. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He dispelled his distractions, furrowing his brow in an effort to maintain composure. His emotions were tumultuous, yet he knew they were not warranted. Despite the captivating scene and atmosphere, he was inherently rational and would never allow himself to be easily swayed by such overwhelming feelings. Was it due to his constitution? He murmured softly as he gazed upon the chaotic center of the battle. He comprehended the profound significance and weight of this moment for the possessor of the extreme Yang bloodline. Yet he abhorred the notion of his emotions being manipulated by external circumstances. As the life and death struggle erupted, the man fought with fervor, yet alas, his two fists could not contend against four. Before long, he was gravely injured, battered and bruised, gradually losing his capacity for resistance until he was on the brink of death. In his final moments, he gazed upon the relentless enemies that could never be vanquished and had to concede that his demise was imminent. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might have indeed been invincible, but the sheer number of adversaries rendered him hopeless, with no possibility of turning the tide. Suddenly, he felt a presence, casting his gaze towards Chun-Ching with a grim smile. The next possessor of the extreme Yang bloodline, may you journey further than I. Chun-Ching remained unmoved, neither elated nor sorrowful, silently nodding, regardless of whether the man truly sought to communicate with him. In the next instant, the advancing throng engulfed him like merciless beasts, directly consuming him. With that, the scene came to an end. Soon after, Chun-Ching found himself in an unfamiliar setting once more, the narrative echoing similar themes. After witnessing the valiant struggle of the extreme Yang bloodline's possessor, Chun-Ching accepted the man's blessing, though myriad emotions attempted to surge within him, all of which he resolutely repelled. Upon the demise of the extreme Yang body, Chun-Ching once again beheld a multitude of strikingly similar scenes, each depicting the extreme Yang bodies existing in disparate eras and environments, yet all ultimately meeting a tragic end, with none escaping their fate. With a gentle exhalation of turbid breath, Chun-Ching sighed, pondering the expression displayed by the individual entombed in the desolate grave. That person referred to the extreme Yang body as a rare constitution, while acknowledging its astonishing effects, yet refrained from elaborating on its peculiarities when Chun-Ching inquired. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Breaking free from the shackles of his bloodline and ascending to the conduit realm, he acquired a plethora of unfamiliar memories, unraveling the underlying truths. The extreme Yang body, while unparalleled in its bloodline hierarchy, was fundamentally akin to a potent elixir, consuming the flesh and blood of its bearer. Be it beast, human, or alien, would result in a dramatic enhancement of strength and longevity, along with an elevation of one's innate potential. Its effects were tantamount to defying fate itself. However, that individual could be anyone, any creature, save for the bearer themselves. The initial sense of anticipation dissipated, replaced by a chilling sensation within Chun-Ching's heart. A faint smile curved upon his lips, revealing a complex array of emotions. How intriguing! Born to stand against all of humanity, capable of inciting madness among countless races, such as the essence of the extreme Yang body. Naturally, it was not without its advantages. In the vastness of the universe, there existed a technique meticulously tailored for the possessors of the extreme Yang body, the self-immolation technique. Employing this technique would significantly diminish the lifespan of the extreme Yang body in exchange for a temporary surge in power, rendering its might otherworldly, albeit with equally formidable side effects. This bloodline inheritance was truly laughable, and Chun-Ching found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated an extraordinary constitution, only to be presented with a litany of tragic tales, devoid of any benefits, and even lacking the method to practice the self-immolation technique. This inheritance was astonishingly dismal. If one were to insist on identifying any merit of the extreme Yang body in his current state, it would solely be that, as a special constitution, it offered a far superior enhancement to power compared to ordinary ones. As for its drawbacks, there were countless. For instance, having just completed his breakthrough, he was now on the brink of confronting the most dire consequences brought forth by the extreme yang body. Whether life or death awaited him, fate would decide. Chunqing shook his head, deeply disappointed, and sighed. Despite his aversion to gambling with his life, he recognized that he currently lacked control over his destiny and could only rely on external factors. He was compelled to admit that he was, indeed, exceedingly weak. Within the inner sanctum, the air was thick with the scent of blood, rising ominously. Gazing from the spring's source, he beheld an endless throng of beasts encircling him. Their myriad eyes fixated on the central area, brimming with murderous intent, their emotions frayed and barely restrained, overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst. They had matured. That potent elixir had ripened, and the moment for their assault had come. Chapter 50. The Creator of the Desolate Grave. Suddenly, within the golden liquid, Chunqing opened his clear eyes, a brilliant light flickering within them. He had successfully broken through to the conduit realm. Rising from his meditative stance, he leaped forth. Emerging from the liquid, effortlessly standing upon the ground beside the spring, his expression impassive as he regarded the encircling beasts. Everything unfolds as expected. The extreme yang body that has liberated the shackles of bloodlines is significantly more potent than before. Any creature possessing a modicum of intelligence would refrain from obstructing his breakthrough, perhaps even wishing for his success. The oppressive atmosphere, after a brief moment of stillness, erupted like a volcano, reaching a fervent climax in an instant. The roars of countless monsters reverberated, frenzied and relentless, as they charged towards Chunqing with reckless abandon. They understood that devouring this individual before them would grant them boundless freedom and dominion, elevating them to a position of unrivaled supremacy, no longer subservient to any formidable adversary. This fleeting scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Just as they were about to make contact with Chunqing, a translucent black energy shield surged into existence around him, enveloping him and rendering him impervious to harm. The monstrous horde, rebuffed, persisted in their assaults against the shield, driven by an insatiable desire to consume the life-giving elixir that lay tantalizingly close. Yet, regardless of their relentless attacks, the shield remained immovable and as steadfast as a fortress. As anticipated, Chunqing observed the sudden emergence of the shield in silence, retrieving a jade stone and murmuring softly. In that moment, the crystalline jade radiated a brilliant luminescence, seemingly activated, its warmth suggesting a semblance of sentience. The invulnerable shield before him was, indeed, crafted from this very jade. Are you not astonished? A male voice, aged yet curious, echoed in his ears. Chunqing inhaled deeply. Should I be surprised? It seems you anticipated my actions. The man's tone was one of intrigue. Despite being surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of beasts, shrouded in darkness, where only the faintest sensation of flesh colliding with the shield could be felt, the man's demeanor remained unperturbed, as tranquil as a gentle breeze. To him, the lifeless bodies that lay in the desolate tomb were infinitely more formidable than the insignificant ants outside. The notion of him breaching his protective barrier was as far-fetched as a dream spun from folly. If you do not intervene, I shall perish within the beast bellies. You would not wish for that, Chunqing remarked coolly. He had never believed in the notion of free gifts falling from the heavens, and as the creator of the desolate tomb, he was well aware that his counterpart was no benevolent entity. Hence, the imposition to retain the jade stone could only signify ulterior motives. Suddenly, within the confines of the shield, a spectral figure materialized beside Chunqing. The apparition was an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his form slightly hunched, yet his spirit was vibrant and his complexion rosy. Clad in a black robe reminiscent of ancient attire, he exuded an aura of authority, standing with a commanding presence that inspired awe and deterred direct gazes. "This is your true visage?" Chunqing inquired. He discerned that this elder was none other than the scholar who had once accompanied him. Indeed, the elder affirmed with a slight nod, not denying the implication, and continued, "I truly did not misjudge you. You are a talent worthy of cultivation. Given time, you shall carve out your own domain." Regrettably, the elder's flattery elicited nothing but disdain from Chunqing, his gaze growing cold. "You speak too much. Surely, you too wish to feast upon my flesh?" "I have no desire to consume humans," the elder countered, shaking his head. Chunqing's brow furrowed deeply. "Then what is your purpose?" "My purpose." Upon hearing this, The elder gazed at him with a penetrating look, his murky eyes glimmering with insight, and spoke candidly. Naturally, it pertains to your body. In his perception, every action of Chunqing was firmly within his grasp. Whatever he might do would be unable to escape his clutches. Thus, there was no need for concealment. In the presence of absolute power, there was no room for cunning stratagems. Chunqing raised an eyebrow. My body, the extreme yang physique, a rarity in the world, can be deemed the most precious constitution beneath the stars. To consume it would undoubtedly yield great benefits, yet seems a wasteful act. The elder responded slowly. Not to consume it. Could it be suddenly struck by a thought? Chunqing was astounded and exclaimed, transmigration? Even with his vivid imagination, he could not fathom the elder harboring such an incredible intention. It was imperative to understand that he possessed the extreme yang physique, akin to a rare medicinal herb, invariably attracting the avarice of living beings wherever he went. How could such a body elicit covetousness from another? Clever, the elder remarked, clearly impressed, and offered his commendation. For what purpose? Chunqing inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed. Are there benefits of the extreme yang physique that I cannot envision? The memories of his bloodline heritage had meticulously detailed the perilous circumstances surrounding the possessor of such a physique, yet he yearned to uncover more secrets. And the individual before him evidently possessed a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, there are. Despite the tumultuous surroundings and the continuous roars of beasts, the elder appeared unfazed, speaking to Chunqing as though confiding in a friend. The extreme yang physique harbors a substantial amount of yang energy, even passively absorbing it. Due to the abundance of yang energy, two significant advantages arise. What advantages? 1. Invulnerability. 2. Unparalleled resistance to flames. The elder elucidated. Chunqing was rendered speechless. He could comprehend the second reason, yet the first left him perplexed. Do you find the first reason absurd? The elder seemed to have anticipated Chunqing's thoughts, explaining, the higher one's strength, the longer one lives. I have traversed endless epochs, having seen through the affairs of the world. Yet the one thing I cannot forsake is the allure of beauty. The temptation of women is simply too lethal, especially during the long and tedious passage of time. The companionship of a woman becomes exceedingly significant. After all, while my appearance may be aged, my bodily functions can be summoned to reach the pinnacle of my former state at any moment. Do not accuse me of lechery, the elder shook his head, reminiscing about his illustrious past with a deep sense of nostalgia. Mundane women certainly fail to captivate my interest, but those divine maidens of celestial lineage, each a paragon of beauty, possess an ethereal charm that, with just a glance, becomes unforgettable, rendering one enamored and yearning. Should one have such a stunning companion, yet find oneself physically frail, how disheartening it would be. Earth is but a small corner, beneath the vast expanse of the cosmos. True beauty can ensnare one's soul with a mere glance. To resist the enchanting forms of those women is a grave sin. Chunqing listened intently. Moreover, a prolonged obsession with feminine allure may disperse the yang energy within, leading to a significant decline in combat prowess and vitality. Yet the extreme yang physique remains immune to such detriments. The elder spoke without a hint of shame, articulating his thoughts with unabashed conviction. The dual energies of yin and yang represent a unique form of energetic matter, which cannot merely be absorbed through sheer strength. Only a being of extreme yang can harmoniously coexist with yang energy. Chunqing nodded and inquired further, seeking any additional benefits that the extreme yang body might possess, as this knowledge served as a source of solace for him, given his prior lofty expectations of such a physique. Moreover, within the realms of existence, only an extreme yang body can wield the extraordinary secret technique known as self-immolation. The old man fixed his gaze upon Chunqing's physique, licking his lips. This technique could amplify one's power several-fold, and despite its considerable drawbacks in critical battles, the choice between death and the reduction of one's lifespan was hardly a matter for deliberation. Indeed, Chunqing wholeheartedly agreed. Having witnessed the formidable nature of self-immolation during his memory inheritance process, he continued to probe, asking, are there any other advantages? The old man's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he regarded the inquisitive Chunqing. At this juncture, your demise is inevitable. Is there still a need for further understanding? It had been far too long since anyone had engaged him in conversation, prompting him to utter more than usual. Yet Chen Qing's demeanor was so nonchalant that it seemed rather inappropriate. But did he possess the capacity for resistance? It was important to note that he had not yet usurped the old man's corporeal form. Despite the decay of the physical body, with only the soul and consciousness remaining, his power was virtually unmatched on earth. Yes, Chen Qing affirmed, retrieving another piece of jade from his bosom and presenting it before the old man, his expression unwavering. Given the substantial advantages, you surely cannot bear to relinquish it. Perhaps, before my demise, I shall witness a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers. Presently, the jade, once belonging to the king of withered bones, shimmered with a radiant brilliance, dazzling in its luminosity. It embodied Chen Qing's hope. Chapter 51. The Man in the Imperial Robe. The old man's gaze was fixed intently upon the jade, a wave of trepidation washing over him as he pondered its significance. He was caught off guard. He had never anticipated that Chen Qing possessed another piece of jade, one that had eluded his awareness. Surprised, are we? Chen Qing's countenance remained indifferent. Before entering the desolate tomb, he had ventured into the lair of the desert-dwelling tortoise and ultimately received a piece from the decrepit king of withered bones deep within the palace, which he had kept and never discarded. To this day, he had come to fully realize that this jade concealed some form of will or essence. Dear young friend, why trouble a mere junior of the human race? A deep, authoritative voice resonated within the protective barrier, causing the jade in Chen Qing's hand to grow warm, tremble, and radiate a luminous glow, seemingly levitating in midair. Undoubtedly, these two pieces of jade possessed identical effects, and both unknown powerful entities exceeded all conceivable strength. In an instant, a spectral figure of a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon-embroidered imperial robe materialized within the sight of the old man and Chen Qing. His features were well-defined, exuding vigor. Within the depths of his gentle gaze lay the essence of universality, resembling a sovereign who had ruled for countless ages, looking down upon the mortal realm with an air of majesty that inspired awe. Dear young friend, the old man's facial muscles twitched, unable to tolerate the condescending tone implicit in such words. By what virtue do you dare to address me as young friend? Having lived for tens of thousands of years and having weathered the vicissitudes of life, he was accustomed to being respectfully referred to as senior by all who encountered him. Young friend? Such arrogance was simply outrageous. Do you dare to contest me for dominion over the body of the extreme young? The elder's countenance grew increasingly frigid, his tone devoid of civility. Although the opponent's disdain was palpable and his words were audacious, the elder had to concede that the man possessed formidable strength that could not be underestimated. Engaging him in combat would certainly lead to a fierce confrontation. Nay, the man shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Qing, his smile unperturbed. Ultimately, it is I who possess the bloodline of humanity, endowed with exceptional talent and temperament, truly a rare and promising individual. Naturally, I must protect him. Protect him? The elder scoffed. You dare to proclaim yourself a senior before me. Surely your means are extraordinary. Yet, for a mere insignificant youth, you insist on pursuing this folly and incurring my wrath? Ultimately, you speak of humanity's bloodline? Such drivel is hardly credible. If we must speak of bloodlines, I too am of the human race. Your reasoning for intervening in the conflict between two of our kind is utterly ludicrous. The ant you perceive may one day transform into a dragon. The man chuckled. Given sufficient time, perhaps he shall one day triumph over you. As the extreme young body, it seems you shall wither before even reaching your potential. Where is this time you speak of? The elder's murderous intent was palpable. Presently, the extreme young body was within his grasp. He would not relinquish it lightly due to unforeseen complications. I have no desire for idle chatter with you. The man sighed softly. Dear friend, do not narrow your paths. Ha! The elder, enraged to the point of laughter, ignited with golden flames, his silhouette transforming into a resplendent phoenix, his aura surging exponentially. Even a clay figurine possesses some fire. You dare to jest with me? I shall teach you whether your means qualify you to be my senior. With a sudden gasp, Chen Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in a disheveled heap, feeling as though he were crushed beneath a mountain of immeasurable weight, his bones threatening to shatter. The flames before him forced him to endure the torment of being scorched. Suddenly, A surge of blue energy emanated from the man, and Chen Qing felt a wave of relief as the oppressive force dissipated. Burning oneself? The man clad in royal robes appeared momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned, his gaze turning icy. You do not resemble the possessor of the extreme yang body. It seems you have already fallen victim to one who has bestowed upon you the capacity for self-immolation. Self-immolation was an exclusive secret technique of the extreme yang body. It was evident that the elder had attempted to seize the extreme yang body before and was no stranger to such practices. Are you afraid, young friend? The elder mocked. The man's eyes shimmered with a cold azure light, an aura of chilling intensity radiating from him as he sneered. In this realm, nothing has yet appeared that instills fear in me. It is merely your ruthless methods that cannot be permitted to persist. Do you possess the qualifications to challenge me? The elder raised his hand, clenched into a fist, launching a powerful strike. In an instant, the flaming fist morphed into a colossal dragon's head, roaring forth, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a river breaking its banks, an awe-inspiring force beyond measure. Chen Qing gazed at the fearsome dragon's head, his heart pounding. The battle scenes etched in his memory were equally terrifying, yet witnessing it unfold in reality struck him with a profoundly different impact. Beyond the protective barrier, formidable creatures, such as black gorillas and vibrant serpents, each with significant power, halted their assault on the seemingly indestructible shield, their greed quelled by reason as they turned to flee. The imminent threat of death instilled an immediate clarity within them. Confronted by the elder's unwavering determination, the man in royal robes responded with indifference, calmly raising his right hand, palm facing forward. With a resounding impact, their fists collided effortlessly. Flames surged, engulfing the entire interior of the protective barrier in an instant. Nevertheless, despite the dragon's ferocious display, that palm stood resolute like an impenetrable fortress, effortlessly absorbing the force, while the man remained utterly unmoved, silently suspended in midair. Was this all it took to withstand such a blow? Chen Qing found himself momentarily dazed. Suddenly, the barrier shattered, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward from the epicenter of the man and the elder. The surrounding monsters, oblivious to the impending peril, were caught off guard. Their cries stifled as blood and flesh exploded, their bodies reduced to mere fragments, their bones pulverized into dust, dispersing into the air like a haunting specter, leaving a scene that was both ghastly and spine-chilling. In the blink of an eye, the beasts encircling Chen Qing vanished without a trace. The ground beneath them crumbled further, fissures spreading wide, the earth collapsing by at least several dozen meters. Witnessing this, Chen Qing realized that the elder's full-force strike had not been restrained in the slightest. It had been unleashed with complete abandon. It was effortlessly negated by the man's seemingly casual gesture. The reason he remained unscathed was undoubtedly due to the man's distraction in his protection. Impossible. The elder was engulfed in terror, instantly turning to flee. The realization that his utmost strike posed no threat to the man was a testament to the latter's formidable nature, and his senses had failed to convey the true level of danger in time. There could only be one conclusion. The other party surpassed him by an insurmountable margin. You squandered 9/10 of your strength as a punishment, the man declared, waving his hand as a surge of icy blue energy surged forth, hurtling towards the elder. The elder glanced back, witnessing the overwhelming energy magnifying in his vision until it consumed him. No, accompanied by a desperate roar, the elder's silhouette faded significantly, his complexion pale, as he frantically fled into the distance. Chen Qing silently observed the unfolding events, waves of turmoil surging within him. He had initially believed the entities concealed within the two jade stones to be of comparable strength, only to discover a stark disparity, a chasm that rendered them worlds apart. If I do not kill him, he will come after you. However, he is now gravely injured and should be incapacitated for the time being. You must take matters into your own hands in the future, the man stated calmly. He had spared Chen Qing, but would not pave the way for him. Everything would depend on Chen Qing's own abilities. In truth, the fate of Chen Qing and the elder bore no significance to him. He had merely intervened out of compassion for a remarkable figure of the human race facing such dire straits. Chen Qing clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your salvation. There is no need for thanks. Amongst the ancestors of humanity, there exists a formidable being known as the extreme Yang body. Thus, upon seeing you within the palace, I was moved and gifted you the Jade Stone, observing your actions in secret. As for saving you, it required little effort on my part, and there shall be no second occasion. The restrictions placed upon you by him have been eradicated. You need not worry. The man disclosed, clarifying the reason behind his actions. That said, I'm rather curious as to why you seem to trust that I would not harm you from the very beginning. The elder compelled me to retain the Jade Stone, undoubtedly with ulterior motives, while the jade you bestowed upon me, I could easily cast aside, Chun Xing replied. He had attempted to discard the jade given by the man, and there had been no repercussions. Certainly, I cannot ascertain that you will not harm me. Perhaps I am merely a pawn you have carelessly cast aside. Chun Xing added. Yet the elder undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives towards me, and the only entity capable of contending with him in my mind is you. The elder is immensely powerful, and in the short term, I can find no means to oppose him. The only remaining hope lies in another piece of jade, yet he will be loath to part with it. Thus, have I inadvertently become your pawn? The man chuckled, though no anger was evident on his brow, merely teasing banter. I dare not. Chun Xing immediately shook his head. While the other seemed unfazed, he felt compelled to clarify. I am merely gambling, as I have no alternatives. Indeed, as I anticipated, you possess great potential. The man nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. I have alleviated your peril, yet your future rests solely in your hands. I shall not assist you further. I do not dare to wish for such aid. I hope we shall have another chance to meet. The man's ethereal form gradually faded, transforming into scattered starlight that slowly dissipated. He gazed upward at the heavens, a hint of melancholy and sorrow evident in his eyes. Young one, you are far too weak. The path ahead is still long. Should you survive this calamity that engulfs humanity, you shall witness a truly resplendent era. Chun Xing fell silent. A resplendent era? Who knows how long that may be? Before that, he must first endure in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 52, A Narrow Escape. Surveying his surroundings, the ground lay in ruins, stained crimson, a graveyard for countless beasts. Having freed himself from the creator of the barren tomb and breaking through to the Meridian realm, though the journey was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was favorable. Chun Xing murmured to himself as he stepped away. This place remained the inner circle, fraught with peril. The truly ferocious monsters had yet to emerge. If he did not depart swiftly, the consequences would be dire. After all, while he could be considered the instigator of the current scene, he was not the strongest. Now, the spring had been obliterated by the aftermath of the clash between two formidable beings. Thus, among the hundreds who entered the inner circle, he alone had reaped the benefits. The Meridian realm. Among humanity, those who have attained this level are indeed few and far between. In a mere few months, having faced life and death situations multiple times, he had ascended to the pinnacle of a mountain. Yet, he lacked the qualification to look down upon others. What lay before him was an even higher peak. In the outer circle, Lu Shang, having narrowly escaped death, gazed apprehensively at the mist-shrouded depths of the inner circle. Chun Xing, you must not let anything happen to you. They had fought together, and he had nearly perished beneath Yi Xiaoyan's scythe, only to be rescued by Chun Xing. These memories were etched firmly in his mind, and he had long regarded Chun Xing as a brother in adversity. Swish! The white-haired man, dubbed number 2 by Yi Xiaoyan, shot forth with unwavering confidence, leaping onto a high building, deftly maneuvering to escape the area. It appears someone has managed to flee. Witnessing his departure, Lu Shang could not catch up and sighed in resignation. Swish! Suddenly, the battered Yi Xiaoyan burst forth from the inner circle, his body marred, clothes tattered. A picture of utter disarray. At last he emerged. Yi Xiaoyan gasped for breath, his face ashen, his arm trembling as he clutched the scythe, nearly paralyzed by fear. He narrowly escaped being crushed beneath a horde of beasts. Fortunately, they had no intention of engaging him and rushed towards the spring instead. Otherwise, his demise would have been certain. Yi Xiaoyan was still alive. Lu Shang was astonished and quickly turned to flee. In terms of realm, they were both at the advanced stage of the awakening spirit realm. Yet the bloodthirsty weapons significantly enhanced their combat prowess, creating a vast disparity between them. As his gaze swept across the scene, Yi Xiaoyan spotted Lu Shang, a chilling intent flickering in his eyes. That cunning rascal would surely meet his end in the belly of the beasts. And you, a mere follower, dared to seek survival. The one who truly restrained him was Chun Xing. As for Lu Shang, he hardly regarded him as a threat. However, allowing him to live was undoubtedly a potential hazard. It was best to eliminate him. With this thought, he strode purposefully towards Lu Shang, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What a coincidence to meet. Why run? Swish! Swish! As Xiao Tian departed, Lin Jun and Xiao Jie, disheveled and covered in dirt, emerged from the depths of the inner circle. Fortunately, they had managed to keep pace with Xiao Tian, allowing them to escape with their lives. Lin Jun felt immensely grateful. Indeed, Xiao Jie nodded repeatedly, his eyes glimmering, a sinister grin forming on his lips as he drew back his blue bow. Whoosh! A blue energy arrow shot forth, slicing through the air and striking Lin Jun's back, colliding with his silver armor. Though it did not pierce through, the impact was tremendous, causing a violent explosion. Puff! Caught completely off guard, Lin Jun spat out blood. While the silver armor sustained no substantial damage, the force was overwhelming. Coupled with his already poor condition, he immediately suffered internal injuries, his insides feeling as if they were being torn apart. Turning around, he glared at the grinning Xiao Jie, his pale face flushed with rage. Xiao Jie, you scoundrel. How dare you resort to underhanded tactics? The word treachery does not exist in my life's lexicon. Xiao Jie continued to draw his bow, the arrow exuding a brilliant blue glow, its might coalescing into a formidable force. You, enraged by the opponent's audacity, Lin Jun attempted to retreat, only to find himself relentlessly pursued. Lin Jun, I have tolerated you for far too long. Xiao Jie laughed heartily. Time and again, you provoke me. How dare you think yourself worthy? You truly believe you are something special. You dare to strike against me, your father? Such ingratitude. Lin Jun gritted his teeth, a metallic taste filling his mouth. Having just escaped from the inner circle, he was already drained of energy, and now, facing a sneak attack, he found himself at the end of his rope, devoid of the strength to even move. You can only boast for a fleeting moment. Xiao Jie sneered, continuing to draw his bow. Although he too had exhausted considerable energy, he still had ample strength to knock the arrow. At this moment, he held absolute dominion. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, tracing a blue line through the air. Lin Jun evaded the critical spot, yet sustained severe injury to his arm, his face paling as he coughed up blood. We have been rivals for some time now. Today, I shall grant you a swift end. Xiao Jie exhaled a breath of rancid air, aiming for Lin Jun's head, a spot unprotected by the silver armor, guaranteed to be a lethal strike. Boom! The arrow struck true, sending a cloud of dust into the air as Lin Jun's head burst forth, succumbing to an untimely death. With silver armor for protection, range bow attacks, he was merely lacking a melee weapon. Xiao Jie exhaled a breath of foul air, a triumphant smile gracing his face, basking in the glory of his victory. Suddenly, a sharp blow struck the back of Xiao Jie's head. Darkness enveloped him as he staggered forward a few steps, his steps unsteady, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Who dares to ambush me? After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, he turned around fiercely, only to be momentarily frozen in shock. Before him stood a man with long, flowing black hair, a countenance as radiant as jade, and a tall, elegant figure. At that moment, the man's clear and brilliant eyes held a hint of amusement, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Xiao Jie, displaying no remorse for his underhanded attack. You're still alive? Xiao Jie stammered, utterly dumbfounded as if confronting a ghost. After following Xiao Tian, he had fought desperately to escape the encirclement of beasts, and in his recollection, Chun Qing had remained behind, surely devoured by now. How could he possibly stand before him? Fortune favored him, as he had been rescued. Chun Qing showed no hesitation in revealing the truth. His gaze drifting over the mangled corpse of Lin Jun, he calmly remarked, "You may join him." This statement felt like a death sentence for Xiao Jie. Though their enmity was not profound, Chun Qing harbored malice, and having just escaped death, he turned his sights on another. To kill him was a decision devoid of hesitation, and more crucially, Chun Qing had set his sights on the bloodthirsty weapon he possessed. Unfortunately for Xiao Jie, Chun Qing was no virtuous soul either. You wish to kill me? Xiao Jie scoffed. Chun Qing, let's not forget, I wield the bloodthirsty weapon. Were you really? We are both at the advanced stage of the awakening spirit realm. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Qing unleashed a punch that struck Xiao Jie's chest, instantly shattering his heart. Unperturbed, Chun Qing slowly articulated, I never intended to engage in a contest of equals. A battle with an opponent at the same level would have posed a disadvantage for him due to the bloodthirsty weapon, yet the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Having broken through to the Meridian realm, his physical capabilities had at least doubled, and, as a being of exceptional constitution, even the notoriously unlucky extreme yang body provided a significantly greater enhancement to his strength than an ordinary physique. The current him was a far cry from who he had been prior to his breakthrough. Xiao Jie's lips moved as blood spilled forth. He fell backward. The great bow in his grasp snatched away by Qin. Chapter 53. Unrelenting Spirits. Outside, amidst towering buildings, the city's outline remained intact. A man stood at the periphery, examining the exquisite and unique blue great bow in his hands. What a remarkable bloodthirsty weapon! Qin exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. As he gripped the blue bow, a peculiar force surged within him, albeit slight. It was distinctly perceptible. For reasons unknown, wielding the great bow bestowed upon him a marvelous sensation of merging consciousness, suggesting he could manipulate the bow to some extent. Withdraw, Qin silently commanded. Having witnessed many summon bloodthirsty weapons with ease, he could surmise a general understanding of their characteristics. Suddenly, the blue great bow transformed into a flurry of energy particles, swiftly merging into his being, further enhancing his physical capabilities, augmenting his strength by approximately 10%. It is important to note that Qin has now entered the Meridian realm, and his strength is vastly enhanced compared to the past. The Blood Fiend weapon remains an invaluable asset, significantly elevating his capabilities. Could this truly be a product of advanced technology? Qin's curiosity deepens, bewildered by the astonishing pace of human technological advancement. After summoning the blue longbow multiple times and grasping its nuances, he shifted his gaze to the nearby corpse in Lintown. Without hesitation, he approached, removed the silver armor, wiped away the blood, and donned it himself. Instantly, his power surged to new heights. The silver armor exhibited remarkable adaptability, fitting perfectly regardless of body shape, offering exceptional comfort. Excellent. I am now sufficiently prepared to confront Yi Xiaotian. Qin clenched his fist, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The adversary had repeatedly forced him into dire situations. How could he not harbor resentment? Suddenly, he keenly sensed movement within the mist and turned sharply, filled with vigilance. He was the last to emerge from the depths of the inner circle. Could there be others behind him? In a flash, two figures appeared in his line of sight. Is it you two? Qin furrowed his brow in surprise. Before him stood Zhou Tian and Huang Yu, and he had not anticipated their survival amidst the beast onslaught. At that moment, Zhou Tian's fair skin bore several stains, hinting at the tribulations endured in the inner circle. Upon seeing Qin, her delicate face displayed a mix of astonishment and tension, tinged with fear. The situation was unfavorable for you. Even if Huang Yu and I had exerted ourselves to protect you, it would have been futile and would have endangered us as well. She was profoundly shocked, never expecting to encounter him so soon after exiting the inner circle. Rest assured, I am not so petty, Qin replied, shaking his head. You may leave. Who could have foreseen that lurking within the mist were more than a dozen formidable individuals wielding blood fiend weapons? Any verbal agreement would inevitably collapse. Qin, in these chaotic times, a single person remains vulnerable. Should you be interested, you are welcome to join the Zhou family. Huang Yu extended an olive branch, noting that the Zhou family is a prestigious clan with abundant resources that could propel one to great heights. No need, Qin decisively refused. The idea of ascending to great heights sounded appealing, yet he feared that joining a family faction would only lead to constraints and suppression, as their interests often overshadow all else, a notion that directly contradicted his self-centered nature. Very well, each to their own aspirations, Huang Yu lamented. If only Qin would join the Zhou family, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength. Farewell, take care. Qin inclined his hand in farewell, choosing not to engage further with the two as he hurriedly departed. Watching his retreating figure, Huang Yu sighed. It seems even the beast attack could not bring him down. His survival was entirely attributed to Zhou Tian, who had utilized the golden liquid to break through to the Meridian realm, successfully awakening her bloodline and activating the secret techniques of her heritage, thereby barely preserving her life. Zhou Tian's gaze was complex. He exerts immense pressure on me. He has certainly broken through to the Meridian realm. Moreover, He once mentioned that he possesses a unique constitution, likely bearing powerful secret techniques akin to mine. Indeed, Huang Yi nodded, thinking along those lines. Since Yi Xiaotian and Xiao Jie had managed to escape, it was reasonable to believe Lu Shang was safe as well. He traversed the street, glancing left and right, making his way outward while searching for any trace of Lu Shang. Suddenly, a large black rat darted out, launching a surprise attack. With a swift whoosh, a long arrow sliced through the air, as rapid as thunder, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, piercing through the rat's body with overwhelming force, sending it crashing against the wall, which crumbled under the impact. Xiao Jie's bloodthirsty weapon did not disappoint Chen Qing. Extracting the blue orb from the rat's brain, Chen Qing hastened his search, weaving through the towering buildings. Approximately an hour had passed since the chaos in the inner circle, and Lu Shang had no reason to hide. The only plausible explanation was that he was being pursued by Yi Xiaotian. Uncertain of their locations, Chen Qing decided to inquire with a passerby. In a narrow alley at the street corner, a man and a woman were engaged in an intimate moment when Chen Qing approached. "Have you seen a fellow wielding a black scythe?" The couple was startled, and the man retorted angrily, "Are you blind? I just saw him chasing someone off in that direction." "Listen, calm down, I was just joking." Although he was furious, he was somewhat swayed by the weapon that Chen Qing brandished. "Thank you." Suppressing his anger, Chen Qing put away his bow and nonchalantly discarded the blue orb, which held no value for him, before departing swiftly. As anticipated, that scoundrel Yi Xiaotian truly was brazen. The man was elated upon discovering the blue orb, lunging forward to grasp it in his hand, immediately feeling a warm current wash over him, enhancing his strength and offering immense relief. "Darling, I want an orb too," the woman exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy. "Darling? Who are you? I don't even know you." The man questioned, puzzled. "Why would I just give it to you?" The woman stared in disbelief. "What's wrong? I was just joking." "Darling, please don't be impulsive. Let's talk this over," she pleaded, realizing the weight of the scythe. Under the blazing sun, the skyscrapers loomed beautifully. The two engaged in a life-and-death chase, with Lu Shang's face pale, 2 deep gashes marred his back, blood seeping from the wounds, the pain searing. "Yi Xiaotian, we have no enmity. Why do you pursue my demise?" Were it not for the high buildings obstructing him and the fact that his opponent had exhausted more energy in their pursuit, he would have long since succumbed to the scythe's blade. "Ha!" Yi Xiaotian sneered. "You two were eavesdropping on me first. How can you claim there is no enmity?" Yi Xiaotian was known for his decisive actions. Even if his words had been innocuous, he preferred to eliminate any potential threats. "Do you think you have a chance of survival before me?" With a swift slash, the black scythe cut through the air, descending ominously. Lu Shang turned to see the scythe overhead, despair washing over him as he faced imminent doom. Just as Yi Xiaotian was about to claim victory, he suddenly sensed an intense danger, a blue light approaching from the side, causing him to retreat in alarm. "Who dares to stand in my way? Seeking death, are we?" His eyes betrayed a ruthless ferocity as he turned to gaze in the direction from which the arrows had come. His expression froze in an instant, pupils constricting, overwhelmed by shock. Lu Shang was elated. Chen Qing, taking advantage of the moment while the opponent retreated, he swiftly dashed to Chen Qing's side. "You! How are you still alive?" Yi Xiaotian exclaimed in disbelief, his words tumbling out in disarray. "Damn it, this is absurd. It's one thing to escape from me time and again, but to persist like a haunting specter. Could this wretched lad truly be my harbinger of calamity?" Chapter 54. Submission or Defiance. Chen Qing's gaze turned frigid, his murderous intent unrestrained. "We bear no enmity towards you, yet you have attacked us repeatedly, going too far. First, you pursued us into the desolate tomb, then pressed us relentlessly within, and now you remain unrelenting. Those unaware might think a deep-seated vendetta fuels this conflict. In truth, our encounters barely qualify as clashes. They are merely the result of Yi Xiaotian's arrogance and ruthless nature, intent on extermination." "Ha! Do you intend to lecture me from a moral high ground?" Yi Xiaotian laughed maniacally. "This is the apocalypse. I do as I please, without your interference." Chen Qing maintained an indifferent demeanor, his murderous intent palpable. "Then I shall send you to hell to repent." Drawing the string, he conjured an energy bow that materialized in his hand, aimed squarely at Yi Xiaotian, and loosed the arrow with great force. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth, tracing a blue line through the air, unstoppable in its trajectory. Watching the arrow approach, Yi Xiaotian remained unmoved until the very last moment, when he merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack, the faintest breeze having no effect upon him. Is this all? Yi Xiaotian scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. As long as he was prepared, a mere arrow posed no threat. It was but a jest, a futile attempt. Undeterred by Yi Xiaotian's mockery, Chun Qing calmly continued to draw his bow. With his prowess at the Meridian Realm, he knew that in close combat, Yi Xiaotian would gain no advantage. In this moment, he sought to hone his archery skills while simultaneously instilling a sense of complacency in his opponent. Determined to deliver a fatal blow, he resolved not to grant Yi Xiaotian a sliver of hope for escape. Should he reveal the disparity in their strengths now, Yi Xiaotian would undoubtedly flee, taking refuge behind structures, and with his malevolent disposition, he might even endanger the lives of others to shield himself. Such complications could lead to unforeseen consequences. A single decisive strike. This was the optimal approach. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew in a flurry, Chun Qing's shooting speed accelerating. The bowstring vibrating with a resonant hum, blue energy swirling, cascading through the air like icy rain, covering a vast expanse. Useless. Are you merely tickling me? Is this truly your level? Yi Xiaotian's expression was one of disdain as he swung his scythe effortlessly, shattering the energy arrows with ease. Also a bloodthirsty weapon. His black scythe far surpassed the blue arrows in might. Pathetic. No matter how cunning your schemes, you are but an ant in the face of absolute power. He bent his leg and propelled himself forward, charging at Chun Qing with a wild laugh. The world has yet to unveil its true visage. In the future, when human strength surpasses that of firearms, this realm shall belong to me. Chun Qing spoke calmly. Step back. Lu Shang nodded, decisively retreating some distance to avoid hindering Chun Qing's performance. After being rescued thrice, he held no doubts about Chun Qing's capabilities. Yi Xiaotian rushed to Chun Qing, bringing down his scythe with a fierce blow, stirring up a gust of wind, its sharp edge gleaming with deadly intent that almost enveloped Chun Qing. Yet, Chun Qing remained unfazed, sheathing his bow and unleashing the full potential of his body at the critical moment, stepping forward and raising his fist. Boom! The entire building shook violently, teetering on the brink of collapse, the rooftop crumbling under the impact. The two, already so close, drew nearer, their gazes locking in a fierce exchange of murderous intent, an irreconcilable conflict brewing between them. In that fleeting moment, Yi Xiaotian felt his heart clench painfully, his breath caught in his throat as the specter of death loomed over him, fear surging within. You have no future, Chun Qing softly declared, his fist descending with the full force of his abilities, striking Yi Xiaotian's face without reservation. Bang! In the next instant, Yi Xiaotian's features twisted grotesquely as he was sent flying, spiraling through the air like a severed kite, crashing into a multitude of concrete bricks, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Ultimately, he landed hard on the street, creating a deep crater several meters wide, causing the surrounding ground to crack like a spider's web. His jaw dislocated as he rolled his eyes back. Lu Shang stood frozen, gazing at the unconscious Yi Xiaotian, at a loss for words. That punch carried considerable weight. Chun Qing swiftly recalibrated his stance, launching himself down like a cannonball, his knees aimed squarely at Yi Xiaotian's head, intent clear. The follow-up strike was crucial. He had to ensure that his opponent was utterly defeated. Suddenly, Chun Qing felt a tightness in his chest, shifting his position to land safely. He then gazed into the distance, his expression grave. In his line of sight, a fireball hurtled towards them. Whoosh! A second later, the fireball reached the scene, crashing into the wall, flames billowing forth, melting the structure, consuming it in searing heat, molten red droplets cascading down, a testament to its terrifying power. Surveying the devastation, Chun Qing turned to see a young man approaching slowly, his strides measured and unhurried. The youth had long red hair, bronze skin, and striking features. Dressed in a white tank top and black shorts, his muscular arms bared, exuding an air of defiance. A practitioner of the Pulse realm, and one with a unique physique. Chun Qing's heart sank. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable adversary. Wait! He suddenly paused, scrutinizing the young man's face, finding it eerily familiar. Apologies, but Yi Xiaotian is my subordinate. If anyone is to deal with him, it shall be me, not you. The youth spoke coolly, his pupils a fiery red. As if ablaze, unsettling those who met his gaze. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Your subordinate? The youth's first words left him incredulous. Could Yi Xiaotian, so arrogant, truly choose to submit to another? Indeed, the young man nodded, gazing at Yi Xiaotian. Initially, the Tianyun kingdom attempted to annihilate the monsters using nuclear weapons. Yet they feared that deploying them from the sky might attract the attention of the surrounding creatures, leading to unforeseen complications. Thus, they required personnel to discreetly position the nuclear devices in various cities. He approached Yi Xiaotian, forcibly dragging him from the pit, and continued. Consequently, he allied with a scoundrel named Shun Zan, eliminating those designated to place the nuclear weapons in remote cities, taking their place and acquiring a pass to leave the headquarters. Particularly, Yi Xiaotian, seizing the opportunity when I was unable to wield my weapon during my breakthrough into the Meridian Realm, audaciously stole my black scythe, believing that distance would allow him to escape my grasp and exert his influence. As he spoke, he raised his left hand. A low hum resonated. In the distance, the embedded scythe began to tremble, soaring into the air and shooting back towards the young man, who grasped it firmly. Simultaneously, the dazed Yi Xiaotian regained consciousness, witnessing the red-haired youth and displaying a look of terror, as if confronted by a demon. Who? You. I detest betrayal. The young man's arm suddenly erupted in flames, engulfing Yi Xiaotian in an instant. Yi Xiaotian screamed in agony, his body consumed by fire, transforming him into a figure of flames. My lord, spare me. I understand my mistake. An ant should behave like an ant. To retrieve my weapon has cost me considerable effort. Otherwise, I would have already surpassed the Meridian Realm. The young man's demeanor remained impassive, his tone frigid. Soon, Yi Xiaotian's struggles ceased, his form reduced to charred remains, emitting thick smoke. Chen Qing observed this scene, his heart shaken. It was indeed tragic that Yi Xiaotian, who had faced numerous perilous situations, met such a pitiful end. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly concerned him were the implications of the information conveyed by the young man. The remark about surpassing the Meridian Realm. What could it mean? It was evident that Chen Qing sensed the local strength was firmly entrenched within the Meridian Realm and had progressed significantly. Thus, the only conclusion was that the opponent aimed to transcend the unknown realms beyond the Meridian Realm. After enduring great hardships to reach the Meridian Realm, could there truly be someone poised to surpass him by an entire tier? It was inconceivable, yet the confidence and aura of the young man, coupled with Yi Xiaotian's expression of fear before his demise, compelled him to believe it. Casting Yi Xiaotian's lifeless body aside, as if discarding refuse, the young man sheathed the black scythe, shifting his gaze to Chen Qing, smiling. Impressive strength. Notate ol, yuyist. Chen Qing shook his head. I am not jesting. Those who can attain the Meridian Realm possess considerable skill. The young man smiled indifferently, approaching Chen Qing and placing a hand on his shoulder, patting him lightly. I hold you in high regard. Chen Qing remained silent. High regard? He had no need for admiration from a peer. However, this statement was likely mere formality. The crucial part lay in what followed. I offer you an opportunity, he continued, aiming to clarify his true intent. An opportunity? Chen Qing maintained his vigilance, inquiring subtly, what opportunity? An opportunity to submit to me. Chapter 55, The Return. The surroundings were deserted, the streets void of life. Chen Qing almost thought he had misheard, but upon confirming the clarity of the other's words, he resolutely declined. Submit? Such arrogance was unwarranted. Did he truly consider himself invincible? Are you certain? The youth's gaze turned icy, his hand on Chen Qing's shoulder applying a slight pressure, as if issuing a warning. Assist me. An unimaginable glory awaits you. In the distance, Lu Shang approached, prepared to retort upon hearing this proclamation, only to be halted by a glance from Chen Qing. Chen Qing stated calmly, Lu Shang, leave this place. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lu Shang promptly turned to depart. Once Lu Shang had retreated far enough to evade the youth's grasp, Chen Qing exhaled a heavy sigh. You are the one who wields fire in Weihe City, aren't you? The youth before him was familiar. Chen Qing had seen him in trending online images, his arm ablaze as he summoned fireballs, leaving a profound impression on him. After all, it was the first time Chen Qing had witnessed such extraordinary abilities in a human. Indeed, the youth nodded, speaking candidly. The entirety of the outer region of Weihe City is now under my control. While I am here to reclaim weapons, Given my presence in this remote area, I cannot return empty-handed. You have broken through to the Meridian realm. Your strength is commendable, making you an ideal candidate to become my agent in Yunxian City. You are quite ambitious, Chun Qing replied, maintaining direct eye contact, feeling no significant pressure from the youth's arm on his shoulder, standing tall with no hint of fear. The youth, undeterred, continued, if you are willing, consume this pill. If you refuse, be prepared to face the consequences. His words were forthright, conveying a stark message. Submission meant life, refusal meant death. What if I were to say, I remain uninterested? Chun Qing's gaze sharpened. Glancing at the blue pill that had appeared in the youth's left hand, his resolve unshaken, though he felt a twinge of confusion. Just as he had dealt with Yi Xiaotian, an even greater animosity had arisen. Truly, he had stirred a small conflict that had summoned a larger one. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the youth's right hand, instantly igniting Chun Qing's clothing, pressing upon his shoulder. Without allowing the flames a chance to inflict harm, Chun Qing brushed aside the youth's arm, asserting seriously, do not provoke me. I give you one last opportunity. The youth raised his hand, conjuring a fireball over 5 meters in diameter that hovered in the air, the temperature soaring in the vicinity. Although his face was illuminated by the fiery glow, Chun Qing's gaze remained icy, silent, and unwavering. Would you rather die than submit to me? The youth scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. If you were truly wise, you would feign submission, bide your time, and seek revenge once you possess sufficient strength. Alas, you are but a fool, choosing death for the sake of a so-called dignity. I, Han Feng, have never regarded such individuals as worthy. At these words, Chun Qing chuckled coldly. You understand nothing. Han Feng, having been rebuffed time and again, and now faced with the audacity of his opponent, finally reached his limit, sweeping his right hand towards Chun Qing. Upon witnessing this, Chun Qing feigned panic and turned to flee. However, the fireball pursued him with astonishing speed. He had scarcely run a few meters before it caught up, enveloping him in flames. The terrifying heat surged forth, causing the ground to crack. Ah! Chun Qing screamed in agony, struggling within the fiery embrace, attempting to escape into the distance. My flames cannot be extinguished, not even by water. Where do you think you can run? Han Feng sneered it. Bang! Bang! In a frantic bid for survival, Chun Qing smashed through several walls, debris raining down and burying him beneath the rubble. Seizing the moment, he collapsed amidst the chaotic fragments, convulsed a few times, and then lay still, pretending to be dead, while the flames continued to burn unabated. Unaware of the times, it's for the best. After all, this is merely a remote city with little worth competing for. Staying here would be a waste of time. It would be all too easy for those brutes to surpass me. Better to let it go, Han Feng sighed, shaking his head slightly before turning back towards Weihe City. Taking Chun Qing as a subordinate was merely a fleeting whim. His intent to eliminate him stemmed from his disdain for rejection. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. He had grown accustomed to this existence. A few minutes later, Chun Qing pushed aside the rubble and rose, brushing off his trousers, his expression unchanged. Truly, there are always greater mountains. Having stepped into the realm of human veins and defeated Yi Xiaotian, he had thought that Yunxian City would be devoid of worthy adversaries. Yet, this notion vanished almost instantaneously with the arrival of the young man. The youth, named Han Feng, was indeed stronger than him, but regrettably, he had chosen to confront Chun Qing with his flames. The extreme yang physique, it seemed, was not as dire as he had imagined, which brought him some solace. This constitution would bring him endless troubles, yet he had heard of its benefits from the creator of the withered tomb. Unfazed by flames, this was one of the unique abilities of the extreme yang physique. However, one thing puzzled Chun Qing, despite his numerous fortuitous encounters and advantages, which should have placed him far ahead in the hierarchy. Why were there still many who were so much stronger than him at the onset of the apocalypse? Could it be that some had prepared long before the cataclysm struck? Chun Qing furrowed his brow, unable to shake off this speculation. Hurriedly returning, Lu Shang inquired with concern. Brother, are you all right? I'm fine, Chun Qing replied, shaking his head. The flames could not harm him in the slightest, which allowed him to brush aside Han Feng's arm to avoid detection. Are you really unscathed? Lu Shang asked, his expression perplexed, his eyes scanning Chun Qing's body as if he wanted to convey something. I said I'm fine, so I am fine, Chun Qing retorted irritably, then entered a clothing store to select fitting garments. There was no choice. While he was impervious to flames, his clothes had been incinerated. After donning new attire, Chun Xing declared, "Let's continue hunting monsters." There was no other option. He needed to ascend in strength step by step, for opportunities to soar were not always at hand. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones breaking not far from them. Startled, both men turned their gaze towards the nearly charred corpse of Yi Xiaotian, their minds echoing a single phrase, "Impossible." Regardless of the extraordinary enhancements bestowed upon the human body by the enigmatic gem, the essence of humanity remains unchanged. One cannot transcend the bounds of reason. Yi Xiaotian had been rendered unrecognizable by flames, so how could he possibly survive? Yet, as they stood in stunned disbelief, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes, shattering their perceptions. Yi Xiaotian's flesh began to regenerate at a visible pace. The acrid smoke from his charred body dissipating as vitality surged forth. Even the blackened skin began to mend. In a flash, a golden radiance erupted from his chest, dazzling and resplendent. His body levitated, suspended in mid-air as if graced by divine favor, resembling a genuine metamorphosis. This remarkable scene persisted for less than 30 seconds, during which Chun Xing and Lu Shang witnessed the entire process of Yi Xiaotian's resurrection. What kind of sorcery is this? Lu Shang swallowed hard. This occurrence, it seemed, would baffle anyone in the world. Suddenly, Yi Xiaotian opened his eyes, their brilliance piercing and profound, his long hair rising as if stirred by an unseen wind. His skin, seemingly having undergone an unfathomable baptism, glimmered like white jade, exuding a luminous aura. His entire demeanor transformed, starkly different from before, akin to a rebirth. "Kid, fortunately, I have a backup plan. Otherwise, I could have truly perished." He glared at Chun Xing, his fury palpable, a murderous intent radiating from him, wishing to consume his flesh and peel away his skin. "You are not Yi Xiaotian," Chun Xing quickly deduced, for if this were truly Yi Xiaotian, he would never refer to him as kid, but rather as maggot or scoundrel. "Wait, kid?" Chun Xing immediately seized upon this crucial information, gasping in realization. "It is you." In an instant, he comprehended the truth. Yi Xiaotian had irrevocably perished. The being before him was not Yi Xiaotian at all, but the creator of the desolate tomb. Only such a figure could invoke a miracle so unfathomable, yet in some respects, reasonable. Chapter 56, Extraordinary Wisdom. "Kid, you are quite quick to react." His gaze was sharp, his murderous intent intense. "I, Xiao Shan, have lived for tens of thousands of years. Never have I found myself in such a predicament. Since you refuse to allow me to possess you, then you shall die." He launched his attack without a moment's hesitation. Chun Xing had thoroughly ignited his killing intent, for he understood all too well that the mysterious powerhouse aiding him had refrained from slaying him to use him as a stepping stone for Chun Xing. A stepping stone? Huh, what a farce. He would never comply, allowing himself to be toyed with at another's whim. "Run." Chun Xing's expression changed drastically as he swiftly retreated, propelling himself in the opposite direction from Lu Shang, his physical abilities surging to their apex, moving as swiftly as a bullet. He understood clearly that since Xiao Shan dared to attempt possession, he must possess absolute confidence in subduing him. To remain would be to await his doom. Boom! Fiery flames engulfed Xiao Shan's form, elevating his aura, and even while entwined with Yi Xiaotian, he unleashed extraordinary power, effortlessly obliterating the realm of pulse connection. Self-immolation, the secret technique of the extreme yang body, his most formidable means. In his desperate pursuit to eliminate Chun Xing, he cast aside all concerns, for he believed that by consuming Chun Xing's flesh and blood, any minor loss of lifespan would be swiftly compensated, even multiplied manifold. "Boy, cease your struggles. Your resistance is utterly futile." Xiao Shan surged forward with astonishing speed, creating a sonic boom that shattered the air, akin to a blazing meteor streaking through the heavens. Unmatched in its ferocity. What to do? Chun Xing's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with urgency. Thankfully, the adversary's strength had been diminished by the enigmatic man, leaving him with only a fraction of his original power. Moreover, the possibility of further suppression of his inherent abilities loomed large. Otherwise, a mere flick of the opponent's finger could seal his fate. With matters reaching this critical juncture, Chun Xing resolved to gamble everything, stifling his pent-up frustration. He felt that after an initial stroke of luck at the dawn of the apocalypse, his fortunes had plummeted. It seemed he could trigger unwarranted scenarios wherever he went, shrouded in misfortune. He altered his course, charging towards the direction in which Han Feng had departed. At his current velocity, he could cover 100 meters in just 2 to 3 seconds, and within a mere 30 seconds, he glimpsed Han Feng's silhouette. Han Feng, sensing something amiss, glanced back to find Chun Qing racing towards him, exuding murderous intent. Han Feng, Yi Xiaotian seeks vengeance upon us. We must flee. Chun Qing attempted to provoke him with a rather rudimentary tactic, asserting that in his current state, Han Feng was no match for him. Yi Xiaotian? Han Feng furrowed his brows, and from a distance he spotted Yi Xiaotian, engulfed in flames, rapidly approaching with a terrifying countenance. A cold smile crept upon his lips. How intriguing. Not only did the flames fail to consume you, but they have also bestowed upon you unexpected benefits. From his perspective, Yi Xiaotian had not possessed the ability to wield fire prior, yet now, after being scorched, he had seemingly acquired it, reaching the realm of channeling energy. The answer was glaringly evident. Yi Xiaotian, do you believe that after your breakthrough, you can contend with me? Han Feng charged forward, laughing arrogantly. Nave, I shall make you taste fear once more. Witnessing Han Feng rush to aid him, Chun Qing, feeling utterly overwhelmed, swiftly changed his trajectory to create an opportunity for their confrontation. Xiao Shan, not easily deceived, understood Chun Qing's intentions and remarked, I am not Yi Xiaotian. I merely borrowed his body. The original has perished. Do not fall prey to this boy's trickery. If his adversary were not formidable, he would not waste his words. Yet the reality was that the opponent's strength far exceeded superficial appearances, placing him under immense pressure. Han Feng scoffed. I care not whether you are Yi Xiaotian Dai. He was not foolish. The situation was indeed riddled with uncertainties and far from straightforward. Yet the formidable power of his opponent posed a significant threat to his standing, necessitating immediate action to either subdue or eradicate him. Damn fool. Xiao Shan nearly spat blood. Had human intellect regressed with the passage of time? But they could not discern such a blatant ruse. Boom! Han Feng raised his arm, flames roaring violently, waves of heat surging forth, the air thickening like iron, rendering breathing a challenge. Dare to toy with fire before me? Preposterous! Xiao Shan, witnessing the fervor in his opponent's countenance, gritted his teeth in awe, almost convinced he was witnessing a celestial being. This is truly remarkable. It is as if one were an orphan. If you seek death, I cannot be blamed. Reluctantly, Xiao Shan had no choice but to engage in battle. Once the unparalleled terror of the world, renowned for his might, how could he possibly consider fleeing? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Go! Han Feng commanded with a wave of his hand, unleashing a fireball exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Flames erupted, tracing a straight crimson line akin to a falling meteor, its power astonishing. Glancing at the receding figure of Chun Qing, realizing that killing him was futile, Xiao Shan seethed with rage. The flames engulfing him blazed even more fiercely as he fixed his gaze on Han Feng, declaring, You are truly exceptionally clever. With that, he charged forward, delivering a punch that shattered the fireball, and closed in on Han Feng with all his might. Boom! 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 Behind them, the sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. From a distance, Chun Qing observed the fierce clash. Witnessing the devastation left in its wake, charred craters littered the landscape, a testament to the ferocity of their battle. It was nothing short of thrilling. Chun Qing found himself both amused and exasperated. He wasted no time in hastily retreating from the area to avoid entanglements. He felt an urgent need to grow stronger. The troubles he faced would be easily resolved with sufficient power, yet both Han Feng and Xiao Shan were fully capable of ending his life at any moment. As he maneuvered through the terrain, Chun Qing entered a tranquil forest. Towering ancient trees stood resolute, their verdant branches lush and vibrant, filtering the sunlight and casting dappled shadows upon the ground. In the scorching sun, he relished the rare touch of coolness. The apocalypse seemed to herald more than mere monstrous mutations. Surveying his surroundings, Chun Qing's expression turned peculiar. These trees exhibited an exuberance of life that was almost overwhelming. Any single one of them was far more robust and towering than ordinary trees, requiring at least 8 men to encircle. Surrounded by greenery, Chun Qing advanced cautiously. Along the way, he had already informed Lu Shang that he would not be returning to Yunxian City in the near future, uncertain of Xiao Shan's relentless pursuit. He even advised Lu Shan to seek refuge to avoid any potential calamity. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the forest, prompting Chun Qing to proceed with utmost caution. He required the orbs to enhance his strength. Avoiding conflict was not an option. If he could confront it, retreat was out of the question. Rustling leaves fell as the ground trembled. As Chun Qing crept closer, he concealed himself behind a tree and beheld a massive brown bear swatting a vibrant tiger aside, causing it to crash violently against a trunk, its neck snapping instantly, resulting in its demise. Such immense strength. With golden glimmers in his eyes, Chun Qing, utilizing the awakening technique, discerned that the vibrant tiger was at least a blue-tier creature, whereas the brown bear was a purple-tier beast at its peak. On the verge of a breakthrough. After the kill, the brown bear approached, opening its gaping maw to relish its feast. Suddenly, a colossal stone hurtled through the air. Striking its head, the rock shattered upon impact, while the bear staggered back, shaking its head. Moments later, it spotted Chun Qing within its line of sight. With a thunderous roar, the bear charged directly at him, its anger intertwined with a greed that clouded its reason. It is aware that before its eyes lies an extraordinary medicinal herb, possessing astonishing effects. Chapter 57, The Body Refinement Manual. Whoosh! Having readied himself, Chun Qing swiftly drew the bow, energy coalescing into an arrow that shot forth, only to be effortlessly resisted by the robust and resilient brown bear. The arrow's potency was undeniably insufficient. While it may have fared well against creatures of blue rank, it held little significance against those of purple rank. Faced with such disparity, it was far more prudent to confront with fists rather than arrows. The contrast in power among bloodthirsty weapons was simply staggering. Chun Qing sighed in resignation. He had anticipated that after vanquishing Yi Xiaotian, he would acquire the formidable black scythe, thus amplifying his strength, only to be interrupted by the sudden emergence of Han Feng, who effortlessly claimed his spoils with mere words. Chun Qing found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of the vast difference in their capabilities. Stowing away his bow, Chun Qing's gaze sharpened as he concentrated all his energy to face the challenge ahead. Roar! The bear's massive paw descended with brutal force, mercilessly intent on claiming its opponent's flesh, indifferent to the consequences. In response, Chun Qing deftly sidestepped, swiftly delivering a powerful kick to the lower abdomen of the beast. Bang! A decisive blow. This maneuver, one he had employed numerous times, proved remarkably effective. The bear's colossal form shuddered and fell, rolling upon the ground while emitting anguished roars, grievously injured. Chun Qing's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon its head, continuing until its breath ceased. Subsequently, Chun Qing attempted to use a dagger to carve into the bear's skull. However, the bear's formidable defenses made it exceedingly arduous to breach its tough exterior. It was a vexing predicament, for while the dagger's sharpness posed a challenge to ordinary creatures, the bear, having attained purple rank, exhibited exceptional resilience and toughness. A desperate need for a close-combat, bloodthirsty weapon became increasingly apparent to Chun Qing. After considerable effort, he extracted a purple orb and held it in his hand. Yet, within a mere half-minute, the orb completely dissipated, absorbed entirely. Upon reaching the meridian opening stage, his absorption rate of the orbs had accelerated significantly. The purple orb held efficacy for him, albeit modest in impact. Minutes later, Chun Qing approached a nearby stream to cleanse the bear meat, then proceeded to kindle a fire for roasting. As the meat sizzled and released an enticing aroma, the tender flesh became delightfully crispy, rich yet not greasy, an exquisite delicacy. Starved and longing for sustenance, Chun Qing indulged heartily. Rustle! Suddenly, Chun Qing heard the sound of grass being parted beside him. Turning to investigate, he beheld a fox, roughly the size of 2 palms. The fox, slender and graceful, boasted a coat of soft pink fur, devoid of any other hues, strikingly beautiful. Its 2 bushy tails swayed gently behind it, and its clear eyes regarded Chun Qing with a tilt of its head, glimmering with surprise and curiosity. What a diminutive fox! Chun Qing could not help but raise an eyebrow. Far from relaxing his guard due to its appearance, he became increasingly vigilant. In a world rife with massive mutated beasts, where larger sizes typically signified greater strength, the sudden appearance of such a petite fox felt profoundly incongruous. Appearance often deceives, especially when it comes to a fox possessing 2 tails, undoubtedly a creature mutation. Swiftly harnessing the awakening realm, a golden glint flickered in Chunqing's eyes. Yet he discerned no trace of energy emanating from the little fox. No mutation? Chunqing raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Suddenly, in an instant, the fox vanished before him, its presence erased. Chunqing's pupils constricted in disbelief. Almost immediately, he sensed a movement at his feet. Looking down, he discovered the little fox had reappeared beside him, its diminutive nose gently sniffing before it vanished once more. Teleportation? At that moment, he was utterly captivated. Rustling in the distance, the grass parted, and the little fox emerged once more, gazing at Chunqing. It lifted a front paw, pointing towards the bent grass that formed a path, its eyes shimmering with anticipation. "You wish for me to proceed?" Chunqing inquired. In response, the little fox nodded, evidently capable of comprehending human language, its expressions and movements strikingly anthropomorphic. After a brief silence, Chunqing quickly consumed the last remnants of bear meat and stepped forward. Though unaware of the fox's origins, its lack of aggression, despite its beastly nature, suggested no immediate peril. Otherwise, the speed or ability to blink away had rendered him helpless, leaving him to accept his fate. As he approached, the little fox's eyes sparkled with delight, and it eagerly led the way, its steps light and its two fluffy pink tails swaying playfully, quite an amusing sight. The duo, a fox and a man, ventured deeper into the forest. After approximately half an hour, Chunqing could no longer contain his curiosity. "Where are you leading me?" The little fox merely gestured ahead, seemingly unable to speak, relying solely on its actions, its large eyes gleaming with desire, urging Chunqing not to abandon the journey. With a sense of resignation, Chunqing continued to follow. After walking for over 40 minutes, the little fox guided him to the foot of a grand mountain. Looking up, Chunqing could not see the mountain's peak, but the towering mass was lush with greenery, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The little fox parted the overgrown grasses, revealing a hidden dark cave at the base of the mountain, capturing Chunqing's attention. "Is this the place you wanted to show me?" Chunqing chuckled to himself, initially expecting a climb, but discovering the destination was within reach. Rushing into the dark cave, the little fox poked its head out, its eyes filled with eagerness, urging him to enter swiftly. Yet, Chunqing remained motionless, silently observing. To venture into such an unknown cavern seemed unwise. He could not assure the little fox harbored benevolence, as his very essence was a tantalizing allure to wild beasts, capable of driving them to abandon all caution and even their lives. After a few seconds, the little fox peered out again, puzzled. "What do you seek?" Chunqing inquired directly. Having led him deep into the forest without cause, the fox undoubtedly had its own agenda. The little fox pondered for a moment, then darted from the cave, swiftly biting his calf with remarkable speed, leaving Chunqing no chance to react. Chunqing was taken aback, preparing to break free, only to realize he felt a biting sensation without any actual wounds. Releasing his grip, the little fox vanished only to return in an instant, placing a small white bowl on the ground with a beseeching expression. Bending down, Chunqing reached out to stroke its head. "Do you desire my blood?" The little fox nodded. "You cannot harm me?" It shook its head. Furrowing his brow, Chunqing pondered. "You can injure me, yet you choose not to. You merely wish to barter?" The fox nodded again. Chunqing found this believable. The little fox possessed unfathomable power. If it only had the ability of teleportation and was otherwise weak, it would be hard to accept. Moreover, he did not dare to gamble. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Is there something in the cave that you wish to offer me in exchange?" Hearing this, the fox's eyes brightened, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, surprised that Chunqing grasped its intention so swiftly. In the next instant, the little fox blinked, swiftly returning with an ancient tome in its mouth. Chunqing watched in awe as the fox demonstrated its teleportation ability, feeling both impressed and convinced. Such a feat could only be described as extraordinary. Taking the ancient book, Chunqing focused on the characters inscribed upon it. Body Refinement Manual. The script was archaic, not of the modern Earth language, yet Chunqing, empowered by the legacy of his extreme Yang bloodline, could decipher it. Body refinement? Chunqing's gaze brightened. Manual suggested the insights of another. Body refinement indicated the next level following the meridian activation. This was precisely what he required. As autumn approached, the dappled shadows of trees cast circles on the ground, with gentle breezes occasionally sweeping through, lending a sense of melancholy and coolness. Chun-Ching eagerly opened the body refinement manual, relying on his extraordinary reading speed to absorb the information rapidly. I have comprehended the 10th level of body refinement for centuries, discovering that it is not as simple as I once envisioned. Although humanity appears feeble, its physical potential is immense. The mere 10th level of body refinement can only temper the primary regions of the body, failing to thoroughly refine the entirety. Through dedicated practice and research, I have ultimately discovered the refining method beyond the 10th level of body refinement. Bone refinement. Bone refinement does not constitute the 11th level, but rather extends from the 11th to the 216th level. With 206 bones in the human body, each must be refined to achieve a flawless physique. The notion of levels beyond the 10th of body refinement? Chun-Ching gasped, utterly astonished. The body refinement realm had been mentioned in his ancestral memories, detailing the tempering of the skin, blood, flesh, liver, lungs, kidneys, stomach, heart, and brain to attain physical perfection. Yet this manual introduced a novel concept: bone refinement. He was not merely astonished that someone had identified the imperfections of the body refinement realm. Rather, he was incredulous that an individual at the mere 10th level could fathom and develop a method for bone refinement. In the realm of awakening and the realm of conduits, one finds individuals like him, retracing the paths tread by predecessors, yet with a unique touch, forging their own avenues. Should this be attributed to innate talent? Or could there be other underlying causes? The plaintive cry of the little fox roused him from his reverie. Retracting the manual on body refinement, Chun-Ching remarked, "This ancient text is indeed remarkable. It shall provide me with substantial assistance." "Very well. I can offer you some blood for my extreme yang physique." The little fox exhibited remarkable politeness. He feared that his lack of appreciation might provoke the creature into a forceful response, which would be a regrettable miscalculation. Rather than offend, it was wiser to cultivate a benevolent connection. Upon hearing his words, the little fox's expression brightened considerably. It grasped the hem of Chun-Ching's trousers and tugged towards the cave's entrance. Was there more within? Chun-Ching felt an overwhelming sense of joy, believing himself to be one of those fortunate souls destined for blessings after surviving great peril. Although the blood from his extreme yang physique was immensely valuable, serving as a supreme elixir for others, it held no significance for him personally and would merely invite complications. Yet this time, due to his unique constitution, misfortune transformed into fortune. The little fox nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Chun-Ching hesitated no longer. He crouched and entered the narrow cave. The darkness enveloped him, but a glimmer of white light beckoned from afar, prompting him to crawl towards it. After traversing several dozen steps, he was greeted by a sudden expanse. The blinding white light forced him to squint for a considerable time before he could adjust. As he surveyed his surroundings, a stone radiating white light caught his eye. It was this very stone that illuminated the cave's interior. Curiosity piqued. Chun-Ching approached and picked up one of the stones, instantly feeling a warm current surging within him, invigorating his blood and solidifying his position within the conduit realm, while simultaneously enhancing his strength. Such a remarkable stone. The energy it contained was several times greater than that of a purple-gray bead. Chun-Ching was overjoyed. Encountering this fox was indeed a stroke of serendipity. After a while, he managed to assimilate the energy, and the stone dimmed slightly. Simultaneously, a number appeared above, as if projected. 25,531 pounds. Chun-Ching was momentarily taken aback, and then a gleam sparked in his eyes as he exclaimed, "What a treasure!" This figure represented something profound. He needn't even guess. It could be said that possessing this stone would allow him to ascertain the extent of his power at any moment. "Thank you, little fox." Chun-Ching expressed his gratitude. The little fox then executed a swift teleportation, returning in less than 2 seconds with a white bowl, gazing at Chun-Ching with longing and anticipation. Without further hesitation, Chun-Ching drew a dagger and made a small incision on his hand, allowing blood to flow into the bowl, filling it in an instant. The little fox, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately bent down to drink. Upon consuming the entirety of the bowl's contents, it suddenly radiated a dazzling pink glow, curling its body in response. With a swift motion, a third tail sprouted between the two existing ones, transforming it into a 3-tailed fox. Chun-Ching's expression turned peculiar as he made an association. Could it be that as the fox continued to grow stronger, its tails would multiply? Might it eventually evolve into a nine-tailed fox? After a while, the radiance subsided, and the little fox successfully assimilated the blood of the extreme young body, completing a transformation. It cast a grateful glance at Qin before slowly turning away. After taking a few steps, it vanished without a trace. If more beings like it emerged, harboring hostility towards humanity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin shook his head, overwhelmed with emotion. The ability to teleport was perfectly suited for assassination, instilling fear in the hearts of all humans and robbing them of sleep. Having engaged in a transaction that bore almost no cost to himself, Qin departed from the cave, perusing the body refinement manual while continuing his hunt in the forest. The manual exclusively detailed the realm of body refinement, making no mention of the meridian opening realm, which was currently of little use to Qin, as he was still in the initial stages of the ladder. Beyond that lay intermediate and advanced stages, requiring considerable effort to cultivate. Before long, he encountered a purple-level wild boar and swiftly dispatched it in a matter of moments. After extracting the purple orb with his dagger, Qin paused. A figure darted between the trees, pushing through the dense foliage. "Who?" Qin shouted decisively. "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm." A man dressed in a denim outfit leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully before Qin with a fatigued yet friendly smile. Qin's gaze swept over the man's feet, astonished. He had jumped from a tree over 10 meters high, yet landed as lightly as a feather, causing not the slightest sound. Truly remarkable. "I am Su Fei." He extended his hand. Sensing this, Qin inquired skeptically, "Have you come specifically to find me?" The man's demeanor suggested a deliberate approach rather than a mere coincidence. "Indeed," Su Fei nodded, gathering his thoughts. "I have come from Baidi City to invite you exceptional individuals." "What is the purpose of this invitation?" Qin felt a stir of curiosity. Baidi City, the capital of Tianyun Nation, currently the city least ravaged by monsters. Why would someone come from the capital to invite him? The answer was imminent. Baidi City is in need of elite talents like you, Su Fei explained. In return, Baidi City will provide you with weapons, equipment, and even combat techniques. What are combat techniques? Qin asked, puzzled. These are the skills that can be employed in battle, enhancing your capabilities beyond mere physical strikes, Su Fei patiently clarified. "Allow me to demonstrate." He stepped back a few paces, aimed at a nearby large tree, and raised his hand, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! His fist collided with the trunk, unleashing a tremendous force that instantly created a 10-centimeter gash at the impact site, sending splinters flying, while the rest of the tree remained intact. Qin's heart raced. Is this what you call a combat technique? Destroying a portion of the trunk was on a completely different level compared to obliterating the whole, likely due to the concentration of power in a single point. The so-called combat techniques probably wielded far greater significance than that of weapons. Chapter 59, Within Baidi City. Indeed, Su Fei chuckled, stating, "Combat skills are exceedingly rare and will not be disseminated externally. They are exclusively found within the imperial capital. If you choose not to go, you shall miss out on such treasures." After a brief contemplation, Qin inquired, "Is it permissible to bring others along? Family?" "No," Su Fei replied, shaking his head and denying the request. Although Baidi City is vast, its inner regions remain overrun by monsters. What we require are formidable individuals who can join our ranks and provide protection for their families, while friends are not currently within the scope of our safeguarding. Qin urged, "My friend has already reached the advanced stage of the awakening realm. He is no burden. He shares a good rapport with Lu Shang, and one should not forget their companions during prosperous times. As it stands, without entering the Meridian realm, there are no qualifications to enter the imperial capital." Su Fei maintained his refusal, asserting that while the imperial capital is indeed a prime location for those with sufficient strength to acquire greater resources, those lacking in power would meet a swift demise. They were gathering talented individuals not for protection, but to amass sufficient strength for significant undertakings when the time came. "Very well," Qin conceded, abandoning his plea. "Do you agree to accompany me to Baidi City?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Excellent, take this token." Su Fei produced a copper circular token and tossed it to Qin. Upon receiving it, Qin noticed the number 953 inscribed on it. Flipping it over, he discovered a pin attached to the back. "This token must be affixed to your clothing as a form of identification," Su Fei explained. What does 953 signify? Chen Qing inquired, curious if it referred to his number. Precisely. It also represents your ranking in terms of strength. Ranking of strength? Upon hearing this, Chen Qing paused, his thoughts briefly processing the information before realization dawned upon him. Is this the ranking of the heaven, earth, and human lists? He recalled having learned about these rankings during the early days of the apocalypse through the news, where it was stated that the nation established 3 lists to gauge strength, and those listed would receive considerable benefits. Indeed, you are ranked 953 on the human list, Su Fei exclaimed with a smile. The heaven list contains 10 individuals, the earth list 100, and the human list 1,000. You, along with the other 1,110, will serve as the backbone of our nation and the main force to break the stalemate. Understood. Chen Qing nodded, then continued to inquire. What criteria do you use for ranking? I suspect you have not witnessed my strength firsthand. His curiosity piqued. It was not surprising that a representative of the state could locate him in the hidden forest, but he was particularly interested in the methodology of the ranking system. We naturally possess means to assess your strength, Su Fei replied dismissively, then returned to the main topic. Let us proceed. I'm quite busy. After escorting you to the imperial capital, I must also recruit others. The task of gathering the nation's strongest individuals was a directive from above, and their organization was required to complete it within 3 days. The workload was substantial, leaving no room for delay. Very well. Subsequently, the two departed the forest. Outside, a helicopter awaited, and once aboard, they set off directly towards the imperial capital. As they gazed down at the scenery below, Chen Qing remained silent, his heart quietly brimming with anticipation. He had exerted every effort to survive during the apocalypse, thus earning his rank of 953 on the human list, with nearly 1,000 individuals above him. Those individuals had largely congregated in the imperial capital, and it seemed this journey would indeed be quite remarkable. Beside him, Su Fei completed his tasks and closed his eyes in repose, no longer acknowledging Chen Qing. After several hours, the group arrived at the airport and boarded the aircraft. Ascending into the sky, on board, Chen Qing surveyed his surroundings and noted the sparse number of passengers, the atmosphere heavy with silence and devoid of conversation. Is the state aware of the reasons behind the mutations of beasts and livestock? Chen Qing inquired, a question that had long troubled him. The apocalypse had descended abruptly, without warning, akin to divine retribution. Yet he believed that every effect must have a cause and dismissed the notion of fate. Su Fei pondered for a moment before responding. I suspect that once you arrive in the capital, the higher-ups of Tianyu Nation will disclose some pertinent information. He was merely responsible for the tasks at hand and preferred to refrain from discussing certain matters to avoid unnecessary complications. Very well, Chen Qing nodded subtly, not pressing further. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he closed his eyes to rest. Approximately 3 hours later, the plane landed at the capital airport. Upon disembarking, Chen Qing was greeted by the oppressive, gray fog that enveloped the depths of the city. Seizing the opportunity, while unnoticed, he activated his awakening technique. Hiss! As he gazed into the distance, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The sight before him was a bizarre spectacle of energy surging skyward, vibrant and kaleidoscopic. The energy emanating from the monsters was astonishing, soaring into the heavens, leaving one to wonder about the true horror of their forms. The disparity between the consumption of human blood by these creatures and the absorption of their energy by humans was vast. They were worlds apart. Over half of humanity had tragically perished at the onset of the apocalypse, becoming sustenance for the monsters, which had grown formidable and insurmountable as a result. Let us proceed, Su Fei urged, having regained much of his vigor after a few hours of rest. Indeed, the two descended from the plane and entered the vehicle that had been arranged beforehand, heading towards their destination. Where are we headed now? Chen Qing asked, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers receding behind them as dusk began to settle. The once magnificent capital, having endured the ravages of the apocalypse, had lost its splendor. No longer the vibrant city of lights, but resembling a beautiful woman stripped of her makeup, draped in tattered garments, transformed into a weary peasant. In merely a few months, the former glory had dissipated like smoke. We have arrived at the reception hall, Su Fei declared. You shall rest in the guest room for a day. Afterward, most of the participants will be present to clarify our goals and plans, and rest assured, the rewards will be substantial. After about 10 minutes, they reached the expansive reception hall. Once Chen Qing's accommodations were arranged, Su Fei departed to continue his duties. Ding dong. No sooner had Su Fei left than the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Chun Xing was met by a young man with a pallid visage and a menacing aura, his fiery red hair cascading down, muscles bulging, exuding an intimidating presence. Chun Xing regarded the youth with a frown. "What brings you here?" This young man was familiar to him, having previously taken his spoils with just a few words. However, since strong individuals were invited, the presence of this individual was not unexpected. Han Feng scoffed, an icy demeanor evident in his countenance. "I merely came to extend my greetings." "Oh," Chun Xing replied nonchalantly before promptly shutting the door. There was little point in further conversation. The other party insisted on opposing him, leaving him at a loss for words. In this place, where a multitude of formidable individuals congregated, Han Feng dared not act recklessly. There was no need for him to panic. After being turned away, a twitch of irritation flickered in Han Feng's eye as he turned to leave, a chilling smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "You put on quite a performance. Do you think I cannot see your restlessness and urgency?" Indeed, his visit was purposefully orchestrated to exert pressure. Upon closing the door, Chun Xing indulged in a refreshing bath and savored the delectable dishes prepared in his room. Comfortably reclining on his bed, he browsed through his phone for a while before peacefully drifting into slumber. Chapter 60. The Reception Hall. The following day, at 8 in the morning, a knock echoed at the door once more. Chun Xing opened it to find a courteous attendant standing outside. "Good morning, sir. The conference is about to commence. Please follow me." "Certainly." As he accompanied the attendant to the reception hall, Chun Xing observed that the venue was already filled with several hundred individuals, each exuding an extraordinary demeanor and vibrant energy, with many sporting an air of arrogance. Despite the vast resources of Tianyan Nation, the presence of masters who had reached the Meridian Realm at this moment was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, even in a gathering of such powerful figures, Chun Xing's entrance attracted considerable attention and scrutiny. Ignoring the gazes that flitted over him, he maintained an unconcerned expression and calmly found a seat. He felt troubled by the intensity of his presence, yet it was hardly surprising. After all, his striking appearance was simply too remarkable. Due to his extreme yang physique, his looks had only grown more dashing upon reaching the Meridian Realm. In the crowd, although his prowess may not have been particularly outstanding, his visage undeniably stood out, evoking feelings of inferiority in others. "I fought tooth and nail to emerge from the grave, and this delicate pretty boy also dares to sit here? He must be supported by some powerful benefactor, showered with abundant resources to be elevated to this status. Soft living is indeed appealing. I genuinely envy him." Many began discussing among themselves, and, as men, being overshadowed by another's looks was a rather disheartening experience. "Chun Xing, you've arrived too?" A woman approached, her charming face adorned with a smile, wafting a fragrant breeze as she naturally seated herself beside him. Gazing at Chun Xing's strikingly defined features, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of fascination. This was not the first time she had seen his visage. She only felt he had grown increasingly handsome. His skin and features were so exquisite that they stirred envy even among women, making him the epitome of a heartthrob. "Miss Zhou, are we that familiar?" Chun Xing inquired, perplexed. "Familiar or not, it's not entirely strange, is it?" Zhou Tian replied with a charming smile. "In truth, I'm also a person of special constitution." Chun Xing raised an eyebrow. "And so?" She seemed inclined to divulge certain information, but left him grasping at straws. "I possess my own inherited memories, and through them, I've learned many things." Zhou Tian continued to withhold specifics, opting instead to offer further hints for Chun Xing to ponder. In that instant, realization dawned upon Chun Xing. The inheritance of memory is a wondrous phenomenon, possessed solely by those of a unique constitution. It manifests when one transcends the Meridian Realm, forcibly assimilating a multitude of unfamiliar memories that do not belong to them, thereby augmenting their reservoir of knowledge. At this moment, the words spoken by Zhou Tian likely stem from the discernible differences in appearance observed during their 3 encounters, revealing hints about his constitution. "Are you aware of my constitution?" Chun Xing inquired, his brow furrowing. This was indeed a delicate matter. His constitution was potent enough to awaken human greed, compelling countless individuals, struggling through the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, to resort to desperate measures, harboring murderous intentions toward him. "Indeed," Zhou Tian replied in a hushed tone, "in this world, there exists but one constitution that can imperceptibly alter a person's appearance and demeanor. such that a single drop of blood can incite a frenzy among a multitude of monsters. What do you wish to achieve? Chun Qing's expression softened, a smile gracing his lips. Miss Zhou, it appears we have laid our grievances to rest. You wouldn't be inclined to publicize my constitution, would you? The extreme Yang constitution was, after all, a significant burden, rendering him considerably constrained. That depends on my mood. Zhou Tian retorted with a triumphant smile, alluding to her current standing. At the Zhou family, I command both wind and rain, with nearly all resources bending in my favor. Alas, I find myself lacking competent enforcers. Huang Yu had aided her greatly. Upon her return to the Zhou family, she leveraged her strength in the Meridian realm along with her unique constitution to turn her fortunes around, generously rewarding Huang Yu. However, he was ultimately only at the advanced stage of the awakening realm, rendering him inadequate as her bodyguard. In an instant, Chun Qing comprehended her implications. Utilizing her constitution as leverage to compel him into servitude, a faint glimmer of coldness flickered in Chun Qing's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, Miss Zhou, the matter is of great significance. I must request time to deliberate. Being of the same Meridian realm and uncertain of the other's depths, he dared not act rashly, opting instead to delay. Very well, weigh your interests accordingly, Zhou Tian said softly. Should you assist me, it may yield mutual benefits. After all, a bearer of the extreme Yang constitution possesses an excess of Yang energy within, and withholding it may not be advantageous. The benefits derived from the Yang energy within were substantial and could be sustained over time, far surpassing those gained from merely consuming blood and flesh. Naturally, this privilege was reserved for women. Chun Qing's expression turned to one of astonishment as he fixated intently on Zhou Tian. Her words were exceedingly explicit, and he was no fool. He grasped the implications behind her statement. The concept of harmonizing yin and yang typically suggested a dual cultivation, a scenario too alluring to contemplate. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhou Tian would harbor such thoughts towards him. Under Chun Qing's unwavering gaze, Zhou Tian felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. With a light huff, she retorted, What are you pondering? I possess a unique secret technique that allows us to achieve the effects of yin and yang harmony without any physical intimacy. Observers noted Zhou Tian's charming demeanor. Her cheeks aglow, their disdain for Chun Qing mingled with envy and resentment. That damn pretty boy. Even in this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. And yet he retains such allure. It's absurd. A stunning beauty like her daring to initiate conversation must certainly harbor ulterior motives. Is she amiss from the Zhou family? Well, that changes things. Chun Qing expressed his surprise. Such a secret technique exists? The vastness of the world is beyond your imagination. Zhou Tian cast a sidelong glance at him and continued, Surely you comprehend the immense benefits that arise from the first harmony of yin and yang? Chun Qing mused, neither affirming nor denying her statement. As a being of pure yang, he was acutely aware of this matter. With that said, everything that needed to be communicated had been expressed. Zhou Tian rose, stating, Please ponder this carefully. Assisting me will undoubtedly bear no detriment to you. With that, she took her leave. Impressive indeed. Han Feng, seated not far from Chun Qing, chuckled derisively. However, even if you align yourself with Miss Zhou, what of it? The ones I seek to eliminate shall find no refuge. As time gradually passed, a multitude soon gathered in one place. On the dais of the reception hall stood a man clad in a suit, addressing the microphone. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhang Shengtian, the initiator of this meeting and your future leader. He continued with a sense of pride. It is truly fortunate for our nation that we have such talented individuals willing to contribute to the stability of our country. There followed an array of grandiloquent official rhetoric, a series of statements designed to inspire. I believe everyone here is curious as to why the apocalypse has descended upon us so abruptly, without any forewarning. At this moment, Zhang Shengtian's tone grew grave. After a prolonged pause, he finally delved into the crux of the matter. All present were riveted, listening intently. The arrival of the apocalypse was unexpectedly swift. In all things, causality must be acknowledged. With the advancement of science, few would be swayed by theological notions of divine retribution or wrath. For on that fateful night, our Earth was invaded by an extraterrestrial civilization. Chapter 61, Points Reward. Extraterrestrial civilization. In an instant, the audience was taken aback. Regardless of whether they had harbored similar suspicions, the revelation of the truth was still difficult to accept. They were not naive. They understood the implications of such an invasion. You may find it hard to believe, but this is the reality, Zhang Shengtian sighed. While humanity has long suspected that Earth is not the sole civilization in the universe, encountering an extraterrestrial civilization for the first time feels surreal. As he spoke, he activated a computer slideshow, projecting images for all to see. One image depicted a man clad in black armor, a cold smile gracing his features, as he poured an unknown golden liquid. Is this the invader? Chen Qing squinted, studying the figure closely. The man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for a long white horn protruding from his head and pupils that shone a milky white, an eerie sight that defied human aesthetics. Do you comprehend the significance of this image? Zhang Shengtian pointed at the liquid in the man's hand. The apocalypse of Earth is a consequence of this vial. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. A disaster instigated by a single vial of liquid? Chen Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed the cataclysmic battles between powerful beings that could obliterate stars. Such exaggerations were not beyond comprehension. Yet, if Earth's civilization had caught the attention of these outsiders, would there come a day when an omnipotent being from across the cosmos could effortlessly shatter it with a single blow? Reluctantly, Chen Qing conceded the possibility of such a fate. Is it not hard to believe? Zhang Shengtian chuckled wryly, expressing a hope that this were merely a jest. Alas, reality proved otherwise. The truth was indeed as astonishing as it was grim. From a moment he descended upon Earth, we endeavored to communicate with him. He uttered but a single phrase before shattering the space station with a mere punch. A punch that obliterated the colossal interstellar station, a testament to humanity's endeavors. Even months later, the weight of those words rendered me unable to maintain my composure. The immense structure, representing the culmination of human effort, was reduced to nothing by the casual force of a strike. Such power transcended human comprehension. What did he say? Someone inquired urgently. He declared that all of humanity should perish. Zhang Shengtian replied with a hint of bitterness, lamenting that no one could fathom the depths of his animosity towards us. But wait, if he destroyed the space station, why was the satellite unscathed? Indeed, we still had internet access. A voice of skepticism emerged. Zhang Shengtian elucidated that it was because they could not breach our defenses. Numerous scientists arrived at a similar hypothesis. Earth was safeguarded by a magnetic field that barred extraterrestrial entities from entry. Otherwise, our planet would have long since become cosmic debris. Studies indicated that any one of them could effortlessly annihilate Earth. The satellites, nestled within this invisible magnetic shield, were thus spared from devastation. Someone seized upon the pivotal term. This implied that our adversaries were not singular in number. Yes, Zhang Shengtian affirmed, unreservedly acknowledging the countless multitude. A profound silence enveloped the room, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. Each of these outsiders possessed the capacity to obliterate Earth, and there were boundless numbers of them. This was an affront to humanity's very resilience. After allowing a moment for the gravity of the situation to settle, Zhang Shengtian asserted gravely, the monstrosity's mutations were a consequence of a vial of golden liquid that had fallen to Earth. The orbs we absorbed were likely fragments of that very energy. The liquid endowed the beasts with power, causing them to manifest extraordinary orbs within their minds, effectively creating us. In truth, they had engineered those monsters because they themselves could not enter our world, resorting to such means. This statement elucidated the sequence of events with clarity. They were not coercing humanity to evolve. Rather, they exploited the monsters for indiscriminate slaughter. While a select few might benefit, the overwhelming majority perished at the hands of the mutated abominations, and even those who survived lived in perpetual dread. Thus heralded the advent of the apocalyptic era. Zhang Shengtian exhaled a heavy sigh, his expression grave. The magnetic field beyond Earth represented our sole hope for survival. Should it vanish, humanity would face immediate annihilation, and our planet would cease to exist. Therefore, unity was our only slender chance. He gestured to the silver insignia on his chest and proclaimed, "Those present here, like myself, are members of the three esteemed lists of heaven, earth, and humanity, the elite of the Tianyan nation. We are committed to nurturing you, to empower you to uphold the future of humanity. Now, I implore you all to access this website on your phones. The screen flickered to reveal a series of URLs. The assembly promptly retrieved their devices to comply. Resources serve as the driving force and rationale for the convergence of all individuals in this place. If it were merely a matter of selflessly contributing to the celestial fortune nation, it is likely that most would promptly flee. Upon entering the website, Chunqing was greeted with the enticing prospects of cultivation that Zhang Xingtian had spoken of, and it was undeniable that the allure was immense. Gene Potion. Purple. The effects are comparable to those of a purple-grade gem, with quicker absorption by the human body. Required points, 10. Gene Potion. Red. The effects are akin to those of a red-grade gem, with faster absorption. Required points, 100. Blood Fiend Heavy Sword. Low tier. Required points, 50. Blood Fiend Great Axe. Low tier. Required points, 60. Blood Fiend Lance. Mid-tier. Required points, 300. The list was extensive and the resources exceedingly abundant, allowing for direct filtering of desired items. Chunqing promptly entered his primary interest into the search bar, combat techniques, which immediately yielded a plethora of images featuring ancient texts as merchandise. Spiral Force. Low-tier combat technique effect. Enhances the strength of 1S attacks, concentrating their power. Required points, 100. Sky Ocean Wing. Mid-tier combat technique effect. A lightness technique that significantly boosts 1S mobility with advanced practice. It even grants a brief ability to hover. Required points, 1,000. An overwhelming array of products dazzle the eyes, causing many to breathe heavily, as these items, which required points for purchase, were of incalculable value and unattainable in the outside world. There are two methods for acquiring points, as explained by Zhang Xingtian: completing tasks listed, or performing deeds that contribute to the celestial fortune nation. Tasks. Almost everyone turned their attention to the task section, eager to explore. Eliminate serpent monsters. Level. Numerous purple-grade serpent monsters have gathered in Shenglan Village. Please proceed to Shenglan Village to eliminate them all and record video evidence. Reward. 5 points. Root out enemies. Level. Foreign invaders are wreaking havoc in the southern border region. Please go forth and eliminate them to uphold the dignity of the nation. Reward. 50 points. The rewards for redeeming points were exceptionally plentiful, yet the means to acquire points were equally arduous. Even the simplest tasks required the elimination of purple-grade monsters, yielding only 5 points, while redeeming the most basic combat technique necessitated the completion of 20 tasks of similar difficulty. With a hint of intrigue, Chunqing flipped to the last page, examining the most challenging tasks. Recapture the city. Level. Reclaim a city besieged by monsters, which would greatly uplift spirits, promote national prestige, and become a momentous event in history. Reward. 100,000 points. Chapter 62. Harvesting the Sunfire Flower. A reward of 100,000 points. This was sufficient to procure every item listed. Even 10 high-tier combat techniques or 10 high-tier blood fiend weapons would be more than ample. However, this was merely a fanciful notion. In reality, the point values of task rewards were evidently inflated, as it was unlikely anyone could accomplish them single-handedly. It seemed to serve merely as a showcase, a decorative element for onlookers. In addition, the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity are settled monthly. Zhang Xingtian declared that the specific details are also indicated on the website. If one is dissatisfied with their rank, they may challenge others. Upon victory, the rankings are exchanged, and the defeated party's rank descends by 1 position. This is evident to Chunqing, as the 3 major leaderboards are prominently displayed at the top. 1. Guhi. Monthly reward points, 500 points. 2. Chunyuming. Monthly reward points, 450 points. 3. Hanfeng. Monthly reward points, 400 points. 4. Qinyu. Monthly reward points, 390 points. As Chunqing glanced over the top 10 of the heaven ranking, his gaze ultimately lingered on the 3rd position, a shadow of seriousness crossing his eyes. Indeed, a formidable figure like Han Feng undoubtedly deserves a place atop the heaven ranking. While he was not surprised by Han Feng's presence, he was taken aback to discover that 2 others surpassed him in strength. The nation of Tianyun is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Chunqing could not help but reflect. Subsequently, Zhang Xingtian recounted many matters, yet the audience had lost interest, for the most crucial information had already been acquired, and their goals were now entirely aligned: to obtain points by any means necessary. This singular pursuit would suffice to occupy them for an extended period. In conclusion, he wished everyone boundless prospects, suggesting that perhaps some among them might achieve great success and be enshrined in human history. Once Zhang Shantian uttered his final words, the attendees dispersed from their seats. Ding dong. Upon returning to his room, Chun Qing's phone rang, signaling the arrival of a text message. What have you decided? The identity of the sender remained unknown, and the message was terse. How impatient. Chun Qing thought silently. Undoubtedly, the sender was Zhou Tian. Don't rush. Chun Qing replied with 2 words before leaping from the window and swiftly making his escape. Regardless of the circumstances beyond Earth, they posed no immediate threat to him. Presently, his most formidable adversaries were Han Feng and Yi Xiaotian, whose body had been seized by Xiao Shan. Before he amassed sufficient strength, he needed to avoid drawing attention. Bang! In less than a minute, Han Feng kicked open the door, exerting such force that the entire door fell off its hinges, the lock splintering. He scanned the empty room and snorted disdainfully, escaped rather quickly. Now, with the reception hall deserted, he could act freely. Relying on the intimidation of being third on the heaven ranking, who would dare to obstruct him? Unfortunately, his opponent had already sensed the situation and chose not to pursue. For him, the immediate priority was to acquire points and learn advanced combat techniques. Chun Qing was merely a trifling jester, easily dealt with at a later time. Leaving his room, Chun Qing procured a vehicle and promptly drove towards the outskirts of Baidi City. Earlier in the meeting, while sifting through tasks, he swiftly accepted a mission that promised to be both uncomplicated and richly rewarding: the acquisition of the Liryang flower. Collect Liryang flower, difficulty, level. Description: within the scenic area of Sunshine Village in Luofeng Town, outside Baidi City, there lies a dormant volcano. It is known that within the volcanic magma, a multitude of bright red Liryang flowers, exuding a searing aura, grow, guarded by a purple-gray giant python. Task requirement: collect 1 Liryang flower and deliver it to the points exchange to receive 5 points. A blazing sunflower is equivalent to 5 points, and the task description suggests that the quantity of these flowers is substantial, indicating that defeating the giant python and collecting all the blazing sunflowers will yield considerable points. The challenge lies in the task's inherent difficulty, primarily due to the magma, which typically reaches temperatures between 900 and 1400 degrees Celsius, sufficient to incinerate a human instantly. However, Chun Qing, possessing the body of extreme yang, boasts near-complete fire resistance, rendering him impervious to high temperatures, thus significantly reducing the challenge. He can only silently hope that his extreme yang physique proves sufficiently formidable. In Yinxian City, he was attacked by Han Feng with a fireball which, despite its temperature exceeding 100 degrees, could not singe a hair on his body. This confirmed his immunity not only to flames but also to high temperatures. A few hours later, Chun Qing arrived at Sunshine Village. The picturesque village greeted him with its enchanting scenery, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms, the ground lush with green grass, exuding vitality. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air invigorated Chun Qing. I recall Sunshine Village in Baidi City was a renowned tourist destination before the apocalypse. I never imagined it could retain its original charm. As he traversed the grassy expanse, he gazed into the distance, spotting the towering, majestic mountains that marked his destination. Suddenly, Chun Qing encountered a blue-layered green snake, slithering towards him, lured by the deadly allure of his extreme yang body. A fool's errand. Chun Qing chuckled, decisively taking action. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, undeniably tempting. Despite having reached the Meridian Realm and experiencing a surge in power, he remained subject to human cravings. Grains were still a necessity. Having avoided Han Feng by leaving the city early, he arrived here famished. The green snake had evidently anticipated this and came to offer itself. After indulging in the snake meat, Chun Qing managed to satisfy his hunger and strode purposefully to the base of the mountain, effortlessly climbing to the summit in mere seconds. A steady, heavy flow echoed beneath him. Peering down, the flames illuminated his face crimson, revealing black ashes floating atop the magma, with bubbles rising and thick smoke billowing, the searing heat enveloping him. With a gulp, Chun Qing swallowed hard. Even he, usually composed, felt that challenging the magma with his extreme yang body was somewhat reckless, inducing a sense of unease. Should he fail, plunging into the magma would result in instant vaporization, summoning a blue bow and arrow. He grasped his dagger in one hand while holding the bow in the other, carefully supporting himself as he descended. Upon reaching the surface of the magma, he cautiously extended his foot to touch it, concentrating fully. If he felt any pain, he would immediately withdraw and abandon the task. It seemed harmless. Watching his shoes burn and feeling the magma touch his skin, Chun Xing relaxed, for the temperature felt to him like a mere 40 degrees Celsius to an ordinary person. Entirely bearable. He returned to the mountain's peak, disrobing and placing his white stones and ancient texts aside to prevent them from being destroyed by the magma. Mindful of the potential embarrassment of encountering others during his descent, without hesitation, he leaped down, bare as the day he was born. Plop! The surface of the magma churned, and liquid splashed as Chun Xing plunged into the molten rock, akin to bathing in a hot spring, feeling both invigorated and unscathed. A thought struck him. This is indeed a splendid refuge. His ability to withstand the high temperatures of the magma did not imply that others could do the same. In the event of a grave crisis, feigning suicide by leaping into the magma was not an inconceivable strategy. Subsequently, as Chun Xing surveyed his surroundings within the magma, he noticed numerous blazing sunflowers adorning the walls a mere 10 meters below. Given their density, it was conservatively estimated that the total number of sunflowers within the magma could yield him thousands of points. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately submerged himself to begin harvesting. Suddenly, a crimson giant python, exceeding 10 meters in length, emerged in Chun Xing's line of sight, parting the searing magma as it advanced towards him, its piercing, sanguine eyes radiating malice, and its cavernous mouth agape, ready to devour this unwelcome intruder. Chapter 63. Wishing you success. Chun Xing, undaunted, engaged in battle. Acknowledging the Guardian's presence, I owe you my ability to undertake this task. With humanity's current technology, gathering flora from within the magma was a trivial matter. However, the existence of a giant python posed a significant challenge, necessitating both overcoming and defeating it. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, he felt largely unthreatened by any singular purple-level adversary. As the python approached, Chun Xing found himself somewhat hindered by the magma, making him an easy target for its bite. Yet, composed in the face of danger, he leapt just in time to evade its fangs, willingly allowing himself to be swallowed whole, causing a noticeable bulge to form within the serpent's body. Hissing, the python, intent on eliminating the intruder, retreated into the depths of the magma. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the chamber. In the next moment, the python's body convulsed violently, as if suffering an unimaginable blow. Hut, hut, hut. Inside the python, Chun Xing remained expressionless, relentlessly pummeling the creature's flesh, causing blood to spurt forth and its body to swell. Enduring immense pain, the python struggled, utterly unprepared for its prey's tenacity. Had it known, it would have first constricted its quarry before consuming it. Within the magma, Chun Xing writhed fiercely, colliding with the walls in an attempt to crush the sustenance within. Alas, all was in vain. Given Chun Xing's current physique, such impacts were inconsequential, especially as he was still ensconced within the python's form, with the force of his strikes mitigated by the serpent's body. At a certain moment, Chun Xing shattered the python's body, tearing through its flesh and escaping. While the creature succumbed to its demise, its lifeless form bobbing upon the magma's surface, drenched in blood. Momentarily disregarding the python's carcass, Chun Xing descended deeper into the magma, commencing his harvest of the vibrant, crimson sunflowers that emitted a faint glow. To his astonishment, such a bountiful yield on his first mission was beyond his expectations. With thousands of points to gain, the resources he could acquire would undoubtedly amplify his combat prowess significantly. One could surmise that the task's issuer had never anticipated that someone would not only collect sunflowers, but also clear every last one from within the magma. As he descended deeper into the magma to harvest the fiery sunflowers, he discovered that the closer he got to the bottom, the higher the quality of the sunflowers. The petals emitted a peculiar, enchanting fragrance, adorned with mysterious, ethereal patterns. If a single fiery sunflower could yield a certain number of points, it must possess intrinsic value equivalent to, or even surpassing, 5 points. Chun Xing pondered this thought. He could not fathom that the individuals at the point exchange in Tianyan Kingdom would engage in unprofitable transactions. After collecting a dozen fiery sunflowers, he first returned to the surface to deposit them before making another descent into the magma for further harvesting. Each return, whether 100 or 1,000 meters, signified the necessity for deeper exploration on the next venture. After expending considerable effort, Chunqing had amassed over 100 fiery sunflowers on the first day, enough to procure a mid-tier, bloodthirsty weapon, leading him to feel as though fortune had smiled upon him. Perhaps, through this collection mission, I can significantly narrow the gap between myself and Han Feng in a short span of time. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Chunqing's eyes. As the third on the heavenly rankings, the pressure exerted by Han Feng was immense. In the days to come, he would need to devote himself entirely to surpassing his rival. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Although the quality of the fiery sunflowers deeper within the magma was superior, their numbers were exceedingly scarce, compounded by the vastness of the internal space, making his search quite troublesome. On his 23rd descent into the magma, Chunqing felt his breath quicken, overwhelmed by an oppressive sensation emanating from all directions, hindering his movements. He must be nearly 3,000 meters below the surface. With the physical strength of the Meridian realm, descending 3,000 meters was nearing his limit. Further descent would expose him to the terrifying pressure that could crush him alive. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with a sea of crimson, devoid of life. An eerie silence enveloping the area, which had become an impenetrable forbidden zone. Harvesting a solitary fiery sunflower growing on the rock face, Chunqing decided to ascend, for he could not linger in this area without risking disaster. Suddenly, a gigantic bubble began to rise slowly, capturing his attention. What is this? Chunqing was taken aback, peering downward to discern a black mass lurking beneath the position from which the bubble emerged. Is there life 3,000 meters beneath the volcanic magma? Filled with curiosity and trepidation, he cautiously approached, striving to remain silent, until he unveiled the true nature of the creature. It was a lizard. More accurately, it resembled a reptilian creature, its features grotesque, cloaked in fiery red, its skin covered in scales, with sharp claws and teeth, and a long, thick tail estimated to reach 10 meters. Such a creature was not solitary. Gazing downward, Chunqing observed a multitude of black forms lurking in the depths, all belonging to the same species, seemingly in a deep slumber, unaware of his presence. Staring at the countless black dots, even without a phobia of clusters, Chunqing felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart pounding in astonishment. He sensed a profound threat emanating from each lizard, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, causing him to hold his breath in fear of disturbing these beings. If these creatures awakened from their slumber, what would they do? Would they, like other monsters, invade human territories? Upon reflection, Chunqing felt a chill enveloping his entire being and refrained from indulging in further conjecture, retreating upstream. Above the vast heavens loomed the extraterrestrials, while beneath the earth lurked enigmatic creatures. The survival conditions for humanity appeared exceedingly grim. Returning to the surface, Chunqing inhaled the fresh air deeply, experiencing a surge of clarity. The thought of those lizards awakening and crawling onto land sent shivers down his spine. He couldn't shake the unease. If lizards were to lie in wait at 3,000 meters, what horrors might lurk even deeper? There were no guarantees that beings more terrifying than lizards did not reside below. Nevertheless, he resolved to take things one step at a time, recognizing that the fate of humanity was beyond his control. After a moment of contemplation, Chunqing couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, dismissing the distracting thoughts. Some events, once set in motion, were far beyond his capacity to impede. Much like the extraterrestrials, should a formidable being akin to those in the annals of memory emerge, capriciously obliterating the earth with a single punch, no amount of cleverness would save him from oblivion. The future was an enigma, so it was better to live in the present. Regaining his composure, he returned to the sunny village, cleansing himself of impurities by the stream, before donning his garments and beginning to tally the spoils of his journey. A total of 235 sunfire flowers. Chunqing's spirit soared, at 5 points each. That amounted to a staggering 175 points, sufficient to procure numerous treasures. Contemplating this, he dialed a number. "Hello, this is the point exchange office of Baidi City." An aged voice resonated on the other end. Given the significant stakes involved in point transactions, high-ranking officials typically manage them personally, eschewing the hiring of sweet-voiced customer service representatives to avoid any potential mishaps. "I wish to inquire about the uses of sunfire flowers," Chunqing stated directly. "Sunfire flowers?" The voice on the other end momentarily faltered, then erupted with excitement. Did you acquire sunfire flowers? Please answer my question, Chen Qing replied calmly. The tone of the other party only reinforced his belief that these flowers held considerable importance to them. Sunfire flowers are one of the mutated plants that emerged with the onset of the apocalypse, and among the rare non-aggressive advanced mutations, they are invaluable for our research. What research? Research on how to restore monsters to their original state. Restore to their original state? Are you jesting? Chen Qing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, came the firm response. Oh, very well. I wish you success, Chen Qing concluded, hanging up the call. Chapter 64, Bit by Bit. Within Baidi City, at the point exchange office, an elderly man with a youthful visage was left in a state of astonishment, almost doubting his hearing. Wish me success? You haven't even given me the sunfire flowers yet. What success could I possibly claim? Gradually regaining his composure, his expression darkened. That little rascal was quite slippery. Clearly, the other party had discerned his deception. The notion that the sunfire flowers could restore monsters to their original forms was indeed rather dubious, yet time was of the essence. Leaving him no choice but to fabricate a tale, he couldn't divulge the truth, given the stakes involved with the sunfire flowers. Old Nyo, what's going on? A staff member, noticing the usually affable elder's unusual demeanor, inquired with curiosity. Do not disturb me. I must focus on dealing with that little rascal. The man referred to as Old Nyo interjected. The staff member was left bewildered. Hello. Chen Qing answered the phone with a calm demeanor. Our Points Redemption Center is in dire need of solar flowers. If you happen to possess any, I would greatly appreciate your presence to exchange them for points, which would also serve as a modest contribution to our nation, said Nyo Lao Dao. Chen Qing chuckled softly. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. What do you mean? Nu Lao In Guit Papa. The solar flower holds immense value. Otherwise, you would not have taken the trouble to call, Chen Qing patiently explained. While he was not fully aware of the flower's worth, he needed the other party to recognize that he understood its significance, even if this meant revealing that he initially lacked knowledge about it. Nyo Lao, unable to suppress a gasp, felt as though he had inadvertently fallen into the other person's trap. The thought of having been deceived, even by an elder, filled him with indignation. What do you want? He grumbled, rubbing his nose. Do you not think 5 points is rather insufficient? Chen Qing sighed, his voice tinged with bitterness. I have exerted considerable effort to acquire the solar flowers, and to receive merely 5 points feels quite disheartening. You only obtained a few? Nu Lao Quetstein, Bui. Typically, if one could procure solar flowers, they would have successfully entered the magma's depths, where they could collect at least 100. As he had previously used instruments to explore the area and found an abundance of solar flowers, hindered only by the presence of a giant python. Indeed, Chen Qing nodded. I ventured into the magma and managed to gather only a few before being confronted by a giant python. Unable to defeat it, I had no choice but to escape. I risked my life to collect the solar flowers, only to receive a mere 5 points. This hardly seems fair. He had prepared his reasoning well in advance. Nu Lao, believing he understood the other's intentions, hesitated for a moment, sighed dramatically, and feigned helplessness. Very well, I will personally authorize an additional 5 points. 20 points. Chen Qing stated firmly. Nyo Lao's expression froze, and, after a moment of grinding his teeth, he retorted, 10 points. Do not think that points are easily earned. 20 points. Chen Qing remained resolute, refusing to budge. It was clear that Nyo Lao would not easily increase the offer. 5 points was still well within his tolerance. And Chen Qing was determined not to suffer a loss. Naturally, he also dared not demand an exorbitant price, as provoking the other party could yield no benefit for him. 15 points. Do not presume I am unaware. You undoubtedly possess more solar flowers. Let me be frank. The solar flower is an indispensable component of the genetic formula we are currently researching. The flower alone holds no significance, and keeping it would be futile. What genetic formula? Chen Qing asked, intrigued. Nyo Lao replied curtly, a secret. Then there is nothing further to discuss. I wish you success. You. Nyo Lao nearly choked in frustration, his temper flaring. Fine, 20 points it is. Come over immediately to claim your reward. The importance of the solar flower made it impossible for him to relent. No, Chen Qing firmly refused. Not possible. Old Nyo furrowed his brow, his demeanor heavy with unrestrained irritation. Young man, do not overstep. This is not a marketplace. An insatiable greed begets no good. He warned. Do not misunderstand. For I wish to convey that enemies of mine reside within Baidi City. Chun Qing clarified. Venturing in would be perilous for me. I appreciate your effort to come out to Yangwang Village, where I currently await you. Old Nyo pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. We shall discuss the specifics upon my arrival. Just as he was about to end the call, Chun Qing interjected. Wait. Reluctantly, Old Nyo picked up the phone again. What else is it, you little rascal? If possible, I would be grateful if you could bring a selection of high-grade bloodthirsty weaponry for me to choose from, as well as lower-tier combat techniques, such as mastery of the blade and mastery of the fist, alongside mid-tier techniques like blade draw, slashing clear cloud step. Chun Qing spoke calmly. Why was he so eager to accumulate points? Simply put, it was to enhance his strength. Naturally, he aimed to exchange them for items of immediate utility. As for the high-grade bloodthirsty weaponry, he could not ascertain their suitability without seeing them in person, making it difficult to make a choice. However, he could purchase the combat techniques on the spot. Old Nyo was momentarily rendered speechless. Did you not possess merely a handful of fiery sunflowers? He nearly blurted out, forcing himself to swallow the words. Hello, are you still there? Chun Qing inquired. Rest assured, I will certainly bring what you requested, Old Nyo replied after a long silence. His frustration evident as he nearly ground his teeth, his face darkened as if smeared with soy sauce. 20 points per sunflower, given your tone. You must have at least 100. That totals to 2,000 points. What a loss for me. By the way, when you say a handful, how many do you mean? Not many. Just over 200, came the unassuming reply. Old Nyo's lips twitched in disbelief. Over 200? That amounts to over 4,000 points. Are you attempting to drain the treasury? Taking a deep breath, he attempted to mitigate his earlier miscalculation. Young man, I can grant you 20 points for the first 100 fiery sunflowers, but for the remaining 100 or so, they will only be worth 5 points each. After all, in bulk they lose value. Oh, Chun Qing acknowledged, a hint of regret in his tone. Old Nyo's eyes brightened. He finally felt he had salvaged some dignity and was about to calmly engage in further negotiation when the other party added. Isn't it a stroke of luck that I happen to have exactly 100 on hand? Chun Qing expressed his relief. I miscounted earlier, my apologies. You were shrewd. Old Nyo conceded. Come now, what do you mean by that? I genuinely made an error in counting. I'm an honest person. How could I deceive you? Chun Qing protested innocently. At 20 points each, prepare over 200 fiery sunflowers for me. Understood. The line went dead with a heavy click. Chun Qing put away his phone and patted the abundant fiery sunflowers beside him, feeling quite satisfied. I am counting on you all to help me achieve wealth. Chapter 65. The Crescent Moonblade. The following morning, as dawn breaks, the crisp autumn air carries a hint of chill and desolation. Dewdrops, glistening like gems, dangle from the tips of grass and leaves, poised to fall. The sound of a vehicle compressing the delicate grass as it enters the sunlit village catches Chun Qing's attention, prompting him to emerge from a small pavilion where he had sought respite the day before. With a sharp click, the car door swings open, revealing a trio of bodyguards in tailored suits and sunglasses escorting a venerable elder with flowing white hair. They vigilantly scan their surroundings, apprehensive of any potential threats to the elder's safety. Chun Qing approaches, inquiring, Are you the one from the phone call? Indeed, the elder replies, scrutinizing Chun Qing's bare feet with a mix of surprise and admiration. Truly impressive for one so young. He had not anticipated being outwitted by someone barely in their 20s. Chun Qing steps into the pavilion and produces a bulging sack filled with blazing sunflowers. Here they are. Please verify the count. The elder nods, gesturing to his bodyguards, who promptly take the sack and begin their inspection. Young man, 20 points per flower is rather steep, he remarks, his tone tinged with reluctance. The exchange point had only opened recently, and he felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing such precious items. There are variances in the quality of blazing sunflowers, particularly those harvested from deeper magma layers, Chun Qing suggests. The elder pauses, then quickly presses forward. Step aside. The bodyguards obediently clear the way as he unfurls the sack, extracting a particularly vibrant sunflower. He examines its distinctly patterned leaves, a flicker of astonishment and delight crossing his face. Tell me honestly, how deep into the magma did you venture? Approximately 3,000 meters, though I cannot specify exactly. Chun Qing responds candidly, feeling no need for concealment. The three bodyguards exchange incredulous glances, astonished by the revelation. 3,000 meters? What audacity! Did you not fear for your life? Are there more sunflowers deeper down? The elder inquires. Yes, Chun Qing affirms, but there are numerous monsters lurking below. Monsters? Yes. Each far more formidable than myself, at least of red tier strength, he divulges, aware of the potential calamity should these creatures escape from the magma and threaten the surface world. While his methods may seem self-serving, he is not a mercenary at heart. Perhaps, alerting the higher echelons of the Tianyu nation could facilitate preemptive measures to avert disaster. I understand. The elder nods gravely, recognizing the significance of this intelligence. If Chun Qing's assertions hold true, the creatures within the magma warrant serious attention and precaution. Is it truly that vital? Chun Qing ponders aloud, then queries, what do you believe this information is worth in points? The elder, taken aback, mutters, has this young man become obsessed with accumulating points? There are no points. His voice carries an edge of irritation. The nation maintains stringent control over point allocation. One cannot simply bestow them at will. The exorbitant value of the blazing sunflowers stems from their irreplaceable role in ongoing genetic research. Otherwise, he would not have raised the price so readily. How unfortunate. Chun Qing sighs. By the way, elder, did you bring the bloodthirsty weapon I requested? Indeed, I have. Old Nyo confirmed that the number of the fiery sunflowers amounted to 235, with some of exceptional quality, which greatly elevated his spirits. He instructed his bodyguard to bring a sack and then addressed Chun Qing, saying, "It's in the car. Feel free to choose for yourself." The group proceeded to the vehicle's trunk, where the bodyguard retrieved 3 black boxes of varying sizes. "What about the combat techniques?" Chun Qing inquired. Old Nyo replied, "I will transfer the points to you. Once you purchase the combat techniques, the content will appear on the bookshelf of the website. You must read and memorize it within 2 hours. After that, it will be automatically destroyed. Furthermore, you must not divulge it, not even to your family. We have ways to ascertain whether you have shared the information, so proceed with caution." Understood, Chun Qing nodded. The prohibition against sharing was imperative, otherwise, the so-called combat techniques would soon become common knowledge. While this would benefit the populace by significantly enhancing their chances of survival in the apocalypse, it would simultaneously strip the Tianyu nation's leadership of control over the most valuable weapons wielded by the top 3 ranks of power. For the precariously positioned Tianyu nation, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. With a click, the 3 bodyguards each held a box, facing Chun Qing as they unlocked and lifted the lids. A dazzling radiance in red, black, and silver spilled forth from the boxes, shimmering brilliantly even in the clear morning light. These are 3 advanced bloodthirsty weapons in the form of large blades. Choose as you wish. Just a word of caution, even with over 4,000 points. You can purchase only one, Old Nyo explained. Advanced bloodthirsty weapons are invaluable, capable of significantly enhancing an individual's strength, yet they are rare commodities. One of the key factors in the state's control over the top-tier warriors. Even affluent families can at most procure mid-tier, bloodthirsty weapons, as the truly talented scientists are all engaged in serving the nation. With a sense of anticipation, Chun Qing approached to select a weapon. The 3 boxes, arranged from left to right, contained a broad, deep red blade that appeared as if stained with blood, a slender, gleaming katana reminiscent of liquid mercury, and a jet-black crescent blade with a clear hilt pattern. You only mentioned blades without specifying the type. So, I brought these 3 common varieties, Old Nyo remarked slowly. If none appeal to you, I can fetch others. No need, Chun Qing replied, grasping the 2-meter-long crescent blade, feeling its weighty presence. Despite being at the initial stage of the Meridian opening realm, he found it challenging to wield. However, the moment he held the crescent blade, a surge of formidable energy coursed through him, amplifying his strength by at least 20%, invigorating his spirit. Instantly, a glint of determination flashed in Chun Qing's eyes as he declared, "I like this blade. The saying goes, an inch in length, an inch in strength." Even though the crescent blade might sacrifice some agility compared to shorter blades, its power far surpassed them. Wielding it with both hands, its length and might provided a distinct advantage. Moreover, the blade's design particularly resonated with him. "You have a discerning eye, young man." Old Nyo chuckled, stating that this weapon was the result of a devoted researcher who admired the legendary Guan Yu. It was meticulously crafted to mimic the QNGL in YNUDO, measuring exactly 9 feet 5 inches in height. The weight was artificially increased to a staggering 25,000 pounds to enhance its power. If one could truly master it, A single strike would surely fell a purple-tier monster. Therefore, with such discernment, could you offer me a discount? Chun Qing shyly smiled, for this fellow's audacity was beyond measure. Instantly, old Nyo's expression stabilized, and he resolutely declared, a tenfold friendship price, and no less. A weapon valued at several thousand points could not afford to be discounted, even by a mere fraction, as it would incur significant losses. How much is the total? 3,500 points. Old Nyo stated seriously. The might of this YNUDO justifies this price. All right, I'll take it. Chun Qing nodded, refraining from further bargaining. Excessive negotiation could be tedious. And ultimately, the price remained unchanged. Chapter 66. Selecting Battle Techniques. Upon concluding the transaction, Chun Qing's mobile account was credited with the remaining 1,200 points. YNUDO had consumed most of his points. You may select your battle techniques online. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Old Nyo remarked. His visit was solely due to the significant implications of the Li Ying Huan gene serum research. Otherwise, he would not have wasted time coming here. Understood. Chun Qing nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Work hard, young man. The future of Tianyu Nation relies on you youthful spirits, Old Nyo said, patting Chun Qing on the shoulder before departing in his vehicle. Inside the car, glancing at Chun Qing, who was contemplating the YNUDO through the rearview mirror, Old Nyo smiled. Ranked 953rd, this young man is quite intriguing. I must investigate his background and keep a close watch on him. He conveyed this directive to his bodyguard, a youth, not yet 20, who could endure the terrifying heat and venture 3,000 meters into the magma to acquire the Li Ying, who possessed undeniable strength and talent. He certainly warranted attention. Yes, sir. Rise. Chun Qing exerted himself to lift the YNUDO, his face flushed and his hands trembling slightly from the exertion. 25,000 pounds was still too much for him. It would take time to wield it effectively. Reluctantly, he stored the YNUDO within himself. Instantly, a formidable power surged within him, significantly enhancing his strength by at least 50%. It appeared that the amplification of the bloodthirsty weapon's power could not be infinitely stacked. Chun Qing clenched his fist, realizing that the power of the blue bow had dissipated, yet the strength from the silver armor remained, which was better than nothing. Subsequently, he opened his phone to select battle techniques, knowing he must wisely utilize the remaining points. Otherwise, even with a fine weapon, he could not fully exploit its advantages. Introduction to blade techniques. Common, the ultimate treasure for blade practitioners. Required points, 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Qing immediately purchased it. Mastery of weaponry must be approached step by step. He needed to begin with the most fundamental concepts. After making a purchase, a book titled Introduction to Sword Techniques appeared on his bookshelf, displaying a validity period of 2 hours. With time running short, Chin swiftly opened the book and began to read, relying on the memories of his previous training. In merely half an hour, he had thoroughly absorbed the content. Confident that he would not make any mistakes, he continued to scroll through the list of combat techniques. Mastery of sword techniques, precious and essential item for advancing from beginner-level sword skills. Required points, 5. Chun mused, must I separate these as well? He was momentarily speechless. However, having committed to practicing sword techniques, he had no intention of giving up halfway. For the next half hour, Chun memorized mastery of sword techniques and sought out 2 additional combat techniques to pave the way for his sword practice. Blade Draw Slash, low-level combat technique effect, focuses 1's strength into a single slash. Although the resulting power is formidable, it requires a build-up time, making it susceptible to interruption. Required points, 100. Triple Slash, intermediate combat technique effect, executes 3 consecutive strikes forward, each more powerful than the last. However, if interrupted midway, the second strike cannot be delivered. Required points, 800. Advanced combat techniques demanded an exorbitant number of points, nearly all exceeding 3,000, rendering them unaffordable for now. Thus, he ultimately selected a movement technique. Flowing Cloud Steps, low-level combat technique effect. Mastering the flowing cloud steps allows for a sudden increase in speed for a short duration. Required points, 100. In truth, there were countless superior steps beyond flowing cloud, but with his points dwindling, he could only purchase those within a suitable price range. The entire morning was consumed in memorizing the combat techniques, and it was not until the afternoon that Chin found time to practice. Rather than opting for the Crescent Moonblade, he used a branch of equal length as his weapon for the basics. It was not that he refrained from using a bloodthirsty weapon. It was simply that with his current strength, even lifting it was cumbersome, let alone wielding it with ease. To practice with it would be akin to digging his own grave. Whoosh, whoosh. The lightweight branch danced through the air with vigor. The sword emphasized steadiness and power, primarily relying on slashing attacks, with cutting, thrusting, and chopping serving as secondary techniques. Unlike the intricate and diverse techniques of swordplay, the basics were simpler, yet more suited for the battlefield. The popularity of swords stemmed more from their symbolic status. Many ancient scholars favored carrying swords, despite their practicality being inferior to that of knives, guns, and spears. Chun preferred substance over superficiality, so when choosing a weapon, his first thought was always of knives or spears. In a world teetering on the edge of collapse, the means to preserve one's life was the true skill. Time slipped away as he practiced. As the sun descended, it cast a golden hue over the verdant grass. The renowned Sunshine Village, famed for its picturesque scenery, lay in the distance, breathtakingly beautiful. After practicing diligently for an entire afternoon, Chun finally ceased, exhaling a breath of fatigue as he returned to his vehicle. With his current physique and innate understanding, he quickly grasped the preliminary application of sword techniques, which was the most crucial aspect. Ding dong. His phone rang. It seemed the interruptions were relentless. Chun furrowed his brow upon seeing a text message, knowing it must surely be from Zhou Tian. He could discern that Zhou Tian placed great importance on her physique. Indeed, as Zhou Tian had mentioned, the extreme yang body, when first harmonizing yin and yang, greatly benefits both parties. However, as one progresses in realm, the effects become increasingly pronounced. Thus, he was reluctant to squander such potential at the initial stage of the meridian opening realm. Do not rush, Chun Xing replied succinctly, leaving her in suspense. He then set aside his phone and ventured to a nearby town to seek shelter for the night. Shihu Town, nestled against the historically rich Baidi city, was sheltered from devastation and had suffered little during the onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, after several months of reconstruction, it had regained a semblance of prosperity. The streets were abuzz with activity as Chun Xing parked his vehicle and approached a nearby guest house. "Hello, welcome," the proprietor greeted him with a warm smile. "What's the price for a single room?" Chun Xing inquired. "Price?" The owner's smile faltered momentarily before he explained, "Young man, our establishment no longer accepts currency from the era before the apocalypse. Hard cash has been replaced by gray-level beads." "Beads?" Chun Xing was taken aback, surprised by how swiftly businesses had adapted to the changing times. However, it made sense. In the current landscape, money was rendered meaningless, while beads that could enhance strength were paramount for survival and enjoyment. "Very well," Chun Xing nodded. "Where might I find monsters nearby?" The owner hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively, his enthusiasm waning. "Forget it. Outside the town at night, a pack of wolves lurks. If you venture beyond the town, you might lose your life. Alas, I suppose I am unfortunate. Here, take this." He tossed a key to Chun Xing, saying with a hint of sympathy, "Seeing as you have no shoes, I feel remiss in asking for rent. Room 105, please check out proactively tomorrow." Chun Xing accepted the key with a smile, replying, "Good deeds are rewarded." With that, he entered the corridor and proceeded to his room. As night deepened and the stars shone brightly, a chilling howl echoed through the air, infusing an added sense of danger into the town's night. The streets emptied as the lights dimmed. Chun Xing, resting, opened his eyes, rose, and opened the window, then leaped down to make his way outside the town. Chapter 67. Practicing Sword Techniques. At the town's entrance, a few guards stood trembling, clutching torches, encircled by a roaring bonfire that cast a crimson glow around them, anxious for the approach of wolves. In the distance, pairs of green, glistening eyes appeared, exuding a chilling aura. Gulp! A slender guard swallowed nervously, his voice quivering. "What on earth is happening with these wolves tonight? Normally, they flee at the sight of the bonfire. Though these wolves have reached the yellow level, they should still fear fire," replied another portly guard, his pallid complexion betraying his fear. Suddenly, they heard rustling behind them and turned alertly, only to exhale in relief upon seeing a strikingly handsome youth rather than a beast. "Kid, daring to roam about at this hour? Seeking death?" The slender guard barked, his tone harsh due to his earlier fright. Chun Xing calmly inquired, "Do you have a long-handled saber?" It was only prudent for those stationed at the town's entrance to possess weaponry for the safety of the town. "What do you intend to do?" The guard asked. Practice swordplay, Chen Qing stated plainly. Practice swordplay? The diminutive guard, with a peculiar expression, scrutinized Chen Qing from head to toe and cautioned, Young man, the wild wolves outside are of the yellow grade, and their numbers are considerable. Do not recklessly seek glory. It could cost you your life. Fear not, they cannot harm me, Chen Qing replied confidently. The small guard attempted to offer further advice, but was interrupted by the portly guard. The latter entered the tent and emerged with a long-handled sword. Is this sufficient? Absolutely, Chen Qing nodded, stepping forward to grasp the sword, and then he set off toward the multitude of wild wolves beyond the town. My brother, what are you planning? The small guard inquired, perplexed. The wolves have no interest in the sword. We can reclaim it, the portly guard chuckled. If he insists on courting death, we cannot stop him. Today, the wolves linger, likely famished. If he does not venture forth, we might be the unfortunate ones. The small guard suddenly understood. So that's it. You are indeed wise. Of course, they felt no remorse for the lives that may be lost. In a world where life is cheap, where each day is uncertain, few are inclined to meddle in others' affairs. Most merely wish to survive. A wolf howled, eyes gleaming with greed, charging fiercely at Chen Qing. Unperturbed, he swung the sword down at the perfect moment, cleaving the creature's skull with precision. The blade swept through effortlessly, separating flesh from bone in an instant. With the death of their companion, the remaining wolves, driven by primal instincts and an insatiable hunger for flesh, could no longer restrain themselves and lunged at Chen Qing. Jaws agape, as if to take a bite. Calmly, Chen Qing executed a horizontal sweep with his sword, bisecting several wolves mid-air. Blood sprang forth as they met their untimely demise. In battle, one truly masters their skills. After an afternoon of practice in the air, he had merely scratched the surface of wielding the sword. To fully acclimate to its usage, further experience was essential. Moreover, dealing with the wolves that plagued the town served a dual purpose, as their pelts could be bartered for rent. Truly a threefold gain. Witnessing Chen Qing's formidable prowess, slaying one wolf with each stroke, left the two guards in stunned silence, their breath hitching in fear, utterly captivated. They had never encountered such a fierce and terrifying human warrior. With an impassive expression, Chen Qing continued to wield the sword, be it in slashes, sweeps, or thrusts, rapidly accumulating practical experience. Each strike was swift and deadly, the glint of the blade striking fear into the heart. As the battle unfolded, Chen Qing's attacks grew increasingly adept. The disparity in strength was evident. It was a massacre for him against the wolves. Enticed by the allure of flesh, the wolves became reckless, losing their fear of death, charging forth in a frenzy. Before them lay a coveted treasure, an elixir that promised elevation, a consensus etched in their minds. Sensing Chen Qing's presence, they hesitated not, even preparing to invade the town. In a mere 10 minutes, the battle concluded. Chen Qing tore off a piece of wolf hide, collected dozens of yellow orbs, and leisurely returned to the two guards, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Will you take me to feed the wolves?" His senses were exceptionally acute, and he could hear the conversation between the two individuals with crystal clarity. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two guards changed dramatically. Their faces drained of color as they fell to their knees before Chen Qing, exclaiming, "Brother, we were wrong. I shall slap myself 10 times. And I want that long knife." After speaking, Chen Qing dismissed them without further ado and departed, leaving behind a series of resounding slaps echoing through the air. Morning arrived, and Chen Qing awoke leisurely, wielding his knife to check out at the front desk. He tossed a blood-soaked wolf pelt, wrapped with numerous yellow beads, onto the counter, declaring, "Boss, this is the rent." The boss, startled by the ever-dripping blood, stammered, "What is this?" "My rent," Chen Qing replied before making his exit. He needed to seek out more prey to hone his blade skills, for he could not afford a pause in his pursuit of Hanfeng. Otherwise, their next encounter could lead to his untimely demise. After a considerable pause, the boss reluctantly accepted the reality, trembling as he unwrapped the wolf pelt. Instantly, a radiant yellow glow spilled forth, revealing a multitude of beads. Staring at this spectacle, he was utterly dumbfounded. Dozens of yellow beads were enough to elevate him into the awakening realm, transforming him into a prominent figure in town. It was no exaggeration to say that this guest, who had stayed merely one night, had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Leaving the inn, Chen Qing entered a shoe store, exchanging some yellow beads for several pairs of shoes. He then refueled his vehicle at a gas station before continuing his training regimen. While driving, he scrolled through his phone in search of suitable tasks. Assassinate Ma Yuan, difficulty level. Introduction. Ma Yuan of the Ma family village has been committing heinous acts in Ziding Town, leveraging his advanced awakening realm strength. Yet he is exceedingly cunning, having evaded capture multiple times. If encountered, he must be killed without mercy. Reward points, 200 points. Collect Zhejiang grass, difficulty level. Introduction. At the summit of the exceptionally frigid Tianji Snow Mountain, there exists a plant known as Zhejiang grass. Please proceed to gather it. Reward points, 8 points per plant. Qin found the pace of earning points from these tasks rather slow, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. The task of collecting the liang flower was indeed a rare opportunity. However, there were numerous similar tasks available. For instance, collecting Zhejiang grass was a task that most would shy away from, as the introduction noted that the Tianji Snow Mountain had undergone anomalies. Plunging temperatures to minus 200 degrees Celsius at the summit, potentially surpassing the known limits of human cold tolerance. Even those at the Meridian realm would likely freeze to death. Yet for someone with a unique physique unperturbed by the cold, such a task would be trivial. Browsing through the task list, Qin was astonished to find the name of someone he recognized. Eliminate Yi Xiaotian, difficulty level. Introduction. Within Yunxian City, a man named Yi Xiaotian has been ruthlessly slaughtering humans, absorbing their essence to augment his own strength, resulting in the deaths of thousands. His power is likely to surpass the Meridian realm, making him exceedingly dangerous. Those with the capability and ambition are urged to eliminate him. Reward points, 8,000 points. Chapter 68. A storm is brewing. To his surprise, Qin found Xiao Shan's actions to be exceedingly reckless, leaving him with a sense of unease. Both Han Feng and Xiao Shan desire his life. He must avoid encounters with either of them, for there is no guarantee he will be as fortunate as before in eluding danger. As for this assignment, he dares not accept it. A frail camel outweighs a horse. And while Xiao Shan may be nearing his limit, having expended his energy, he remains beyond Qin's capacity to defeat. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, brother. Are you all right? Lu Shang inquired with concern. I'm fine, Qin replied with a smile. That's good to hear. I heard you've gone to Baidi City. Yes. Baidi City is not comparable to Yunxian City. It is the capital of Tianyun Nation, a place teeming with talent and brilliance. The individual named Han Feng has recently become exceedingly arrogant, having challenged the top 2 on the heavenly rankings, achieving resounding victories. You must exercise caution. Rest assured, I am not in immediate danger. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin ended the call and opened the news announcements on the website, immediately spotting 2 glaringly significant updates. The third on the heavenly rankings, Han Feng, challenges the second, Qin Yuming, and defeats him effortlessly in just 10 moves. The second, Han Feng, challenges the first, Gu He, resulting in a grueling 5-hour battle, with Han Feng narrowly claiming victory. After scanning these explosive pieces of news, Qin took a deep breath. I truly did not overestimate you. The fact that Han Feng could engage in a fierce battle with Xiao Shan, whose strength had surged dramatically, and still arrive unscathed in Baidi City, left Qin with no doubt that Han Feng would be a formidable adversary. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Meridian realm, and it was likely that he had now broken through to the body refinement realm. Qin's gaze flickered, sensing an unprecedented weight of pressure. During this period, it seemed their disparity in strength had not only persisted, but had widened significantly. Ding dong. As he contemplated his next course of action, his phone rang once more. This is unexpected, Qin mused, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated a call from the points exchange office. Choosing to answer, he said, Hello, Qin. A cold, defiant male voice came through, neither wholly unfamiliar nor entirely strange. Qin's breath caught in his throat. He instantly recognized the caller. Han Feng. It was truly unbelievable that Han Feng would call him from the points exchange office. Impressive, Han Feng remarked with a sneer in just a few days. You managed to accumulate over 4,000 points. Qin frowned. Get to the point. Had he called specifically to commend him? This was clearly not his true intention. I have conducted an investigation into you, Han Feng stated indifferently. The details aligned closely with the record from the points exchange office. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the silently fuming Niu Lao beside him, gesturing for him to calm down. Qin's heart sank at these words. What did this mean? Was Han Feng so familiar with the points exchange office that he could access records at will? Or did his status as the top of the heavenly rankings grant him unchecked authority? Did he know what was documented in those records? Han Feng clicked his tongue in amazement as the words revealed a harrowing tale. You are an orphan, taken in by a drunken man since childhood, languishing in a poverty-stricken area, assisting the inebriate in earning his liquor money until the apocalypse descended. You escaped the city and showcased extraordinary survival skills in the desert, seizing numerous opportunities and astonishing everyone. Furthermore, credible sources suggest that your physique is remarkably unique, provoking relentless pursuits by monsters and potentially possessing a special effect that induces their evolution. This investigation nearly encapsulated Chun Qing's past experiences, with only slight discrepancies regarding the true nature of his physique. Such a peculiar constitution. One could surmise that an ordinary individual would have perished in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet you have managed to survive until now, a testament to your capabilities. Han Feng marveled, albeit with an undertone of sarcasm, his words lacking sincerity. Chun Qing feigned ignorance of a mocking tone. It appears you are quite idle to take the time to commend me. I, Han Feng, am magnanimous and do not wish to dwell on trifles. I am willing to offer you another opportunity. Will you accept? Han Feng shifted to the crux of the matter. Not interested, Chun Qing replied coolly. With palpable regret, Han Feng remarked, then there is little more to discuss. To be candid, I have some inkling regarding the true nature of your physique. If it is indeed that kind, it is no wonder you survived under my flames. He was not foolish. Initially, he had confirmed that Chun Qing was consumed by fire, only for the latter to reappear, vibrant and unscathed, raising his suspicions. His ancestral memories contained records of several fire-resistant physiques, yet the allure such a physique held for monsters was glaringly evident. I wondered why you would once again propose that I join your ranks, Chun Qing bluntly exposed. I fear that should I acquiesce, I would soon find myself before you, only to be casually dispatched on some pretext. The advantages of the extreme yang physique would surely incite envy in Han Feng, prompting this phone call of concern. Being overly clever is not always a virtue. Han Feng did not deny this, a chilling smile gracing his face. As a target I have chosen, do you truly believe I would allow you to flourish? Ever since he had vaguely discerned the nature of Chun Qing's physique, he had been preoccupied with the fear of benefits being seized by some monstrous entity. As for consuming human flesh, he had no qualms, for the rewards were too significant. Moreover, rather than viewing the other as human, it was more akin to perceiving them as a humanoid tonic. A fierce killing intent flickered in Chun Qing's brow. You should first find me before making such claims. Having acquired advanced bloodthirsty weaponry and various combat techniques, he required ample time to study and practice, rendering an immediate return to Baidi City unnecessary. In this vast world, Han Feng would undoubtedly struggle to locate him. Find you? Han Feng scoffed. You overestimate your importance. I possess methods to draw you, this elusive mouse, right before me. Let us hope you possess such capabilities, Chun Qing retorted, unperturbed, and promptly ended the call. What could he possibly do? Chun Qing contemplated the situation from Han Feng's perspective. Would he threaten his life using others? Instantly, he dialed Lu Shang. Hello, Lu Shang, be cautious in the coming months. Han Feng may target those around me to force my hand. Chun Qing stated earnestly, it would be best to retreat to a remote location and avoid detection. Lu Shang was taken aback. Brother, does he truly harbor such animosity towards you? It is not hatred, but rather a driving force of greed. Chun Qing replied succinctly. He added, I am confident that within 2 months, I shall surpass him. At that time, I will compensate you for the losses incurred during your 2-month concealment. Should Lu Shang remain hidden for 2 months, he would undoubtedly fall significantly behind the elite powerhouses of today, resulting in substantial losses that Chun Qing felt compelled to rectify. Brother, you truly underestimate me, Lu Shang. You have saved my life on 2 occasions. I am grateful beyond measure. Compensation? Nonsense. Lu Shang was at a loss for words. Rest assured, during this time, I will keep my distance. However, you claim that surpassing Han Feng within 2 months is not excessively ambitious? Lu Shang added, I am not in a hurry. Take your time. It was not that he looked down upon Chun Qing, but rather that Han Feng's strength was formidable, and catching up would inevitably require ample time. Achieving a significant leap from the initial stage of the pulse-connecting realm to a higher level within a mere 2 months was fraught with difficulties. Let alone defeating someone of Han Feng's caliber, who held the title of the number one in the heavenly rankings. To Lu Shang, the time frame seemed insufficient. Do not worry. I have my methods. 2 months will suffice, Chen Qing asserted confidently. After their exchange, he ended the call. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, shrouded in dark clouds, with flashes of lightning illuminating the oppressive atmosphere. As Chen Qing drove, he gazed at the distant trees, their leaves being stripped away by the fierce winds. Squinting, a cold smirk formed at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of the saying, "A storm is brewing." Chapter 69, The Fiery Mountain Range. Driving across the boundless expanse of the wilderness, the scenery in the rearview mirror receded rapidly. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to fall, drumming loudly upon the car's roof, the cacophony grating on his nerves. Ding dong. His phone rang once more. Another call? Chen Qing's expression turned peculiar, a mix of amusement and disbelief. The incessant ringing was indeed surprising. In the past, he had never been so sought after. He picked up the phone, and the screen displayed yet another call from the Points Redemption Center. Upon answering, Chen Qing placed the phone to his ear. "Hello, you fool. How dare you offend Han Feng?" The voice of old Neo came through, filled with exasperation. Han Feng's reputation as the number one in the heavenly rankings was well-deserved. Even those within the country with special perceptual abilities attested to Han Feng's unmatched prowess in the realm of Tianyin. It was evident that Han Feng was a figure the nation prioritized and dared not to offend lightly. For someone of his stature, everyone sought to curry favor. Yet Chen Qing had the audacity to provoke him, which was utterly unfathomable. "Old man, some matters are beyond my control. Trouble has come knocking, and I must confront it," Chen Qing replied nonchalantly. "To avoid conflict with Han Feng? I would like that too, but submission is out of the question for me. Moreover, even if I were to submit, once Han Feng learns of my constitution, he would likely turn against me, leaving me with no chance of redemption," Chen Qing reasoned. "Since avoidance is not an option, I must face him in battle." "Ah, very well," old Neo sighed. "Just be cautious." "Indeed," Chen Qing nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. "Old man, could you assist me with something?" "What is it?" "Please arrange some suitable tasks for me." Chen Qing spoke candidly. Time was of the essence, and Han Feng was pressing him hard. Thus, in the coming 2 months, he was determined to enhance his skills and confront him directly. Niu Lao wore a troubled expression. "Well, while I do have high hopes for Chen Qing's future, I cannot afford to skew resources or open doors for someone I merely consider promising. As a person bound by rules, he had to operate within the constraints set forth. I do not mean to request a gift of points, nor do I require you to assign me high reward tasks. I simply seek tasks that suit my abilities," Chen Qing explained. "To put it plainly, my physique renders me impervious to high temperatures and flames. Are there any tasks particularly well suited for someone of my constitution?" The task of collecting the blazing sunflowers had earned him a significant amount of points, and he was keenly hoping for similar opportunities in the future. "I understand your point," Niu Lao replied, albeit with a hint of resignation. "However, such tasks are not readily available at the moment. Currently, the Tianyin Kingdom has yet to discover other volcanic magma locations where blazing sunflowers grow. Consequently, there are few to no related tasks to assign." "Very well then," Chen Qing conceded, though he was not disheartened. "I shall take my leave for now. If such tasks arise, that would be splendid. If not, it is only to be expected." Suddenly, Niu Lao recalled something. "Although there are no relevant tasks, I know of a place that is particularly suitable for honing your skills." Chen Qing's spirit lifted instantly, and he inquired eagerly, "Where?" "The Fire Mountain Range," Niu Lao declared. "The creatures within primarily employ flame-based attacks. If you are unafraid of fire, the difficulty of defeating them is significantly reduced, making it quite suitable for you." "All right," Chen Qing nodded. "I shall go and investigate. Thank you for your guidance, Elder." "Do not call me Elder. My name is Niu Qing. If it pleases you, simply refer to me as Niu Lao," Niu Lao replied. "Thank you, Niu Lao, for your guidance." After ending the call, Chen Qing opened the map to search for the Fire Mountain Range, then promptly pressed the accelerator, hastening toward his destination. Time waits for no one. Over the next 2 months, he aimed to catch up with Han Feng and turn the tide. After a lengthy journey of over 10 hours, Chen Qing finally arrived at the foot of the Fire Mountain Range. At this moment, night had fallen, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the stars shone brightly. The silvery moonlight draped the earth in a delicate veil, enveloping the surroundings in tranquil serenity. He halted the car, surveyed the area, casually selected a tree, and effortlessly leapt onto a branch, lying down to replenish his energy. A refreshing breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, soothing sound. Time passed slowly, and the night deepened further. Suddenly, a sound of rustling leaves pierced the stillness. Chun-Ching, in a state of light sleep, immediately opened his eyes, fixating on the source of the noise with heightened vigilance. What on earth is that? Show yourself. In a world rife with peril, he could not afford to sleep too soundly. Suddenly, a solitary owl swooped toward Chun-Ching, its sharp beak reflecting a faint golden glow under the moonlight. A purple-grayed creature. As the awakening technique activated, the golden brilliance flickered in his eyes, allowing Chun-Ching to assess the situation and relax. As the owl approached, he decisively lifted his right leg and brought it crashing down. Bang! The heel struck squarely upon the owl's head, causing it to plummet to the ground, its black feathers scattering as it landed with a thud, creating a considerable crater and sending dust spiraling into the air. Chun-Ching, having been roused from his slumber, was overcome by a surge of anger and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches until the owl breathed its last. He retrieved a purple bead, selected a different branch, leaned against the tree trunk, and positioned the bead upon his lap, resuming his sleep. The assault of the purple creature was merely an interruption, insignificant enough not to disturb his peace of mind. Chun-Ching, no longer the naive fool he once was, had developed his own strategies and insights regarding monsters, no longer relying solely on underhanded tactics to prevail. A gentle warmth coursed through his body, dispelling his fatigue in tandem with sleep. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon blushed with the light of morning. Chun-Ching awoke, kindled a fire, and skewered the owl's meat, placing it over the flames to grill for his breakfast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. He devoured his meal voraciously, finishing within 5 minutes and reducing the entire owl to a mere skeleton, patting his slightly distended belly in satisfaction, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Ascending the mountain, after parking his vehicle in a secluded spot, he gazed at the distant crimson peaks, marred by jagged rocks and layered ridges stretching endlessly before him. Below the mountains, even the owls were of purple caliber, and he surmised that the monsters within would likely be even more formidable. Chun-Ching murmured to himself, filled with anticipation, hoping that the fiery mountain range would not disappoint him. Naturally, he also wished that the monsters within would not be overwhelmingly powerful, as that would lead not merely to disappointment, but to despair. With determined steps, he embarked on a month-long journey of training within the mountains. The oppressive heat of the blazing sun turned the fiery mountain range into a furnace, the air thick and stifling, with the occasional breeze offering little relief, instead delivering waves of uncomfortable warmth. As he treaded on the scorching, uneven ground, Chun-Ching ventured deeper into the fiery mountain range in search of challenge. Despite the terrifying temperature, his countenance remained composed, his body devoid of sweat, and his movements light. The extreme solar body he possessed rendered him impervious to the sweltering heat. To him, the burning environment was merely trivial. Yet, as a human, he needed to quench his thirst and prudently carried several unopened bottles of mineral water with him. Suddenly, a massive crimson python slithered into view, its body as thick as half a meter, its sharp fangs radiating an aura of extreme danger. Chun-Ching activated his awakening technique, discerning its purple-level energy emanating from it, and strode forward decisively, avoiding any unnecessary detours. As the unwelcome guest approached, the giant python opened its gaping maw and lunged at Chun-Ching with lightning speed. Remaining calm, Chun-Ching lowered his body, spreading his legs apart, his right elbow bent and muscles taut. In the moment his open hand grasped the air, a sleek, dark crescent blade materialized into his grip, and he swept it horizontally through the air, tearing it asunder and stirring up the dust. The fleeting silhouette of a black semicircle vanished in an instant. As the colossal python was cleaved in two, propelled into the air by the force of the strike, landing in a state of near death. With a resounding thud, as the crescent blade swept past, Chun-Ching could not maintain his grip, and due to the overwhelming inertia, the weapon slipped from his hands. Shaking his hand to alleviate the numbness in his grip, Chun-Ching grew increasingly eager for the day when he would master this formidable weapon. A day he knew was not far off. Retrieving the crescent blade and extracting a purple orb, he ventured deeper into the fiery mountain range in search of monsters. Before long, he encountered a red wolf. The creature's physique surpassed that of the purple giant wolf he had previously faced within the confines of Yinshan City. Its fur a flawless hue, reminiscent of a blazing inferno, exuding an aura of majesty. A howl erupted from the wolf as it caught sight of Qin, its keen senses alerting it to his presence, and it charged forth with reckless abandon. The deadly allure of the extreme yang body rendered the wolf momentarily senseless. A red-tiered beast. This indicated a level beyond the purple tier. Despite the alarming realization, Qin remained composed. He placed his water bottle on the ground and leapt high into the air, surpassing the height of the giant wolf. In response, the frenzied red wolf leapt as well, its jaws agape, intent on devouring him in one bite. Gazing into the gaping maw of the abyss ahead, Qin summoned the crescent blade once more, gripping it firmly as he prepared to strike. With a powerful twist of his waist, he initiated a rotational movement, gaining momentum. The crescent blade, propelled by inertia, transformed into a whirlwind capable of tearing through anything in its path. With a sickening slashing sound, the blade met the wolf, rending flesh and fur, while Qin became drenched in the wolf's scalding, viscous blood, yet remained unfazed. The weighty blade exhibited tremendous power, slicing through the giant wolf's form with devastating force, obliterating its head and reducing it to a gruesome mess. In the following moment, the blade slipped from his grasp, sending him hurtling backward, landing awkwardly and feeling as though his internal organs had shifted, his chest constricted with discomfort as he coughed repeatedly. After a considerable time, he managed to regain his composure, feeling markedly better. This technique bore similarities to the triple slash he had previously mastered. Having practiced it once, Qin gleaned some insights. The triple slash was the singular intermediate combat technique he had chosen. Upon mastering it, he could swiftly deliver 3 powerful strikes forward, its might formidable. In essence, it relied on the same principle as the maneuver he had just executed, utilizing the strength of his waist to quickly retract and slash. Subsequently, he picked up the red orb, absorbing the energy within to enhance his physical capabilities. The awakening realm, the post-awakening realm, and the body refinement realm. These 3 stages fundamentally aim to augment physical strength for breakthroughs, with the sole distinction being their disparate definitions. The awakening realm cleanses all impurities. The post-awakening realm awakens one's true bloodline, while the body refinement realm significantly enhances various physical functions. Upon fully absorbing the red orb, Qin sensed a faint barrier. He had finally reached the zenith of the initial stage of the Pulse-awakening realm. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, he reflected on the brevity of his time in this realm. The journey from breaking through to the Pulse-awakening realm had been fraught with peril and exhilaration, and now, as he approached the critical point for another breakthrough, he felt a profound sense of hardship and struggle. Excellent, onward. In Qin's eyes, a glimmer of determination flickered. He felt invigorated, believing that the Flame Mountain Range was an exceptional refuge. It offered him the opportunity to confront monsters without the interference of humanity, allowing him to hone his swordsmanship. Additionally, it provided a sanctuary from Han Feng's relentless pursuit. The vastness of the Flame Mountain Range, with temperatures soaring to an oppressive 80 degrees Celsius, posed a risk of dehydration even for those of the Pulse realm. Yet, due to his unique constitution, Qin found himself exceptionally suited for such an environment. Although the advantages of the extreme yang physique were few, the singular ability to withstand intense heat rendered him adaptable in many challenging situations. Continuing with a blend of caution and audacity, Qin delved deeper into the mountains, exploring uncharted territories. Suddenly, the sound of his mobile phone broke the silence. He retrieved it to discover a news notification bearing his name. The headline announced that Han Feng, the #1 on the heavenly rankings, had publicly challenged him, ranked 953 on the human rankings, to accept his challenge within a week. A cold smirk crept across Qin's face. How audacious of you to issue such a challenge, he thought. To forcefully confront him despite the vast disparity in their standings was an act of monumental arrogance. As he scrolled through the comments, he found that the public's perception was starkly different from his own. The overwhelming majority rallied in support of Han Feng, with many openly disparaging him. The backstory was clear. At the onset of the apocalypse, Qin and Han Feng had collaborated to slay monsters, but during the distribution of the spoils, Qin had turned on him, absconding with all the loot. Little did he realize then that Han Feng's rapid ascension in strength would far surpass his own. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to act so recklessly. Beneath the comments, there were accompanying images that, while not directly related to Chen Qing or Han Feng, vividly illustrated the unfolding narrative in the minds of the readers. Han Feng had even taken the liberty of posting an enraged emoji beneath the commentary, further solidifying public belief in the validity of the events. As the number one on the heavenly rankings, Han Feng would likely not publicly challenge Chen Qing unless he had indeed suffered a significant betrayal at his hands. Chen Qing's demeanor did raise questions. He had been seen in the company of numerous admirers, eliciting envy from onlookers. As the tide of criticism against him grew, the truth became a mere afterthought, lost in the collective imagination of the masses. People inherently possess a tendency to conform. The saying, "three men make a tiger," aptly illustrated this phenomenon. Did Chen Qing care about public opinion? Not in the slightest. He merely chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Fame was but a fleeting illusion to him. From the moment the apocalypse descended, he understood that this world had been liberated from the shackles of rules and order, where strength reigned supreme. Thus, he felt no need for clarification. Regardless of how others slandered, vilified, or mocked him, he believed that as long as he remained formidable, they would all fall silent. Chapter 71. The Sacred Body of Heavenly Mechanism. In the hidden recesses of a research institute in White Emperor City, a group of scientists clad in white lab coats busily conducted experiments, their tables cluttered with an array of colorful reagents and test tubes. The heavy silver-white doors, designed to safeguard the institute, opened automatically with a resounding roar. This compelled those present to momentarily cease their tasks, lifting their gazes to behold a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority, clad in a tailored suit. His demeanor was composed, radiating a formidable presence, accompanied closely by numerous bodyguards who ensured his protection, bestowing upon him the stature of a significant figure. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the scientists were visibly moved. Despite their fervor for their current work, they chose to momentarily set it aside, gathering around to extend a warm welcome. Lord of the city, your arrival is met with utmost respect and inquiry. The individual before them was none other than the Lord of Baidi City, a person wielding immense power capable of altering fortunes. Nayland Shan spoke with a calm demeanor. Take me to meet the heavenly mechanism, sacred body. Of course. The crowd promptly parted, allowing him to proceed first. As Nayland Shan advanced, the others followed closely, delving deeper into the research facility. Within the depths, countless doors housed the essential materials for experimentation, with the stipulation that the subjects must remain alive to prevent decay. The moment they sensed human presence, numerous creatures collided violently against the doors, unleashing deafening roars akin to madness. Starved and desperate, they were on the brink of insanity. Although the crowd felt a twinge of anxiety, they remained composed, for the doors were constructed from exceptionally resilient material, impervious to the creatures' relentless assaults. As they progressed deeper, following the Lord of Baidi City, they arrived at a chamber unlike the others that imprisoned ancient beasts. This room bore no more fortitude than that of an ordinary dwelling. Wait outside. I shall enter alone, Nayland Shan commanded gravely. Understood. The group responded in unison, not daring to oppose him. Placing his hand upon the doorknob, Nayland Shan pressed down, effortlessly opening the door and stepping inside, seemingly unrestrained by the presence within. Upon entering the room, a silver-haired man came into view, seated upright, his countenance resembling that of a jade ornament, his frame slender, appearing somewhat pallid as though deprived of sunlight for an extended period. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only 2 chairs, one occupied by the man, and a clean square table adorned with a teapot, cup, and meal, devoid of anything else. The man's peculiar silver eyes flicked toward Nayland Shan before retracting, as he lifted the steaming teacup, exhaling gently, and spoke leisurely. Lord Nayland, do you have further inquiries for me? Or is there an issue concerning the rankings of the 3 great lists of heaven, earth, and man? There is no issue with the lists, Nayland Shan replied, shaking his head as he settled into the chair opposite the man and began to brew tea for himself. Indeed, the 3 prestigious lists symbolizing strength emanated from the individual before him. The man smiled and inquired, if that is the case, what other uncertainties plague you? He was aware that Nayland Shan would not seek him out without cause. I wish to know who the savior of humanity is, Nayland Shan stated bluntly. The apocalypse had loomed for 5 months, during which order had disintegrated entirely, countless lives claimed by the monsters, and innumerable families obliterated in a single night, leaving children displaced. This dire situation demanded transformation, and the sole path to change lay in the extermination of the monsters and the restoration of their homeland. Yet, when confronted with terrifying entities that even nuclear weapons cannot vanquish, they find themselves utterly powerless, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. "I do not know," the silver-haired man replied, shaking his head. "You do not know?" Nayland Shan furrowed his brow. "Is there truly anything in this world that you are unaware of?" As the celestial body of heavenly secrets, the other party had repeatedly demonstrated an unfathomable ability to foresee and probe, being able to name individuals by their strength even among thousands he had never encountered. How could he possibly fail to answer a relatively simpler question? "There are two reasons," the silver-haired man explained nonchalantly. "Firstly, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. If I were to tell you, do you believe the ensuing narrative would unfold in the same manner? The future is ever-changing, and I cannot, nor dare I, become the butterfly that flutters its wings. Secondly, mere predictive ability does not grant me the knowledge of who will be humanity's savior. In fact, this is far more challenging than crafting the three lists, as the purpose behind seeking such knowledge is all too apparent. Then let us approach it differently. What Han Feng's future?" Nayland Shan pressed on, determined to name names. Since the onset of the apocalypse, reports concerning Han Feng had stirred considerable uproar online, and he had now ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings. His power and fame burgeoning, thus naturally drawing the attention of the elite within the Tianyan kingdom. "Han Feng," the silver-haired man murmured, closing his eyes in contemplation, his expression one of deep thought. Observing this, Nayland Shan remained silent, not wishing to disturb him. In truth, he understood the significant implications of the concept of a savior. But he could afford to wait. The beleaguered common folk could not. The apocalypse must be resolved swiftly and order restored. After a brief pause of 10 seconds, the silver-haired man opened his eyes, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his face. "He will die." At these words, Nayland Shan fell into silence, in an environment fraught with trepidation. Han Feng's demise was not entirely unexpected. His formidable strength also meant he would face even stronger adversaries. He will perish at the hands of the individual ranked 953 on the human list, and it shall occur in 2 months. The silver-haired man added, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of his statement. Nayland Shan was taken aback. "Are you certain? The 953rd on the human list will slay the number 1 on the heavenly list in 2 months? That is nothing short of fantasy. Well, have I ever deceived you?" The silver-haired man retorted. At once, Nayland Shan became somewhat agitated. "And what of the future of the 953rd on the human list?" A notion sprang to his mind. He will rise spectacularly, like a phoenix from the ashes. Such a figure might just be the savior he had been seeking. "It cannot be spoken of," the silver-haired man replied, shaking his head. "Cannot be spoken of." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Nayland Shan's eyes, and he rose abruptly, intently scrutinizing the silver-haired man's facial expressions, attempting to discern any hints. "Are you suggesting that the secrets of heaven must remain undisclosed? Does this imply?" He left his thought unexpressed, yet his intentions were unmistakable. The silver-haired man shook his head. "Do not inquire of me. I do not know. I understand now. Thank you." Having received the answer he sought, Nayland Shan turned to leave. However, the silver-haired man suddenly pivoted, taking a sip from his cup and calmly stating, "If Han Feng, bearing the sacred body of flames, survives this time, he will undoubtedly save the earth, and the apocalypse will come to an end. He will become the strongest human on the planet, bar none." Nayland paused at the foot of the mountain, turning around with a peculiar expression. "What did you say?" He realized that the answer he sought seemed to be erroneous. Han Feng, the one who had endured this tribulation, was unexpectedly the savior. "Did you not say that the secrets of the heavens must not be leaked?" Nayland questioned, filled with uncertainty. Why did he not disclose who the savior was when he initially asked, yet now felt compelled to reveal it? This was exceedingly strange. The silver-haired man chuckled softly. "The secrets of the heavens are elusive and unpredictable. What cannot be said before does not imply it cannot be revealed now." As he spoke, his eyes conveyed a profound meaning. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Red Door. In the fiery mountain range, under the blazing sun, the earth resembled an oven. Undeterred by the sweltering heat, Chun Qing proceeded cautiously into the depths. The ground, hot enough to instantly cook an egg, twisted the air around him. compelling Qin to remove his charred and melting shoes. Oddly, after walking for at least 5 minutes, nearing the hottest region of the fiery mountain range, he found no sign of any creatures. Puzzled, he surveyed the crimson earth, strewn with jagged rocks, suffused with a lifeless ambience. Here, temperatures soared above 100 degrees Celsius, rendering it an area off-limits to humanity. Were it not for his unique constitution, he could never have ventured this far. Reluctantly, he pressed onward. Suddenly, a brilliant red light appeared before him, followed by another, then a third, as crimson radiance enveloped his vision. This sight caused Qin's heart to race, amplifying his unease. This phenomenon was too extraordinary, beyond his comprehension. Such occurrences were unpredictable, and he feared they posed a significant threat, potentially leading to a tragic demise. A deafening barking echoed from not far ahead. Forcing himself to remain calm, Qin ceased his advance and cautiously retreated, seeking to distance himself from this area. He did not perceive the unknown as an opportunity. Rather, it represented danger. The red orbs hovered ominously in midair, growing denser and multiplying rapidly, casting the crimson desert into a hellish, eerie silence that was profoundly terrifying. Since the apocalypse had descended, the earth had manifested an increasing number of bizarre regions. Gazing at this surreal scene, Qin was suddenly reminded of the bone-laden, desolate tombs and the enigmatic springs within. Such places had undoubtedly not existed before the apocalypse. Like stars in the night sky, the red sparks began to coalesce, gradually forming an indistinct red object. A door? Qin speculated, trying to grasp the nature of this bizarre manifestation, perplexed. Why was this extraordinary door here? And where did it lead? With a crackling sound, the door, composed of red light, stood approximately 3 meters tall, vibrantly alluring, adorned with mysterious patterns that resonated with roars, wails, and cries, slowly creaking open. Suddenly, 3 heads resembling those of dogs erupted forth, their crimson eyes fixated on Qin, baring their teeth, viscous liquid dripping from their jaws, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Their bodies lacked the fur typical of canines, as though their skin had been stripped away, revealing gruesome, bloody flesh that was repugnant. Hissing, Qin inhaled sharply, chills coursing down his spine. Were these 3-headed beasts? Despite his audacity, he could not help but feel a surge of fear. Emerging from the crimson door was a 3-headed hound. What lay beyond that door? Hell! Such implausible thoughts flickered through Qin's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. As the red portal swung open, the imposing figure of the 3-headed beast finally squeezed through, stepping onto the earthly realm. Without a moment's hesitation, the menacing hound lunged towards Qin. Regardless of its peculiarity as a mythical creature, it ultimately belonged to the animal kingdom. And Qin's physique was still an irresistible temptation for creatures with acute olfactory senses. Having discerned the 3-headed hound's essence through his awakening technique, Qin remained unfazed, letting out a cold snort as he charged directly into combat. As they closed in on each other, Qin leaped, raising his hand to summon his formidable black blade, which he gripped tightly. Utilizing his advantage in reach, he unleashed a powerful downward strike. Barking ferociously, the 3 heads opened their blood-red maws, conjuring flames within. Qin, this beast can breathe fire? With a hiss, 3 fireballs erupted forth, striking Qin squarely in the chest, sending him reeling backward, nearly losing his grip on the blade. Crashing to the ground, Qin's complexion turned ashen. His internal organs felt as if they might shift, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. The flames did not harm him directly, but the backlash was unavoidable. You wretched creature, I truly underestimated you. Qin rose, barely managing to drag his crescent blade as he surged forward once more, leaving nothing in reserve. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have fled the moment the door appeared. But with Hanfeng's pressure, he chose to take the risk and wait. Besides, the red-tier monstrosity was an excellent stepping stone. He could not expect to encounter foes of equal or lesser rank every time. He needed to adapt to a reality where he was outmatched and develop the ability to retaliate. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, unmatched in power. Gripping the crescent blade tightly, Qin leapt again, channeling force through his waist, performing a mid-air somersault. The 3-headed hound continued its incessant barking, a cacophony of noise, and once more gathered flames in its mouth. As Qin approached the point of no return, it unleashed its attack. Searing fireballs shot forth, homing in on their target. I knew you would resort to this tactic. Go. Chun Qing sneered, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl the crescent blade, then shielding his chest and head with his arms while bending his legs in midair to protect his abdomen, bracing for the impact of the fireballs. Boom! The fireballs struck him with pinpoint accuracy, causing him to cough up blood as he was propelled backward, landing heavily on the ground. However, having prepared in advance, even in a diminished state, he could withstand the force of 3 fireballs without succumbing to grievous injury. Meanwhile, the crescent blade, propelled with great force, transformed into a streak of black, soaring through the air and effortlessly piercing the center head of the 3-headed hound. The weapon punctured its throat and penetrated its body, ultimately tearing through its abdomen and releasing a torrent of blood, staining the blade and embedding it into the earth, where it quivered slightly, emitting a low hum. Severely wounded, the 3-headed hound staggered, and after a brief moment of support, it collapsed, quickly forming a pool of blood. Upon witnessing the demise of the 3-headed canine, Chun Qing felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He paused for several minutes to regain his composure before approaching the lifeless body, where he excavated a striking red orb from within. Astonished by its size, he marveled. This orb, belonging to the 3-headed beast, was not merely larger than that of an ordinary creature, but rather at least tenfold, comparable to a basketball and emanating a blinding radiance. A warm current enveloped him, mending his injuries. This orb is sufficient to elevate my prowess to the mid-tier of the Meridian realm. Chun Qing murmured, his heart swelling with excitement. On his very first day in the Fire Mountain Range, his gains were remarkable. However, just as he was about to depart, an inexplicable pressure surged forth, causing his heart to lurch. A profound sense of peril engulfed him, as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped his throat, rendering him breathless. For reasons unknown, he felt as though the specter of death was sharpening its scythe, poised to drag him into the abyss. Though he could not comprehend the source of this dread, he instinctively knew it emanated from behind him. The sound of grinding bones reverberated, his body rendered immobile by the oppressive force, unable to break free. A fetid, scalding breath wafted toward him from behind, causing his garments to cling to his sweat-soaked back, suppressing the overwhelming terror that threatened to engulf him. Chun Qing gritted his teeth and turned, only to lock eyes with a pair of chilling orbs, each several times larger than his own body. The monstrous gaze, with its piercing slits, radiated a malevolence as boundless as the sea. In that instant, Chun Qing's expression froze. This creature transcended the realm of mere monsters. It was a colossal beast. From within a 3-meter-high crimson portal, an unfathomably large beast surged forth, standing imposingly before Chun Qing, who stood pale and dazed. With a resounding roar that resonated like the toll of a great bell, the creature's voice echoed through the heavens. Chun Qing's eardrums could not withstand the onslaught and ruptured, causing blood to spurt forth as his mind momentarily went blank, as though an invisible force threatened to crush his heart. The beast opened its gaping maw, poised to devour him, yet Chun Qing found himself ensnared by invisible chains, unable to escape. Just as he was on the precipice of death, a massive hand burst forth from the red portal, seizing the creature by its neck and yanking it back. The beast struggled, attempting to free itself, but to no avail. Within mere seconds, its size drastically diminished, forcibly compressed into the less than 2-meter-wide entrance. With a resounding clap, the hand and the beast retreated into the portal, the entrance sealing itself and disintegrating into crimson dust, scattering with the wind. Chun Qing was left in stunned silence. The presence of this monstrous creature and the ominous door imparted an immeasurable psychological burden, leaving him in a state of disorientation for an extended period. Eventually, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, emerging from that indescribable despair. What manner of place is this Fire Mountain Range? Chun Qing felt a shiver run down his spine, haunted by lingering dread. Could it be that this red portal indeed connects to the underworld? Even as someone skeptical of supernatural tales, doubts began to fester within him. After half an hour, he rose, retrieved the fallen red orb, and resolved not to venture deeper, lest he encounter further misfortune. Feeling the surging power within him grow ever more intense, he touched the intangible shackles, seated himself on the ground, and placed the orb upon his lap, dedicating himself entirely to the endeavor of breaking through. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his heartbeat resonated clearly, as Chun Qing regained his former composure, guiding the warm current to assail the shackles. Simultaneously, a golden radiance emanated from his body, enveloping him as though he were dusted with gold, the light refracting under the blazing sun in a dazzling display. The heat subtly emerged, gradually intensifying. With an extreme yang physique, his yang energy was abundantly plentiful. If not released promptly, it would backfire upon him, proving not merely unbeneficial but rather harmful. Hence, the current predicament was inevitable, a fact Chun Qing was acutely aware of and had long prepared for. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The red orb resting on Chun Qing's leg gradually diminished in size, its energy being drawn and absorbed by him for the purpose of breaking through. In the interim, his eardrums returned to their normal state. With persistent assault, the shackles began to loosen. He sensed his power escalating, and his yang energy surged to its zenith. Boom! Suddenly, Chun Qing shattered the shackles, his body evolving to a higher echelon, the vital energy within him boiling and surging, relentless and unyielding. Mid-stage of the pulse realm, breakthrough successful. Exhaling sharply, the heat dissipated as he released a breath of stagnant air. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he clenched his fists. Feeling an increase in strength of at least 50%, without hesitation, he retrieved the peculiar stone he carried with him, inspecting it closely. This white stone, acquired through an exchange with a mysterious little fox capable of spatial movement, could reveal his maximum strength, truly marvelous. Whoosh! Moments passed, and a projection materialized above the stone, measuring Chun Qing's might. 64,945 pounds. Approaching 65,000 pounds. Chun Qing inhaled deeply. Although he still lagged significantly behind Han Feng, it was a remarkable advancement, being thrice the strength he possessed when he first obtained the stone at the initial stage of the Pulse Realm. Stowing away the stone, Chun Qing tempered his exhilaration, extending his hand forward. A flash of dark radiance flickered, and the crescent blade materialized, firmly gripped without falling to the ground. However, his body sank, embedding itself into the earth. Swinging the hefty blade, he expressed satisfaction, declaring, "At least I can wield it now." In the past, he had relied on inertia or exerted all his strength with both hands just to manage it, often at the risk of injuring himself. But now, this blade had become an indispensable weapon for vanquishing foes. Next, I shall practice martial techniques. He closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the methods of employing martial skills, and then resolutely commenced his training. Low-tier martial technique, the draw and slash. Strictly speaking, this technique was suited for short-handled blades, yet Chun Qing opted for it nonetheless. For its essence lay in the longer it was charged, the greater its might. Moreover, it was not exclusive to short-handled blades. Practitioners of swordplay and spear techniques could also master it. Chun Qing sank his body, stepping forward, the blade trailing to his left waist, adopting the standard posture required for the technique. He concentrated all his strength in his waist, focusing intently on a point ahead, accumulating energy for a few moments before unleashing it in an instant. Whoosh! With the force of a raging tide, the mighty blade swept through the air, swift as a lightning flash, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Before it was released, soaring several dozen meters and creating a deep crater upon impact. Shaking his numb and aching hand, Chun Qing offered a wry smile. The weapon was exceedingly heavy, and indeed, the challenge of dissipating its force was a pressing concern. The heftier the weapon, the more arduous it became to halt its arc, given the overwhelming inertia. Undeterred, Chun Qing persisted in his practice. In the depths of the research institute, two individuals engaged in conversation. "Is it inevitable that one of them must perish?" asked Nayland Shan, while simultaneously perusing his phone. He noted that the name of the individual ranked 953rd on the leaderboard was Chun Qing. What does it mean that something unsaid before does not imply it cannot be said now? What nonsensical logic! Merely posing a question could alter the future. In response, the silver-haired man shook his head. There is no predetermined future. What if I desire for both to survive? One mountain cannot house two tigers, the silver-haired man articulated clearly. If you wish to intervene, it is unacceptable for both fierce competitors to clash. They will sustain grievous injuries, and you may not be able to prevent it. And what will happen after Chun Qing defeats Han Feng? Nayland Shan inquired. He must be eliminated, the silver-haired man replied coolly. However, our current discourse may very well alter the course of destiny, possibly leading to a scenario where Han Feng kills Qin Qing. I am asking what will become of the Dawn and the populace. Nayland Shan remained speechless. In his eyes, the fates of these two individuals paled in comparison to the lives of billions. The secrets of destiny must not be divulged. Observing the silver-haired man's cryptic demeanor, Nayland Shan's lips twitched, and he ceased his inquiries, turning to depart. If Han Feng were to slay Qin Qing, the earth would plunge into an apocalyptic end. Yet hope would emerge. Conversely, should Qin Qing vanquish Han Feng, humanity's fate would spiral into the unknown. Such choices lay before him, leaving him utterly bereft of options. Alas, resolute in his decision, Nayland Shan sighed. Qin Qing, perhaps you will astonish the world, but I must express my regrets. On the vast expanse of the Crimson Earth, a solitary figure stood, gazing into the distance. With unwavering focus, after a build-up lasting over 10 seconds, Qin Qing unleashed the full force of his blade. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, conjuring a chaotic maelstrom of wind and dust, its power undeniably formidable. Harnessing inertia, Qin Qing did not forcibly restrain the blade, but allowed it to complete 2 rotations, barely managing to dissipate the impact and prevent it from slipping from his grasp. With the technique of drawing the blade mastered to a degree, Qin Qing exhaled a breath of stale air and continued his practice, striving to gain proficiency swiftly. Chapter 74. It is always thus. As night descended, the luminous moon hung high in the firmament, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. However, the fiery mountains, bereft of the sun's searing rays, remained sweltering, with temperatures soaring into the hundreds of degrees Celsius, capable of incinerating living beings. Qin Qing relentlessly practiced the technique of drawing the blade, honing his skills as he struck the ground, creating numerous deep pits, with fragments of stone scattering and dust billowing. After a considerable time, he withdrew, releasing a breath of stagnant air. Subsequently, he swiftly departed from the fiery mountains, retracing his steps while dragging back a massive python for dinner. As for the 3-headed dog, even Qin Qing, who typically did not concern himself with the appearances of monsters, found it somewhat unappetizing. Its bloodied exterior and the noxious odor of decay emanating from its flesh were simply too repugnant to consume. Beyond the fiery mountain range, Qin Qing kindled a campfire and meticulously sliced the serpent into several segments, impaling them on branches to roast over the flames. Soon, the rich aroma of the cooked serpent meat wafted through the air, its exterior turning a tantalizing golden hue, provoking an insatiable appetite. The flesh of monsters rated at blue level and above not only harbored abundant energy, capable of enhancing one's strength, but also possessed an exquisite flavor, incomparable to that of their pre-mutated forms. The higher the creature's inherent power, the more delectable the meat once it was fully cooked. As the serpent meat reached perfection, Qin Qing eagerly removed the branches, ready to indulge, when he was suddenly startled by the sound of rustling footsteps nearby. Turning towards the noise, he beheld a ragged child approaching under the moonlight. The child appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, his visage a portrait of distress. With dirt smudged across his small face, save for his bright, clear eyes that gleamed with longing as they fixated on the appetizing serpent meat. Qin Qing grasped a branch laden with a generous portion of meat and extended it toward the child, inquiring, "Would you like some?" The child nodded in affirmation, timidly stepping closer to accept the offering, devouring it without hesitation, clearly famished. However, as he ate, he suddenly broke into a fit of harsh coughing. Qin Qing gently patted the frail boy's back, offering him a bottle of water. "Take care not to choke. Eat slowly. There's plenty more if you need." The child accepted the water, gulping it down greedily, consuming nearly half the bottle before regaining his composure and resuming his meal, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Observing the child's state, Qin Qing let out a silent sigh. In this apocalyptic world, life was unbearably harsh for most, especially for the frail, elderly, and innocent children, who could only face despair with no means of resistance. Qin Qing took a piece of meat for himself, beginning to eat as well. Having spent an entire day in the fiery mountain range, he had exerted considerable energy and needed to replenish himself in preparation for the challenges of the morrow. After a brief 10 minutes, the child let out a satisfied belch, patting his distended belly, a look of bliss illuminating his grimy face as he turned to Qin Qing, gratefully exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle, you are truly a good person." Qin Qing, slightly bemused, replied, "Uncle, I am only 17. That seems rather inappropriate. He chuckled lightly, ruffling the boy's hair. Where are your parents? Upon hearing this, the once bright eyes of the child dimmed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he lamented. They are both gone. His voice faltered, emotion choking him. Chun-Ching fell silent, staring into the flames, his face illuminated by their glow. Unable to respond. Had a girl been present at that moment, she might have empathized deeply, offering comfort with words that, though perhaps futile, would still be of some solace. However, Chun-Ching's heart was not tender. He felt sympathy for the child's plight, but found himself at a loss for words. The boy had already endured the loss of his parents and was exhibiting remarkable resilience. Uncle, is life always so painful, or is it merely like this during childhood? The child queried. Chun-Ching hesitated for a moment before nodding solemnly. It is always so. Perhaps some individuals are born with a golden key, destined for a life of wealth and luxury. Yet, the child before us clearly belongs to the latter category, fated to endure the trials and tribulations of existence. Chun-Ching did not wish to impart any baseless hope to him, for that would be a deception. Thank you, Uncle, for the dinner. You are truly a kind person. He rose, wiped the grease from his lips, bowed deeply to Chun-Ching, and then quietly departed. As he gazed at the child's lonely yet resilient figure retreating into the night, Chun-Ching could not help but utter, if you are hungry, come here at this time every day. I will provide you with food and water free of charge. He would be honing his skills in the Flame Mountain Range for about a month, and during this time, he could, to a certain extent, assist the boy in acquiring the strength needed for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The child paused, turned, and looked back at Chun-Ching, bowing once more. Thank you, Uncle. With that, he strode away, swallowed by the darkness, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Chun-Ching chose a secure branch to lie down and rest. The following day, he ventured once more into the Flame Mountain Range. Having learned from his previous encounter, he made a conscious effort to avoid crossing certain boundaries, lest he confront horrors he was not yet prepared to face. The blazing sun beat down relentlessly. It could not deter Chun-Ching as he scoured the vast mountains for prey. At times, he practiced his chosen combat technique, the flowing cloud step, with a rhythmic and deliberate pace. The flowing cloud step focused on a substantial surge in speed over a brief period, necessitating constant refinement of his footwork and explosive leg power, skills that required prolonged training and could not be mastered overnight. Suddenly, he halted, turning to see a purplish-black centipede emerging from beneath a stone taller than a man. It lifted the rock effortlessly before it tumbled down, its numerous legs moving erratically, and its antennae quivering, sending shivers down one spine. The creature's ability to easily displace large stones revealed its formidable strength. Red tier? Chun-Ching chuckled, his eyes glinting with combat fervor as he summoned his obsidian crescent blade, gripping it firmly in his right hand and charging forward. He noted that the monsters in the Flame Mountain Range were of considerable caliber, at least of the purple tier, with the majority being of the red tier. Indeed, he had encountered creatures of higher tiers before, fleeing in terror, which deepened his understanding of the flowing cloud step. With a swift motion, he swung the large blade, its edge gleaming with menace. The massive centipede was cleaved in two, yet retaliated by spewing forth a noxious green venom. Chun-Ching had anticipated this and deftly retreated to evade the attack. The severed centipede, with its tenacity, continued to writhe. Observing this, Chun-Ching struck down again, slicing it into 4 segments to ensure its demise, before collecting the red orb that remained. Today, his mastery of the advanced bloodthirsty weaponry rendered him a force to be reckoned with. Just yesterday, he would have weighed his options cautiously, but today, he dispatched foes with ease. As he absorbed the orb's energy while sprinting, Chun-Ching remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for more prey. His awakening technique operated almost continuously, his golden eyes radiating authority and sanctity as he swiftly assessed the potential threat levels of any monsters lurking nearby. Chapter 75, Inky Nightfall. Night had descended. Chun-Ching meticulously removed the shell of the centipede, discarding the toxic parts, and prepared to roast the tender meat within. Amidst the sound of footsteps, a child appeared before him, her soiled little face flushed with a hint of shyness. "Uncle, I'm here again," she said. He smiled and handed her a piece of meat, fragrant and perfectly roasted to a golden crisp. The centipede was of considerable size, brimming with flesh. He could not consume it all by himself, and adding another mouth would not impede his cultivation progress. Thank you, uncle. The child expressed her gratitude as she accepted it. Clearly famished, she began to devour the meat voraciously. He too ate without regard for decorum, for the centipede meat was exceptionally tender, melting in the mouth, a true delicacy. After enjoying their dinner, Chun-Chi inquired, "What is your name?" "Lu Yufei," she replied, with "you" meaning rain, and Fei having the grass radical. "Lu Yufei?" Chun-Chi repeated thoughtfully, scrutinizing her facial contours with mild curiosity, pondering how it bore a resemblance to a girl's name. Lu Yufei appeared somewhat bewildered, gazing at him with a mix of surprise and confusion. They exchanged silent glances, the awkwardness of the moment gradually enveloping them. "So, you're a girl." Chun-Chi chuckled awkwardly, taken aback. Her face, smudged with dirt and bearing signs of malnourishment, along with her age of around 14 or 15, made it difficult to discern her gender, as she had yet to develop any discernible features. Lu Yufei timidly nodded, her eyes flickering with trepidation as she asked, "Uncle, you don't dislike girls, do you?" "Not at all." Chun-Chi shook his head, intrigued by her question. "Why do you ask?" "Because we girls are often bullied." Before the monsters arrived, everyone was quite amicable. Lu Yufei's gaze grew dim. "I do not disdain women," Chun-Chi replied, "but this world is harsh. If you do not strive to grow stronger, you'll be victimized. If I become strong enough, I can punish the wicked and make this world a better place." Lu Yufei declared earnestly, nodding her small head with conviction. Chun-Chi chuckled, not denying her assertion. "Indeed, if you are strong enough, you can punish the wicked." After their exchange, the atmosphere between them lightened, and Lu Yufei began to drop her guard, calling him uncle with such frequency that it caused him mild discomfort. "Yufei, just call me brother," Chun-Chi corrected her, feeling that being addressed as uncle was somewhat unreasonable given their age difference of merely 3 or 4 years. Is brother too intimate?" Lu Yufei seemed perplexed. "Intimate? Is it?" Chun-Chi replied with a blend of amusement and exasperation. "Then call me Chindage." "All right." Lu Yufei readily agreed. "Chindage. Good," Chun-Chi said, ruffling her hair. "Do you have a place to stay?" "I do." Lu Yufei nodded, her gaze shifting to his face, her eyes sparkling as if she had made a decision. "But the people there are very fierce, unlike Chindage, who is so kind." "Is that so?" he inquired. "Yes. Many girls are locked up by them every day and are even beaten," she replied. A heavy silence fell upon them. Chun-Chi looked at her and asked, "Then how were you able to escape?" "Because they knew I would not escape." Lu Yufei appeared despondent. "I observed that there was no sign of life around us. Only desolation. To flee would be tantamount to seeking death, and the children confined here were still too naive to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This place was perilously close to the Flame Mountain Range, where under ordinary circumstances one would seldom encounter passers-by." Chun-Chi furrowed his brows, expressing discontent. "Then why didn't you allow me to rescue you sooner?" He was not a heartless individual. Had Lu Yufei informed him earlier, he undoubtedly would have offered his assistance. They were many, and they were formidable. Lu Yufei hurriedly interjected, "Big brother, 2 months ago, a friend of mine gathered many allies to resist, but all of them perished. Their bodies even hung atop the building." Chun-Chi was taken aback. It turned out she did not wish to implicate him. Her gaze flickered uncertainly, and she began to stammer, seemingly filled with remorse. Chun-Chi inquired, "Is there more?" "Initially, I was unsure whether you were one of them." She mustered the courage to confess, apologizing, "I'm sorry, big brother. I misjudged you." How could she have dared to divulge such a secret upon their first meeting? If Chun-Chi were indeed allied with them, her fate would have been dire. Only when Chun-Chi feigned ignorance did she feel secure enough to disclose her thoughts. "Well, I forgive you. It's getting late. You should return and rest." Chun-Chi replied with a nonchalant smile, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable meaning. "All right." Lu Yufei stood up and waved, "Goodbye, Brother Chun. Farewell." The night was thick as ink, the waning moon dim. After walking for approximately 1,000 meters, she returned to her shabby dwelling, a place she loathed and feared, yet was compelled to return to. As she approached, she could hear the harrowing cries resonating within. Creaking, she pushed open the dilapidated door and peered inside. Under the flickering yellow light, several burly men with bare arms were smoking, gathered around a mahjong table, shouting incessantly, with gambling chips strewn before them. Upon seeing Lu Yufei, they were not surprised. One man with a scarred face barked, "Are you trying to starve me? Get to the kitchen and make something to eat. And tell those brats to be quiet. They're ruining my mood." "Oh," Liu Yufei felt a wave of relief. Knowing she would not be reprimanded today, she hurried inside, but just as she was about to close the door, a hand gripped it tightly, like a vice, rendering it immovable. The four men engaged in mahjong, possessing keen senses, quickly reacted, shouting angrily, "Who is it? Show yourself!" In an instant, they drew their firearms, aiming them menacingly at the door, bracing for whatever might come. Liu Yufei, standing at the threshold, was engulfed by panic and hurriedly retreated to avoid injury. With a resounding crack, the metal hinge connecting the door to the wall burst apart, and the entire door was wrenched off its frame and flung outward, soaring several meters away. Outside, a man with a chilling gaze stepped into view. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a tempest. Yet, every shot missed its mark, as the man suddenly vanished from sight, disappearing at the doorway. It was a high-tier practitioner of the awakening realm. Immediately, one among them bellowed, "Do not hold back. Showcase your true abilities." With that declaration, a radiant light shimmered in their hands, and 4 weapons materialized, all of which were formidable bloodthirsty armaments, rare for ordinary individuals to acquire. Concealed in a corner, Liu Yufei observed the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the man, her body trembling with excitement, her palm covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Brother Chun. Chapter 76. A Reunion with Han Feng. Liu Yufei's heart was a tumult of emotions, gratitude, regret, and fear. Those uncontrollable feelings surged within her, causing her nose to tingle and her vision to blur with tears. She understood that Brother Chun was a good man, yet she regretted revealing her plight to him, fearing that she might implicate him much like her friend, who, in seeking help, inadvertently led to the demise of those who came to their aid. "This fellow possesses remarkable strength," the scarred man declared sternly. "Ergo, go fetch a few children." He was all too aware of the reasons behind the man's arrival. Thus, children would serve as the perfect shield, ensuring the opponent would hesitate to act recklessly. "Understood," replied a stout man with a beer belly, nodding before swiftly making his way into the inner room to capture some children as hostages. Suddenly, the ceiling above the stout man erupted, debris falling like rain. A black blade hurtled down with lightning speed. With a sickening thud, Ergo, still reeling from shock, was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth as his body crashed against the walls. The wielder of the blade landed gracefully, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do you truly believe I would grant you an opportunity?" Having ascertained that the area was devoid of any threats, he felt free to engage in combat. "Ergo," the scarred man roared, thrusting a radiant sword at Qin Qing. Qin Qing regarded him with an icy demeanor, lowering his waist and positioning his large blade at his side. Entering a state of readiness, panic washed over the scarred man as he sensed an overwhelming threat, prompting him to halt his advance and attempt to retreat. However, Qin Qing would not allow him the luxury of escaping his attack range. With a clang, the large blade swept through the air, tearing it apart and conjuring a fierce wind, striking with an unstoppable force, cleaving the scarred man in two, albeit at a different angle than Ergo. This strike was so powerful that the floor was upheaved, and the scarred man's corpse was sent hurtling away. "Brother!" The remaining two shouted in alarm, their faces paling. Qin Qing remained expressionless, not halting the momentum of his blade. Instead, he spun around, using the force to launch another strike. With a whoosh, the blade flew forth with a velocity surpassing that of any arrow, faster than the eye could discern, rapidly magnifying in the sight of one of the remaining two. With a sickening thud, a head soared high, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In less than 5 seconds, 3 lives had been extinguished. "Third brother," the last man exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, a mixture of terror and fury coursing through him as he charged at Qin Qing with a large axe. "I will have your life." Qin Qing's expression was one of indifference. As the great axe was about to descend, he calmly took a step forward, evading the weapon's lethal range and standing face to face with the man. The man's face was ashen, his legs trembling, and though his lips moved, no words escaped. The figure before him resembled a deity of death, instilling an overwhelming fear. "Reveal the force behind you, and I swear I shall spare your life," Qin Qing said coolly. The man was paralyzed with terror, his pants wet with fear, losing control right there. "Speak quickly." It was the Cole family that compelled us to act. We were merely following orders. "Brother, I realize my mistake. Please spare me," he stammered, his face pale as death, struggling to articulate his plea. Chen Qing questioned. You're not deceiving me? Absolutely not. How could I dare? Very well. Chen Qing nodded, then swiftly grasped the man's throat. Then you shall die. Swearing such things had always been mere rhetoric to him, devoid of any connection to sincerity. Those who deserve death must face it. Are you Brother Chen? Lu Yufei asked timidly, shaken by the preceding horrors, having never encountered such a scene before. Suppressing his murderous intent, Chen Qing smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, it is all over. The villains have been vanquished. Thank you, Brother Chen, Lu Yufei exclaimed, tears of relief streaming down her face. However, as she surveyed the surrounding chaos, the gruesome sight of blood and flesh splattered everywhere caused her smile to freeze, and she turned away, gagging. For a girl of merely 14, such a scene was unbearable, overwhelming her with nausea. Chen Qing, noticing her distress, went outside to retrieve the large blade. Upon returning to the barely composed Lu Yufei, he sighed and said, Let's move to another room. Lu Yufei nodded vigorously, too frightened to glance back at the room. Wah! I don't want to stay here. Mommy! I want my mommy. Where are you, Daddy? Please save Xiaoya. I promise I won't be naughty again. Despite the dilapidated state of the room, its soundproofing was remarkably effective, amplifying her cries. Scanning the room, Chen Qing's eyes fell upon numerous young girls, even some as young as 4 or 5. Rage, an endless fury threatened to engulf him. The Cold family. Chen Qing uttered the name with a chilling intensity, though he was unaware of which clan it was or its whereabouts. But if time permitted, he would certainly pay them a visit. Everyone stop crying. Brother Chen has come to rescue us. Lu Yufei shouted, her voice filled with hope. Children, do not be afraid. The villains have faced my wrath, Chen Qing proclaimed loudly. He retrieved his phone and dialed a 3-digit number, but no one answered. It was understandable. In a world like this, self-preservation reigned supreme, and order had disintegrated. After staring at the phone screen for a moment, he sighed and dialed the number for the Points Redemption Center. Since what was meant to come would eventually arrive, there was no need for him to fear it. Beep beep. Hello, came the aged voice of Old Niu. Old Niu, there are some children here. Chen Qing recounted the situation in detail. You have done well. I will send someone to fetch them immediately. The wrath of the esteemed bull elder was palpable. Indeed, these families believed that the constraints of order no longer applied to them, daring to commit such heinous acts. Chen Qing remarked, I kindly request your swift assistance. Tomorrow is the deadline. The next morning, as dawn broke with a pale hue in the east, Chen Qing stood outside, accompanied by all the children, offering continuous reassurance. Shortly thereafter, vehicles approached swiftly from the distance, halting before the children. Numerous individuals dispatched by the bull elder disembarked, greeted Chen Qing, and escorted the children into the vehicles, taking them to a place of safety. With a sigh, Chen Qing watched the vehicles fade into the distance, his breath transformed into mist, dissipating in the air. He remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Autumn had deepened, and the morning air carried a chill. Do you have any final words? At some point, Han Feng, the first on the heavenly rankings, had positioned himself not far from Chen Qing, wielding a black scythe, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. The wind swept by, causing their garments to flutter. Chapter 77. Clean your neck. Chen Qing was not taken aback by Han Feng's arrival. His call for assistance had inevitably revealed his location to the outside world. Thus, it was anticipated that Han Feng would accompany the rescue team. Of course, he could have departed immediately after making the call, but he deemed it unnecessary. The Yinhua mountain range served as an excellent training ground, teeming with formidable purple and red tier monsters. With temperatures surpassing what an ordinary person could withstand, it was nearly impossible for anyone to contest him for prey. Absent this region, if he wished to elevate his strength swiftly, he would have to venture into the unpredictably perilous urban outskirts, where moments' inattention could lead to demise. Moreover, in other regions, competition for prey with others rendered efficiency woefully inadequate, not only hindering his pursuit of Han Feng, but also risking a widening gap in their respective strengths, an endeavor fraught with losses. Han Feng spoke equally. For the safety of the children, you willingly expose your whereabouts. I must admit, I find that commendable. However, he shifted his tone, a glimmer of greed and malice flickering in his eyes. I'm afraid you are a valuable prize I cannot relinquish. Consuming the flesh and blood of one with an extreme yang physique would render him invincible on Earth, offering far too many advantages to be easily forsaken. Chen Qing remained silent, tossing a piece of paper toward him. Han Feng effortlessly caught it, examining it leisurely before slightly furrowing his brow. Challenging me? No. Chen Qing shook his head. In truth, I'm accepting the challenge, nothing more. It was Han Feng who had brazenly publicized the challenge, compelling him to respond, rather than the other way around. Ha ha, how amusing. Han Feng laughed heartily, regarding Chen Qing with a look of pity. Is it your foolishness or mine? Since I can eliminate you now, why would I agree to your challenge? At this moment, the opponent had no room for a comeback. The future was fraught with uncertainty. He would be foolish to acquiesce to such a so-called challenge. The challenge he posed was merely a tactic to wield the pressure of public opinion. In response, Chen Qing chuckled lightly and replied, Why? Quite simply, because I am live streaming. If you cannot grasp even this, you are merely waiting for your demise. Since Han Feng employed a challenge to compel him into action, he could just as easily turn the tables. Han Feng's laughter abruptly ceased, and his triumphant expression froze. Live streaming? Chen Qing retrieved his phone and waved at the camera. Greetings, dear viewers. It must be noted that Han Feng's public relations strategy had been remarkably effective. Coupled with Chen Qing's soaring online fame, his name had swiftly become synonymous with disdain. Upon seeing Chen Qing commence his live broadcast, many flocked to witness the spectacle. Consequently, the streaming room buzzed with activity, attracting millions of viewers. Chen Qing, the treacherous dog. How dare he go live after a family tragedy, seeking scorn. Such handsome looks wasted. The barrage of comments nearly engulfed the entire screen. Unfazed, Chen Qing maintained a smile and continued. Should I accept Han Feng's challenge? May he perish early and attain rebirth. Pathetic. More responses flooded in. Chen Qing mused. I never anticipated becoming a sensation online. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming, truly. Come on, let's elevate the atmosphere with gifts. The audience was left bewildered by this declaration. Is this guy for real? Subsequently, Chen Qing transitioned to the main topic, moving beside Han Feng and slinging an arm around his shoulder. Han Feng has joined us in the live room. Everyone, let's shower him with gifts. Han Feng clenched his fists tightly, then sheathed his black scythe, mustering a strained smile for the camera. Hello, I am Han Feng. The viewers erupted in excitement upon witnessing the internet celebrity's presence, a flurry of rockets taking flight. In fact, I wish to seize this opportunity to declare that I, Chen Qing, accept Han Feng's challenge. Chen Qing stated candidly, his expression grave. The date is set for 2 months from today, where we shall face off in the challenge arena of Baidi City, and it will be a battle to the death. Utilizing the live stream to ensure the audience's witness, he aimed to force Han Feng's hand, for this was his true objective. You dare accept Han Feng's challenge? Han Feng, defeat him. Your fans will forever support you. The comments surged once more. Han Feng's lips twitched as he shrugged off Chen Qing's arm, forcing a smile. You're quite bold, fine. You wish for a fair fight in 2 months. I shall grant you that time. He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the extreme young body. Although they were of similar rank, their combat prowess was not comparable. If, in 2 months, Chen Qing could avoid falling further behind, he would consider it a blessing. To envision defeating him, a being of the blazing sacred body, was utterly preposterous. Absolutely impossible. Very well, let us have the audience bear witness. This agreement is sealed. Should I, Chen Qing, perish within 2 months, it will be evident that Han Feng is but a coward, fearful of my surpassing him and denying me the chance for a triumphant reversal. Chen Qing taunted intentionally. Han Feng's gaze darkened, a chilling intent surging within his eyes. Rest assured, when I grant you 2 months, I shall not renege on my word. He naturally could not fathom that the mere Chen Qing, who was merely at the mid-tier of the Meridian opening realm, could surpass him within 2 months, especially since he had already reached the 3rd level of body refinement and would only grow stronger in the future. Such a notion was quite amusing. Chen Qing smiled faintly, responding with calm composure. Closing the live stream, he cupped his fists towards Han Feng and advised, make sure to cleanse your neck. Interesting. You certainly know how to throw around threats, Han Feng sneered. Just wait and see as I strike you down in front of millions, perhaps even billions. Oh, Chen Qing replied nonchalantly, contemplating for a moment before continuing. In such a public setting, you must maintain your image. Who knows? When they witness your head soaring through the air, someone might exclaim, what a clean neck. Han Feng's facial muscles twitched momentarily, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Do you truly think that I would back down from this challenge? You believe I am afraid to act now? Not at all. Chen Qing shook his head, his tone unwavering. Even if I've closed the live stream, satellites can still observe our every move. The technology of 2035 is remarkably advanced. Despite the collapse of order, civilization has not regressed. In this fog-laden environment, human activities are virtually untraceable. Oomph. Han Feng scoffed, turning to leave, just as Chun Qing had stated. While he could eliminate Chun Qing at this moment, doing so would severely diminish his image in the eyes of the public, which was incompatible with the grand persona he sought to cultivate as a savior. Moreover, the likes of Chun Qing did not merit his breach of promise. Watching Han Feng's retreating figure, Chun Qing sighed in relief. I truly feared you might act impulsively. Ding dong. The phone rang. Brother, it has indeed been 2 months now, Lu Shang said, a mixture of laughter and tears in his voice. Chun Qing explained, to secure 2 months is already quite an achievement. If it drags on too long, the netizens may not support me. Indeed, the ridicule online was, in a certain sense, aiding him. What are the odds? Lu Shang asked hesitantly. Chun Qing pondered for a moment. That depends on luck. Lu Shang fell into a brief state of confusion. Luck? What kind of luck? Chapter 78. Dealing with the Scorpion. All right, let's not dwell on this. Chun Qing stated, I am pressed for time. Very well. Take care of yourself, Lu Shang replied. MHM. After hanging up, Chun Qing gazed at the radiant sun slowly rising in the east, inhaling a deep breath of fresh air before turning around. Why aren't you accompanying them to a safer place? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yufei stood behind him. She had not followed the escort team to the safe zone in Baidi City. I believe it to be merely a temporary safety, Lu Yufei admitted awkwardly but honestly. Chun Qing fell silent. Temporary safety? While not entirely incorrect, the current survival environment demanded self-preservation. The nation's deterrent power might not endure, capable of protecting these children only for a fleeting moment. Lu Yufei bit her lip tightly, hesitating for a long time before pleading, Chunga, could you possibly take me in? Not interested. Chun Qing shook his head, firmly rejecting her. With his own survival in jeopardy, he had no inclination to protect another. Such a saintly role was one he had no desire to assume. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, one should focus on oneself. In times of prosperity, one can aid the world. At present, he belonged to the former category, struggling to stave off starvation, and had no intention of taking on an additional burden. Yufei is capable of doing everything, Lu Yufei declared. I will certainly not be a burden to you. Chun Qing shook his head in refusal, his gaze icy. Do you truly believe you can accomplish what I cannot? Lu Yufei was rendered speechless. You are quite astute, Chun Qing remarked. Aware that associating with me brings benefits, you certainly shall not suffer. Lu Yufei's face flushed crimson. Flustered, she hurried to explain. I do not seek any advantage. Are you certain? Chun Qing probed mercilessly. If I were a liability, would you still wish to remain by my side? I simply believe that Brother Chun is a good person. Tears streamed down Lu Yufei's cheeks. Truly, I am not seeking any benefits. I merely think Brother Chun is kind. Suppress your emotions. Chun Qing barked coldly. What good does crying do? Will your tears prevent the monster from devouring you? His voice boomed, instilling fear in Lu Yufei, silencing her sobs. The figure before her was vastly different from the Brother Chun she had envisioned. It seemed as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, almost unrecognizable. In 2 months, I shall face a life-or-death battle. If you remain by my side, I will be distracted by the need to care for you, only slowing my pace. Chun Qing exhibited a lack of compassion, retrieving a purple orb from his pocket and discarding it before her, as one would cast away refuse. You possess limbs and faculties. Why do you require assistance? I, Chun Qing, have ascended through sheer effort, yet you seek help? What gives you the right? Because you're a woman, a child, entitled to privileges. Lu Yufei, chastised so harshly, fell silent, daunted into submission. Remember, conceal your weaknesses. Do not rely on others. Chun Qing departed without hesitation. In this apocalyptic world, compassion was a rare commodity. To give a man a fish is less beneficial than to teach him to fish. He had never intended to shield a mere child, but he could impart the knowledge of self-defense. Furthermore, that single purple orb was sufficient to elevate her strength above the majority of ordinary individuals, ensuring her survival anywhere outside the city. In any village, she would stand among the strong, quite capable of self-preservation. This was a far superior starting point than his own. As Lu Yufei gazed at Chun Qing's retreating figure, her eyes misty with tears, She picked up the purple orb from the ground and bowed deeply in the direction of his departure. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Chun. I shall remember your words. As Chen Qing had stated, she was not a fool. She comprehended the true intention behind his stern admonition. Once again entering the volcanic mountains, Chen Qing sought out his prey. Suddenly, at a certain moment, he inadvertently crossed a threshold, venturing too deeply, which caused an influx of peculiar red lights to materialize around him, gradually coalescing. Observing this, Chen Qing's expression shifted, and he quickly retreated, unwilling to linger. If merely a three-headed dog were to emerge from that red gate, he would welcome the challenge. However, he dreaded the possibility of a colossal beast bursting forth, ready to devour him whole. After fleeing for several kilometers to ensure his safety, Chen Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Surveying his surroundings to confirm he had left no trace, becoming increasingly perplexed. This place should differ from where I triggered the manifestation of the Red Gate last time. The origins of that Red Gate were shrouded in mystery, and he dared not speculate recklessly. Yet, he understood that if that beast, which had nearly consumed him, were to dominate the earth, humanity would face extinction. Thereafter, Chen Qing continued his quest for monsters he could defeat. A towering scorpion, exceeding 2 meters in height, emerged from the earth, its body cloaked in darkness, its exoskeleton as formidable as armor, and its tail sharp, glinting ominously in the sunlight. It appeared menacing and formidable. Above the crimson level, Chen Qing inhaled sharply, under the influence of the awakening technique. He discerned that the energy emanating from the scorpion was not only dense, but even more potent than that of the crimson level. With a swift motion, the scorpion's 6 legs propelled it forward, its powerful pincers snapping towards him with deadly intent. Let us see how this goes. If I cannot prevail, I shall retreat. Chen Qing, undeterred, summoned his great blade and struck fiercely at the pincers. The clash resounded like iron colliding, a sharp and jarring sound echoing through the air. The scorpion's pincers were driven into the ground with such force that a deep pit formed. In the next instant, Chen Qing felt a numbing sensation in his hands and hastily retreated, observing the faint cracks that had appeared on the scorpion's pincers and furrowing his brow. Such hardness! Despite his formidable strike, the damage inflicted upon the scorpion was negligible. Pain surged through the scorpion, and its 6 eyes glinted with fury as it lunged towards Chen Qing with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, its pincers reaching out to crush him. How swift! Chen Qing's heart sank as he swiftly leaped aside. Yet, the scorpion, seemingly aware of his movements, thrust its terrifying tail downwards with remarkable speed. Remaining composed, Chen Qing deflected the tail's sharp tip with his blade. However, he could not dissipate the force entirely, sending him tumbling backward until he steadied himself several dozen meters away. This was indeed a troublesome foe. Chen Qing focused intently, adopting the stance for his blade draw technique. The scorpion, seemingly perplexed yet sensing danger, circled a few meters away, biding its time. It was no surprise that such a creature, above the crimson level, retained its wits, aware enough to maneuver strategically despite his extreme, yang physique. A chill ran down Chen Qing's spine as he discerned the scorpion's intent. Are you afraid? He taunted. The creature, possessing a high level of intelligence, understood human speech, and he resolved to provoke it further. Simultaneously, the power of his blade draw technique intensified as time passed, gathering momentum for a more potent subsequent strike. Come at me. Chen Qing beckoned with a challenging gesture, his words dripping with derision. The primary force of the blade draw was amassed in his right hand, allowing his left hand limited movement. The scorpion remained motionless, occasionally emitting chilling screeches of intimidation, its 6 eyes fixed on Chen Qing with an unsettling glare. Coward! Do you even deserve the name Scorpion? Chen Qing pressed on, raising his middle finger in a vulgar display, hurling insults. Trash, weakling. If you cannot stand the heat, then do not make a fuss. At last, the scorpion could bear it no longer and charged forward. In an instant, its massive pincers ignited with flames, their power exponentially increased. There was no doubt that the enraged scorpion had revealed its true capabilities. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed, yet he remained unperturbed. The situation had escalated to the point where he had no choice but to confront it head-on. With a resounding strike, he unleashed the long-anticipated blade draw, sweeping within a 2-meter radius, a flash of black light stirring clouds of dust. Boom! Flames clashed violently with a dark radiance. instantly unleashing two powerful shockwaves that sent the swirling dust retreating, spreading outwards from their epicenter. In the next moment, Chun Qing's arm shattered, flesh bursting forth, a spray of fresh blood splattering across his face. Yet, he remained unfazed, despite his complexion turning a deep shade of purple, his blood boiling with rage, as he summoned every ounce of strength to execute a decisive sword strike. A stalemate ensued, lasting an agonizing 5 seconds. Crack! The iron pincers of the scorpion emitted a sharp sound, its exoskeleton fracturing, the flames extinguishing. The lingering force of the blade penetrated flesh mercilessly, cleaving through with brutal efficiency, before sending the scorpion hurtling through the air, its legs flailing helplessly. Ultimately, the protracted buildup of the sword strike proved superior. Seizing the advantage, Chun Qing, disregarding his wounds, leaped into the air, his massive blade aimed downward, targeting the scorpion with lethal intent. Hiss! The stinger lunged forward. Whoosh! A suit of silver armor materialized around Chun Qing, as he swung his sword with full force toward the scorpion's head. In his hand, a blue arrow appeared, with no time to draw the bowstring. He unleashed it with all his might against the venom-laden stinger. Snap! The blue arrow shattered into 2 pieces, but the stinger was also deflected, grazing the side of the silver armor, tearing a portion away, yet leaving him largely unscathed. Simultaneously, the massive blade descended upon the scorpion below, intent on claiming its life. However, the creature had already flipped over, deftly evading the strike. Boom! Upon impact, the ground erupted, creating a deep crater. Emotionless, Chun Qing plummeted into the chasm, his hands digging into the earth until he grasped the hilt of his sword's end, exerting all his strength to pull it free, utilizing the momentum to return to the surface. Shaking off the dust, he gazed at the scorpion, nearly incapacitated with one of its pincers rendered useless. Chun Qing's eyes glinted fiercely as he assumed a fighting stance, ready to continue the battle, with the scorpion having lost nearly half its combat strength. Surrender was out of the question. However, with a furious roar, the scorpion unexpectedly turned to flee. Still wishing to escape, Chun Qing's brow furrowed, and he immediately pursued. It must be said, the scorpion's 6 legs moved in unison, its speed astonishingly swift, making it difficult for Chun Qing to keep up as the distance between them widened. If I let you get away, I shall no longer bear the name Chun. Grinding his teeth, Chun Qing unleashed the full power of his legs, his toes barely grazing the ground, leaving small craters in his wake. With explosive speed, he surged forward, closing in on the scorpion. Cloud-flowing steps. In that moment, he successfully mastered the footwork he had tirelessly honed. Closing in on the scorpion's rear, Chun Qing slashed downward with his sword, severing the tail, then leaped onto its back, plunging his blade into the hardened shell with relentless force. Splurt! A torrent of blood gushed forth, drenching Chun Qing, yet failing to sway his resolve as he twisted the sword within the creature's flesh, widening the wound. The scorpion screeched incessantly, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge him. But each time Chun Qing withdrew his sword, he carved another gash into its back. In this relentless cycle, on the 4th attempt, the scorpion was left gasping for breath, utterly devoid of the will to resist, ultimately subdued by Chun Qing. In the end, the blade claimed its life. After vanquishing his foe, Chun Qing collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The techniques of blade slash and flowing cloud step, which emphasize explosive combat, are exceedingly taxing on one's stamina. Even if he reaches the mid-tier of the Meridian realm, continuous usage remains unsustainable. After a considerable duration, having regained some energy, he rose and pierced the head of the venomous scorpion with his great blade, extracting a pearl from within. Silver. That pearl emitted an undeniable, dazzling silver light under the sun. He felt waves of energy coursing through his arm into his body, replenishing his stamina. Chun Qing's spirits soared. He believed that, barring particularly troublesome silver-tier monsters, he could now engage in battle with confidence. His wounds gradually healed, and his complexion became increasingly vibrant. Upon fully absorbing the pearl, he felt invigorated, his state restored to its zenith, and his strength significantly enhanced, taking a substantial leap within the mid-tier of the Meridian realm. The ability to vanquish silver-tier monsters greatly accelerated his cultivation speed. Chun Qing anticipated that, if he maintained this momentum, he would reach the high tier of the Meridian realm within a month. Subsequently, he continued his journey through the vast flame mountain range. In the grand and opulent hotel of White Emperor City, Han Feng rested a red pearl upon his lap, wielding chopsticks as he savored the exquisite dishes prepared by a professional chef. Gulp! Nearby, numerous waitstaff gazed at him with envious eyes, swallowing hard, drooling at the sight. These meals were not mere culinary delights. They were crafted from the flesh and blood of monsters, not only delectable, but also capable of enhancing one's strength. Even the most powerful nobles might find such fare unattainable. Yet, this individual seemed to indulge in such delicacies at every meal, inciting genuine envy among onlookers. Master, a green-haired man approached respectfully, seeking to address him. Han Feng leisurely finished savoring his meal before responding. Speak. Monsters of purple, red, and silver tiers inhabit the Flame Mountain Range, and the temperatures soar, reaching over 100 degrees Celsius in the deeper regions, making entry impossible for ordinary individuals. The green-haired man recounted his investigative findings. Indeed, Han Feng mused, his chopsticks pausing as he chuckled, you make good use of your limited advantages. Not bad. A fairly competent adversary. He was well aware of the extreme young body's resistance to intense flames. Judging by this progress, even in 2 months or even 10 years, he would not catch up to me, much less defeat me. The green-haired man smiled, offering compliments, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Forced subservience rarely earns genuine loyalty, yet he was bound by a secret technique, with his life dependent on Han Feng's whims, leaving him no choice but to serve. However, his flattery was not entirely without merit. Despite his reluctance to concede, Han Feng's strength was formidable. He could effortlessly deal with silver-tier monsters and occasionally even acquire gold-tier pearls. Gold-tier, as someone at the early stage of the Meridian Realm, that was a level he could scarcely fathom. Continue your inquiries, Han Feng instructed, furrowing his brow. This young man dares to challenge me in 2 months. He must possess some confidence. I refuse to believe he thinks he can defeat me merely by honing his skills in the Flame Mountain Range. Such naivete is laughable. Though he outwardly feigned disdain for Qin, he nonetheless held him in considerable regard. After all, in matters of life and death, those who rely on their strength with unbridled confidence are nothing short of fools. Very well. The green-haired man acknowledged the command and withdrew. Chapter 80. A Visitor Approaches. On a cool autumn night, at the edge of the forest beyond the volcanic mountains, the stars shone brilliantly, while the campfire emitted thin wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Day after day, monotonously, yet Qin did not find this existence tedious. Each day brought battles against different monsters, and his strength was indeed growing. As he savored the remaining silver-grade scorpion meat, Qin found the texture exquisitely tender. Melting in his mouth, simple as it was, merely grilled and sprinkled with cumin, it surpassed any culinary delights of intricate preparation, never growing tiresome. As he ate, he perused his phone, browsing through trending news. What is your take on the 953rd ranked challenger accepting a duel with the top contender of the heavenly rankings? Astonishing. Throughout history, never has there been such a reckless fool. Reflecting on Qin's abysmal character traits, if any of your friends exhibit even a hint of such, do not hesitate, cut ties immediately. These articles were devoid of substance, yet their headlines were increasingly sensational, as if fearing others would not click to read. After opening a few, Qin was thoroughly exasperated, putting away his phone, unwilling to squander time on such trivialities. Suddenly, he faintly discerned a rustling sound, almost imperceptible. Who is it? He bellowed, setting down the piece of meat and summoning his large blade. Rustle. A gust of wind swept through, causing the branches to sway, shadows dancing as if whispering that no one was present. How much longer will you hide? Qin continued to call out coldly, remaining steadfast in his position. If you do not show yourself now, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In truth, he was uncertain whether anyone was indeed lurking in the shadows. But caution is the mother of safety, and a little feigned intimidation was warranted. Yet, still, there was no response. Have I miscalculated? Qin frowned. Applause erupted. An elderly man with white hair emerged from behind a tree trunk, slowly stepping into Qin's view, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive. I concealed myself so well, even from dozens of meters away, and yet you were able to detect me." This left him in profound awe. In terms of stealth, he had always prided himself on being unrivaled. When he wished to hide, Very few could discern his presence. Chun Qing maintained a stoic expression. It's you? What is your purpose here? The man before him was someone he had encountered in Yunxian City, where Yi Xiaotian had referred to him as number 2. Furthermore, Han Feng had mentioned that Yi Xiaotian and another individual named Shun Zan had betrayed him. It was likely this man. Collaboration. Shun Zan spoke directly. Chun Qing remained impassive, inquiring, What do you mean? I have enmity with Han Feng. He will undoubtedly seek my life. Shun Zan stated, If you manage to kill Han Feng, it would be of immense benefit to me. Oh. Chun Qing feigned surprise, probing for details. What grievance do you hold against him? I have no qualms in revealing the truth. He forced me to serve as his subordinate. Shun Zan said sullenly, I have no choice but to feign compliance, waiting until he breaks through to the Meridian realm, at which point I can seize the opportunity to escape from his grasp. Why does Yi Xiaotian refer to you as number 2? Chun Qing continued to inquire. Is it to force obedience? Chun Qing mused, finding it reminiscent of Han Feng. He is number 1, I am number 2, and besides us, there is a number 3. These designations were bestowed upon us by Han Feng, and I suspect he envisions a number 4 and 5 as well. I see. Chun Qing replied, clarity dawning upon him. He swiftly returned to the matter at hand. If you wish to collaborate, what form will that take? Strictly speaking, it cannot be termed collaboration. It is in fact a transaction. Shun Zan shook his head, elucidating. I can teach you how to harness your unique physique to amplify the potency of your combat techniques, while I merely need to provide you with some of my blood. Chun Qing interjected with a smile, revealing Shun Zan's inner thoughts. Shun Zan, momentarily taken aback by his thoughts being uncovered, eventually chuckled. Indeed, I've been stuck at the peak of the high-level Meridian realm for quite some time, unable to break through to the body refinement realm. I require blood from an extreme yang physique to significantly enhance my strength. High-level Meridian realm. Chun Qing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. When we first met in the inner circle, you were merely at the high-level awakening realm, were you not? In the past, those who stood by the spring attempting to divide the golden liquid were all high-level awakening realm practitioners. There were no formidable figures at the Meridian realm. Only the possession of bloodthirsty weapons determined the distribution of benefits. Yet, merely over a month had passed, and he had astonishingly advanced to the high-level Meridian realm, surpassing Chun Qing by an entire minor realm in such a short time. Truly remarkable. Quite normal, Shun Zan shrugged, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Although the extreme yang physique and the sacred body belong to the same tier of physical constitution, in terms of cultivation speed, they pale in comparison. The sacred body is an exceptionally rare and elevated trait within the human bloodline. During these few months since the apocalypse began, I have inquired and discovered that those who awakened the sacred body upon breaking through to the Meridian realm are few and far between. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Qing shook his head in refusal. Do you not wish to understand Han Feng's methods? Shun Zan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Chun Qing's rejection of what could have been a mutually beneficial transaction. Was this a confirmation of his absolute confidence in victory, or a sign of inevitable defeat? Let us forego the transaction. However, I am open to the collaboration you mentioned earlier, Chun Qing remarked with a smile. Collaboration? Shun Zan furrowed his brow. What form will that take? You shall keep your terms, but I will only assist you in eliminating Han Feng. Chun Qing replied with a grin. Force him to relinquish his essence? Absolutely not. Shun Zan retorted vehemently. This transaction, which appeared to be advantageous for both parties, would ultimately lead to his own demise at the hands of Shun Zan. For how could he face Han Feng once the latter ascended to the body refinement realm? He feared that in 2 months his bones would be cold. You are delusional. Shun Zan radiated an icy aura, incensed by Chun Qing's unreasonable demands. If he were to cooperate as proposed, it would be tantamount to offering warmth to his own demise. Assisting him in killing Han Feng? How could that not ultimately serve Shun Zan's own interests? If I kill Han Feng, you will no longer face pressure. If I fail, Han Feng will surely eliminate me. And as for you, you may comfortably await your demise. Chun Qing, you can surely comprehend the implications of this situation, can you not? If Han Feng emerges victorious and consumes his flesh and blood, his strength will undoubtedly soar, making him an invincible force on this planet in no time. At that point, Shun Zan will likely be awakened from his dreams in terror. A moment of silence ensued. Shun Zan attempted to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Chun Qing remained unperturbed, Throughout the meticulous planning of the past 2 months, he had not accounted for any advantages Shenzhen might provide. This unexpected boon was welcome. Yet if it were to elude him, he would be indifferent. After all, his blood possessed immense value, and to waste it would be a lamentable misfortune. "You are ruthless," Shenzhen remarked with a bitter smile. The words from his counterpart held the weight of both a threat and a reality, leaving him with no choice but to concede. A wise choice indeed. Upon hearing this, Chunqing did not hesitate to offer his praise. Ruthless? In the apocalypse, that hardly constitutes a pejorative. Chapter 81. The iron-skinned rat with a piece of succulent meat, perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, pulled from the roasting spit over the campfire. Chunqing tossed it to Shenzhen as a form of compensation. Without hesitation, Shenzhen took a bite, the delightful blend of grease and cumin, combined with the exquisite quality of the silver-tier monster's flesh, igniting a spark of enjoyment in his eyes. This meat, suffused with a rich aroma during their exchange, had long piqued his appetite, and he had been eager to savor it. As for the notion of poisoning, it was utterly implausible. He had arrived unexpectedly, and it was improbable that Chunqing could have orchestrated such a scheme under his very nose. After all, he was a high-level practitioner of the Meridian Opening realm and considered himself somewhat superior to his counterpart. Were it not for his backing against the Fire Mountain range, Chunqing would have even entertained the impulse to eliminate him and revel in the benefits of his extreme yang physique. "Speak," Chunqing said, selecting a skewer for himself, and began to indulge. "How can we utilize the augmentation techniques effectively? Add me as a friend, and I shall send you the document," Shenzhen replied somewhat helplessly, feeling that he had drawn the short straw. However, compared to engaging in a losing transaction, he was far more interested in witnessing Han Feng's demise. "All right," Chunqing nodded, producing his phone to add each other as friends. In the end, they were modern individuals, not inclined to write down their learnings in the form of books. Ding! Upon receiving the friend request, Chunqing opened it and felt a shiver run down his spine. The username Heart of Ice was rather juvenile. How frigid must one's heart be to be likened to ice? Even Shenzhen, typically composed, felt his face redden with embarrassment and indignation as Chunqing recognized his username. "Do you have an issue with it?" "None at all." Chunqing stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious facade. "Now, please send me the document." Heart of Ice. Hearing the teasing undertone in Chunqing's words, Shenzhen felt a wave of frustration. How ruthless! He glanced at the screen and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chunqing's username. Honest Man. What a cunning fellow, daring to call himself Honest Man. At that moment, he contemplated whether or not to voice a certain thought. "Does it not fit?" Chunqing inquired, puzzled, believing the username aptly encapsulated his essence. Taking a deep breath, Shenzhen restrained the intense desire to slap Chunqing and shook his head. "It's nothing. It was merely a fleeting thought. You need not take it to heart." He then sent the document to Chunqing. Ding! In the next moment, Chunqing, who was receiving the document, sent him an emoji adorned with a colorful array of words. "No regrets in this life. Meeting you, knowing you is a wish, and encountering you is fate." An emoji for the elderly? Shenzhen twitched at the corners of his mouth, rising to take his leave, fearing the contagion of the other's bad habits. He could not linger even a moment longer, discarding the consumed barbecue skewers carelessly and swiftly taking 2 more from the bonfire before departing. Observing this, Chunqing smiled silently, downloading the document to review its contents. The material was not overly complex. It primarily focused on delving into one's unique bloodline attributes and expressing them through combat techniques. After comprehending the method, Chunqing promptly closed his eyes to attempt guidance. An hour passed, then 2, as time flew by. Yet, Chunqing remained calm and composed, maintaining his meditative posture, with a mind as tranquil as still water, casting aside all distractions. Suddenly, he sensed a faint glow of fire around him at a certain moment, and upon attempting to manipulate it, he found the flames responding exuberantly to his whims, as if they were extensions of his own being. "It appears my attribute is akin to Han Feng's. I too possess the element of fire," Chunqing thought, his mind clear as a mirror. "As a being of pure yang, it would indeed be peculiar if I were not fire-aligned." He spent the night immersed in meditation. When dawn broke, Chunqing rose, consuming an entire bottle of mineral water to replenish his hydration, then made his way to the fiery mountain range to put into practice the techniques he had diligently rehearsed in his mind. Not long after, he encountered a rodent. its fur mutated to a dull yellow, roughly the size of a basketball, gnawing on a rock as if it were food. You'll be the first. Chun Qing chuckled lightly. Under the awakening spirit technique, he discerned that the rodent was approximately at a purple level and had now become a threat to his safety. A large blade appeared in his hand as he dashed toward the rodent, bringing the blade down with force. Clang! The sound of metal meeting stone resonated, and Chun Qing nearly lost grip of the blade. His right hand numbed, and the skin on his palm split, oozing blood. What a tough exterior! Chun Qing was secretly astonished, quickly stowing away any lingering disdain and bracing himself. Squeak! The rodent's fur bristled, its tail erect as it lunged at Chun Qing. How slow! Observing the sluggishness of its attack, Chun Qing did not dare to underestimate it. He sidestepped and delivered a powerful strike with the blade. However, to his astonishment, the sharp edge, coupled with the full force of his swing, was absorbed by the rodent, leaving not even a scratch on its tough skin. Hiss! Chun Qing felt a surge of urgency, his scalp tingling, and he quickly distanced himself, adopting a stance to prepare for a sweeping strike. The force of his blow, combined with the inertia and the inherent strength of his advanced bloodthirsty weapon, surely exceeded 100,000 pounds. Even if the rodent were at the body refinement stage, it should not withstand such an impact. This rodent's defense is indeed terrifying. With repeated assaults, the rodent bared its teeth and charged at Chun Qing. He was taken aback, for the frenzied creature appeared to him to move at a pace akin to that of a tortoise, barely distinguishable from an ordinary, unmutated rat. It seemed this rodent possessed an absurdly high defense, but correspondingly low capability. Suddenly, Chun Qing unsheathed his blade with a swift motion. The edge enveloped in a faint crimson flame, slicing through the air with a cold, piercing glimmer as it struck the mouse with tremendous force. Boom! Dust flew, and stone shattered. With this strike, he harnessed his fire attribute physique to augment the power of his slash. The earth-toned mouse appeared impervious to the attack, as though forged from metal. Despite the blade's contact, it left no mark. In the next instant, the mouse was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air for several hundred meters before crashing down and creating a deep crater. Chun Qing hurried after it, eager to investigate the creature's peculiar structure. Squeak! The earth-toned mouse, seemingly unscathed, emitted a sharp grinding noise as it glared at Chun Qing with fierce eyes before turning to flee. In response, Chun Qing swiftly pursued it, seizing its tail and lifting it into the air, despite its frantic struggles. Where can you possibly run? Chun Qing chuckled. Such an extraordinary mouse warranted thorough examination. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the earth beneath Chun Qing fractured and began to rise. His expression shifted as he clutched the mouse and retreated. Squeak! The mouse, now towering over him, abruptly shrank, reducing to the size of an ordinary mouse in the blink of an eye, causing Chun Qing to lose his grip on its tail as it escaped. Can it change size as well? Chun Qing's mind raced, but he refrained from pursuing it. As the ground crumbled, a colossal yellow mouse, standing 30 meters tall, emerged into his line of sight. It bore the same earthy hue and nearly identical features, the only distinction being its immense size. Chapter 82. Chun Qing's Scheme. The small yellow mouse, having evaded Chun Qing's grasp, swiftly approached the giant mouse, squeaking incessantly, its tear-filled eyes filled with malice, fixating on Chun Qing as if to etch his image into memory for future vengeance. Chun Qing, employing the awakening technique, scanned the giant mouse, only to witness a surge of golden energy erupting skyward. Encountering the giant mouse's murderous gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly smiled. A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. With that, he made a hasty retreat. This giant mouse possessed strength far surpassing the silver rank. Standing his ground would be tantamount to courting death. Squeak! The giant mouse roared, its voice thundering, and then charged at Chun Qing, causing the ground to shake violently, a cloud of dust billowing behind it. Alarmed, Chun Qing quickened his pace, not daring to look back for fear of being caught. After running for over 10 seconds, he sensed the commotion behind him diminishing and, upon turning, was astonished to see the giant mouse lumbering along at an incredibly slow pace, almost crawling. This father-son duo of mice was truly remarkable, Chun Qing mused. It was his first encounter with such an oddly specialized creature, slow in speed, weak in attack, yet boasting an absurdly high defense that even his full-strength strikes could not breach. However, this peculiar trait proved to be a stroke of fortune for him. Had the giant mouse possessed balanced abilities, the outcome could have been dire. As he watched the foe retreat into the distance, the yellow mouse seethed, vociferously shrieking at Chun-Ching's back as if to provoke him, yet quickly deflated at the realization of its own impotence. The giant mouse, with a tone of affection, remarked, "Is he merely taking advantage of your slow speed? Wait until you transform into human form before seeking retribution." If Chun-Ching had not strayed too far, he would likely have been taken aback. This colossal rodent could actually articulate human speech. Comforted by his father's words, the little mouse nodded, suppressing its indignation, and approached a nearby rock, gnawing at it with increased diligence, as though it were Chun-Ching. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 30 days had elapsed. After enduring rigorous training in the fiery mountain range for a full 30 days, his strength reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Meridian realm, tantalizingly close to the high tier, and he had also become adept at utilizing his inherent attributes to enhance his combat skills, summoning them with ease. During this period, Chun-Ching encountered the yellow mouse several times. Upon seeing him, the creature would laboriously gnaw at the rock as if it were confronting a sworn enemy. Unable to contend with it, Chun-Ching chose to ignore the creature. After all, it was likely protected by a father with formidable defenses, and should he carry the young one away, the elder would probably pursue him to the ends of the earth. Nevertheless, the yellow mouse incessantly screeched at him, emboldened by its strong lineage, which became somewhat bothersome. After some contemplation, he resolved to teach it a lesson. "Brother Mouse, here is a small token of goodwill." A humble gesture. Chun-Ching tossed a piece of roasted meat to it, his face alight with a smile. The yellow mouse glanced at him, brimming with disdain and mockery, baring its teeth as if to say that once it matured, it would make him pay. "Such audacity," Chun-Ching remarked. "It is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. I am about to depart. Wouldn't it be more pleasant for us to share a meal, amicably? My aggression was unwarranted. I sincerely apologize." Upon hearing this, the yellow mouse appeared perplexed. It had never anticipated that its adversary would voluntarily concede and admit fault. Picking up the fragrant morsel, Chun-Ching placed it before the creature, enticingly saying, "Brother Mouse, this meat is delectable. One to you have taste?" Squeak. Observing the sincerity in Chun-Ching's demeanor, the yellow mouse proudly twitched its long whiskers and swaggered toward the meat, cautiously sniffing it to ascertain its safety. Before taking a small bite, after tasting it, its tail stood upright, and it devoured the morsel with increasing delight, faster than it had gnawed at the rock. "Is it to your liking?" Chun-Ching inquired, his expression innocuous. Squeak. The yellow mouse nodded in affirmation. "That is splendid." Chun-Ching's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. "Do you know what kind of meat this is?" Lifting its head, the yellow mouse, filled with curiosity, yearned to discover the source of this earthly delicacy. "Hot meat." The yellow mouse's eyes widened in utter shock, and the morsel in its mouth suddenly lost its allure. "Alas," Chun-Ching sighed, wistfully stating, if it were aware that it had been consumed by its kin after death, it would surely feel a sense of solace. "Wouldn't it?" With that, he shook his head and sauntered away. Squeak. Coming to its senses, the yellow mouse spat out the piece of meat, incessantly shrieking at his retreating figure, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Chun-Ching, silently vowing to make him pay. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the plight of the rodent. In the hidden sanctuary of Bai Di City, Han Feng emerged, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, his aura stronger than before, as if he had broken through as effortlessly as one takes a meal. The green-haired man stationed outside subtly furrowed his brow, swiftly masking his expression with feigned delight as he approached to greet. "Congratulations, master, on your enhanced prowess." Acknowledging with a slight nod, Han Feng inquired, "What is Chun-Ching's current strength?" After all, he was to face a life-and-death adversary, and thus he was quite invested in the matter. "He is at the intermediate stage of the pulse-connecting realm, though he is on the verge of a breakthrough," the green-haired man reported, not daring to conceal the truth. "Intermediate stage of the pulse-connecting realm? Humph." Han Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, before letting out a derisive laugh, his expression laced with disdain. "After more than 40 days, he remains at the intermediate stage? How can he possibly be my opponent? Ridiculous." It dawned on him that he might have overestimated his rival. "Your words ring true, master," the green-haired man readily concurred, but then hesitated. "But?" Han Feng queried, puzzled. He has left the Flame Mountain Range. There are still 25 days until the challenge, which is rather unusual. I suspect he intends to undertake something. Undertake something? Han Feng retrieved his phone to check Chun Qing's whereabouts. In truth, if Chun Qing wished to remain hidden, it would be an arduous task. Yet since he had voluntarily exposed his whereabouts to rescue a child, Han Feng could leverage his identity to utilize satellite technology to pinpoint Chun Qing's location, leaving him with no place to hide. Soon, a red dot and a dashed line appeared on the phone's map, indicating Chun Qing's position and movement trajectory. What does this mean? Han Feng pondered with confusion. To his surprise, Chun Qing had not returned to White Emperor City, but rather ventured to his hometown, Yinxian City. If he intended to enter the inner circle to hunt monsters, any city would suffice. It would be far more efficient to head to the nearby Zijin City. Wouldn't it? Han Feng found it difficult to fathom Chun Qing's intentions. Has Chun Qing made any recent moves? Han Feng asked. Now, with immense power in White Emperor City, he was privy to every action his adversary took. Yes, the green-haired man nodded. He has purchased highly potent explosives. Explosives? Han Feng was baffled. What does he need explosives for? What is he planning to blow up? Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. You dare? Chapter 83, A Demand for Self-Immolation. Observing Han Feng's drastic change in expression, the green-haired man appeared astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed the usually arrogant Han Feng, who seldom regarded anyone seriously, display shock and dismay. Damn it! A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Han Feng's eyes, a sense of vexation washing over him. How could I have forgotten about this? In that moment, he recalled that he had a particularly formidable rival in Yinxian City. As the sun slowly descended in the west, painting the evening sky a vibrant red akin to a bashful maiden, it was truly enchanting. Racing along the broad avenue, Chun Qing propelled himself forward, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake, creating quite a spectacle. Finally, he arrived. At a certain moment, the towering city came into view, and he exhaled in relief, easing his pace. Since departing from a Flame Mountain Range, he had driven at breakneck speed, maintaining a relentless sprint. Running out of fuel midway, he had no choice but to abandon his vehicle and proceed on foot towards Yinxian City, determined to avoid an early interception by Han Feng, lest all his efforts go to waste. As he dashed into Yinxian City, several individuals immediately obstructed his path, menacingly declaring, "This tree was planted by me. This road was forged by me. If you wish to pass, you must leave something behind." With a swift flurry of fists and feet, he dispatched these self-proclaimed tree planters and road pioneers with ease, rendering them unconscious. Chun Qing continued to stroll unabashedly down the streets. Hiss! Many observers gasped in astonishment. Hastily retreating, another formidable figure had emerged in Yinxian City. His prowess was at least at the Pulse Realm, sufficient to secure a place among the top 10 in the city. I believe I have seen this person in a live stream. He seems somewhat familiar. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, wary of offending him. Those who had attempted to rob him were all at the advanced stages of the awakening realm, many of whom had suffered losses at their hands. Yet they were effortlessly dispatched, revealing the strength of the newcomer. As Chun Qing traversed the street, he garnered significant attention, precisely what he sought, for he was there to meet someone. Russell. At a certain moment, a youth with snow-white hair appeared before Chun Qing, stepping out from around the corner. He was slender, with a grim countenance, seemingly shrouded in an aura of death, as if half a foot was already in the grave. This unique aura was strikingly inconsistent with his age and appearance. His gaze swept over Chun Qing, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with intensity, his spirit jolted, and his breathing quickened. Unfazed, Chun Qing met his gaze. Long time no see. Long time no see? A flicker of murderous intent and apprehension flashed in Xiao Shan's shadowy eyes. Then he chuckled. Chun Qing, how dare you appear before me? Seeking death, are we? He was indeed somewhat taken aback. In his estimation, no matter how weak he had become, he was not someone the likes of Chun Qing could easily confront. Yet, Chun Qing's repeated defiance of the odds, his miraculous escapes from death, compelled him to exercise caution, lest he fall prey to the other's schemes. Seeking death is not my intent. I have come to propose a transaction, Chun Qing replied with a smile, seemingly confident as he stepped forward, closing the distance to less than 2 meters from Xiao Shan. A transaction? Xiao Shan frowned. You wish to negotiate with me? Indeed, Chun Qing nodded, then deftly shifted the topic. I have come across information about you online. You have been voraciously consuming human essence, leading to numerous casualties. He vividly recalled the task of eliminating Yi Xiaotian, which was valued at 8,000 points. Xiao Shan's expression darkened, his voice turning icy. What are you implying? He had usurped Yi Xiaotian's body, and he was certainly capable of mastering modern equipment in a short span. Naturally, he had seen those messages, and many had attempted to take on the task to kill him, only to be thwarted by their own inadequacies, becoming mere victims from whom he drained their essence. Regrettably, merely consuming human essence yielded little benefit. He had since shifted his focus to absorbing jewels from monsters to replenish his vitality. It was precisely for this reason that he allowed others to enter Yunxian City to gather resources. It is evident that you are in dire need of vitality, he observed. Chen Qing smiled calmly, entirely unperturbed by the intimidation of his opponent. He spoke eloquently, asserting that the body of extreme yang is a potent elixir for nourishing one's vitality. Drinking his blood would likely be far more beneficial than the combined essence of tens of thousands. Oomph. Xiao Shan scoffed, cutting through the pretense. Let's get to the point. Are you suggesting that you wish to exchange your blood? Ah, you are astute, having perceived my thoughts so swiftly, Chun Qing complimented. What is it that you seek? To ignite my essence. Chun Qing replied without hesitation. The conversation halted abruptly as they locked eyes for several seconds. It seems the rumors online are indeed accurate. Xiao Shan laughed heartily. You have a life-and-death duel with Han Feng in 2 months, and with only 25 days remaining. Your only hope of turning the tide lies in igniting your essence. He unflinchingly exposed Chun Qing's intentions. Chun Qing shrugged. You are correct. Igniting my essence is my trump card, my last resort. Under normal circumstances, how could he possibly defeat Han Feng, who had already reached the realm of body refinement? Thus, he must rely on certain secret techniques to forcibly augment his power. Igniting his essence is a crucial part of his strategy. As the sole secret art of the body of extreme yang, igniting one's essence allows its wielder to experience a dramatic surge in power for a fleeting moment, the cost being a significant reduction in lifespan. The side effects of this technique are dire, aptly named as it is akin to playing with fire, risking everything. However, when faced with the choice between death and the depletion of life essence, no one would willingly choose death. What do you think of this trade?